Zhang Bai found himself in a world inhabited solely by beast girls, where all animals had vanished. To form a contract with a beast girl, one must possess knowledge of her true nature, including her species' name and habits. Confronted with this conceptual form of contract, Zhang Bai discovered two pieces of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news: there exists a fox beast girl. The bad news: the fox beast girl has run away. The other good news: this world is home to mythical beast girls, and no one has been able to form a contract with them. The mythical beast girls include the gentle and wise Azure Dragon and the adorable and lively white tiger. Thus, accompanied by these mythical beings, Zhang Bai began to gradually comprehend this new world until he became invincible. The story begins in the Great Xia Kingdom, in the city of Nanjing. Zhang Bai awoke groggily on a sofa, instinctively rubbing his throbbing head, only to be momentarily stunned by the unfamiliar surroundings. He sat up and bewilderedly surveyed the chaotic room filled with scattered items, including women's dresses and intimate apparel strewn across the floor. Why was there a hole in the lace-trimmed panties? A pile of crushed soda cans lay on the floor, alongside several empty liquor bottles. What was this place? Wasn't I swimming at the beach, having the time of my life? I should be in a hospital, not here. Suddenly, memories surged back, revealing that he had traversed into another realm, a world distinct from Earth, known as Blue Star. Blue Star boasted a phenomenon called the virtual realm, from which strange energies could leak at any moment, capable of corroding human minds and transforming them into mindless machines of slaughter. Yet the inhabitants of this world had their own means of survival. Beast girls endure in this realm. One must contract a beast girl from the sacred mountain. To do so, one must know her true name and origin. Only with a profound understanding of her can one forge a soul contract. Jang Bai, seated on the sofa, was taken aback. According to his memories, this world held no records of mythical beings, nor any mention of animals, only information about beast girls. The records of beast girls documented their species, habits, and modes of survival. These records could only be purchased from the Great Xia government, with prices varying based on the beast girl's rarity. 3 years prior, the original owner of this body had, using savings left by his grandfather, acquired the information of a fox beast girl and purchased a quota to enter the sacred mountain, spending a total of 150,000. Ultimately, he successfully contracted a white fox beast girl. However, just yesterday, the white fox had sought to dissolve their contract, leading to a dispute, after which she had left home in anger. The original owner, in a fit of rage, had resorted to heavy drinking, and abruptly, he was gone, leaving Zhang Bai in his unfortunate stead. Realizing this, Zhang Bai instinctively glanced at the purple lace-trimmed panties on the floor. No wonder there was a hole in the back. It was meant for the beast girl's tail. Rubbing his aching and dizzy forehead, he pondered if he had consumed counterfeit liquor. Anyone familiar with cheap liquor knows the aftermath, a day filled with discomfort, accompanied by a parched mouth and a bitter throat. He retrieved a bottle of cold water from the refrigerator. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah! With a long sigh of relief, Zhang Bai pulled out the original owner's phone, which was still on the messaging interface, with the contact labeled as Xiao Bai. The original owner had sent numerous messages the previous night. Xiao Bai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with you. Xiao Bai, I made your favorite chicken. When will you come home? Xiao Bai, what are you busy with? Can't you see my messages? Please come back. I promise to release you from the contract. Frowning, Zhang Bai flipped through the messages, detecting an unmistakable air of desperation. Soon, he stumbled upon a text from the bank that revealed the cause of his dizziness. Bank balance: 56.68. Zhang Bai. No wonder she left. He couldn't even support himself, let alone a beast girl. Zhang Bai tossed the phone onto the coffee table and collapsed back onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts still muddled from the sudden transition. He contemplated his future and quickly identified his next objective: to acquire wealth, for the sake of the beast girl, those tail-bearing, furry companions. Yet, as someone well-versed in the spring and autumn annals, he knew this was not solely for personal gain. The paramount reason was the inherent danger of this world. Safety first. For himself, and for any woman. Surveying the disheveled room, he sighed and decided to tidy up point one by one. He picked up the soda cans and discarded them into a garbage bag, stuffing the scattered intimate apparel into a storage bag, preparing to dispose of it shortly. Once the space was clean, Zhang Bai exhaled deeply. Let me check the original owner's room. Oh wait, it's mine now. The room was tidy, with minimal furnishings, a desk, a single bed, and a wardrobe piled with blankets. Approaching the desk, he noticed several books on the advancement of beast girls, how to choose between women and beast girls. Is procreation more important than beast girls? Jang Bai mused that the original owner had rather peculiar interests, casting a quick glance at the trash can, which revealed no suspicious tissues. He opened a drawer and rummaged through it. Sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating his fair skin as he held a diagnostic report. Dissociative disorder. Memories flooded back. The original owner had lived here with his grandfather until the latter's passing when he was 5, perhaps unable to cope with the loss of his only kin. The original owner had developed a form of hysteria, conjuring the illusion of living with his parents, only to confront reality upon the arrival of Zhao Bai. The white fox was likely his sole pillar of support, Jang Bai murmured, crumpling the diagnosis report and tossing it accurately into the trash. He drew the curtains aside, allowing sunlight to flood in, and closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of this new world. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Jang Bai exited the room and opened the door. Standing before him was a stunning woman with white hair, an alluring figure, and strikingly beautiful features. Most notably, she had fluffy ears atop her head and a tail that swayed behind her. Through memory, Jang Bai recognized her as the White Fox Bai Yuan, who had cohabited with the original owner for 3 years. Stealing a glance at her swaying tail, he couldn't help but think of the purple lace-trimmed panties. Ahem, what brings you back? Upon hearing his words, concern flickered in Bai Yuan's eyes. Jang Bai, are you okay? When the original owner had first contracted with the White Fox, she was merely a frail girl of 14 or 15, innocent and naive. The original self managed to transform a frail young girl into the voluptuous figure before him. All through scholarship funds and part-time job earnings. One must admit, the original self was indeed ruthless, albeit only towards themselves. Jang Bai rolled his eyes. What business is it of yours? Although Bai Yuan's intention to dissolve their contract did not concern him, he still felt a sense of displeasure. Upon hearing Jang Bai's indifferent words, Bai Yuan's beautiful eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she said, "How can you speak to me like this?" Jang Bai nearly laughed in exasperation. He was not the original self who would pander to her whims. He retorted mockingly, "What? Do you expect me to coddle you? How presumptuous!" He was no delicate being, possessing both cunning and strength. Bai Yuan, tears welling in her eyes, murmured, "Jang Bai." He covered his head with one hand, feeling inexplicably irritable. "Stop calling me that. It's annoying. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just leave that that moment." A man approached Bai Yuan, saying, "Jang Bai, please calm down. We're here to discuss the dissolution of the contract." It was only then that Jang Bai noticed the man beside Bai Yuan. Perhaps it was due to his previous focus on Bai Yuan's animal ears and tail that he had overlooked him. The man was dressed in a sleek black suit, his shoes polished to a shine, and he wore a mechanical watch on his wrist, exuding the aura of a successful individual. Through his memories, Jang Bai recognized him as Zhang Yu, a fellow student from the same school. Zhang Yu came from a wealthy family and owned many beast girls. He had a well-known penchant for using his wealth to acquire others' beast girls. Jang Bai found it curious that Bai Yuan, who rarely left her home and attended school in her beast form, had caught Zhang Yu's eye. He had not recalled any intersection between the original self and Zhang Yu. However, none of this mattered anymore. The moment Bai Yuan chose to leave indicated she was not a trustworthy companion. Even without Zhang Yu today, there would be future encounters with individuals like Lu Yu or Zhao Yu. Ultimately, it stemmed from Bai Yuan's aversion to living a life of poverty alongside the original self. Jang Bai spoke calmly. "Zhang Yu, I'm aware of who you are. Let me be frank. If you wish to contract her, you must reimburse the initial purchase cost and the living expenses over the past few years, totaling 500,000. To dissolve a spiritual contract, both the Beast Master and the Beast Girl must agree. Neither party can unilaterally terminate the agreement." Bai Yuan was taken aback by Jang Bai's words, her face reflecting disbelief as she looked at him with an unfamiliar gaze. "Jang Bai, how have you changed? Am I worth only 500,000 in your eyes?" Jang Bai slapped his forehead. "Oh, come on, don't say that. You're worth far more than 500,000. After all, the initial documentation only cost 100,000. Bai Yuan was speechless. "Zhang Yu, taken aback, remarked, "So you do know that the initial documentation only cost 100,000? Upon hearing Jang Bai's demand, he smiled politely. "Jang Bai, could we skip the jokes? Just name your price." He was wealthy, but that did not imply he was foolish. "Regardless, I won't budge. It's 500,000, not a penny less. If you refuse, I will apply for a contract trial to send her back to the Holy Mountain." Jang Bai's demeanor resembled that of a mother-in-law demanding a bride price from her son-in-law. "I'm done pretending. I want the money." Upon hearing contract trial, Bai Yuan panicked, looking at Zhang Yu with tearful eyes. The individual who signs a contract with a beast girl is called a beast master. When issues arise in their contractual relationship, a trial can be requested from the Great Xia Kingdom. If the fault lies with the beast girl, she will be sent back to the Holy Mountain and never allowed to return. If the fault is with the beast master, they will lose the opportunity to contract a beast girl forever, relegating them to a life as an ordinary person. Once a contract trial is initiated, it triggers an investigation by both the Holy Mountain and the officials of the Great Xia Kingdom. Given the current situation, it was clear that the issue lay with Bai Yuan, so Jiang Bai was unperturbed by potential scrutiny from the Holy Mountain or the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. "Jiang Bai, I understand you're short on money. You initially spent only 150,000, yet you're asking for 350,000 for 3 years of living expenses? Don't you think that's excessive? 3 years at 350,000 translates to over 110,000 annually." Zhang Yu doubted that a college orphan could possibly amass such funds each year. Jiang Bai shrugged, pointing at Bai Yuan. "She must have mentioned it to you, right? She's about to advance from the common level to silver level. Moreover, she is already at level 15. This calculation is hardly unreasonable. The common level is the lowest tier for beast girls, with the silver level being the subsequent rank. Due to the scant documentation at the time of contracting Bai Yuan, her bloodline was initially ranked common. Had the documentation been more comprehensive, her level would have been higher. The only way for beast girls to advance their bloodline is through the assistance of a beast master in locating records of their species. Over the past 3 years, the original self had scoured every library in Nanjing City, perusing countless ancient texts to find references to white foxes. Eventually, he discovered the phrase Tianshan Snow Fox inscribed on a weathered page. Jang Bai concluded that the method for bloodline advancement involved educating the beast girl about her species' characteristics, allowing her to resonate with her inherent bloodline legacy and thus break free from the shackles of her bloodline. For instance, when Bai Yuan claimed to be a white fox, her fur still bore a hint of yellow. However, ever since the original self uncovered the term Tianshan Snow Fox, Bai Yuan's fur had become increasingly snow white, signaling the awakening of her inherent legacy. The bloodline also determined the growth ceiling for beast girls. For example, when Bai Yuan first emerged from the Holy Mountain, her bloodline was common. Had she not advanced to become a Tianshan Snow Fox, she would have maxed out at level 20. In her lifetime, in essence, the bloodline level of a beast girl hinges on the extent of her inherited legacy, while the bloodline rank dictates her potential. The skills of a beast girl must be inferred by the beast master from the records of her documentation. IT resembles storytelling, though the narrative must be plausible to resonate with the beast girl's legacy. For instance, if one claimed that a rabbit could pounce on a tiger, the beast girl would merely roll her eyes. However, if one suggested that the rabbit could indeed perform a bow stance, it could spark a debate, as it might genuinely be a skill within the rabbit's bloodline legacy. After considering Jiang Bai's words, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "I need you to guarantee that you won't disturb Bai Yuan in the future." Jiang Bai felt elated, realizing the other had acquiesced. "It's a deal." Also, publicly announced the dissolution of the contract with Bai Yuan on social media. Jiang Bai nodded, a double blessing. Zhang Yu agreed, took out his phone, and promptly transferred 500,000 to Jiang Bai, stating, "Let's proceed." Zhang Yu was not devoid of his own thoughts. Unlike external rumors, he was indifferent to Bai Yuan's physical appearance. His focus lay on her bloodline. The Zhang family's enduring prominence in Nanjing City stemmed from their unique methods. The Zhang family possessed a secret technique that allowed them to vaguely perceive the strength of a beast girl's bloodline. Zhang Yu had a strong premonition that once Bai Yuan advanced, her bloodline would undoubtedly exceed the silver level, likely reaching golden or even diamond level that Tio understand. The official prize for the data on beasts with golden bloodlines in the Great Xia reaches an astounding 2 million, and such data is lamentably scarce, while diamond bloodline beasts can only be found at auctions. Moreover, it is crucial to note that he harbors no affection for women. In his eyes, Bai Yuan does not even evoke the same stirring feelings as Jang Bai does. Upon receiving 50,000, Jang Bai stepped aside at the entrance, exclaiming, "Come in, come in. Why linger at the door? Make yourselves comfortable. Now, as long as you provide me with money, you shall be regarded as my friend." Bai Yuan gasped. "How have you grown so audacious?" Zhang Yu remained silent. Inside the room, Jang Bai and Bai Yuan sat cross-legged facing each other, their gaze locked in a moment of silence. Irritated, Jang Bai remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Provide me with your blood." Dissolving the contract requires the blood of either party to inscribe a pattern that serves as a medium to communicate with the sacred mountain. Bai Yuan hesitated, her gaze towards Jiang Bai growing increasingly complex. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone afraid of pain?" Jiang Bai shot back. Bai Yuan wore a look of grievance as she extended her slender nails, lightly grazing her palm. Crimson droplets of blood immediately welled forth in her heart, she sighed. Jiang Bai has indeed changed. He used to fear my pain above all else. Dipping his right index finger into the blood pooled in by Yuan's palm, Jiang Bai began to inscribe the pattern on his left hand. Such patterns are essential for all beast masters to learn, varying widely, with the patterns for communicating with the sacred mountain being the most rudimentary. Once complete, he wiped his finger and retrieved his phone to take a picture, posting a status update. "Congratulations to me for dissolving the contract." After putting his phone away, he began to chant. "With blood as the medium, with the formation as the guide, heaven and earth as witnesses, the sacred mountain as proof." Contract dissolved. Upon finishing the incantation, Jang Bai slapped his palm against his forehead, causing a radiant crimson light to burst forth. The half-sheet of gray-white paper appeared on the foreheads of both Jang Bai and Bai Yuan, adorned with esoteric and mysterious runes, looking profoundly enigmatic. The paper merged between them, representing the sole contract they had initially signed. "Approved." A resounding voice echoed in their hearts, akin to a grand bell tolling. This was the will of the sacred mountain manifesting. In an instant, the suspended contract transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating into the air. Jiang Bai rose, seemingly unaffected, exhibiting no concern. By the way, there's an event today. This is a gift." He placed a storage bag in front of Bai Yuan. Seated on the floor, Bai Yuan stared at the familiar storage bag, appearing utterly despondent. She could not fathom why Jiang Bai genuinely wished to dissolve their contract. How could he be so heartless? Did he truly feel no pang of regret? Had Jiang Bai been aware of Bai Yuan's thoughts, he might have felt nauseous enough to regurgitate every meal from his past life. The dissolution of a soul contract necessitates the consent of both parties. Should either party harbor even the slightest reluctance, the dissolution cannot occur. He had encountered many individuals like Bai Yuan in his previous life, who, while outwardly appearing fragile and delicate, possessed a heart colder and more ruthless than anyone else. Observing Bai Yuan's sorrowful demeanor, on the verge of tears, and recalling how she had treated his original self, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of irritation and began to urge her to leave. "Stop with the tragic expressions. You not know your own worth. Deceiving others is one thing, but do not deceive yourself. Now, be on your way." Jiang Bai's words, Bai Yuan could no longer hold back, tears streaming down from her eyes. Once Zhang Yu led her away, Bai Yuan's complex and conflicted gaze left Jiang Bai feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as though he were cad. In a Porsche, Zhang Yu, noticing Bai Yuan's sorrowful expression in the passenger seat, could not help but offer consolation. "Do not take his words to heart. In my eyes, you are the best." Although he had attempted to woo many beast maidens, none seemed as fitting as Bai Yuan, and he desired her to become his second beast maiden. Bai Yuan replied, "It's not because of that." Zhang Yu questioned, "Then what is it?" Bai Yuan confessed, "I do not wish to dissolve the contract with him." Zhang Yu was bewildered. Bai Yuan wiped her tears and continued, "However, being with him allows me to advance, which is no small feat as cultivation has stagnated since the beginning of our contract, forever trapped at level 9, with no sign of progress. When will he possess the strength to contract a second beast maiden? My sister has been waiting at the sacred mountain for too long. She only has 2 opportunities to enter the spirit platform. If I do not take her out soon, There may never be another chance. Zhang Yu's gaze flickered. Bai Yuan's attitude toward Jiang Bai left him feeling dissatisfied. While Jiang Bai had severed their contract decisively, Bai Yuan appeared to be lamenting it. What then should I consider my 50,000 well spent? After Bai Yuan and Zhang Yu departed, Jiang Bai noticed a message on his phone from Wei Xiaohu, a close friend from his past life. Before turning 18, they had shared study materials, skipped classes to watch teachers in the materials, and even visited a foot massage parlor together during a bout of melancholy. However, due to Wei Xiaohu's desire to order some inappropriate services, they were expelled by the manager for being underage, cutting their foot massage time in half. That evening, Wei Xiaohu retaliated by smashing the manager's window with a rock, feeling wronged. The technician was ready to oblige. Aside from studying together, they had engaged in nearly every activity typical of close friends. After turning 18, circumstances changed. The original self seemed to have devoted all his thoughts to Bai Yuan, neglecting his dear friend, as Wei Xiaohu put it. Dude, have you found a vixen outside and forgotten about me? Ugh, cat, Wei Xiaohu exclaimed. Lao Bai, why did you dissolve the contract with Bai Yuan? Jiang Bai replied, I couldn't afford to support her. Wei Xiaohu queried, haven't you been doing well these past years? Why the sudden change? Are you okay now? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. Sudden? No. All departures are premeditated. It is merely that you are unaware. Jiang Bai responded, I didn't lose her. I sold her, profiting 50,000. Wei Xiaohu was taken aback. What the hell is that for real? You beast, Wei Xiaohu continued, but on another note, what about the national college competition? Are you not planning to participate? Jiang Bai recalled the details of the national college competition. This was a nationwide event organized by the Great Xia government, with outcomes directly linked to future opportunities. During interviews, the first question would undoubtedly be about the highest ranking achieved in the national competition, not which university one graduated from. Jiang Bai said, I plan to go to the Sacred Mountain to contract another beast maiden. Do you have any good recommendations? Aren't you looking to contract a second beast maiden too? Have you checked the official data? Wei Xiaohu replied, I've looked. Most are the mundane bloodline. There are some silver-level ones, but they are unaffordable. Wait, I'll send you the data to look at. You might find something suitable. Soon, Wei Xiaohu sent over a document that IT contained a photo of a beast maiden alongside her original form. Race, beaver, 90. Expertise. Habitat, aquatic 60. The document detailed some basic information about the beaver. Jiang Bai glanced over and understood that the numbers behind each column represented correctness. Before long, he was fairly certain that this creature resembled the beaver from his previous life, as it bore an uncanny resemblance. Jiang Bai remarked, My friend, if it's a beaver, then it should excel in construction, right? Wei Xiaohu responded, Are you sure about that? Jiang Bai replied, I'm not entirely certain. After all, this was not his former world. Who could say if beavers still enjoyed building dams? He recalled a news story from his past life about a conservation area trying to build a dam to protect the local ecosystem. For 7 years, the project had stalled due to incomplete paperwork and insufficient funds. Eventually, 8 beavers took matters into their own paws, gnawing on trees and digging through mud, and within just a few days, they completed the task, saving the local government nearly 9 million yuan. Wei Xiaohu urged, You need to hurry to school. This year's contract conference is about to begin, and you still have a chance to make it. Before long, Jiang Bai arrived at Nanjing University. Standing before the grand entrance, he felt a wave of nostalgia for his university days in his past life. However, before he could indulge in his reminiscence, a rather handsome young man approached him. He bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, a clear indication of indulgence. Cradled in his arms was a white ragdoll cat. As he reached Jiang Bai, the ragdoll cat leaped down and transformed into a cat-eared beast girl clad in a maid outfit, giving a nod to Jiang Bai. The beast girl was named Mimi, Wei Xiaohu's first beast companion. Those around them were unfazed, but Jiang Bai was witnessing a beast girl transforming into her humanoid form for the first time, leaving him in awe. Hurry up, Lao Bai. The sacred mountain is about to open, Wei Xiaohu said, grabbing Jiang Bai's hand and leading him into the school, while Mimi obediently followed behind them. Soon, Jiang Bai found himself pulled into the school gymnasium, which was already teeming with people. They navigated through the crowd to their designated area. There were 2 ways to access the Sacred Mountain. Point 1 was through a large contract conference held annually open for free to adults from all over the Great Xia Kingdom. This method would reveal the White Jade spiritual platform within the Sacred Mountain, showcasing many beast girls who had either never appeared before or had appeared but were uncontractable. The second method was controlled by the Great Xia Kingdom, occurring once a month, but it required a payment of 50,000 yuan for entry. The beast girls contracted through this method were ones that people had a certain understanding of, as they could purchase beast girl data from the Great Xia Kingdom, such as that. About the White Kite. Since many beast clans comprised large groups, their basic information was generally similar. Only bloodline upgrades required exploration by beast masters. Additionally, during each contract conference, the Great Xia Kingdom would broadcast the event live, allowing those outside to witness the scenes within, encouraging everyone to actively discover new beast girl data. As Jang Bai waited among the crowd, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Turning to look, he saw Bai Yuan, with Zhang Yu seated beside her. At that moment, someone teased Jang Bai. "Hey, Jang Bai, I heard your beast girl ran off with Zhang Yu." His classmates, hearing this, turned their attention toward Jang Bai and then to the audience where Zhang Yu and Bai Yuan sat. Jang Bai replied, "To be precise, I sold Bai Yuan to Zhang Yu." Upon hearing this, the surrounding beast masters and beast girls displayed disdainful expressions. From a moment a contract was signed, the bond between a beast master and their beast girl was one of mutual support, and the vast majority of beast girls placed great importance on loyalty. Jang Bai's situation was an exception. Someone scoffed, "You can sell your own beast girl? Clearly, your character is lacking. You're truly embarrassing us beast masters." It was evident that the speaker held Jang Bai's actions in contempt. Jang Bai glanced over and recognized the speaker as Yang Rong, a classmate with a sweet appearance, accompanied by a beast girl who was linked arm in arm with her. Yang Rong was also skilled. Coming from a modest background, she had resorted to selling her body online to afford beast girl data. Jang Bai retorted, "If you can sell yourself, why can't I sell my beast girl?" Yang Rong sneered, "I haven't stooped so low as to sell my own beast girl, unlike some people." Jang Bai nodded, saying I wasn't referring to my beast girl. Mentioning her past misdeed made Yang Rong's face flush, and she coldly huffed, "You're quite sharp-tongued. Most people here are seeking to contract their second beast girl. I wonder how someone so shameless can dare to join us." Jang Bai responded, "You've sold before." Yang Rong glowered, threatening, "Don't let me encounter you at the national competition." Jang Bai replied, "You've sold before." Yang Rong, "Is that all you can say?" At this moment, within the Sacred Mountain, countless beast girls answered the call of the Sacred Mountain, beginning to converge upon the White Jade spiritual platform. Among them stood two beast girls beneath the platform. One was mature and alluring, her voluptuous figure accentuated by long blue hair cascading to her waist. Her smooth jawline converged at her chin, framing a face that could enchant any soul. She bore green horns atop her head, and behind her swayed a massive tail covered in azure scales, radiating a soft, ethereal light. The other was petite, exuding youthful vitality, her eyes sparkling with clarity, reminiscent of a radiant university student. Her silvery hair was tied up high, and two fluffy white ears stood motionless atop her head, while her slender tail bore alternating black and white ring patterns. At this moment, her adorable face was filled with conflict, worry evident in her eyes. The young girl glanced at the 9 black markings on her sister's arm, expressing concern. "Sister, do you really have to go? Can't you stay?" They had no beast masters, and thus, no names of their own. The woman shook her head, saying, "Staying would lead to death. I cannot break the shackles of my bloodline, and will forever remain bound at level 20. I have lingered at level 20 for over 100 years. This was her 10th ascent to the spiritual platform. Should she fail again, she would lose the protection of the Sacred Mountain, her intellect gradually dissipating. A wave of sorrow washed over her. In the century since her emergence, she had ascended the spiritual platform 9 times, yet none could discern her racial origins. Countless beast masters had sought her out, attempting to forge a soul contract, but each had met with failure, as she felt no trace of bloodline heritage within her and refused to sign the contract. This time represented her final opportunity. The young girl lowered her head, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. She sighed, "Second sister is angry. Little sister is still sleeping and couldn't come to see you off." The woman gently stroked her head, saying, "It's all right. I'm already very happy that you could come to see me off on my final journey. They simply don't want to part with you. The young girl then suggested, why not just find a random beastmaster to contract with? The woman shook her head and countered, if it were you, would you contract with just anyone? The girl paused, then shook her head. The woman chuckled softly, gazing at the ethereal image of her true form that began to manifest above her head. Indeed, you understand that our bloodline is extraordinary. It is noble and sacred, untainted by any blemish, even if the world knows nothing of its essence. We must possess our own pride, even if it means fading from this existence. The young girl nodded thoughtfully, her eyes reddening. Finally, she extended her arms, choked with emotion, and said, let's embrace. The woman tenderly embraced the other, whispering soothingly, it's all right. Perhaps this time it will. Succeed. Let's return. I must take my leave. The path ahead is for you to traverse alone. My time has come. The girl clutched tightly, for she understood that releasing now might mean never seeing each other again. The woman gently reassured, be good, dear. Return now. Ultimately, without looking back, the woman ascended towards the spirit platform, leaving the girl alone to weep in silence. Nanjing University Gymnasium. Soon, a well-dressed host stepped forward, signaling for silence. All right, everyone, please quiet down. The sacred mountain is about to commence. As he spoke, the previously bright sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, the mysterious silhouette of the mountain flickering within the mist. However, just as the sacred mountain was to appear, a dense swirl of purple energy inexplicably emerged, racing towards the ethereal form of the mountain amidst the clouds. From the leadership seats, someone gasped in shock, exclaiming, how can this be? Why is the illusory realm manifesting? Chapter 4. Mutation in the realm of the unknown. Forces sought to impede the descent of the sacred mountain. Panic ensued among the crowd, with exclamations of despair echoing in the air. What now? One exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit sighed, alas. Someone must inform the others to take action. He was Zhao Zetian, the guardian of Nanjing City, entrusted with overseeing all matters related to the virtual realm and the safety of the city. Before long, several streaks of radiant light surged into the sky, morphing into fearsome beasts that clashed with the violet energy overhead, ultimately vanishing into the ether. With the obstacles removed, the silhouette of the sacred mountain solidified, golden light cascading down upon the gathered populace. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded square was left desolate, with all having entered the sacred mountain. Jang Bai, who had been observing the celestial phenomenon, felt as though he were watching a film. Suddenly, a flash enveloped him, and he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar setting. The sky here was shrouded in darkness, as if suspended between night and day. Jang Bai gazed into the abyss, unable to discern its limits. The true magnitude of the sacred mountain remained a mystery, not only to the Great Xia Kingdom, but also to neighboring nations such as Su Russia and the Land of the Morning Calm, and even to distant lands across the ocean. Simultaneously, live broadcasts from within the sacred mountain reached the Great Xia Kingdom, revealing the unfolding scenes. The situation in Nanjing City sparked a tremendous uproar. A flurry of comments filled the chatroom dedicated to the Nanjing livestream. What is happening? Why is the sacred mountain in Nanjing so dim? Can the heavens of the sacred mountain turn dark? I have no idea. What could be wrong? I heard from those in Nanjing that the virtual realm has intervened in this covenant assembly. Those creatures from the virtual realm are as bothersome as flies, utterly disgusting. That's not the main issue. If this is indeed the virtual realm's doing, could those attending the covenant assembly from Nanjing be in danger? It matters not. The authorities will intervene. Aren't you curious why the virtual realm would act against Nanjing? Not particularly. At the Nanjing University Gymnasium, Zhang Yu and Bai Yuan sat in the stands, their eyes fixed on the enormous screen above. Noticing the unsettling developments within the sacred mountain, Bai Yuan anxiously remarked, what is happening in the sacred mountain? My sister is still inside. And Zhang Bai. She trailed off, sensing an unusual expression on Zhang Yu's face. Hearing Bai Yuan's concern, Zhang Yu, visibly troubled, replied, it must be the virtual realm causing chaos. Allow me to make a call. The call was soon connected. Father, what is transpiring in the sacred mountain? A grave voice resonated from the other end. It is serious. We do not know how many lives from Nanjing will be lost inside. Upon hearing this, worry etched itself across Zhang Yu's face. Countless individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom had entered the sacred mountain, and any significant upheaval could spell disaster for the nation, potentially leading to a profound fracture. The call was terminated, and Zhang Yu offered an explanation to Bai Yuan. With her eyes glistening with tears, Bai Yuan instinctively remarked, "Is Jang Bai in danger?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yu's already heavy heart felt an additional surge of agitation, and he replied coldly, "If you wish to enter into a soul contract with me, you must forget about Jang Bai. You must understand that only I possess the ability to rescue your sister from the sacred mountain. Jang Bai lacks that power. He is incapable of forming a contract with a second beast maiden." After absorbing Zhang Yu's words, an unsettling feeling took root in Bai Yuan's heart, and she fell into silence. At the leadership table, Zhao Zetian had just received a phone call and returned to his seat, only to be surrounded by a throng of people. "Director Zhao, what has happened?" After a brief moment of silence, he stated, "A void erosion monarch has entered the sacred mountain." "What? The void erosion monarch?" The crowd gasped in unison upon hearing Zhao Zetian's revelation. In the lower realms of the void, beings lack intelligence, driven solely by instinctual urges for slaughter and destruction, as though such tendencies are ingrained in their very essence. However, as their strength grows, they gradually develop consciousness. When their intellect reaches a certain threshold, they gain access to certain powers within the void. The void erosion monarchs exemplify this. They possess some ability to communicate with and manipulate the void. There are a total of 10 void erosion monarchs, each an extremely perilous entity. A fierce expression flickered across Zhao Zetian's wrinkled face as he assured, "Do not worry, there will be no issues." Standing beside him, Ning Yuan felt conflicted for a moment before cautiously suggesting, "Director Zhao, you wouldn't." Before he could finish, those around them grasped Zhao Zetian's intentions. He intended to venture into the sacred mountain to hunt a void erosion monarch. "Director Zhao, should we consult with the higher-ups?" Someone voiced their concern. Zhao Zetian shook his head, replying, "There is no time. This matter has arisen within our jurisdiction in Nanjing, and it is our responsibility to address it. Moreover, there are numerous young individuals from Nanjing currently within the sacred mountain. They represent the future of our city and the Great Xia, and we cannot neglect their safety. Yang Feng, you shall temporarily oversee the affairs of Nanjing in my absence." The man named Yang Feng glanced at Zhao Zetian's grave expression, fell silent for a moment, then nodded in acceptance of the task. Meanwhile, within the sacred mountain, Wei Xiaohu approached Jang Bai and cautioned, "Be careful. The situation in the sacred mountain is quite unusual. You lack a beast maiden, so it would be wise to stay close to me." Jang Bai nodded in agreement. In previous contract conferences, the sacred mountain was always bathed in daylight, making the current eerie circumstances all the more apparent. Yet, despite the oddity of the situation, the contract conference proceeded as usual. Jang Bai observed 10 luminous white jade spirit platforms gracefully descending from the sky. It resembled an amplified talent show stage, divided into 10 sections. Jang Bai directed his gaze toward the first descending white jade spirit platform, where several hundred beast maidens stood poised. Although these beast girls exhibit a variety of appearances, the majority are undeniably beautiful, with only a few possessing exaggerated musculature. Jang Bai even harbors doubts that these muscular beast girls could potentially obliterate him with a single punch. Each beast girl is adorned with a shadowy silhouette above her head, which Jang Bai understands to be their true forms. Furthermore, he recognizes these forms. For instance, one resembles a ferocious tiger, strikingly akin to the Siberian tiger from his previous life. The beast girl beneath the apparition gazes around with large eyes, cautiously observing her surroundings. And when she glimpses the beast masters below, a glimmer of anticipation brightens her gaze, clearly indicating that it is her first time upon the white jade spirit platform. Another beast girl, robust in stature, boasts a towering silhouette of a colossal elephant above her. As the second white jade spirit platform descends, Jang Bai shifts his focus, and his pupils constrict in surprise. Chapter 5. Extinct Beings from the Past. The second platform hosts even fewer beast girls, yet one shadowy figure astounds Jang Bai. This apparition is twice the size of the Siberian tiger's silhouette from the first platform, its long, brown fur enveloping its body, and most strikingly, it possesses 2 pairs of gleaming, weapon-like fangs. Goodness, is that a saber-toothed tiger? Jang Bai is taken aback to discover that a creature thought extinct for tens of thousands of years still exists here. As the white jade spirit platform lowers, Jang Bai is left in utter astonishment. Titan pythons, hell pigs, terror birds, and woolly mammoths. My word, could these creatures truly be the ones I recognize? Why are you making such a fuss? You startled me, Wei Xiaohu grumbled from beside him. Jang Bai shook his head and sang, You do not understand my heart. Wei Xiaohu rolled his eyes and responded dismissively. Meanwhile, those watching the live stream outside are fervently capturing screenshots. Their primary interest lies in the beast girls on the first platform, most of whom are newly discovered species yet to be contracted. They aim to delve into ancient texts to ascertain their identities. If successful, they could not only contract new beast girls, but also sell the information to the authorities. Look, isn't the beast girl on the second platform quite similar to the one on the first? Just with slightly longer teeth. Hey, we're not blind, we just prefer silence. This beast girl seems incredibly formidable. The official live stream outside buzzes with heated discussions, while those within the sacred mountain are equally restless. Among them is a young man clad in black, wearing a dark bandit hat that obscures all but his wolf-like eyes as they survey the surroundings. His name is Wang Long, hailing from the Zhang family. He has recently learned that the young master has acquired another beast girl. As a member of the Zhang family, he is acutely aware of Zhang Yu's character. Though Zhang Yu has not instructed them to eliminate Jang Bai as a subordinate, he recognizes the need to address potential issues for his master. His primary objectives for this venture are twofold: to contract a second beast girl and to eliminate Jang Bai. He was not motivated by money, truly. This was not his first endeavor of this sort. He was remarkably seasoned. He silently recalled the information regarding Jang Bai. Cultivation level 9, contract beast girl, none. The advantage lies with me. Not only do I possess a cultivation level of 20, but I also have a silver-grade beast girl at level 21. Soon, he approached the class where Jang Bai was situated and caught sight of his silhouette. However, he refrained from taking immediate action, for he noticed Wei Xiaohu conversing with Jang Bai. He had not anticipated that Jang Bai's close friend would remain by his side. This was an unforeseen variable. He pondered whether to take the risk of a decisive strike to eliminate Jang Bai and then swiftly escape. Just then, the fifth spirit platform descended. One of the beast girls atop it caused the pupils of the cloaked figure to constrict. A pterosaur. He had once obtained a tattered page depicting an image that resembled the shadow of a beast girl on the fifth spirit platform. He had presumed that a pterosaur would not manifest on the platform, yet here it was, after 2 long years of waiting. Beast girls not documented by the nation do not appear consecutively on the spirit platform each year, for they understand that beast masters require time to gather their information. They have only 10 opportunities, which must be approached with caution. Wang Long abandoned his plan to attack Jang Bai. He was still capable of distinguishing priorities, and contracting a new beast girl was evidently far more significant. He could only hope for future opportunities. Jang Bai likely never anticipated that he was inadvertently facing a life-and-death crisis. He remained engrossed in observing the descending spirit platforms. The 6th platform slowly descended. The 7th followed. To his astonishment, it was a Tyrannosaurus. Jang Bai was left dumbfounded. One of the beast girls atop the 7th platform was exceptionally unique, her shadow resembling a lifelike and imposing Tyrannosaurus. The 8th platform descended, yielding nothing. The 9th platform followed, still nothing, until the 10th platform descended, revealing an exquisite figure. Clad in a flowing green robe, she bore a pair of green horns atop her head, and her blue hair danced in the wind. A long tail adorned with shimmering scales trailed behind her. Her expression was indifferent, her gaze unyielding. The moment she appeared, a black mark on her hand instantaneously multiplied, ultimately converging into a single black ray that shot toward her brow. It transformed into a dark imprint on her forehead, adding an alluring charm to her originally frosty visage. Upon witnessing her form, Jang Bai's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He fixed his gaze upon the shadow above her head, which depicted a true dragon coiled in the air, exuding unparalleled majesty. It loomed high above, surveying all beings as if they were mere ants in its eyes. Surrounded by a constellation of stars, it seemed to declare to the world that it was the sovereign of this realm. How could this be? A Qinglong? How could mythical beings manifest in this world? What is truly happening here? The enigmatic virtual realm, the vanishing creatures, the re-emergence of extinct beings, and the omnipresent sacred mountains. Now, even the denizens of legend have appeared. Great fortune, where have you brought me? Wei Xiaohu noticed the unusual demeanor of Jang Bai and inquired softly, Lao Bai, what troubles you? Jang Bai took a moment to compose himself, fixing his gaze upon Wei Xiaohu, and earnestly asked, "Wei Xiaohu, do you believe in me?" Wei Xiaohu nodded, then shifted slightly away, embracing Mimi beside him, stating, "Just to be clear, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Jang Bai rolled his eyes. "I am a pure, straight man." "Mind you," Jang Bai continued, "you will head to the 7th White Jade Spirit platform to contract that Tyrannosaurus." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaohu paused, questioning, "Tyrannosaurus? What Tyrannosaurus?" Jang Bai pointed it out and shared all the information he possessed regarding the creature. Wei Xiaohu expressed his doubts. "Are you certain?" Jang Bai shook his head. After all, this was not their previous world. Who could say what differences existed in this one? Wei Xiaohu remained silent for a moment before declaring, "Let's do it. I have no other information on the Beast Girls anyway." Jang Bai nodded and shifted his gaze toward the 10th White Jade Spirit platform. The cat girl, having overheard their conversation, discreetly poked Wei Xiaohu in the side, but he caught her hand and gently shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. The individuals at the 10th White Jade Spirit platform were causing quite a stir online. "Look, the Beast Girl on the 10th platform is stunningly beautiful. Just a glance is insufficient. You must behold her." What can one say? Clearly a juvenile who isn't serious about her studies. Some Beast Girls in the Sacred Mountain are exceptionally rare. Entire clans may have only one member, necessitating a personal visit to the spirit platform. If someone contracts them, it's fortunate, but if not, their kind may face extinction. In the Imperial capital, within an extraordinarily luxurious villa that resembled a palace, a handsome young man fixated his gaze on the live stream from Nanjing. More precisely, he was captivated by the striking and singular figure upon the 10th Spirit platform. 10 years prior, he had traveled to Nanjing on a mission, participating in a contract conference there. From the moment he laid eyes on Qingyi, he was captivated. Qingyi was the name he had bestowed upon her, even though he had failed to contract her. How could this happen? His expression twisted in rage as he seized a chair and violently hurled it against the wall, causing the sturdy barrier to collapse. "Why could you not wait for me?" The servants outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to assess the situation, only to find their furious young master. "Master, please calm down." The servants knelt in unison, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. "You worthless fools. All of you are nothing but gluttons. 10 years, a full decade. You were unable to find any information about her." The young man roared, but soon compelled himself to calm down, dialing a number on his phone. "Father, I am going to Nanjing." A voice soon echoed from the other end. "No?" Chapter 6, Dragon. You are a dragon. Chapter 6, The Sacred Mountain. Once the 10th spiritual platform descended completely, a voice resonated within the hearts of the crowd. They all understood that the selection had commenced. Some stepped onto the first spiritual platform, while the majority opted for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th platforms. Among them, a few had already uncovered records of new Beast Girls. Jang Bai spotted Yang Rong's figure on the 4th platform. The figure in black ascended. Jang Bai noticed him too and couldn't help but internally mock. If this attire were seen in the former America, the police would likely empty their magazines at first sight. Until the 7th platform descended. Wei Xiaohu nodded at Jang Bai and stepped forward. Along the way, Mimi whispered, "Hu, didn't you find out the origin of a new Beast Girl? Why are you here?" Wei Xiaohu replied, "I am unsure about the accuracy of the new Beast Girl-less information, and Jang Bai is my brother. I trust him. What does it matter if the judgment is incorrect? We can always come back next year. But that would delay your cultivation for a year." Wei Xiaohu nonchalantly stated, "It's just a year. I have plenty of time." Mimi sighed in resignation. "All right then." Finally, she exclaimed joyfully, "Does this mean we could stay indoors for several days?" Wei Xiaohu's face paled, feeling a twinge of pain in his lower back. Gazing at Mimi's long legs clad in black stockings, he wondered if he would once again be plunged into a state of confusion upon returning. He could only hope that this time Jang Bai wouldn't lead him astray, or he would surely be drained dry. The final 3 spiritual platforms were bypassed due to the absence of Beast Girls, and the voice simply skipped over them. Jang Bai took a deep breath and approached the 10th spiritual platform. However, someone was quicker than him, due to his lower cultivation level. Jang Bai could only follow at the back. Those online witnessing the scene were astonished. "Wait, did someone uncover the Beast Girl-less information? Ah, my first love is gone." Some remained calm, commenting on the live stream. "Don't worry, these individuals won't succeed in their contracts." "How so? Does the Leaf family of the Imperial capital know?" "Even a 3-year-old knows that." "Humph, do you know that 10 years ago, The young master of the Li family returned from the contract conference in Nanjing and started gathering information on that beast girl. If the information is useful, the commission is 5 million. The young master of the Li family? Is he the one known as the greatest genius of the imperial capital, Li Lingtian? Who else could the young master of the Li family be? Don't interrupt me. Please, continue. Do you see the presence of the young master of the Li family in this gathering? No, not at all. Is there a problem? Humph, for the past decade. The young master of the Li family has cultivated countless connections and expended vast sums of money. Yet, he is absent from Nanjing City today. What does this signify? It indicates that Li Lingtian has received no information regarding that beast maiden in the last 10 years. If even Li Lingtian is left in the dark, how could these misfits possibly acquire any news? Then why are so many people heading to the 10th spirit platform? Surely you know that the beast maiden can only manifest at the spirit platform 10 times? Indeed, there was once a rumor about a beast master who attended the contract conference. In the first 9 spirit platforms, he found no suitable beast maiden to contract. In the end, he casually selected the 10th spirit platform. Who would have thought that the beast maiden was at her wit's end, willing to contract with him regardless of whether her bloodline could be upgraded? Subsequently, that beast master discovered records about the beast maiden in the ruins, allowing her bloodline to ascend, breaking through to the royal realm in one fell swoop. I already know who it is. No more, or you might attract unwanted attention. So these people are merely relying on luck. Is there any other option? Just think about it. The entity is likely a top-tier beast maiden, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Who wouldn't be drawn to her? What if luck favors them? Li Lingtian sat on the sofa, his expression indifferent, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth as he observed the barrage of comments. Luck? If luck were of any consequence, he would have successfully contracted a decade ago. His lineage and talent were unparalleled. He had once promised to leverage all of the Li family's connections to assist her in uncovering her past. Yet, Qingyi had ignored him entirely. Only he, Li Lingtian, understood how dazzling Qingyi's pride truly was. On the sacred mountain, at the 10th spirit platform, Qingyi coldly regarded the beast master before her, who was making various promises. He was analyzing the stakes, uttering phrases about this being her final opportunity. Once he finished speaking, she icily uttered a single word, leave. The rejected beastmaster turned pale, resigned to step down from the spirit platform. Hey buddy, what is that red ball on the ground? Oh, it turns out to be your nose. The online viewers of the live stream were reveling in the spectacle. Next up, please welcome the next jester. Jang Bai gazed at the lengthy queue, a flicker of urgency crossing his mind. Due to his low strength, he was the last to arrive at the spirit platform, relegated to the final position. However, it soon appeared that those in front of him had a sudden realization, moving backward, nearly fighting for the last position in line. This fortunate turn of events allowed Jang Bai to advance several places. Wow, this guy is truly clever. The last position surely holds the greatest opportunity. Qinglong, observing the extensive queue, felt no joy in this development. Instead, despair flickered in her eyes. She had witnessed this scene 9 times before, yet here she stood once more. Is it truly the case that no one knows her whereabouts? A middle-aged man even approached Qinglong, revealing that he attends the contract conference annually, solely in hopes of seeing her. A master indeed. And he is playing the emotional card. The outcome was predictable. Once again, Qinglong rebuffed him. A young man hesitated, his face reddening as he finally declared, mine is substantial. Qinglong was momentarily taken aback. However, the online uproar had already erupted. What the heck? Another expert? How utterly shameless, to insult such a pure and beautiful beast maiden. Everyone, let's uncover his identity. I will bring him down. Qinglong had descended into despair, contemplating her departure from the spirit platform. Yet, she chose not to surrender. There were still others, and hope lingered. What should have been a dignified contract conference had devolved into a matchmaking event, with everyone introducing their backgrounds and professing their affections for her. In the end, Qinglong ceased to speak, merely shaking her head in dismay. Finally, it was Jang Bai's turn. Let us see what extraordinary proclamation he will make. It seems he doesn't have a beast maiden with him? Could he possess some miraculous skill? Perhaps he can spin? You're extraordinary too. Qinglong gazed coldly at Jang Bai, awaiting his words. Taking a deep breath, Jang Bai was uncertain whether his previous life's knowledge would hold any merit. But he had to try. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Dragon. You are a dragon. Upon uttering those words, Jang Bai anxiously watched for her reaction. The moment his words escaped his lips, Qinglong felt her blood surging within her. It boiled over, as if incessantly affirming, "Indeed, you are a dragon." Stunned by the internal turbulence, Qinglong murmured, "So, I am a dragon?" Finally, a resplendent azure light enveloped her, revealing her true form. A majestic dragon, radiating an enigmatic glow, emerged before the world for the first time, no longer a mere apparition, but a sight more breathtaking and awe-inspiring. As for the others on the 10th Spirit platform, they were instantly expelled from the platform. Chapter 7. Would you be willing to become my Beastmaster? At this moment, those who had been ejected from the 10th Spirit platform were utterly bewildered. They soon began to discuss what had transpired. The scene was chaotic. Some inquired of those standing behind Jang Bai what happened. What did that lad say? The individual stood in a daze, murmuring, I can't hear what he said." "What? Can't hear?" Shock spread like wildfire, leaving them all frozen in place. The inability to hear signified that the will of the Holy Mountain had intervened to protect the identity of the Beast Maiden when her true nature was accurately revealed. The Holy Mountain would render those nearby deaf. In other words, that lad who had never even encountered a beast girl actually possessed information about that enigmatic beast girl. This scene was also witnessed online. The moment Jang Bai spoke, his visage began to blur in the eyes of netizens. This was the influence of the Sacred Mountain. When a beast master divulged information about a new beast girl, their identity would be obscured. Goodness. Seriously, how do you manage that? Could it be that I'm the fool? What is the background of this fellow? Someone fetch me his entire dossier within a minute. It's been ages since the young master tasked me with anything so swiftly. This Nanjing city is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that a person with no beast girls to his name could contract one with such a seemingly supreme lineage? Does anyone have his contact details? I wish to become his loyal follower. Let me handle this. I can do more. In the Imperial capital, Li Lingtian sat dazed on the sofa, momentarily at a loss for his feelings. He felt a mix of relief that Qing Yi was alive, intertwined with a sense of helplessness and anger at her being contracted by another. An overwhelming sensation of being trifled with washed over him. Finally, with a deep sigh, he picked up his phone and dialed a number, requesting information about the individual who had contracted Qing Yi. Atop the 10th spiritual platform, Jang Bai remained frozen in place, utterly astonished. No one could have anticipated the sensation of witnessing a dragon firsthand. It was only when the colossal Azure Dragon transformed back into that extraordinary woman that Jang Bai regained his senses. "Do you know anything else?" she inquired cautiously. Jang Bai detected a hint of anticipation in her tone. He organized his thoughts and recounted everything he knew. The Azure Dragon, the foremost of the 4 spirits, one of the eastern 7 constellations in the 28 lunar mansions, symbolizing spring and wood, adept at controlling clouds and rain, and governing thunder and lightning. Jang Bai spoke at length, having thoroughly studied the classic of mountains and seas and various other texts in his previous life. He was well acquainted with many accounts of the Azure Dragon. With her eyes closed, the Azure Dragon felt her bloodline surging violently within her, the heritage concealed within roaring and howling. Countless fragments of ancestral knowledge flooded into her memory. At that moment, a dragon-shaped mark appeared at the center of her brow, its hue shifting continuously, gray, white, blue, purple, orange, gold, and finally red. The dragon pattern settled on a vibrant spectrum, emitting a wave of energy. Jang Bai fixated on the Azure Dragon's forehead, aware that the colors of the dragon pattern indicated the rank of the bloodline, comprehending all the way to gold. However, the final red and multicolored hues eluded his understanding. It was not until the Azure Dragon opened her eyes, gazing curiously at Jang Bai, that she came to realize her own essence. Ultimately, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Jang Bai, she smiled and remarked, "You're rather weak, aren't you?" The Azure Dragon stood tall, nearly level with Jang Bai. The two stood in close proximity, the soft warmth of breath brushing against Jang Bai's face. Clad in Azure Dragon scale armor, the contours of her voluptuous figure were unmistakably highlighted. Jang Bai, a virgin in both lives, felt his cheeks flush crimson. Her physique was simply exquisite. How endearing, he thought, as she appeared bashful. The Azure Dragon smiled gently, a stark contrast to her previous icy demeanor. She now resembled a kind-hearted neighborly sister. Jang Bai scratched his head, uncertain of what to say next. Noticing his silence, the Azure Dragon pointed delicately to the colorful dragon pattern on her brow and inquired, "Do you know what this signifies?" Jang Bai shook his head. as he had no knowledge beyond his original self's understanding. This is a mythic-level bloodline, she explained with a smile. Do you grasp the implications? Zhang Bai replied honestly. I do not. It means that my cultivation will have no bottlenecks. In other words, even without a beastmaster, I can ascend to the pinnacle. Zhang Bai furrowed his brow, perplexed by her words. Did this mean she had no intention of forming a contract? The Azure Dragon, observing his silence, chuckled softly. Then, would such a weakling as you be willing to become my beastmaster? Zhang Bai was taken aback, then nodded vigorously, fearing that a delay might lead her to change her mind. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. Together through life and death, hand in hand. With my soul to affirm my heart, I pledge. Contract. Done. On the 10th Spirit platform, Jang Bai and the Azure Dragon faced each other, reciting the words of the contract in unison. Upon completion, a colorful page flew forth from the depths of the sacred mountain, landing between them. It split in two, transforming into a streak of flowing light that entered their foreheads. Both felt a profound connection forming between them. The Azure Dragon gazed at Jang Bai with warmth and said softly, Then, my Beastmaster, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Jang Bai chuckled, scratching his head. Mutual guidance, mutual guidance. A strange feeling akin to marriage washed over him, eliciting a grin. The Azure Dragon couldn't help but laugh at his foolishness. After all, he had pulled her from the depths of despair. However, her Beastmaster seemed a bit naive, having revealed everything he knew before even signing the contract. If she were to retract her agreement, he would have nowhere to weep. Finally, tilting her head, she asked, So, Master, should you not give me a name? Upon hearing her address and witnessing her adorable expression, Jang Bai felt as though his heart had been struck. After a deep breath and a moment of contemplation, he declared, Let your name be Aoqing. The surname Ao signifies the dragon clan. Azure Dragon, Qing. He nodded in approval. Why the surname Ao? Are you not surnamed Zhang? Aoqing questioned, perplexed. After signing the soul contract, she had come to understand Zhang Bai's information and some human customs. Zhang Bai found himself at a loss for words, ultimately stating, Just trust me. Her name is Aoqing. Aoqing, with one arm folded across her chest, delicately pinched her smooth, pale chin with her elongated fingers, pondering. I have heard that it is forbidden for siblings to wed, and that siblings must share the same surname. Yet, you wish to have a different surname. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Bai as she concluded, Are you suggesting that you wish to marry me? Zhang Bai was taken aback by her words and hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, I am not. I haven't. Don't say such things. Aoqing, with a playful smile, continued to scrutinize Zhang Bai. I was merely jesting. Why are you so flustered? Zhang Bai retorted, Who is flustered? I am not flustered. Aoqing teased, You are clearly flustered. Zhang Bai insisted, I am not flustered. With an affectionate gaze, Aoqing reassured him, All right, you are not flustered. Zhang Bai nodded, affirming, Yes, I am not flustered. Then Aoqing spoke mysteriously, However, if you truly wish to marry me, it is not entirely impossible. As long as, Zhang Bai perked up, eager for her next words, but Aoqing fell silent, prompting him to ask instinctively, As long as what? Aoqing replied, You do not genuinely desire to marry me, so why inquire? Zhang Bai stammered, Suddenly, Aoqing froze, her expression shifting dramatically as she pulled Zhang Bai into her embrace, whisking him away into the depths of the sacred mountain. The abruptness of her embrace left Zhang Bai's mind blank, and the only thoughts that lingered were three simple words, so grand, so soft, so fragrant. In Chapter 8, a thick purple mist enveloped the scene. Many of the contract ceremonies were nearing their conclusion, and numerous participants had descended from the spirit platform. Wei Xiaohu was among them, desperately suppressing the corners of his mouth, which seemed to have a mind of their own, curving upward uncontrollably. Beside him were two beast maidens. Mimi stood cautiously at Wei Xiaohu's right rear, casting furtive glances at the beast maiden to his left. The beast maiden, sensing the scrutiny, turned to Mimi with a knowing smile, licking her lips teasingly. This caused Mimi to shiver and quickly avert her gaze. She recognized that glint in the other maiden's eyes, for it mirrored the way she looked at little dried fish. With thoughts of little dried fish, Mimi licked her lips. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaohu was elated within. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Zhang Bai's assertions were undeniably correct. This beast maiden was indeed a Tyrannosaurus rex, a royal-level beast. How could it be? His second beast maiden was of royal lineage. This was no mere brother. He was akin to a father figure. No, even my father has not treated me so well. If I were to encounter a royal beast maiden, I would surely have formed a contract with her. It must be that he is my grandfather. A generational affection, after all, is quite reasonable. Yet, where is my grandfather? He glanced towards the 10th spirit platform and beheld a surge of azure energy coalescing into a massive dome, resembling an inverted bowl resting atop the platform. Once again glancing at the crowd below, he could not find the figure of Jang Bai. His gaze finally settled upon the 10th spirit platform. Truly remarkable, his grandfather was indeed extraordinary. Is this the man whom even the Tyrannosaurus Rex would forsake? A royal beast maiden is beneath his consideration. Wei Xiaohu could scarcely fathom the existence of the beast maiden on the 10th spirit platform. Could she possibly be of Imperial lineage? Suddenly, the azure barrier shattered, and a breathtaking figure burst forth, cradling another person in her arms. Wei Xiaohu recognized her. Was that not Jang Bai? He then shifted his gaze to the center of Aoqing's brow, where a gray mark resided. Why does Jang Bai's beast maiden possess merely a mortal-level bloodline? Wei Xiaohu felt a surge of emotion. Could this be the bond of intergenerational kinship? However, why were they fleeing? And how could a mere mortal-level beast maiden run so swiftly? Wei Xiaohu hurriedly pursued them. Meanwhile, on the internet, others were also captivated by the 10th spirit platform, witnessing the scene of Aoqing emerging with Jang Bai. Look, the 10th spirit platform has opened. After such a long wait, it turns out to be a mere mortal-level bloodline beast maiden. Perhaps that young man is simply unaware. Upgrading bloodlines requires further investigation into the beast maiden's past. Have you noticed how fast that beast maiden is running? Indeed, she may excel at evasion. In the Li family, Li Lingtian, upon seeing the gray mark on Aoqing's brow, could not help but exhale in relief. It seemed this young man was not as informed as he thought. He still had a chance. In the audience of Nanjing University, Bai Yuan felt a pang in her heart as she saw Jang Bai being embraced by another beast maiden. Upon noticing the gray mark on Aoqing's brow, she could not help but curl her lip. Still merely a mortal-level bloodline beast maiden. I am on the verge of ascending to a silver bloodline. What use is beauty? Zhang Yu, observing Jang Bai's beast maiden, could not help but exclaim. While Jang Bai's ability to select beast maidens may be lacking, consistently choosing mortal-level ones, it must be said that each maiden he selected possessed exceptional beauty. Bai Yuan was already stunning, unmatched throughout Nanjing University, yet compared to Jang Bai's current beast maiden, the disparity was glaring. At the Holy Mountain, as the crowd witnessed the opening of the 10th spirit platform, they understood that the Holy Mountain Conference had concluded and were waiting to be transported away. However, after a considerable time, no movement occurred. What was happening? Wasn't it customary for the participants to be transported immediately after the conclusion of the conference? Why was there no action from the Holy Mountain? Confusion spread among the crowd. Just as they pondered, strange sounds echoed from the distance. What could that sound be? No one knew. Look over there, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling, pointing towards a direction with a pale face. In the distance, a dark mass loomed, obscuring its form, hurtling rapidly towards the spirit platform. What on earth could these things be? Individuals with keen eyesight noticed the sky above, shrouded in a mesmerizing purple mist. Their eyes widened in alarm as they shouted frantically, "Run! These are the beastly entities infected by the bizarre energies of the void realm. There are too many. Above and below, the scene is engulfed in darkness, as if it intends to devour the entire world. Wherever they tread, colossal trees are uprooted, and massive boulders are shattered. They move with incredible speed, covering a great distance in mere moments. The proximity to the spirit platform is alarmingly close. Only then did the crowd react, frantically fleeing deeper into the sacred mountain. Some even resorted to attacking others, desperate to slow them down and obstruct the relentless pursuit of the beastly entities. In no time, those who were caught were torn to shreds in an instant, their blood staining the sacred mountain. This was a calamity, an unprecedented disaster for the sacred mountain. Some beastly entities possessed unique abilities, and they sheltered with their beast masters underground, evading detection. However, once the purple mist passed, these individuals also became part of the relentless chase after humanity. They had succumbed to the infection. The horrifying scenes were broadcast live to the outside world, leaving countless citizens of Daxiao in shock. What is happening? Has the Void Realm issue in Nanjing not been resolved yet? What is going on at the Sacred Mountain? Why has no one been teleported out? Oh my god, this is terrifying. Is this what the Void Realm is like? Even the Sacred Mountain can be disrupted. Huh. This is merely a fraction of the Void Realm's terror. In Nanjing City, Yang Feng was restless in his office, not anticipating the overwhelming mess left behind by Zhao Zetian before his departure. The phone rang, and he answered. Hello? Zhao Zetian, don't panic. The 10 elders are on their way. Yang Feng's voice trembled. Leader, this is Yang Feng. Zhao Zetian has entered the Sacred Mountain. He entrusted the affairs of Nanjing City to me before he left. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end erupted in furious curses. Damn it. Damn it. Zhao Zetian, that foolish pig. Who does he think he is? The Prince of the South? Going solo to hunt a void erosion monarch? How dare he? Yang Feng fell silent, realizing a crucial truth. He pondered why Zhao Zetian had seemed so burdened at Nanjing University. It became clear that the higher-ups had already communicated with the Sacred Mountain, intending to exchange the lives of this year's participants from Nanjing City in the contract conference for the life of a void erosion monarch. No wonder the citizens of Nanjing City had not been teleported out. It was to stall that void erosion monarch. Leader, I believe Zhao Zetian was in the right. Daxia should not abandon its youth. Yang Feng spoke solemnly. What do you understand? Huh? Do you know that the lives of all the people in Nanjing City cannot compare to one void erosion monarch, nor can they equate to Zhao Zetian's life? Do you comprehend? Do you? The voice on the other end roared in response to Yang Feng's challenge. When it comes to life, if I lose mine, why should Zhao Zetian's life be spared? Tell me, why should those people from Nanjing City be exempt? Yang Feng fell silent, acutely aware of the truth in the other's words. Zhao Zetian was indeed the most gifted individual of their generation, the heir to the next generation of the Southern King, merely a step away from kingship, poised to become a pillar for the future of the Great Xia Kingdom. In contrast, the void-devouring monarch was a veritable king, a pinnacle existence at the royal level. With a heavy sigh, the other person's voice seemed to age considerably. Lamenting, I shall no longer concern myself with this. You must prepare yourselves. Chapter 9. Aoqing displays her might in the 9th chapter, Jang Bai, nestled in Aoqing's embrace, finally regained his senses. He looked up at Aoqing's serious expression and inquired, Aoqing, what has transpired? Why must we flee? Aoqing replied, I am uncertain. Jang Bai exclaimed, what? Aoqing continued, moments ago, the will of the Sacred Mountain conveyed a message to me, instructing me to run. Jang Bai contemplated this and recognized the oddity. The contract conference had concluded, yet they had not been teleported away. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed ominously from behind them. The gravity of the situation deepened in Jang Bai's mind, signaling that the Sacred Mountain was in grave peril. They ran for an indeterminate time until the sounds behind them faded completely, at which point Aoqing gently set Jang Bai down. At that moment, Aoqing's delicate face was slightly flushed, her breathing heavy, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, revealing her exhaustion. Furthermore, her azure gown, woven from dragon scales, indicated that she had maintained contact with Jang Bai in her L form throughout their escape. This realization made her cheeks flush even more. Moreover, whether due to the contract or not, the awakening of her Azure Dragon bloodline stirred an inexplicable restlessness within her. Taking a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil, Aoqing expressed concern. Let us rest for a moment. How are you? Are you unscathed? What could possibly be wrong with me? Jang Bai shook his head, assuring her he was fine. It was then he noticed the dragon pattern on Aoqing's forehead had turned gray. Curiously, he asked, why has your bloodline changed to a mortal level? Aoqing playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, explaining, I can switch between colors at will. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I transformed it to gray. She then demonstrated the transformation for Jang Bai. Looks like some sort of colorful lights, he remarked. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed, and a figure descended from the trees with astonishing speed, targeting Jang Bai. Just as the blade was about to pierce Jang Bai's chest, Aoqing extended her hand to shield him. The blade struck her palm, but inflicted no harm. A resounding clang echoed, sparks flying as the dagger shattered into fragments. Witnessing this, Wang Long was taken aback, retreating hastily. Yet, Aoqing was swifter. Her tail, cloaked in azure scales, lashed out with tremendous force, crashing into Wang Long bang. Wang Long's body slammed into the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. At that instant, a pterosaur with a wingspan of 20 meters soared through the sky, hurtling toward Jang Bai. Aoqing's body radiated a brilliant azure light, as a magnificent Azure Dragon soared into the sky. Her sharp claws pierced through the body of the crimson pterosaur, which was instantly torn asunder, its carcass plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud. Aoqing then resumed her original form, standing beside Jang Bai. At that moment, Jang Bai was utterly bewildered. From the sudden appearance of the shadow to the pterosaur being ripped in half, it all transpired within mere breaths, leaving him in a state of shock. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Jang Bai glanced at the shadow on the ground, bleeding profusely. It was none other than the notorious bandit he had previously encountered at the Bai Yuan. Buddy, who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? He had not anticipated that someone would forge a bond with the pterosaur beast maiden. Wang Long was filled with dread. He had not expected Jang Bai's beast maiden to be so formidable. After successfully binding the pterosaur, his own level had surged by 4, reaching level 24. Yet he found himself utterly powerless before Jang Bai's contracted beast maiden. Even the recently bound diamond-tier beast maiden had been torn apart. Wailing inwardly, he felt a pain that was almost unbearable. Was it truly necessary to be so exaggerated? Weren't we promised mere mundane beast maidens? He stood there in shock. Buddy, I must admit I mistook you for someone else. Do you believe me? Jang Bai replied, what do you think? Wang Long, suppressing his inner turmoil, quickly shifted his gaze. Bro, I merely wish to spar with you, especially since you have contracted the mysterious beast maiden of the 10th link tie. Desperately, he reached out to his other beast maiden, lurking in the shadows. Despite the agony of losing the pterosaur, his priority remained self-preservation. Jang Bai pondered. He had no enemies. But the only person he had conflicts with was Zhang Yu. It was Zhang Yu who sent you here, wasn't he it? Upon reflection, it dawned on him that the beast masters whose beast Zhang Yu had seized had likely met with unfortunate fates, most likely orchestrated by Zhang Yu himself. The bandit was taken aback as Jang Bai instantly uttered Zhang Yu's name, even though Zhang Yu had never explicitly commanded him. However, after eliminating those beast masters, he had received a substantial reward from Zhang Yu, which implied tacit approval of his actions. Without hesitation, he blurted out, Yes. It was Zhang Yu who sent me here. Buddy, I was merely doing a job. I'll give you all my money. Just let me go this once. I promise I will never appear before you again. Aoqing stood beside Jang Bai, awaiting his decision. Jang Bai shook his head. Buddy, since you have already acted, do you truly believe you can depart unscathed? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Wang Long was struck with terror, crying out, Brother, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will be hunted by the authorities. Jang Bai furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Wang Long took a deep breath and replied, Brother, you know that the contracting convention at the Holy Mountain is being broadcast live to the outside world, right? That is why I wear this mask. The outside world is still watching our every move. From the memories of the original self, Jang Bai discovered that this matter was indeed true. He felt a sense of conflict. The Great Xia Kingdom had a strict prohibition against the mutual slaughter among beast masters. Wang Long, observing the situation, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this was not under public scrutiny. Brother, consider the impracticality of killing me. You would gain nothing and face an investigation from the authorities. Am I wrong? I understand your family struggles. I have 2 million in my account. If you can forgive me this once, I will give you that sum. After all, you would incur no loss, right? As if sensing the turmoil on Jang Bai's face, Aoqing suddenly spoke. I possess a secret technique that can enslave a person's soul. Jang Bai's eyes lit up at the words. Then what are we waiting for? Let us act. Aoqing stepped forward, her smooth, fair feet bare, causing the bells on her ankles to jingle. It was then that Jang Bai noticed her lack of footwear and couldn't help but think about the sensation of being stepped on. No, he chided himself. He mustn't dwell on such thoughts. Wang Long's pupils contracted upon hearing Aoqing's proclamation. What difference was there between being enslaved and being dead? Moreover, how could a mere beast girl possess such a sinister talent? He promptly issued commands to the beast girls hidden in the shadows. Aoqing approached Wang Long, declaring, Soul capture. Wang Long felt himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, a powerful presence invading his mind, causing his consciousness to gradually dissipate. A continuous stream of energy emanated from Aoqing's hands, and beads of sweat appeared on her delicate face, revealing the exertion required to wield this secret technique. Suddenly, a profound sense of crisis surged from behind Jang Bai. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. He felt as though he had been struck by a speeding car at 120 kilometers per hour. Crash! Jang Bai's body collided violently with a tree and then fell to the ground. He coughed up blood, his consciousness fading. In that instant of Jang Bai's grievous injury, Aoqing felt a surge of panic and hastily interrupted the soul capture technique. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly suffering a backlash. With urgency etched on her face, she rushed to Jang Bai's side, cradling him in her arms, silently blaming herself for not detecting the hidden enemy that had led to Jang Bai's ambush. A torrent of vital energy flowed from Aoqing's hands into Jang Bai's body, mending his injuries. The figure of Wang Long had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 10. The Erosion of the Great Lord, the Candle. Is someone urging for an update? I thought I was writing alone, presenting you with a chapter. Wang Long, supported by his beast girl, stumbled through the dense forest. They sat upon a massive boulder. A bitter smile graced Wang Long's lips as he patted the head of the beast girl beside him. Xiaoling, it's fortunate to have your gifted abilities. Otherwise, I fear I would have been in grave danger this time. That Jang Bai is of low rank, and his beast girl has been taken by Zhang Yu. However, I never anticipated that the newly contracted beast girl would possess such formidable prowess. It seems her lineage is indeed extraordinary. Recently, Zhang Yu has been in search of high-level lineage beast girls. Upon my return, I shall relay this news to him, and I expect to receive a handsome reward. At that time, I will provide you with some elixirs, enabling you to ascend swiftly. As for Jang Bai, having been struck by you, his fate hangs in the balance. One can only wonder if he will emerge alive. Yet it is a pity for that top-tier beast girl. The beast girl named Xiaoling, whose true form is a black pangolin, is now panting heavily, clearly fatigued. She wipes the dust from her face, which she acquired during her flight, and shakes her head. I will not rush, since the wyvern beast girl you just contracted has perished. We ought to return and procure a volume of information from the official source before recontracting another beast girl to enhance our strength. Upon hearing the mention of the wyvern, a flicker of pain crosses Wang Long's face. At that moment, he is beset by regret, had he not been tempted by the 100,000 reward. His diamond-tier beast girl would not have met her demise. He wipes the blood from his face, a remnant of the backlash from Aoqing's secret technique, and a fierce glint flashes in his eyes. Should Jang Bai manage to survive, and Zhang Yu seize his beast girl, I will ensure that he is trapped in a torment from which he cannot escape. Suddenly, the tranquil forest is disrupted by the sound of footsteps, followed by a voice imbued with an enchanting allure. What an intoxicating scent! Wang Long, upon hearing this, casts a wary gaze into the depths of the woods, where he observes a young man strolling forth, the surrounding underbrush parting to grant him passage. The young man is clad in a black evening suit, his violet eyes radiating an indescribable malevolence, and atop his head, a pair of darkly gleaming horned scales. A creature from the void realm. Wang Long is struck with terror. How could a being from the void appear in the sacred mountain? Only beast girls and creatures from the void possess such horns. It is widely known that beast girls are exclusively female. Wang Long attempts to flee, only to find himself immobilized by an invisible force, unable to move or even utter a sound. He can only watch helplessly as the man approaches him step by step. His fear escalates to an unbearable level. Yet he is powerless to act. The young man stands before Wang Long, lowers his head, and extends his tongue to lick Wang Long's face. He closes his eyes, savoring the taste, a look of ecstasy gracing his features as he murmurs, "Exquisite, truly exquisite, but regrettably tainted." Finally, he opens his eyes, turning to Wang Long with a question, "Where is the owner of this blood?" Wang Long suddenly realizes he can move again, and the first thing he does is to bellow at Xiaoling, urging her to flee. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling seizes Wang Long's arm, intending to employ her innate skill, only to find herself frozen in place. Her innate ability has failed. The young man chuckles, reaching out to stroke Xiaoling's head, remarking on the disobedience of the little insect. Ultimately, a smirk graces his lips as he declares that she must face punishment. With a resounding explosion, Xiaoling's head bursts apart before Wang Long's horrified gaze, her headless body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Please, continue." Wang Long trembled violently, his voice quivering as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" The young man grinned malevolently, replying, "According to the name bestowed upon me by humanity, I should be called Zhu." Zhao Zetian furrowed his brow, navigating through the dense forest of the sacred mountain, increasingly anxious as he sensed the agitated beast maidens within. It was only upon perceiving the destructive aura of void energy emanating from the depths of the sacred mountain that Zhao Zetian swiftly turned and hastened deeper into its heart. He understood that only by locating the Lord of Void Erosion could he dispel the encroaching purple mist enveloping Ling Tai. Coughing, Jang Bai wearily opened his eyes, the searing pain within his body rendering his complexion ghastly pale. Jang Bai, how are you? Do you feel unwell? An urgent voice pierced his ears. Steadying his mind, Jang Bai realized he was cradled in Aoqing's arms, gazing at her delicate yet pallid face. He comprehended that she had rescued him from the brink of death. Cough. I'm fine, Aoqing, thank you. Upon confirming that Jang Bai had fully regained consciousness, Aoqing breathed a sigh of relief. However, her gentle brow soon furrowed with concern as if she were hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Jang Bai, now sitting upright, could not help but ask, Aoqing, is there something wrong with my body? Taking a deep breath, Aoqing reassured him, rest easy, my bloodline shackles have been unlocked. Henceforth, I will be able to protect you. Jang Bai, what exactly is wrong with me? A flicker of hesitation crossed Aoqing's exquisite features before she grasped Jang Bai's hand and said, your spiritual pulse has vanished. Jang Bai, spiritual pulse? Jang Bai. At that moment, a surge of memories flooded back, those long-buried recollections on the verge of being forgotten. For a beast master to cultivate, possessing a spiritual pulse is imperative. Yet, it appeared that the original body had been born without one, leaving Jang Bai perplexed as to how the original had attained level 9 cultivation. Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, a beast master's soul receives its first enhancement, subsequently allowing for the contract of the first beast maiden. When the beast master reaches level 20 and the beast maiden's bloodline ascends to silver tier, the soul undergoes further fortification, meeting the criteria to contract a second beast maiden. In the recalled memories, the original body suddenly attained cultivation before contracting the first beast maiden, Bai Yuan, which elucidated the original's exceptional bond with her. This was due to the awareness that he could never surpass level 10, let alone reach level 20. This also explained the stagnation of his cultivation over the past 3 years. Upon unraveling the intricacies of the situation, an overwhelming sense of despondency enveloped Jang Bai. No wonder his level had not increased when he contracted Aoqing. He had initially assumed it was due to his prior bond with another beast maiden, when in truth, the fundamental issue lay in his inability to cultivate. As if sensing Jang Bai's disappointment and helplessness, Aoqing tightly enveloped his hands in her fair palms, earnestly promising, I was meant to have my intelligence erased after the conference. It was you who saved me. As long as I draw breath, I shall not permit you to come to harm. My bloodline has ascended to a divine level, and with sufficient resources, I anticipate that my cultivation will not fall short in the future. You need not fret excessively about your safety. Moreover, within the inheritance of my bloodline lies a method to restore the spiritual pulse, so there is no need for your undue worry. Upon hearing Aoqing's comforting words, Jang Bai buried his emotions deep within. He had no spiritual pulse to restore in the first place. Looking at Aoqing's gentle visage, a smile graced Jang Bai's face, and within his heart, he resolved to seek a path for cultivation. Thank you, Aoqing, he said. Aoqing shook her head, indicating that no thanks were necessary. She was straightforward and unreserved in expressing her true feelings. Since Jang Bai had pulled her from the abyss, it was only right that she safeguard him for all eternity. The surrounding area began to resonate with a rumbling sound, and even the earth trembled beneath them. Aoqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. What could be occurring upon the sacred mountain? The very ground was quaking. She sensed faintly that several formidable auras were clashing in the distance. Ever since her bloodline had ascended to the divine level, her perception had grown increasingly acute. Jang Bai inhaled deeply. Whatever is happening, we should take our leave. He then glanced at the fair skin of Aoqing's neck, a warmth flushing his face as he shyly remarked, I'm afraid I must trouble you once more. Aoqing nodded and lifted Jang Bai onto her back, as she felt his arms encircle her neck and the warmth radiate from his body. Her heart began to flutter with an inexplicable restlessness. What is happening to me? Aoqing pondered, forcibly suppressing her inner turmoil as they ventured deeper into the sacred mountain. Chapter 11. The White Tiger Maiden. As Aoqing and Jang Bai delved further into the sacred mountain, the sky above grew ever brighter, and the ancient trees around them appeared more venerable. Observing the retreating ancient trees, Jang Bai, perched on Aoqing's back, couldn't help but muse. If these colossal trees were in my past life, they would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. Selling just one could sustain me for a lifetime. Provided, of course, that the authorities did not intervene. Yet, if they did, I would still be well fed, albeit with the added burden of sewing machine work each day. Sister? At that moment, a youthful voice echoed through the forest. Upon hearing the voice, Aoqing halted and directed her gaze toward its source. A magnificent white tiger came bounding toward her, transforming into the form of a maiden as it approached. The maiden halted before Aoqing and Jang Bai, who peered out from behind Aoqing to behold the striking girl before them. The maiden was enchanting, possessing an air of whimsical charm. She donned a long dress adorned with floral patterns, her white beast ears perked high, and a tail marked with alternating black and white rings swayed behind her. Most captivating were her eyes, clear and fluid as water, evoking an irresistible fondness. Sister, are you unhurt? Her melodious voice chimed, as sweet as a lark's song. If Aoqing's voice resembles that of a gentle and intelligent older sister from next door, then the voice of the girl before her is akin to that of a vibrant and youthful maiden, brimming with vivacity and cheerfulness. Aoqing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the girl, her eyes soon sparkling with delight. What brings you here? Upon hearing Aoqing's inquiry, the girl's cheerful demeanor shifted, and she pouted in complaint. I initially intended to return, but along the way, numerous beast maidens seemed to have lost their minds, attacking me in a frenzy. A blush crept onto the girl's cheeks as she stammered. In the end, I got lost. The girl then glanced at the pale-faced Jang Bai. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, Sister, is this your beast master? As she spoke, Aoqing gently lowered Jang Bai from her back, supporting him to prevent him from falling. Hello, I am Jang Bai, Aoqing's beast master. Oh, is Aoqing your name, sister? The girl exclaimed joyfully towards Aoqing. Aoqing nodded in affirmation. With Aoqing's confirmation, the girl scrutinized the frail Jang Bai, her voice laced with skepticism. Sister, are you certain he knows your origins? Aoqing nodded again, the dragon markings on her forehead having turned white the moment the girl appeared. Upon noticing the markings, the girl realized Aoqing's bloodline had ascended, and her eyes shimmered with excitement and envy. How wonderful, sister. I'm so glad you're all right. The girl exclaimed, then opened her arms and embraced Aoqing, nuzzling her head against Aoqing's chest, her tone somewhat choked with emotion. Aoqing held the girl with one arm while steadying Jang Bai with the other, her gaze softening with a mix of helplessness and warmth. After a moment of weeping in Aoqing's embrace, the girl suddenly lifted her head, leaping out of Aoqing's hold, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she addressed Jang Bai. Brother Jang Bai, do you think you can recognize my true form? In an instant, the girl radiated a brilliant white light, and the original maiden vanished, replaced by a colossal tiger. Its fur gleamed with a lustrous sheen, adorned with black and white rings that exuded an aura of mystery and danger. Two razor-sharp fangs glistened in the air, casting a chilling light, while its tail, as formidable as steel, swayed menacingly behind it, cutting through the grass as it passed. The dual energies of black and white swirled around it, hinting at an extraordinary bloodline. A white tiger. Although Jang Bai had previously seen Aoqing's true form, he could not suppress his astonishment upon witnessing the majestic white tiger. Just as he was about to articulate the tiger's origins, he felt a slight pain in the arm that Aoqing was supporting, instinctively looking towards her. Aoqing met his gaze with a profound look, and Jang Bai immediately understood, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Jang Bai, speak as much as you know, Aoqing suddenly urged him. Enlightened in a flash, Jang Bai blurted out, you are a white tiger. As he spoke, the blood coursing within the white tiger began to surge, and a torrent of information flowed from its bloodline into her mind. The character on her forehead, resembling the word king, began to shift continuously, transitioning through shades of gray, white, blue, purple, and black, finally resting upon a shimmering gold behind the black, royal indeed. Until the tumult within her bloodline ceased, the white tiger transformed back into the radiant young maiden. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at Jang Bai, brimming with fervent anticipation. Do you know anything more? The quest for origins is the innate nature of every beast maiden. They spend their lives seeking their lineage. Jang Bai shook his head, replying, this is all I know for now. Upon hearing this, the maiden felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, swiftly overshadowed by overwhelming joy. as she turned to Aoqing, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Sister, sister, did you see? The shackles of my bloodline have shattered. I am already at level 21. I still possess a royal bloodline, huh?" Her melodious laughter echoed through the forest. A flicker of guilt crossed Aoqing's eyes as she gently caressed the maiden's forehead. "Indeed, our little San is the best." Aoqing silently berated herself, thinking, "I'm sorry, San. I must consider Jang Bai. Once you become his beast maiden, I will ensure you are informed of everything." From Jang Bai's earlier reaction, it was highly likely that San was also a divine beast maiden. The implications of a divine beast maiden were immense. She would not allow such a situation to arise before the contract was signed. The maiden grasped Jang Bai's hand. Her eyes filled with hope. "Brother Jang Bai, does this mean I will be your beast maiden in the future?" A wave of ecstatic joy washed over Jang Bai, only to be followed by the sobering realization that he was merely at level 9 and lacked the capacity to contract a second beast maiden, leaving him somewhat helpless. Aoqing, standing nearby, took hold of the maiden's hand and explained for Jang Bai. Currently, Jang Bai's strength is insufficient to contract a second beast maiden. "San, focus on your training at the Sacred Mountain. When the contract conference comes next year, I will bring Jang Bai to fetch you." She was confident in her ability to help Jang Bai restore his spiritual veins. Upon hearing Aoqing's words, a shadow of disappointment flitted across the maiden's face. But she quickly regained her sprightly demeanor, nodding vigorously and saying, "Then brother Jang Bai, you must come to fetch me. I will be waiting for you inside." Jang Bai opened his mouth, staring at the joy radiating from the maiden's face, suppressing the words that might disrupt the atmosphere. He ultimately resolved that if he remained unable to ascend to level 20 by next year, he would enter the Sacred Mountain through official channels to find the White Tiger and instruct her not to proceed to the Bai Yuan spirit platform. "All right, I will definitely come to bring you back next year." The maiden then asked with sparkling eyes, "Brother Jang Bai, can you give me a name first?" Jang Bai considered her lively gaze for a moment and replied, "Let us call you Bai Ling Er." "Hee, I have a name now," Bai Ling Er exclaimed joyfully, skipping around Aoqing and Jang Bai several times. Watching her exuberance, both Aoqing and Jang Bai couldn't help but smile. "Sister, what exactly happened at the Sacred Mountain? Why is the energy from the Void Realm seeping in?" At last, the maiden seemed to recall something and inquired of Aoqing. Aoqing shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding. Jang Bai suddenly inquired, "Linger, has the will of the Holy Mountain revealed anything to you?" Upon hearing Jang Bai's words, Bai Linger was momentarily taken aback. "No, how could the will of the Holy Mountain communicate with me?" She had never heard of the Holy Mountain conversing with beast maidens. Jang Bai nodded and exchanged a glance with Aoqing. It seemed that the will of the Holy Mountain did not communicate with every beast maiden, likely due to the divine bloodline within Aoqing. Chapter 12. Zhao Zetian. Compared to the previous turmoil, the individuals within the Holy Mountain had now organized themselves, beginning to repel the incessant assaults of the beast maidens. Wei Xiaohu's Tyrannosaurus beast maiden had reverted to her original form, her body marred with numerous wounds, crimson blood oozing from her injuries. Yet, within the eyes of the beast maiden, there was no sign of fear, instead, a frenzied, bloodthirsty glint flashed as she sank her teeth into a beast maiden attempting to ambush Wei Xiaohu, her powerful jaws instantly shredding the foe into fragments. At that moment, Mimi revealed her true form as well, her once snowy fur now stained crimson as she shielded Wei Xiaohu. Despair washed over Wei Xiaohu as he beheld the scene before him. It seemed as if the beast maidens were endless. He had not anticipated the overwhelming number of beast maidens infected by the energy of the Void Realm. A colossal beast maiden strode forth, toppling trees in her wake. Many smaller beast maidens crushed beneath her feet, reduced to mere pulp. Her target was the Tyrannosaurus. Though formidable in physique, the Tyrannosaurus was now at her limit. Violently struck by the massive beast maiden, with a thunderous crash, she fell heavily to the ground, her eyes blazing with ferocity as she struggled to rise, utterly exhausted. Just as the gigantic beast maiden prepared to stomp down, Wei Xiaohu roared, "Shrink down quickly." Upon hearing his command, the Tyrannosaurus vanished, replaced by a severely injured beast maiden lying on the grass. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, Wei Xiaohu leveraged the surrounding trees and stones to barely withstand the descending foot. Sensing the struggle beneath her, the colossal beast maiden exerted even more force. Wei Xiaohu coughed blood, shouting at Mimi in fury, "Mimi, take her and run." "Bao Bao, the name he had given to his second contracted beast maiden, the Tyrannosaurus, heard his call and forcefully cast aside Mimi, who had come to support her while weeping. "Ah!" she bellowed, forcing herself to her feet, revealing her true form. Wei Xiaohu felt a sudden lightness in his body as Bao Bao strained to lift the enormous foot. Dark red blood trickled from the corners of the Tyrannosaurus's mouth. "Bao Bao!" Wei Xiaohu cried out, turning to Mimi. "You must flee. I will assist Bao Bao." Tears streamed from Mimi's eyes as she shook her head vehemently, repeatedly exclaiming, "I will not leave. I will not leave." As Wei Xiaohu prepared to unleash his wrath upon Mimi, the colossal foot that loomed above him suddenly vanished. In its stead lay a beast girl, unconscious and seemingly teetering on the brink of life and death, sprawled upon the ground. Wei Xiaohu exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Swiftly cradling the already unconscious Bao Bao in his arms, and beckoning Mimi to flee deeper into the sacred mountain for their safety. The beast girls around him, already infected, had all succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him with an unimpeded path to escape. Amidst the lush greenery of the forest, Zhao Zetian stumbled forward, his visage marred by sorrow. His eyes clouded in crimson, and his garments stained a vivid red with blood. The droplets that fell from his attire tinged the grass beneath him with a crimson hue. Earlier, he had encountered the Lord of Void Erosion, Zhu, infiltrating the sacred mountain. With the sacrifice of several beast girls, he had inflicted grievous injuries upon Zhu. However, he himself bore life-threatening wounds. The Lord of Void Erosion had since vanished into the woods, eluding capture. Now, clinging to the last vestiges of his strength, he aimed to reveal Zhu's intentions to the world beyond the sacred mountain and ensure that Zhu remained trapped here forever. Meanwhile, a white tiger galloped through the woods, bearing 2 passengers upon its back. Its agile form deftly navigated the obstacles ahead. On the back of the white tiger, Jang Bai and Aoqing sat closely together. Earlier, upon hearing a tremendous commotion in the distance, they resolved to press on deeper into the sacred mountain. Considering the injured Jang Bai and the exhausted Aoqing, Bai Linger volunteered to transform and carry them forth. As Bai Linger raced forward, she suddenly spotted a figure ahead. Yet, there was no time to halt. "Oh no, we're going to crash." The critical moment arrived as Aoqing's enormous dragon tail struck the ground with force. The tremendous recoil propelled Bai Linger's considerable form into the air, allowing her to soar over the obstruction in their path. Bai Linger reverted to her original form, hands on her hips, glaring at the individual blocking their way. "What is your problem? Do you wish to perish? Why are you obstructing my path?" Upon seeing that someone had approached him, the man relaxed and promptly fainted. Bai Linger, puzzled by the situation, paused momentarily, seemingly realizing her actions were somewhat inappropriate. She sheepishly addressed Jang Bai and Aoqing. "This isn't my fault. He collapsed on his own. I didn't touch him." Aoqing, shaking her head in amusement while holding Bai Linger's hand, understood her sister's character all too well. After being rejuvenated by the life energy emanating from Aoqing, Jang Bai was now capable of walking unaided. He approached the fallen man and turned him over, only to be struck by recognition as he beheld the man's features. His pupils dilated in shock. This was none other than Zhao Zetian, the director of the Nanjing City Management Bureau and the honorary president of Nanjing University. Jang Bai was exceedingly familiar with him, or rather, the original owner of his body was, for he was an idol to the former. Jang Bai hastily crouched down, assisting Zhao Zetian to lean against a tree trunk. "Principal? Principal?" He called softly several times, yet received no response, compelling him to turn his gaze towards Aoqing. Aoqing nodded and stepped forward. Observing the beads of sweat trickling down Aoqing's forehead, a pang of guilt flickered within Jang Bai's heart. "Aoqing, I am sorry to trouble you." Aoqing shook his head, indicating it was no trouble at all. Subsequently, a continuous stream of verdant life energy emanated from his palm, surging into Zhao Zetian's body. Cough, cough. Zhao Zetian coughed twice, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, and gradually regained consciousness. "Principal? Principal? Are you all right? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Upon seeing Zhao Zetian awaken, Aoqing stepped back, and Jiang Bai hurriedly approached. Hearing the title of principal, Zhao Zetian spoke. "Principal? Are you a student from Nanjing University?" Jiang Bai nodded fervently. "Yes, my name is Jang Bai, a junior at Nanjing University." Zhao Zetian shifted his gaze to Aoqing standing behind Jang Bai, then glanced at Bai Linger. Upon noticing the golden pattern on Bai Ling'er's brow, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Imperial level? When did such a genius emerge in Nanjing City? Why have I received no news of this? Are these two your beast companions? Jang Bai nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that although he had yet to establish a soul contract with Bai Ling'er, it was as good as done. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhao Zetian exclaimed excitedly twice before succumbing to another fit of coughing. Principal, please refrain from speaking. Rest well. Once the transmission from the sacred mountain opens, I will take you to the hospital. Jang Bai observed Zhao Zetian's weakened state and hastily spoke. This truly was a significant ally. Once he secured Zhao Zetian's support in Nanjing City, he would surely have the ability to navigate freely. In response, Zhao Zetian remained silent for a moment, having experienced much. He surely understood Jang Bai's intentions. As long as he could survive and assist Jang Bai, what could be so difficult? Furthermore, with the Imperial-level beast companion behind Jang Bai, even relying solely on Jang Bai, his future appeared infinitely bright. However, he sighed, I cannot leave. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Zetian finally spoke. Chapter 13. The purpose of the Void Devourer. Principal Zhao, what on earth has transpired? Why has there been an issue with the Sacred Mountain's transmission? And how did you sustain such severe injuries? Upon hearing Zhao Zetian's words, Jang Bai was taken aback, quickly posing a question that had lingered in his mind. Zhao Zetian pondered for a moment before elucidating everything to Jang Bai. A Void Devourer had infiltrated the Sacred Mountain, and after deliberation, the higher-ups had initially planned to abandon the contracts for this gathering in Nanjing City, allowing the 10 elders to hunt down this Void Devourer. Jang Bai's heart sank at this revelation. The conditions along the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom were far from favorable, and successfully hunting a Void Devourer in Nanjing City could significantly alter the situation at the border. Therefore, the Great Xia Kingdom's pursuit of this Void Devourer was imperative. Then, Principal, how did you end up here? Zhao Zetian is widely acknowledged as a prodigy. It is evident that the Great Xia Kingdom would never permit a fully matured genius to embark on reckless adventures at this juncture. This individual before us is a renowned figure in Great Xia, having repeatedly engaged in counteroffensives against the beings of the Void Realm along the borders, boasting an impressive record. With a sigh, Zhao Zetian confided, I am troubled at heart. As the director of the Nanjing Municipal Administration, it is my duty to ensure the safety of every citizen in Nanjing. Moreover, I have an unsettling feeling that the entry of the Lord of Void Corruption into the Sacred Mountain conceals a vast conspiracy. I have discerned the true intent behind his arrival. Jang Bai, would you be willing to assist me? Upon uttering these words, Zhao Zetian gazed intently into Jang Bai's eyes, for the latter's forthcoming decision would determine the fate of all in Nanjing. After a moment of contemplation, Jang Bai ultimately nodded. Although he did not fully comprehend Zhao Zetian's perspective, believing it more prudent to wait for someone to hunt down the Lord of Void Corruption rather than recklessly endanger themselves, he felt immense gratitude towards Zhao Zetian. Without him, Jang Bai questioned whether he would survive the upcoming Covenant Assembly. While he was not of Zhao Zetian's ilk, he held great respect for him. Finally, Zhao Zetian took a deep breath and stated, the members of the Voidless Society have offered prayers to the Void Realm. The Lord of Void Corruption's entrance into the Sacred Mountain is a result of a summons from the Void Realm, aimed at diverting everyone's attention. This will grant them ample time to achieve their objectives. He paused momentarily, then uttered a chilling phrase that sent shivers down Jang Bai's spine. A blood sacrifice of the entire Nanjing. Jang Bai exclaimed in disbelief. The Voidless Society, a group of anti-human lunatics, worships the Void Realm and seeks to harness void energy to bring everything into nothingness. Damn it, it's over, Jang Bai thought. Provoking the madmen of the Voidless Society would surely lead to dire consequences. Observing Zhao Zetian's countenance, Jang Bai sensed that this seemingly earnest man harbored a darkness within. If you manage to leave here, find Deputy Director Yang Feng of the administration and convey this message to him. He will know how to handle it. Remember, it must be only him. Zhao Zetian continued, and since you are from Nanjing University, I have one last favor to ask. Please go to the Combat Institute for Seniors and locate Zhou Qingya. He produced a white jade Buddha from his pocket and, without waiting for Jang Bai to respond, placed it into his arms. Deliver this jade Buddha to Zhou Qingya, and, while you're at it, convey my apologies. When Zhao Zetian mentioned Zhou Qingya, a flicker of reluctance and complexity crossed his eyes, and his voice grew somewhat hoarse. Jang Bai held the white jade Buddha in his hands. astonished to find that the illustrious figure of Nanjing University, known as the High Mountain Flower, had a connection to Zhao Zetian. Zhao Qingya was exceptionally renowned, a genius recognized by all in Nanjing University. Zhao Zetian suddenly lifted his gaze, looking calmly into the distance. You should leave now. Remember to inform Yang Feng of the Voidless Society's intentions. He will reward you on my behalf. Having spoken, Zhao Zetian strode into the distance, where a dense purplish aura was rising, a tempest of bloodthirsty and destructive energy seemingly on the verge of annihilating everything. The Lord of Void Erosion. Jang Bai felt a jolt of alarm in his heart as he cast a glance at Zhao Zetian, his thoughts faltering on the brink of articulation. He understood that it was impossible for Zhao Zetian to accompany him any further. Moreover, aligning himself with Zhao Zetian would likely place him directly in the path of the Lord of Void Erosion, a risk he could not afford to take. Linger, we must depart swiftly. Shaking his head to cast aside his thoughts, he urged Bai Linger to revert to her original form, carrying the two of them away from this perilous place. Jang Bai sat upon Bai Linger's back, the sound of thunderous clashes echoing behind them as he occasionally glanced back toward Zhao Zetian's retreating figure. He knew that Zhao Zetian had already engaged with the Lord of Void Erosion. Aoqing sensed Jang Bai's unease and coiled her dragon tail around his neck. Understanding her intent, Jang Bai smiled gently and patted her tail, expressing his concern that Zhao Zetian might not endure for long, given the formidable nature of the Lord of Void Erosion. Aoqing, feeling the warmth radiating from Jang Bai's hand, found her ears growing pleasantly warm. We will surely find a way to escape safely, she assured, holding Jang Bai's hand. Suddenly, Jang Bai perceived something amiss with Aoqing before him. She felt unusually warm. Aoqing, what troubles you? Why is your body so heated? Aoqing blinked her beautiful eyes, resting her hand on her forehead, and weakly replied, I seem to be a bit drained. With that, she began to sway backward, but Jang Bai, quick of reflex, caught her in his embrace. Bai Linger, sensing the situation on her back, prepared to halt, but Jang Bai urged her on. Linger, keep running, do not stop. Jang Bai pressed his fingers against Aoqing's temples, a gentle energy flowing from his touch into her body, nourishing her. Aoqing lay with her eyes closed in Jang Bai's arms, her lashes long and gracefully curved. Why are your ears so red? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Jang Bai noted the heat emanating from Aoqing, her ears flushed. Linger, can you find a safe place to pause? It seems Aoqing is unwell. I am fine. Let Linger continue running. I only need to rest for a moment. Aoqing replied weakly. Very well, then you may rest for a while, Jang Bai said, adjusting her position to ensure her comfort in his embrace. Aoqing's voice was barely a whisper. Jang Bai could not shake the feeling that her tone carried a hint of, was it shyness? Not dwelling on this thought for long, he refocused on their escape. He marveled at Bai Linger's exceptional ability to carry them, ensuring their ride was smooth and steady. As they sped away, the sounds of pursuit gradually faded into silence. Jang Bai cast a worried glance behind them, pondering the fate of Principal Zhou. However, the transmission has yet to commence, indicating that the Lord of Void Erosion remains alive. Suddenly, Bai Linger came to an abrupt halt. Jang Bai felt as if he were about to be flung out, the swirling sand and gravel raised by Bai Linger rendering his eyes nearly unseeing. In a moment of panic, he instinctively grasped at something soft. What is this? So yielding? Once Bai Linger regained her balance, Jang Bai opened his eyes to behold Aoqing's beautiful face, nearly flushed crimson. Taken aback, he realized that his hands were resting upon Aoqing's ample bosom. Startled, his hands recoiled as if electrified, and he stammered, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right, Aoqing murmured, lowering her head. As Jang Bai emerged from his embarrassment, he noticed something amiss. At that moment, Bai Linger resembled a cat whose fur had been ruffled, her back arched, emitting low growls. Her gaze was fixated on the forest ahead, where she sensed a perilous threat. That energy instilled in her a feeling of unease and revulsion. What is wrong with Linger? Jang Bai leapt down from Bai Linger's back and saw that she had yet to revert to her beast-eared form. He turned to Aoqing to inquire. Aoqing remained silent, having regained her composure from the earlier chaotic moment on Bai Linger's back. She gazed coldly towards the dense thicket, her exquisite features marked by an expression of vigilance. She sensed it too. Chapter 14. The terrifying Lord of Void Erosion. No one spoke. A gentle breeze caressed Jang Bai's cheek, swirling past him towards the woods, creating a rustling sound. I smell a most delightful scent. A male voice emerged from the jungle. Soon, a swaying figure appeared within the trio's line of sight. He bore 2 horns atop his head and wore a tattered black evening gown. A deep, bone-revealing wound marred his chest, from which purple blood seeped continually, dripping down the hem of his attire. Alarmingly, any flora that came into contact with the purple blood withered and decayed instantly. As the figure drew near, the surrounding sky underwent a dramatic transformation. The once bright expanse was swiftly shrouded in a purple mist. An unsettling aura enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. A flicker of terror flashed in Jang Bai's eyes. The Lord of Void Erosion, a legend once inscribed in tomes. When those words leapt from the pages, they transcended mere ink and paper, embodying despair and annihilation. The eerie purple energy sent Jang Bai plummeting into an abyss of dread, his heart quaking. Before him, the thought of fleeing never even crossed his mind. It was a certain death trap. Who would have thought that a mere command could shatter my ethereal form? I am truly displeased. The man halted a few meters away from the trio, seemingly engaging in a monologue. He inhaled sharply, his eyes narrowing, and a peculiar, dazed expression crossed his face. Yet, the thought of soon indulging in the flesh and blood of 2 exquisite beast maidens filled him with uncontainable delight. Ahem. His voice was frail, evoking a sense that he might collapse at any moment. Bai Linger fixed her fierce gaze on the candle ahead, articulating her thoughts. Sister, please take Jianggu away. This creature of the virtual realm is gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Allow me to hold him off. Internally, she was somewhat uncertain, even tinged with despair. Hearing her words, Aoqing tightened her brows, her beautiful eyes involuntarily drifting toward Jang Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, Jang Bai interjected, No. How can I leave Linger to face this alone? Upon hearing his response, Aoqing felt a quiet relief wash over her. Jang Bai's reluctance to flee stemmed from the fact that they were confronted with a genuine void-devouring monarch, a high-tier being from the virtual realm. Even in its injured state, it was beyond the capability of the 3 of them to withstand. Moreover, beings from the virtual realm were natural adversaries of beast maidens. Both species were included in each other's diets, with their blood and flesh serving as potent nourishment for one another. Abandoning Bai Linger now would essentially leave her as a blood offering. If the creature were to recover, would he and Aoqing still have their lives intact? The sole path to survival lay in seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's severe injuries and forging an escape. Upon hearing Jang Bai's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Linger's fierce eyes. She gazed deeply at Jang Bai, feeling a wave of emotion and regret. In her heart, she had anticipated that Jang Bai would leave without a second thought, for she was not yet his beast maiden, and he had no obligation to remain for her sake. Had it only been the 2 of them, she would have unhesitatingly abandoned him to flee. It was solely due to Aoqing that she resolutely chose to stay. Bai Linger, Jang Bai Gu, you should leave first. Remember to come back to the sacred mountain for me next year. Suddenly, the candle in the distance began to applaud, chuckling, Haha, what a deeply touching scene this is. A beast maiden facing death alone for her beast master, and a beast master unwilling to depart for his beast maiden. Alas, no one witnesses this beautiful tableau. He then stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative pose, before stating, Young man, I have an idea. Do you care to hear it? Jang Bai regarded the fearsome figure before him, who might perish at any moment, and furrowed his brow in confusion. What idea? You leave your 2 beast maidens with me, and I will allow you to depart alive. How does that sound? The candle gestured toward Aoqing and Bai Linger. As soon as the words left his lips, both Aoqing and Bai Linger turned their gazes toward Jang Bai. Feeling the weight of their stares, Jang Bai was suddenly overwhelmed by pressure. Truth be told, after the candle's proposition, he felt a stirring within him. Yet, he immediately thought of Bai Yuan, recalling the one who had sacrificed everything for her. He also remembered Aoqing, who had signed a soul contract with him atop the 10th Spirit platform. Your idea is intriguing, but I must respectfully decline. As Zhang's words fell, Aoqing instantaneously revealed his true form as an Azure Dragon, charging forth to strike at Zhu. Bai Linger followed closely, her tiger claws aiming for the injured areas of Zhu, attempting to rend his flesh. Ah, how truly moving are such sentiments. Sensing the lethal intent from both attackers, Zhu remained unfazed, his tone laced with mockery. He first raised a hand to block Aoqing's sweeping tail, then gently patted Bai Linger's sharp claws. In an instant, he appeared behind the white tiger. "Do you know?" he began, delivering a fierce kick to Bai Linger's back. Boom! Bai Linger felt an immense force surge from behind, and her entire form was sent hurtling through the air. Crash! The towering trees fell in response. The once lush forest flattened beneath the weight of the white tiger's massive body. "What do I despise most about humanity?" He then grasped the dragon's tail and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Rumble! A dragon-shaped gash appeared in the earth beneath them. Bai Linger rose, spitting a mouthful of crimson, staining her sharp teeth a vivid red. A fierce glint flashed in her tiger eyes as golden radiance enveloped her entire being, propelling her once more towards you. This was a secret technique she had comprehended from her bloodline inheritance upon her recent advancement, the golden body of the white tiger. Strands of golden light reflected upon her form, and numerous mysterious runes circled around her, both enigmatic and powerful. Upon closer inspection, one could sense an aura of slaughter emanating from her. Bai Linger charged forward, engaging Zhu in combat. Zhu's fists rained down upon her, akin to a torrential downpour. And even with the golden light shielding her, the overwhelming force still resonated painfully within her, enduring the agonizing sensation that felt like her insides were being torn apart. Her colossal jaws clamped down fiercely on Zhu's arm. Zhu regarded Jang Bai with a cold smirk. "What I loathe most is the hypocritical facade of humanity, knowing full well that you long to survive." He pressed down on Bai Linger's head, forcefully driving it into the ground. "Isn't that so?" The earth cracked instantly, and Bai Linger was thrust into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Aoqing closed in rapidly, his sharp claws plunging into the wound on Zhu's chest and pulling fiercely. Ryup! Zhu's tattered attire burst open, revealing his muscular torso, with the injury on his chest now extending to his abdomen due to Aoqing's strike. Cough, cough. Already gravely injured and on the brink of death, the added pressure from Aoqing's assault compelled him to cough, his previously placid expression now darkening. The most fatal blow was not Aoqing's claw, but rather the final strike dealt by Zhao Zetian during their earlier skirmish, a blow that had cost him his life. That strike had been overwhelmingly powerful. Even though Zhu was a peak-level void-devouring monarch, he had sustained severe injuries. That very strike had not only breached Zhu's ethereal form, but had also left behind an enigmatic force within his body, continuously undermining his physical capabilities. The sensation of tearing coursing through his body contorted Zhu's somewhat sinister visage. The looming threat of death elicited an uncontrollable laughter from him. A frenzied glint flickered in his violet eyes. Ah, splendid. Such a familiar scent. The desperate struggles of prey on the brink of demise remain as intoxicating as ever. To reward you, I shall tear you apart piece by piece, savoring each morsel. Zhu stood firm, as the purple void energy around him seemed to congeal into substance. Aoqing's dragon tail extricated Bai Linger from the ground, placing her beside Jang Bai. At this moment, Bai Linger had shed her white tiger form. Assuming her true form significantly enhanced the combat prowess of the beast maiden, yet it also demanded an immense expenditure of energy to maintain that form. Jang Bai hastily accepted Bai Linger. His cultivation was too feeble at level 9. Charging him would be tantamount to courting death. Not being a hindrance was the greatest assistance he could offer. Bai Linger lay there, her eyes tightly shut, her brows furrowed intricately, her delicate visage pale, clearly gravely injured. Jang Bai wore a grim expression, contemplating a strategy. Meanwhile, Zhu's form underwent a transformation. His body expanded rapidly, rippling with explosive muscles adorned with purple patterns, exuding an eerie, bloodthirsty aura. Soon, his towering figure eclipsed the surrounding ancient trees, the bizarre void energy swirling around him causing the colossal trees to wither. He was no longer humanoid. To Jang Bai's eyes, he resembled a horned lizard. Concurrently, a diminutive rift formed behind the Lord of Void Erosion, from which dark, purple void energy seeped, the fissure gradually elongating upwards and downwards. Jang Bai's gaze sharpened as he recognized what lay beyond. The Void Rift was a concept even elementary school students in the Great Xia were familiar with, as its existence was documented in their textbooks. Its sole function was to connect to the void. The appearance of a void rift signified the emergence of numerous beings from the void, or perhaps their return to it. What purpose did this particular rift serve? The answer was unequivocal: escape. The Lord of Void Erosion was preparing to abandon the Sacred Mountain. The Sacred Mountain and the Void were in absolute opposition, and the Sacred Mountain possessed its own will, a fact also recorded in elementary textbooks. Given the enigma of the sacred mountain, it was inconceivable that beings from the void could launch a large-scale offensive without absolute certainty. They had yet to conquer the human world. Aoqing, be cautious. Jang Bai couldn't help but warn. He understood that Aoqing's mythic bloodline was likely coveted by the Lord of Void Erosion. With the latter preparing to depart, Aoqing was undoubtedly on the precipice of grave danger. Surrounding purple mist continually coalesced around the body of the Lord of Void Erosion, swiftly manifesting a complete entity of the void realm within Jang Bai's gaze. Its size rivaled that of a small mountain, rendering Aoqing's true dragon form as diminutive as a child beside a colossal elephant. Black scales and horns radiated an eerie luminescence, while purple patterns coursed with violet light across its massive form. Come, humble ants, delight me to your heart's content. With merely this utterance, Aoqing felt as though drums were pounding violently in her ears, leaving her dizzy and profoundly discomfort. Despite the overwhelming sensation, she charged forward. With a resounding crash, a single strike rendered Aoqing's battle form somewhat ethereal, on the verge of dissolution. Suddenly, a cascade of colorful light descended from the heavens, illuminating the gigantic body of the Lord of Void Erosion. It appeared as if the creature was being consumed by fierce flames, emitting a persistent hissing sound. Ha ha ha! You cannot retain me. The Lord of Void Erosion howled defiantly, mocking the will of the sacred mountain. However, before departing, he sought to hunt 2 top-tier supplements. Sensing the Lord's disdain, a blinding beam of light fell from the sky, aimed directly at the center of his brow. Yet, before it could strike, a surge of tremendous energy erupted from the fissure of the void behind him, completely countering the sovereign's assault. The intertwining of the vibrant and purple forces resembled fine threads, effectively immobilizing the Lord of Void Erosion. Jang Bai recalled the lessons imparted by his teacher. The fissure of the void was constituted of spatial power. To dismantle it, one could only rely on the forces of spatial attributes. The consciousness of the sacred mountain acted. Aoqing, can you attack the gate of the void? Jang Bai bellowed. At this moment, Aoqing could no longer maintain her battle form, reverting to her beastly maiden appearance, her azure locks disheveled and dancing in the wind. Her body was riddled with numerous wounds, and her cerulean robe was stained a deep crimson. Her beautiful eyes, filled with indifference, fixated intently on the candle before the gate of the void. I possessed no skills of spatial attributes. There was no record in the materials Jang Bai provided regarding dragons and spatial abilities. Jang Bai furrowed his brow tightly. Damn, how could such a splendid opportunity be squandered? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "It is said that in the Western Sea resides a dragon king named Aoqing, whose ultimate skill is of the spatial attribute, known as the Void Rift Claw, capable of tearing through space." Jang Bai rambled on about a female character from an anime he had previously watched. Let us treat this dead horse as a living one. To his surprise, Aoqing's eyes brightened. Indeed, there existed such a skill within her inheritance, yet her cultivation was too low to wield its full potential. Jang Bai sighed in relief. Never mind, hastened to attack the fissure of the void. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. What in the world was this? Why did skills from anime exist even here? The gray dragon markings on Aoqing's forehead shifted continuously, ultimately transforming into a spectrum of colors, radiating with brilliance. A colossal shadow of a true dragon emerged behind Aoqing, its formidable presence ever increasing. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's spectral form unleashed the rending claw. Radiant azure light swirled around its razor-sharp talons as the immense claw descended mercilessly upon the rift to the void realm. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as the rending claw struck the fissure with a force capable of tearing through dimensions. Yet, despite the awe-inspiring might of the attack, Aoqing found himself unable to sustain the immense energy expenditure, and the rift merely quivered slightly before returning to its original state. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of crimson essence and fell from the skies, unable to withstand the strain any longer. Jang Bai, witnessing this, hurriedly caught Aoqing. Ha ha! What a fleeting insect, daring to reach for the divine. Zhu, filled with contempt and madness, laughed uproariously at Aoqing's predicament. In an instant, the rift to the void realm vanished without a trace, leaving Zhu momentarily dumbfounded. Where has it gone? Without the void realm to counter the holy mountain, vibrant energies surged unimpeded, piercing through Zhu's forehead. The sound of splattering violet blood echoed as his mind went blank, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of the rift. Jang Bai stood in shock, grappling with the realization that the Lord of Void Erosion had been betrayed by the very realm he relied upon. As the vitality within Zhu began to wane, panic seized him. He had always felt invulnerable under the protection of the Void Realm. But its abrupt absence caught him off guard, instilling a paralyzing fear of death within him. From the moment of his birth, he had known only the instincts of slaughter and evolution. Later, as he developed intelligence surpassing that of typical beings from the Void Realm, he had managed to survive and gradually rose as a Lord of Void Erosion. Finally, his gaze shifted towards the trio of incapacitated individuals beside Jang Bai. The essence is eternal. I shall return, Zhu murmured to himself before, astonishingly, reaching into his own chest with bare hands. In Jang Bai's astonished gaze, Zhu extracted a darkly purplish orb of energy from within himself and hurled it towards Aoqing, his own vitality dissipating in the process. Realizing the danger, Jang Bai instinctively shielded Aoqing with his own body. The essence of Zhu fused with Jang Bai, relentlessly eroding his will. Jang Bai's brown eyes were instantly suffused with a sinister purple hue. The overwhelming energy threatened to tear his body apart, crashing against every cell within him. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing atop Aoqing. Time passed, and when Jang Bai awoke once more, he found himself in a bustling marketplace. Where am I? Confusion enveloped him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in horror as he beheld himself. He was drenched in sweat, fear etched across his features, muttering incessantly, "Beings of the Void Realm. How can there be beings of the Void Realm?" Furrowing his brow, Jang Bai gazed upon the unfolding scene, bewildered. What is happening? Why do I feel such overwhelming dread? The shopping mall was already in utter chaos, with countless residents rushing towards the exit. The cries of children and the frantic shouts of adults melded together, causing a painful ringing in Jang Bai's ears. Yet, he remained frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. In the very center of the mall's uppermost level, a massive fissure had appeared, from which grotesque, purplish-skinned creatures continuously emerged, attacking anyone in sight. Suddenly jolted into awareness, Jang Bai realized he needed to escape. Instead of joining the throng, he chose to hide within the ventilation system's ducts. He climbed upward through the pipes until he encountered a multitude of ethereal beings below. Holding his breath, he dared not make a sound. Through a small gap, he witnessed the horrifying scene of an otherworldly entity violently tearing apart a woman and devouring her whole. He recognized her as the sales clerk from the store where he had recently shopped, who had just asked for his contact information. Fear engulfed Jang Bai, rendering his body uncontrollably tremulous. As he observed this gruesome spectacle, questions flooded his mind. What on earth were these creatures? Was this some sort of film? And what was his role in all of this? Suddenly, a long, snow-white leg emerged from the fissure, belonging to a woman with horns adorning her head. Her beauty both alluring and sinister, as she stepped into a chic women's boutique. When she re-emerged, she donned an elegant purple gown and high heels. Her horns vanished, leaving her with an appearance indistinguishable from that of a human. Yet, the calm demeanor on her face felt utterly incongruous amidst the carnage, laced with an unsettling aura. With each step she took, Jang Bai's heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat. Another little mouse hiding away, she mused. Her gaze lifting towards the duct where Jang Bai concealed himself, a bizarre smile dancing upon her lips. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Jang Bai lost consciousness. Time became an enigma. Eventually, he awoke to a voice beside him. "Captain, there's another survivor here." Jang Bai blinked, his head pounding, struggling to recall what had transpired. "Kid, are you all right?" A burly man with a scruffy beard, cigarette in hand, jested. Behind him loomed a beastly woman, her expression cold as she wielded a long blade. Jang Bai remained silent, muttering to himself. What is he mumbling about? The man turned to the beast woman, asking, "Do you think this kid is in shock?" Only Jang Bai could hear his own whispers. "I've reached level 9. I've reached level 9. I can cultivate now." Chapter 16, Level Up to 20. Contracting with Bailinger, Jang Bai felt a dizzying fog enveloping him, as if he had returned to the day he first traversed into this world. Reminiscent of the effects of cheap liquor. Sister, he has awakened, he has awakened." A voice, filled with youthful exuberance, echoed in his ears, urgent and lively. Jang Bai opened his eyes to behold the exquisite visage of Bai Linger, her face alight with excitement as she repeatedly called out to him. Brother Jang Bai, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? The young girl, perched beside him in a duck-like manner, alternately checked his forehead and playfully poked his cheek. They were situated within a cavern, permeated by the scent of damp earth, and the space was more expansive than an average room. Jang Bai lay upon a bed of hay. You are awake? A gentle voice resounded as Aoqing entered the cave, her face radiating warmth. Do you feel unwell? Jang Bai sat up, though the pain coursing through his body made the motion laborious. Aoqing quickly supported him with her tale. I am fine. How long has it been? What of the Lord of Void Corruption? I do not know. Upon awakening, I found everyone unconscious. And the Lord of Void Corruption's body lay nearby, Bai Linger replied, blinking her eyes. Then I dug a hole and placed you inside. She puffed her chest proudly. Eager for praise, Aoqing chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. This time, we truly owe a debt of gratitude to Linger. Indeed, I showed no fear in the face of the Lord of Void Corruption. From now on, I shall protect my sister. Bai Linger laughed heartily. But her expression soon turned wistful as she lamented, Brother Jang Bai, will you not strive to cultivate diligently upon your return? I wish to accompany my sister to the human realm. At her words, Aoqing felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Jang Bai had been gravely injured, and his spiritual veins were lost. He would first need to restore his spiritual veins before venturing out. Linger, remain in the Holy Mountain for another 2 years. We shall surely come to retrieve you. Upon hearing this, Bai Linger's perked beast ears drooped despondently, hanging limply atop her head. It is so dull in the Holy Mountain. Second sister is always in a foul mood, and the youngest sister is even worse, merely lying in her little nest and sleeping. I don't understand how she can sleep so soundly. Now that sister is leaving, I shall have no one to play with. Her tone was laced with dejection. As Bai Linger mentioned cultivation, Jang Bai instinctively recalled a dream he had experienced. He remembered the events of his original self's past. 3 years prior, the original self had encountered an invasion from the Void Realm at Longhua Mall, being the sole survivor. Upon awakening, the original self, devoid of spiritual veins, was at level 9, gradually forgetting the memories of the mall over time. He was uncertain why these memories resurfaced now, though it likely related to the Lord of Void Corruption's final blow. Moreover, he suspected that his ascent to level 9 and subsequent amnesia were the machinations of the Void Realm entity that had transformed into a human woman within the mall. As Jang Bai assessed his own cultivation, he was immediately taken aback. Level 20? How did I reach level 20? What is it? Aoqing inquired, her curiosity piqued by Jang Bai's exclamation. She believed that Jang Bai's body had encountered some new issues. I have reached level 20? Jang Bai exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. What? Aoqing gasped in astonishment. She had previously examined Jang Bai and was certain that his spiritual meridians had vanished. How could he possibly ascend to level 20? Finally, she placed her palm against Jang Bai's chest, carefully sensing the transformations within him. Feeling the warmth emanating from Aoqing's hand, Jang Bai waited in silence. However, as Aoqing continued to probe, her brow furrowed deeply. There were indeed no spiritual meridians within Jang Bai, yet his cultivation was confirmed at level 20. Moreover, she sensed a sphere of destructive energy concealed within him. It felt familiar. Indeed, it was the same energy she had previously encountered in the beings of the Void Realm. Is this reasonable? What transpired before? Aoqing inquired solemnly. She recalled using the sky-rending claw and fainting from the backlash, leaving Jang Bai conscious while she was oblivious to subsequent events. Jang Bai promptly recounted the disappearance of the Void Realm Rift and the incident involving the Void Devourer Lord being struck by the Sacred Mountain. Upon hearing this, Aoqing's expression darkened. A core of the Void Devourer Lord resides within you. What? Jang Bai reacted. Are you saying that the dark energy the Void Devourer Lord cast at the end was its essence? Aoqing inhaled deeply and replied, your current state is perilous. The energy within you is extremely unstable. Without spiritual meridians to absorb it, you might explode at any moment or become infected by the essence, transforming into a mindless being of the Void Realm. Jang Bai hesitated for a moment and asked, is there still a chance for rescue, even though I have never had spiritual meridians? Aoqing responded with confusion, while Bai Linger chimed in. Brother Jang Bai has reached level 20. Does that mean we can form a soul contract now? Upon hearing Jang Bai mention level 20, Her beast ears perked up excitedly, and her tail wagged incessantly. Had the atmosphere been different, she might have even howled with joy. Jang Bai cast a surprised glance at her, thinking she should have relinquished the idea of forming a contract with him. He turned to Aoqing, seeking her opinion. Aoqing regarded Jang Bai, and then looked at the seemingly innocent Bai Linger. Linger is no longer a child. She can make her own decisions. Jang Bai then explained the implications to Bai Linger. Linger, I am currently a high-risk individual. I could explode at any time. Bai Linger blinked her large, innocent eyes and replied, that's all right. My goal is to venture into the human world. If you explode, I can simply find another beast master to form a contract with. Can't I? Jang Bai sighed in resignation. Fine, you have a point. The lifespan of beast girls generally surpasses that of their beast masters. Upon the passing of a beast master, a beast girl typically faces three choices. The first option is to remain in the human realm. The second is to return to the Holy Mountain and engage in the battles between the Holy Mountain and the Void Realm. The third choice is to seek a new beast master and forge a soul contract. Moreover, Brother Jang Bai has even chosen a name for me. Does this mean he does not wish to contract with me? Bai Linger's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, as if she were on the verge of weeping. Contract. Is it not permissible for me to form a contract? Jang Bai raised his hands above his head, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. Very well, he said with a chuckle. Within the cave, Aoqing had already departed, volunteering to procure the flesh of the Void Devourer to nourish Jang Bai's health. In this world, there are no animals. All consumed meat comes from the denizens of the Void Realm. Numerous low-tier creatures from this realm are domesticated by humans for their meat. Furthermore, the flavor of these void beings is exquisite, boasting high nutritional value and abundant energy. Bai Linger sat cross-legged opposite Jang Bai, her delicate and adorable face flushed with visible tension and excitement. Brother Jang Bai, this is my first time. I feel a bit nervous. Do not fret. It will be over swiftly. I am experienced. Will it hurt? Not at all. Is there anything I need to prepare? None whatsoever. Brother Jang Bai, you are rather indifferent. Am I? Indeed, Bai Linger replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Bound by life and death, hand in hand, with my soul, I affirm my heart, contract. Done. Thus, Jang Bai acquired his second beast girl. Chapter 17, Bai Linger's Bloodline Ascension and Aoqing's Culinary Mastery. Linger, yes? Bai Linger blinked as she sensed the changes within her. I apologize. Why do you apologize? I deceived you. Bai Linger tilted her head, her tail swaying. I already knew. Observing Bai Linger's adorable demeanor, Jang Bai could not resist reaching out to gently pat her head. Her silvery hair was smooth and silky to the touch. No wonder Aoqing enjoyed petting Bai Linger's head so much. It was indeed delightful. A fleeting expression of enjoyment crossed the girl's face as she rubbed against Jang Bai's palm. What do you know? Jang Bai said indulgently, watching her. Actually, you are aware of all my information, right? You know that. Upon hearing this, Bai Linger pulled her head away from Jang Bai's hand, her small face displaying dissatisfaction. What do you mean I know? She exclaimed, her voice high-pitched. I am quite clever, you know? Yes, Linger is the cleverest, Jang Bai chuckled, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. Can you give it to me now? Bai Linger quickly stood up, linking her arm with Jang Bai's. Jang Bai instinctively glanced at Bai Linger's physique. Unlike Aoqing's gentle and intellectual demeanor, the girl radiated the vivacity of youth. She may not possess the remarkable and heart-stirring grandeur of Aoqing, yet her presence is perfectly balanced, neither too overwhelming nor too diminutive. Ahem, please. Just give it to me. Bai Linger cast a peculiar glance at Jang Bai, sensing an undercurrent of mischief in his thoughts. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Jang Bai's face, akin to being caught surreptitiously admiring a striking beauty in the street. Regardless, Jang Bai, please hurry and give it to me. What do you want? The information, of course. Just tell me what you require. I want it, please be quick. Bai Linger intertwined her arm with Jang Bai's, playfully nudging against him. Ahem. Feeling her softness against his hand, Jang Bai slightly bent forward. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. The White Tiger, one of the 4 spirits, is among the 7 celestial lodges of the Western constellation in the 28 lunar mansions. It symbolizes rigor, warfare, and the law, adept at controlling slaughter and governing the weapons of the world. Subsequently, Jang Bai recounted an extensive array of records regarding the divine beast, the White Tiger. Bai Linger felt a surge of blood coursing through her veins. as if something within her could no longer be contained. Ah, enough, enough, it's about to overflow. She dashed outside quickly, the immense energy within her starting to radiate. Jang Bai thought, why does it feel like she's doing this on purpose? He hurriedly followed her out, only to find Bai Linger had transformed into her true form, standing atop a colossal rock. The thunderous roar of the tiger echoed through the dense forest of the sacred mountain, as if announcing to all creatures within that their queen had returned. Soon, Bai Linger reverted to her beastly maiden form, hopping joyfully to Jang Bai's side. Her face flushed with excitement. Jang Bai, look. Bai Linger pointed fervently to the mark of a colorful royal insignia on her forehead. Aoqing approached them, her expression softening as she smiled gently. Has your bloodline ascended? Humph. Big sister, you deceived me. Woo-woo. Bai Linger leaped into Aoqing's embrace, nuzzling against her ample bosom, evoking a pang of envy in Jang Bai. I apologize, Linger. Aoqing wrapped her arms around Bai Linger's supple form, gently patting her back with an apologetic demeanor. It's all right, big sister. I forgive you. After all, who could resist my generosity? Bai Linger emerged from Aoqing's embrace, hands on her hips. Now, let us go eat something. Aoqing took Bai Linger's hand and turned to Jang Bai. Jang Bai nodded, following Aoqing towards a nearby campfire. A massive piece of wood, charred black from the flames, was laid atop the fire. It must be roasted meat, Jang Bai mused. Beyond roasted meat, he could scarcely imagine what delicacies could emerge from this desolate wilderness. Upon reaching the fire, Jang Bai did not see the anticipated roasted meat and, puzzled, inquired, what are we eating? Aoqing pointed to the wood in Jang Bai's line of sight. Here, we shall enjoy roasted meat. Jang Bai gazed at the stout charred log before him, lost in contemplation. Is this truly meat? Are you certain of this? He glanced around, attempting to locate the roasted meat that Aoqing had concealed. Do you humans not favor cooked food? Do you not enjoy it? Aoqing blinked, feeling no sense of discord. I suppose one should like it. Linger, you must try a bit as well. We are about to venture into the human world, and we must first acclimate to their cuisine, Aoqing stated sternly to Bai Linger. Bai Linger looked at the roasted meat, her expression one of horror. Why does this resemble a tree branch charred by second sister? Can this even be consumed? Elder sister, I believe I prefer raw food. Bai Linger trembled as she spoke. That is out of the question. In the human world, consuming raw food would be quite inappropriate. You should have gleaned some understanding of human customs from the contract. Aoqing admonished Bai Linger. Eating raw food would mark you as an aberration. But I am not human, Bai Linger retorted with a sense of entitlement. At that moment, Jang Bai interjected, I think I could also sample raw meat. What is it called again? Sashimi. Yes, that's it. Aoqing regarded their exchange with puzzlement, recalling that beast girls, upon their arrival in the human realm, had to consume cooked food. Could it be that there is an issue with our contract? She was certain that the contract conveyed humanity's preference for cooked delicacies. There is no problem with the contract. It is you who are mistaken, elder sister. While consuming cooked food is indeed correct, one may occasionally indulge in sashimi to vary the palate. Jang Bai had never particularly favored sashimi in his previous life, his tolerance only extending to medium-rare steak. Yet, in comparison to the charred mess before him, he felt compelled to try sashimi for the sake of his own safety. Aoqing scrutinized Jang Bai, questioning, You do not harbor a belief that my cooking is unappetizing, do you? Not at all. I am merely seeking a change of flavor. Jang Bai chuckled lightly. Is this a matter of taste? It is a question of edibility. After a moment of contemplation, Aoqing declared, Then I shall consume cooked food. And you may partake in raw. She then gestured towards the corpse of the void erosion lord nearby, which was missing a segment of its thigh, presumably the portion she had roasted. Oh, is the true form of the void erosion lord so diminutive? Jang Bai inquired, puzzled by the actual size of the being, which he recalled had once appeared as large as a small mountain. Aoqing clarified, This is quite normal. When a being from the void perishes on the sacred mountain, the residual energy of its physical form is continuously siphoned away until it ultimately vanishes. At this point, Bai Linger chimed in indignantly, Indeed. The sacred mountain shows no regard for reason, several times. The void beasts I hunted on the battlefield simply disappeared in this manner. Void beast refers to the non-sentient entities of the void. Life is not easy for them in the sacred mountain, especially for one who relishes meat like myself, as food is exceedingly scarce. Each time, I must venture to the battlefield to hunt these creatures. A battlefield? The one in the void realm? Yes, indeed. Let us go and seek out some meat. Bai Linger grasped Jang Bai's hand and departed, leaving Aoqing standing alone. Aoqing remained stationary, gazing at the charred meat, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Should she revert to her original form and devour it in one bite? No, beast girls do not consume food in such a manner in the human realm. Meanwhile, Bai Linger used her sharp claws to slice tender, succulent pieces from the body of the void devourer. The meat glistened with a translucent sheen, emanating an enticing fragrance. Despite its allure, Jang Bai hesitated to partake. Brother Jang Bai, why aren't you eating? The girl's cheeks bulged adorably with morsels of food, resembling two dumplings. Observing Bai Linger devour her meal with fervor and Aoqing standing by the fire with a conflicted expression, Jang Bai pondered briefly before picking up a clean stone and approaching Aoqing with the prepared meat. How about I give it a try? Aoqing looked at the piece of meat in Jang Bai's hand, confusion flickering in her eyes. Wasn't it already cooked? Why was there a need to cook it again? This one is burnt to a crisp. It's inedible. Jang Bai shook his head in resignation. He crouched down, found a flat stone nearby, cleaned it off, and retrieved several glowing coals from the fire, placing the stone atop them. Fortunately, the stones of the sacred mountain were of excellent quality and did not explode. Once the stone was adequately heated, Jang Bai laid the sliced meat upon it. As it sizzled, he turned the meat over until both sides were perfectly golden before addressing Aoqing. Would you like to try? Although lacking seasoning, the quality of the void beast's meat was exceptional, imbued with its own fragrant essence, causing Aoqing's eyes to brighten. So this is the delight of cooked food. Jang Bai also sampled a piece. While the meat was exquisite, he found it lacking without any seasoning, rendering it less enjoyable for him. The skies of the sacred mountain were perpetually bright, and Jang Bai lost track of time, his stomach rumbling in protest. Despite the mediocre flavor, the energy contained within the meat was abundant. Merely a slice of the void devourer's flesh revitalized him entirely. Noticing Aoqing squinting with hunger, he offered her several more pieces. While Jang Bai busied himself with grilling, Aoqing's gaze wandered back to the charred remains of the meat. Crunch, crunch. Jang Bai heard the sound of chewing and looked up curiously, only to see Aoqing's brows knitted together, her rosy lips stained with blackened remnants. As Aoqing caught Jang Bai's inquisitive gaze, she elegantly set down the half-eaten piece of charred meat and nonchalantly remarked, "The taste is indeed subpar." Observing the smudge of black extending from her lips to her face, Jang Bai could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha. Chapter 18. Interrogation. Before long, the three were satiated. Bai Linger and Jang Bai sat upon the ground, occasionally patting their enlarged bellies, their faces radiating satisfaction. Indeed, the flesh of the Lord of Erosion is exquisite. Not only delectable, but also imbued with abundant energy. Jang Bai smacked his lips in admiration. It is indeed remarkable. Previously, I have only consumed inferior phantom beasts, whose meat was not only subpar, but required copious amounts to satiate my hunger. Bai Linger nodded in agreement, her conviction evident. It is a pity, however, to leave behind such a substantial piece of meat without any storage equipment. Jang Bai lamented as he gazed at the remaining cut. Storage devices come in various forms, be it rings, bracelets, necklaces, or even watches. Yet, they share a common trait, their exorbitant prices. Bai Linger, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Jang Bai, exclaimed with delight. I have just awakened and upgraded my bloodline, acquiring certain ancestral abilities, one of which provides me with a small spatial compartment, suitable for storing meat. Jang Bai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded Bai Linger. What a stroke of luck. Soon enough, the phantom beast, having already been drained of much of its energy by the sacred mountain, was safely stored away by Bai Linger. Brother Jang Bai, when we return, you must grill some meat for me, she urged, recalling the few pieces Jang Bai had cooked on a stone slab, which had left her utterly astonished. Jang Bai replied with a non-committal hum, but upon hearing Bai Linger mention returning, he fell deep into contemplation. According to Zhao Zetian's words, the sacred mountain and the upper echelons of the Great Xia had achieved their objective of slaying the Lord of Erosion. Yet, with the Lord now deceased, why had the teleportation not commenced? Must they venture to the location of the contract conference? Should they go to the Baiyu Tai? Another dilemma would arise. He had contracted a second beast maiden, although the mark on Bai Linger's forehead had turned white under Aoqing's guidance. His rapid ascension to level 20 in such a brief time would undoubtedly raise suspicions, an unprecedented rate in human history. He lacked a space for storing beast maidens, an item even more costly than storage equipment. He shared his concerns with the two maidens. In short order, they provided him with a satisfactory response. Jang Bai. Mythic-level beast maidens can transform into beast tattoos and attach themselves to their beast masters. What is a beast tattoo? This was a term Jang Bai had never encountered before. Bai Linger giggled, and in a flash of white light, she vanished from sight. Suddenly, Jang Bai felt a warm, enveloping sensation around his body. Hey. Brother Jang Bai, can you hear me? Bai Linger's voice echoed in his ear. Stunned, Jang Bai responded, Linga, where have you gone? I am on your body, she said playfully. Jang Bai instinctively touched his body. Brother Jang Bai, that's off limits. The girl's tone was tinged with annoyance. Lifting his shirt, Jang Bai discovered that his robust upper body bore a vivid tattoo, a white tiger sprawling from his chest, over his shoulder, and onto his back. He touched the fierce tiger head on his chest. Is this you, Ling? Yes, now no one will notice me, hee. You're amazing, Linger, Jang Bai praised. Giggle. Aoqing observed the resolution of the issue, a smile illuminating her well-defined features as she explained, beast patterns can enhance the training speed of beast masters and beast maidens, while also concealing one's cultivation level. However, the drawback is that, aside from communicating with the beast master, one cannot perceive the occurrences of the outside world. Jang Bai, perplexed, inquired, conceal one's aura? Aoqing nodded affirmatively, indeed. The beast pattern not only obscures the cultivation level of the beast master, but also simulates their aura. Does that mean I can display any level I desire? Jang Bai exclaimed with excitement. That would be advantageous. If I cannot defeat someone, I could simply intimidate them. Yet Aoqing shook her head. That is not permissible. The simulated maximum level is capped at the beast maiden's highest tier. Jang Bai felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly asked, by the way, you mentioned Linger would block external perceptions. Can she hear our conversation now? Not at all. I surmise it is due to the contract. Only the beast master can converse with the beast maiden transformed into a beast pattern, Aoqing speculated. Jang Bai nodded, finding her reasoning sound. He then suggested, let us proceed to the spirit platform and ascertain the current situation. Aoqing gently responded, do you require me to carry you there? Jang Bai instinctively glanced at Aoqing's preceding embarrassment. He preferred the earlier sensation of being cradled by her as she fled. However, to maintain a commendable image, he declined her offer. I am now level 20. I should be able to keep pace with you. Moreover, with the danger abated, a slower pace is acceptable. Aoqing nodded in agreement. At the White Jade Spirit platform, a considerable crowd had gathered. Aside from the surviving beast masters from the chaos, there was a well-equipped team representing the Great Xia Kingdom. Wei Xiaohu mingled among them, having concealed a beast maiden within the sacred mountain, anxiously navigating his way. He had only ventured to the White Jade Spirit platform once he confirmed there were no infected beast maidens. He constantly searched through the injured crowd for Jang Bai's figure. Two pale-faced beast maidens trailing behind him. Wei Xiaohu felt a weight settle in his heart. Could it be that Jang Bai had truly perished? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Jang Bai had been the first to flee, never confronting an infected beast maiden directly. He reassured himself that Jang Bai must have merely retreated deeper into the sacred mountain. Suddenly, Wei Xiaohu felt a pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by Jang Bai, grinning broadly as he stood behind him. Seeing Jang Bai, Wei Xiaohu spun around and excitedly grasped his hand. I knew you would be fine. Is this the beast maiden you just contracted? Wei Xiaohu inquired, casting his gaze towards Aoqing, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yes. Her name is Aoqing. Jang Bai introduced. Aoqing, this is Wei Xiaohu, my good friend. Wei Xiaohu greeted her, and Aoqing reciprocated with a smile. So, Tiger, is this your new beast maiden? Jang Bai similarly noticed the beast girl standing behind Wei Xiaohu, who was frowning. Stealthily, Jang Bai approached Wei Xiaohu, who seemed oblivious to her presence. Indeed, her name was Bao Bao. Then, Wei Xiaohu leaned closer to Jang Bai and whispered excitedly, Good lad. You truly have a knack for this. Do you know Bao Bao's bloodline rank? It's king level. What quality is your new beast girl? Jang Bai glanced at the gray dragon pattern on Aoqing's forehead and replied, As you can see, it's common. Why didn't you contract with Bao Bao? She's king level. Jang Bai blinked and simply said, Because she's too large. What is happening over there? Wei Xiaohu inquired. Jang Bai gestured toward a gathering crowd, diverting the topic. Not far away, a group of people was queuing, while a contingent of officials was interrogating them about something. It was rumored that a prominent figure from Nanjing had gone missing in the Sacred Mountain, and inquiries were being made to see if anyone had seen him. You'll soon have to go there too, Wei Xiaohu explained, having already undergone questioning. A prominent figure? It must be Zhao Zetian, right? Should I tell them Zhao Zetian's last words? Jang Bai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to keep it to himself. Zhao Zetian had been quite clear about seeking someone named Yang Feng. Could there be an undercover member of the Void Association among the officials? Before long, a woman approached him, her supermodel-like long legs clad in black stockings, and wearing a white shirt tucked tightly into a skirt that accentuated her graceful curves. She stood before Jang Bai, extending her fair hand. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Shintong, the captain of the 3rd team of the Civil Affairs Department of the Nanjing Management Bureau. Are you available now? I have a few questions to ask you. Jang Bai shook her hand, indicating that he was available. Shintong then turned her gaze to Wei Xiaohu, who awkwardly smiled before leaving with the beast girl. She looked at Aoqing, her wide eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. This is my beast girl, Jang Bai explained. Shintong nodded, concealing her astonishment, and took out a notebook, entering interrogation mode, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Name? Jang Bai. Age? 21. In the Sacred Mountain. Did you see this person? Shintong inquired, producing a photograph from the notebook's compartment and presenting it to Jang Bai. He glanced at it and saw that it was Zhao Zetian. Nonchalantly, Jang Bai shook his head, stating that he had not seen him. Shintong paused, her sharp eyes seeming to penetrate through facades, piercing deeply into Jang Bai's heart. After a moment, she lowered her head and pressed on. Where were you during the attack by the infected beings? Infected beings refers to creatures eroded by the energy of the Void Realm. My beast girl led me deep into the Sacred Mountain. Shintong then posed several inconsequential questions, to which Jang Bai responded one by one. In a brief inquiry, Shintong glanced at Aoqing and addressed Jang Bai, saying, Upon our return, please exercise caution. Thank you. Shintong approached an elderly man respectfully, stating, Old Zhang, the only individual who has met the director is Wang Long, whom he saved from the clutches of the Candle Hand. No one else has encountered the director. Shintong held deep respect for the elderly gentleman before him, whose hair was streaked with gray, one of the 10 elders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Not only was he a pillar of the nation, but he was also the mentor of Zhao Zetian. A flicker of sorrow crossed old Zhang's eyes as he recalled his earlier counsel. Patience, patience. Alas, let it be. It's time to return. The transmission will soon commence. The old man turned away, his silhouette imbued with an indescribable loneliness, stirring an ache within Shintong's heart. Chapter 19. Return, turmoil before long. Once the inquiries concluded, Jang Bai felt a flash of white light and found himself standing in the gymnasium of South Jiang University. The gym was vast. It had been teeming with people upon entry, yet now, the living barely numbered a third of those who had entered. So many went in, yet over half have not returned, sighed Wei Xiaohu. Their class belonged to the Auxiliary Academy, which originally comprised 14 members, but only 5 emerged. Among them was Yang Rong, who had previously mocked Jang Bai. She too remained on the Sacred Mountain. According to several classmates, she had fallen victim to the assault of the infected while attempting to rescue her first beast girl, Jang Bai, who had never harmed even a chicken in his past life and still harbored a sense of kindness, felt a pang of discomfort. Had they been strangers, he might have merely offered a fleeting wish for the deceased to rest in peace. However, having inherited the memories of his previous self, the past shared with these departed souls lingered vividly in his mind, as if he had lived through those experiences himself. This only intensified Jang Bai's resolve to grow stronger. He did not wish to fade away unnoticed one day. The president of South Jiang University, with weary eyes, took the stage to deliver a speech laden with sentiments of eternal strife against the virtual realm. His voice was hoarse, and he appeared profoundly agitated and indignant. From his address, Jang Bai learned that the duration of their ordeal on the Sacred Mountain spanned a full 2 days. This scene was also broadcast live online, inciting a wave of hatred and fury towards the virtual realm among countless viewers. Curse the virtual realm. Once I enter the battlefield, I vow to hunt its creatures daily. A counterattack. A counterattack is imperative. Alas, South Jiang City will likely suffer for many years as a result. This generation is on the verge of collapse. By the way, that wretched boy with the beast girl atop the 10th Spirit platform has somehow survived. Indeed, he is exceptionally fortunate. Once the president concluded his speech, Jang Bai accompanied by Aoqing, made his way towards the school gates. Along the route, many cast curious glances in Jang Bai's direction, making him feel rather uneasy. At that moment, a charming young girl stood before Jang Bai, her face flushed as she stammered, "Senior, may we take a photo together?" Jang Bai, puzzled, replied, "Am I a celebrity? Why would you want to take a photo with me? Is it my unparalleled beauty that has inadvertently captured the innocent heart of a young girl? Or has word of my extraordinary talents and formidable prowess spread?" Contemplating this, a warm smile graced his face. "Of course we can. Yay, little Meng, please take our picture," the girl exclaimed, bouncing as she handed her phone to a nearby petite girl with animal ears. The little girl's expression was one of distress, as if she might shatter at any moment, yet she accepted the phone. The girl then hurried back, linking arms with Aoqing, causing Aoqing to stiffen momentarily. With Aoqing in the center, Jang Bai on the right, and the girl on the left, they posed. Click. "Thank you, senior. Thank you," the girl chirped. This scenario repeated several times during their journey, and Jang Bai soon realized that it was not he who was famous, but Aoqing. "Who would have thought you were so popular in the Great Xia Kingdom?" Jang Bai teased, observing Aoqing's somewhat sullen expression. Aoqing shook her head, responding helplessly, "I have no idea why." Throughout their trip, she had been asked for numerous photos, and the physical contact with strangers made her quite uncomfortable, leaving her in a rather gloomy mood. Eventually, she maintained a colder demeanor, which seemed to alleviate the situation somewhat. "This is the subway. We can reach our destination swiftly without running. Is this building sturdy? It should be, right? Would you like to try some snacks?" "No, thank you." Jang Bai patiently explained the nuances of human cities to Aoqing, and soon they arrived at Longhua Community. Jang Bai's residence was in Building B, Apartment 404. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. "I never anticipated that a contract meeting could be so perilous. These past few days have been stifling." "Well, it turned out to be more of a scare than a danger," Aoqing remarked with a smile, observing Jang Bai's exhaustion. "By the way, I am curious to know how you became so well known," she continued. Jang Bai sat up and pulled out his phone. But just as he was about to open the search engine, he hesitated. Aoqing sat beside him, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's warmth. Noticing Jang Bai's pause, she inquired, "What's wrong?" She too was eager to understand what had transpired. It's nothing. Such private matters shouldn't be exposed to others, right?" "Aoqing, could you maintain a bit of distance?" Jang Bai replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he clicked on the browser. Relieved to find no peculiar entries in his search history. It is worth noting that the educational resources in this world are quite diverse, especially with the presence of beast girls. Soon enough, Jang Bai unraveled the mystery behind Aoqing's widespread recognition. As keywords gradually emerged, Jang Bai's heart sank deeper with each post he read. The comments below only fueled his fury. "Ladies, I found the person who snatched my brother's beast girl. I'll share his Douyin account here. I advise you to be sensible and return the beast girl to my brother, or you will find no refuge in the Great Xia." Oh my, how can there be such a despicable man who steals another's beast girl? "I offer 500,000. Just return the beast girl to brother Ling Tian." These were some of the more popular comments, each garnering tens of thousands of likes, while others defended Jang Bai. "Although I have a grudge against that guy, I stand with him this time. Why should it be Li Ling Tian's beast girl? If he's capable, why didn't he contract her back then? Just a kiss. And she belongs to him. Indeed, it's disgusting. I could claim to be your father too. Hurry, call your mother. I'll ask for a brother. Please, those above, do not distort the truth." First, Ling Tian expressed his intention to contract the beast girl a decade ago. Second, he spent 5 million to investigate her. Why should an economically challenged university student be allowed to contract her? Distorting the facts, huh? If Li Ling Tian had the ability, why didn't he go to Nanjing? Now that she has contracted with someone else, he wants to claim her? What skills does he possess? Why should he contract the beast girl? He couldn't even keep his first beast girl. The ability to contract is a skill in itself. Cut it out. Perhaps the beast girl wanted to live freely? Maybe he was just lucky enough to contract her. Are you brainless? Anyone watching the live stream knows his words were blocked by the holy mountain. So what? Isn't he just a common bloodline? He probably only knows the name of the race. That still makes him superior to Li Ling Tian. Jang Bai's face darkened as he opened the Douyin account, flooded with private messages, all accusing him of stealing Li Ling Tian's beast girl. There were a few rare requests for friendship, but he could only wonder about their intentions. Aoqing grasped Zhang Bai's trembling hand, softly reassuring him. I do not know him. Zhang Bai took a deep breath and replied, I understand, but that is not the crux of the issue. The problem is that his details, photos, name, home address, and school have all been posted online. Aoqing said coldly, if they dare to disturb us, we will eliminate them. Zhang Bai pondered in silence for a moment before reaching a decision. We need to find a new place to live. Li Ling Tian was immensely famous, handsome, from a prestigious family, and possessed great talent, with a legion of devoted fans online. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still my brother. Zhang Bai was concerned that a few high-level beast masters among his devoted fans might come knocking at night. Suddenly, with a flicker of his gaze, he spoke. Eoqing, could you assist me in recording a video? Sure. Before long, Zhang Bai uploaded a video to the Douyin platform. The title read, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aoqing. Please, don't associate with the foolish. In the video, Zhang Bai sat on the sofa with a pitiful expression, on the verge of tears. Aoqing, clad in a flowing azure robe, presented a picture of elegance, her long legs perfectly aligned. Her exquisite and enchanting face bore a tender expression, her captivating phoenix eyes shimmering with warmth that seemed almost tangible. Zhang Bai lamented, Sister, they are all bullying me and insulting me. He threw himself into Aoqing's comforting embrace, displaying an utterly heartbroken demeanor, his head rubbing against her garment as he wept. Aoqing wrapped her arms around Zhang Bai, her delicate, fair hands gently patting his back. Little Bai, do not fear. Simply regard those individuals as mere jesters. But sister, will you leave me? Zhang Bai raised his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing imploringly at Aoqing. Aoqing chuckled softly, stroking Zhang Bai's head. How could we ever leave you? Not even in death. Ha. I knew you were the best, sister. It's inconvenient for me to rent a place alone. Aoqing, please transform into a beast pattern first. However, Aoqing did not heed Zhang Bai's request. Instead, she smiled and said, by human standards of age, I believe you should address me as sister, for I am indeed your elder. Zhang Bai instinctively glanced at Aoqing's prominent figure, confirming her assertion. Sister, come on to me. Aoqing's smile widened. All right. In a flash of azure light, Aoqing vanished from her spot. Before the mirror, Zhang Bai stood bare-chested, admiring the two beast patterns adorning his body, unable to suppress a grin. Indeed, it's truly the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right. Chapter 20. Daily life in the new home. Dressed in a tactical jacket, sporting running shoes, a baseball cap atop his head, and a mask covering his handsome face, Zhang Bai ventured outside with only his eyes visible. Despite the late hour of 11, the subway was crowded, providing Zhang Bai with a taste of being sandwiched in a throng. Once he exited the subway, he exhaled deeply. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, leaves rustling in response. While the small electric scooters at the subway entrance toppled over, Zhang Bai quickly clutched a sturdy tree to steady himself. After a brief moment, the tremors subsided. Such occurrences were common in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the surrounding people seemed unfazed. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Bai diligently searched for rental information, ultimately setting his sights on the Jingxiu residence, a prestigious community with excellent security measures that barred strangers from entry. However, the price was correspondingly steep, reaching an exorbitant 6,000 per month. In Nanjing City, which was not classified as a first-tier city, such a rate was already considered top-tier. The house appeared to be approximately 120 square meters, fully furnished, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, complemented by a kitchen. After some contemplation, Zhang Bai summoned Aoqing and Bai Linger. Wow, is this the human world? Upon her emergence, Bai Linger curiously surveyed her surroundings, inspecting this and touching that, displaying a demeanor of someone who had never encountered such sights before. This is so soft, much softer than my cave. Ultimately, Bai Linger leaped onto the sofa, bouncing upon it a few times. Eventually, she settled beside Zhang Bai, her rounded form sinking into the cushions, entwining her arm with his, and in a sweet voice, she asked, Brother Zhang Bai, when will you take me out to play? Zhang Bai found himself overwhelmed with the desire to immediately take Bai Linger out for an adventure. However, his rationality compelled him to restrain his words. Linger, my current situation is somewhat precarious, and I still need you to help conceal my aura. So you'll have to endure for a while. His decision to keep Bai Linger from appearing in public was well considered. She was first required to mask his rank information, And secondly, he was being targeted by the obsessive fans of Li Ling Tian. From his previous life, he understood how perilous such zealots could be. Thus, he needed Bai Linger as a secret weapon hidden in the shadows. Upon hearing Jang Bai's words, Bai Linger immediately lost her enthusiasm. All right, but how long must I wait? After a moment's reflection, Jang Bai replied, at most, a year. A year was the time required for top-tier geniuses to progress from level 9 to level 20. He resolved to present himself as a top-tier genius. This would not only secure a favorable allocation of school resources, but also attract more attention, thereby enhancing his safety. That evening, the trio feasted on the meat of the Void Lord, and enriched by spices, they indulged heartily. Bai Linger even emitted steam from her head. Finally, with a flushed face, she exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. My body is so warm, Brother Zhang Bai. I need to resolve this on you. She then transformed into a white tiger beast pattern, enveloping Zhang Bai. However, Aoqing did not share this condition. In fact, she appeared somewhat unwell. Aoqing, what is wrong? Zhang Bai inquired with concern. Perhaps I overindulged, she replied. The next day, the alarm clock blared abruptly, nearly shattering Zhang Bai's blissful dreams. He reached out to silence the alarm before finally dressing and exiting his room. In the kitchen, Aoqing donned a white dress, tied at the waist with an apron, accentuating her delicate figure and perfectly showcasing her waist-to-hip ratio. Her tail swayed behind her, reflecting her good mood, while her blue hair was styled into a ponytail cascading down her back. Hearing the door open, Aoqing turned to see Zhang Bai drinking water at the dispenser. Little Bai, you're awake. I'll have breakfast ready in no time. Please sit and wait, Aoqing said cheerfully, her tone filled with joy and anticipation. Zhang Bai gazed at Aoqing, momentarily captivated. The dress was a custom piece he had ordered from the Beast Girl clothing store just yesterday. At this moment, Aoqing donned an attire that diminished her air of solitary detachment, infusing her presence with a touch of warmth. Zhang Bai smiled and nodded, heading to the restroom for a brief refreshment. Upon his return, he beheld Aoqing serving breakfast at the dining table. Approaching the table, Zhang Bai's smile faltered as he observed the charred meat slices accompanied by several similarly scorched pieces of bread, while another plate housed a dark, fried egg, an egg from a virtual chicken. Aoqing, do you have such an affinity for the color black? He inquired. This is the fruit of my labor from last night's studies. Do taste it, and let me know how it is, Aoqing replied, her sparkling eyes fixed on Zhang Bai with an air of anticipation. In that moment, the phrase autumn waters and bright eyes crystallized in Zhang Bai's mind. He felt that under Aoqing's gaze, he could consume poison without hesitation, let alone this modest breakfast. However, Linger, the beastly form of his companion, emerged sleepily at the dining table, having indulged too much in the meat of the virtual sovereign the previous day. Breakfast? Where's the breakfast? She murmured, her drowsy eyes scanning the scene. Here. Zhang Bai offered a piece of the burnt fried egg toward Linger's mouth. Her nose twitched instinctively before she swallowed it whole. Instantly revitalized, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the smiling Zhang Bai, as if questioning, did you poison me? Then, turning stiffly toward Aoqing, whose smile radiated with warmth, she suddenly comprehended the situation. With a gulp, Linger swallowed without daring to chew. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Come on, Brother Zhang Bai. Let me serve you some. She transferred several large pieces of meat onto Zhang Bai's plate. Zhang Bai, feeling a wave of exasperation, noted the black lines forming across his forehead. Aoqing, hearing Linger's words, beamed even brighter and kindly reminded her, Linger, this is called a hamburger. It should be eaten with the bread. She gestured toward the charred slices. Linger nodded vigorously like a pecking chick, affirming, yes, yes, bread. In her haste, she swiftly placed 2 pieces of bread around the meat and presented it to Zhang Bai, conveying a sense of urgency that implied he must eat it, lest he offend her. Zhang Bai took the bread, instinctively swallowing his saliva. Finally, under Aoqing's expectant gaze, he bit into it, chewing with a stoic expression. Brother Zhang Bai, is the breakfast my sister made not delightful? Linger asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You, Brother Zhang Bai, dared to harm me, and now you face the consequences. Zhang Bai's eyes widened in response, and he hastily took several more bites, swallowing them down. It is truly exquisite. Linger, why have you stopped? Let me prepare you a hamburger as well. Linger's face contorted into an expression of dismay, observing the two indulging in their meal with such enthusiasm. Aoqing's eyes flickered with a hint of skepticism. Is it really that delicious? As she was about to grasp the final morsel to savor, it was snatched away by Jang Bai, who promptly popped it into his mouth. Relishing the taste, he exclaimed, "It is simply exquisite. My apologies, sister, I could not resist." Aoqing chuckled and shook her head. "No worries, I shall prepare more." Upon noticing her intention to rise, Jang Bai quickly stood up. "Sister, you have been laboring all morning. You mustn't do that. Please remain seated while I prepare it for you." He then made his way to the kitchen, where he cooked a bowl of noodles and boiled 2 eggs. Upon catching the enticing aroma wafting from the noodles, Bai Linger called out eagerly, "Brother Jang Bai, I am still hungry. I wish to have some of that as well." With no other choice, Jang Bai prepared an additional serving. Once breakfast was concluded, Bai Linger transformed into her beast form. Jang Bai inquired, "Sister, I am about to depart. Will you accompany me?" After a moment's hesitation, Aoqing replied, "I shall also take on my beast form. I require training." Jang Bai nodded in agreement. "Very well then." Chapter 21. Zhouqingya, the Nanjing Municipal Administration Bureau, stands as a crucial stronghold in Nanjing City, fortified by an imposing security presence. With several fierce-looking officials stationed at the entrance, Jang Bai initially intended to seek out Yang Feng, only to be informed that an appointment was necessary, which led to his dismissal. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that Yang Feng was the deputy director of the bureau. Ultimately, he resolved to visit Nanjing University in search of Zhouqingya to fulfill another of Zhao Zetian's requests. At that hour, the university gate was nearly deserted. Jang Bai made his way toward the Combat Academy, one of the many faculties at Nanjing University. The Combat Academy is renowned for its elite students, all of whom had already surpassed level 15 in their cultivation before even entering university. Upon reaching the age of 18 and signing a contract with a beast companion at the Covenant Conference, these individuals would be assigned to the Combat Academy. Students here not only hone their combat skills, but also learn to handle various emergencies. Jang Bai, having initially possessed a lower level, was placed in the Auxiliary Academy, where the skills he acquired were primarily supportive in nature. His training resembled that of a healer in a past life, focusing on healing and enhancing attack power, while defense was a secondary concern. However, his original self remained stagnant at level 9 and did not master even a single skill. Nevertheless, he excelled in theoretical knowledge and garnered numerous scholarships through his academic achievements, earning recognition as a diligent model student, which, regrettably, led to resentment from many peers. How could someone with such poor talent still receive scholarships? Does that render my own talent meaningless? Before long, Jang Bai entered the Combat Academy, which was far grander than the Auxiliary Academy. Aside from the annual funding from the Great Xia Kingdom, the Combat Academy benefited significantly from the patronage of several formidable individuals who frequently contributed financial support. Upon entering the Combat Academy, students cast peculiar glances at Jang Bai, accompanied by whispers of intrigue. "Isn't that Jang Bai? I heard he posted a video online yesterday, boldly confronting Li Lingtian from the Imperial capital. This fellow possesses remarkable audacity. Who would dare to provoke Li Lingtian? Yet, to be fair, if I had such a stunning beast companion, my courage might flourish as well. It has come to my attention that Li Lingtian recently achieved a remarkable feat on the battlefield along the border, having slain a virtual beast of over level 50. A fact that is being widely publicized by the Imperial Capital University. Quite impressive indeed. He is merely 29 years old, yet capable of hunting such formidable creatures." Upon hearing this, Jang Bai furrowed his brow, surprised by Li Lingtian's prowess. The Beast Master ranks consist of a total of 80 levels, with every 20 levels marking a significant milestone. As one progresses, the rate of advancement diminishes. Beyond level 80 lies the King rank, followed by the Emperor rank. In the Sacred Mountain, the Virtual Devourer Lord is at the pinnacle of the King rank, while Zhao Zetian, who battled against him, is only just stepping into the King rank. Despite this, Zhao Zetian managed to inflict severe injuries upon the Virtual Devourer Lord, illustrating the extent of his terrifying strength. Casually stopping a strikingly attractive, slender girl, Jang Bai politely inquired, "Excuse me, do you happen to know which classroom Zhouqingya is in?" The Combat Academy is divided into several classes, yet the courses are predominantly attended together. Initially, the girl felt a flicker of fantasy as the handsome Jang Bai approached. But upon hearing him mention Zhouqingya, a peculiar expression crossed her face. "You're looking for Zhouqingya?" she asked. "Yes. She should be jogging on the playground at the moment," she replied. "Thank you." Jang Bai turned and made his way toward the playground. As he walked away, the girl couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain, thinking him just another presumptuous individual. Zhou Qingya is indeed a celebrity at Nanjing University, and the playground was currently filled with boys jogging. However, they were all running in a clockwise direction. What kind of decent person runs clockwise around the track? As a keen observer, Jang Bai quickly discerned their true intentions. They were merely there to gawk at the alluring sight approaching them. How revolting! Quietly deriding these lecherous onlookers, Jang Bai joined the throng of clockwise runners. Do not misunderstand. He simply preferred to follow the trend, having noticed everyone else running in that direction. As they continued, the pace of the crowd began to slow. Jang Bai recognized that Zhou Qingya had arrived. Zhou Qingya was clad in form-fitting gray yoga pants and a white tank top. A blue towel draped around her neck, her black hair tied into a high ponytail that swayed energetically with her movements, exuding youthful vitality. Most captivating were her long, elegant legs. As they brushed past each other, a fragrant breeze wafted towards Jang Bai, prompting him to swiftly turn and follow in her wake. Surrounding onlookers were taken aback by his boldness, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Was he some sort of creep? Yet, Zhou Qingya was no ordinary girl. They settled on a bench by the track, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Senior Qingya, do you have a moment to chat? Jang Bai called out. Zhou Qingya paused, slowly coming to a halt, turning to face Jang Bai, whom she recognized. With a furrowed brow, she asked, "It's you? What do you want?" Gazing into the eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Zetian's, Jang Bai remarked, "Qingya, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Might we find a quieter setting? I have something to discuss with you." A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhou Qingya's eyes, yet she politely declined, saying, "I'm afraid I'm quite busy." Just as she turned to leave, Jang Bai softly uttered, "It's about Director Zhou." Zhou Qingya halted abruptly, stiffly turning her head, her gaze piercing as it bore into Jang Bai, her tone laced with icy menace. "What do you know? I will be waiting for you at the cafe outside the school," Jang Bai responded, unperturbed by her demeanor, and with a smile, he turned to depart. Watching Jang Bai's retreating figure, Zhou Qingya lowered her head, a flash of anguish crossing her features. Finally, she picked up her jacket from the bench and followed Jang Bai outside. A group of onlookers exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, let us grab a coffee at the cafe." Seated opposite each other at the cafe, steaming cups of coffee before them, the rich aroma of bitterness wafted through the air as Jang Bai took a leisurely sip. "Truly, this is the finest coffee. It's delightful." Zhou Qingya, observing his deliberate pace, could not hold back her impatience. "What is it that you wish to say?" Setting down his coffee, Jang Bai inquired, "Before we proceed, could you enlighten me on your relationship with Director Zhou?" At his words, Zhou Qingya furrowed her brow and replied coldly, "I have no connection with him." Jang Bai raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "No connection? I must have approached the wrong person. My apologies, Qingya. Consider this coffee my treat." Zhou Qingya's gaze remained icy as she scrutinized the grinning Jang Bai. "Please, do not look at me that way. You are not the person I seek, and I cannot divulge Director Zhou's last words to you." Upon hearing the phrase "last words," Zhou Qingya paused momentarily, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. "What did he say?" Jang Bai produced a jade Buddha and slid it across the table towards Zhou Qingya. "He simply said, 'I am sorry,' and instructed me to deliver this to you." The moment Zhou Qingya beheld the jade Buddha, her tightly wound composure unraveled. She grasped it firmly, tears welling in her eyes before cascading down silently. Jang Bai remained silent, patiently allowing Zhou Qingya to regain her composure. Before long, Zhou Qingya had collected herself, though her eyes remained red-rimmed. She wiped the tears from her face and tremulously said, "Thank you. Qingya, there is one more matter entrusted to me by Director Zhou." "What is it?" "You must be acquainted with Yang Feng, correct? The one from the Management Bureau?" "Yes," Zhou Qingya affirmed. "Director Zhou had some instructions, but they can only be relayed to Director Yang. However, I am of little consequence and cannot even secure a meeting with him. So I was hoping you could arrange a meeting." Zhou Qingya nodded. "Of course. Let us add each other as friends for easier communication," she suggested, pulling out her phone. Jang Bai agreed, and after they exchanged contacts, he stood up with a smile. "I shall take my leave now. You may do as you wish, Qingya." Zhou Qingya sat motionless, staring blankly at the jade Buddha in her hands, a cherished relic from her mother. The image of Zhao Zetian repeatedly flashed through her mind. "Yaya, would you like to visit the amusement park? While your mother is away, I will take you." "Yaya, you have grown up. You should sleep alone. Why do you always wish to share a bed with your parents? It was on that fateful day when Zhao Zetian returned home, utterly lost, that she last saw her mother. From that day forth, the bond between father and daughter began to deteriorate at an alarming rate, culminating in a bitter estrangement. At last, she tucked away the jade Buddha, murmuring, "Now you can no longer prevent me, can you?" Just as Zhou Qingya approached the entrance to depart, a staff member hurried over, exclaiming, Miss, you haven't settled your bill." With the curious gazes of onlookers upon her, Zhou Qingya expressionlessly paid the bill. Chapter 22. Registration for the National Competition Selection. Upon returning to school, it was already past 9 o'clock, and many students with a second class hurried from their homes. Due to the presence of beast girls, the school did not provide dormitories. Students from well-off families either purchased or rented accommodations. Naturally, most opted for renting, as Nanjing University was merely a transient stop in their lives. Jang Bai entered the classroom, where a course titled Auxiliary Beastmaster, How Beast Girls Survive on the Battlefield was scheduled, commencing at 9:45 and concluding at 11:25, lasting a total of 1.5 hours. The spacious classroom was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals whispering. Upon entering, Jang Bai spotted Wei Xiaohu seated in the back row. Unlike usual, Wei Xiaohu bore darker circles under his eyes, appearing utterly drained, as he sat with a pained expression flanked by his two beast girls. The plush cat beast girl, Mimi, clung to Wei Xiaohu's arm, occasionally whispering to him and gesturing towards the other beast girl, Bao Bao. As soon as Wei Xiaohu noticed Jang Bai's arrival, he abandoned his companions and rushed over, pulling Jang Bai to sit in the adjacent seats. "What's wrong? You look glum this early in the morning. Did you not sleep last night?" Jang Bai inquired, puzzled. Wei Xiaohu covered his face, exclaiming, "Don't even mention it. Those two at home nearly tore the place apart. Do tell what happened." Jang Bai's curiosity was piqued. "Last night, Mimi wanted to sleep with me as usual, but Bao Bao vehemently opposed it. Mimi became furious, and they argued fiercely. I decided to sleep on the sofa, allowing Mimi and Bao Bao to occupy the bedroom. However, in the middle of the night, Mimi climbed onto me. When Bao Bao discovered this, a huge fight ensued. Bao Bao, unable to contend with Mimi, resorted to physical confrontation. I, seeing Mimi's frail demeanor, intervened to protect her. As a result, Bao Bao ended up hitting me too." As he spoke, Wei Xiaohu rolled up his sleeves to reveal a deep bite mark. Jang Bai gave him a thumbs up, remarking, Cat-eared beast girls truly have quite the spirited nature. Alas, this household is bound to fall apart eventually." Wei Xiaohu sighed, expressing a hint of envy. "Your companion seems to be quite gentle." Reflecting on Aoqing, Jang Bai nodded. Indeed, she exuded a certain tenderness. However, the thought of the morning's breakfast brought forth a wave of discomfort in his stomach. Alas, every household has its own troubles. He needed to devise a way to relieve Aoqing from cooking duties. Soon, the class bell rang, and an elderly professor, bespectacled and holding a cup brimming with goji berries, entered the room. His murky gaze swept across the classroom, and he sighed softly before noticing Jang Bai and Wei Xiaohu seated together, which caused him to frown slightly. "Wei Xiaohu, why aren't you sitting with your beast companion?" "Jang Bai, where is your contracted beast companion? Why didn't you bring her today?" The events surrounding Jang Bai had stirred considerable chatter online, and the professor was not oblivious to it. With a forlorn expression, Wei Xiaohu returned to his seat, while Jang Bai rose to respond. "Professor Lin, my beast companion is recuperating at home after an injury sustained at the Sacred Mountain." Professor Lin nodded, saying, "Since you have contracted a beast companion, treat her well and disregard the unfounded rumors circulating online." Jang Bai nodded in agreement and sat down. Professor Lin then glanced around. "What about Qianyu?" The room fell silent. He frowned, recalling that she had not participated in this conference. Qianyu was strikingly beautiful and possessed an enviable figure. Often regarded as one of the class's most attractive members, rivaled only by Jang Bai's former beast companion, Bai Yuan. She was quite talented and had achieved a high level of cultivation. However, it was common knowledge that Qianyu had a wealthy benefactor, likely engrossed in training at his residence. The students remained reticent. Professor Lin jotted down some notes and proceeded to scrawl several large characters on the blackboard. As a support beastmaster, how should a beast companion act on the battlefield to ensure her safety? After completing his writing, he turned to Jang Bai. "Now, Jang Bai, please share your thoughts." Jang Bai hesitated momentarily before tentatively suggesting, "What if we eliminate all the enemies? Laughter erupted throughout the class. You, a support beastmaster. Think you can wipe out all the enemies? What purpose would a combat beastmaster serve then? Professor Lin's expression darkened as he replied, though it is a perspective. I would not recommend it as a viable strategy. Remember, as support beastmasters, our primary duty is to maintain our distance from the heart of the battlefield to safeguard ourselves, followed by providing healing to combat beastmasters. The class swiftly came to a close. Wei Xiaohu approached Jang Bai, pushing his phone towards him. Lao Bai, the registration for the national competition opens today at noon. Are you considering participating? The national competition is divided into 3 phases. The first phase involves local selections, where beastmasters may register using their identification information to secure a spot in the top 100. This leads to the second phase, the provincial selections, where the top 100 from the city compete, with 50 advancing. The final phase is the national competition, featuring the top 50 from each province. Jang Bai nodded without hesitation, eager to participate. The national competition represented a swift avenue for him to forge his genius label, and the rewards were quite appealing. Haha, Jang Bai. Your first beast girl was of the ordinary tier, right? Don't end up being eliminated in the first round and injure your beast girl. You'll have to spend money on her treatment, a nearby male student teased upon overhearing Wei Xiaohu and Jang Bai's conversation. No worries, it's not a big deal. Jang Bai responded with a smile. Will the incident online with Li Ling Tian affect you? Wei Xiaohu inquired with concern. Jang Bai cheerfully replied. P.S. Not even in Dongjiang province. What is there to fear? Wei Xiaohu nodded in agreement, not believing that Jang Bai would have the opportunity to compete against participants from other provinces in the competition. As the clock struck 12, the registration portal officially opened, and Jang Bai promptly entered the official website to fill out his information. The competition was divided into 3 groups. The first group for ages 18 to 29, the second for ages 30 to 59, and the third for those over 60. Soon, a text message arrived. You have successfully registered for the national competition. In the afternoon, after attending 2 classes, Jang Bai received a message from Euching confirming Yang Feng's agreement. The class was so dull that Jang Bai had turned off his phone. At the eastern gate of Nanjing University, Qianyu, with her handbag slung over her shoulder, wore a black short leather skirt, paired with a white crop top and a tiny vest. Her long legs, clad in fishnet stockings, were accentuated by white high heels. Upon spotting Jang Bai at the entrance, she instinctively stretched her waist, unbothered by showcasing her physical allure in front of a handsome man. Before long, a red Porsche halted before Jang Bai. As he stepped in, Qianyu stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to discern whether this classmate, who usually lived in modesty, was actually a high-end seafood merchant like her. At the Namboan Grand Hotel, Jang Bai exited the vehicle, unable to deny the comfort of riding in a luxury car. Euching also emerged from the driver's seat, now dressed in an elegant black long dress, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features were adorned with minimal makeup, presenting less of a youthful college vibe and more of a mature woman's charm. A blue bracelet adorned her wrist, emanating subtle energy waves upon closer inspection. Uncle Yang will take a while to arrive. Let us head inside and sit for a bit, Euching remarked to Jang Bai, grabbing her bag and swaying her hips as she walked ahead. The Namboan Grand Hotel stood as the pinnacle of luxury in Nanjing City, yet with only 3 of them. Euching had reserved a small private room. The round wooden table, complemented by warm lighting and adorned with a few vintage landscape paintings on the walls, offered a homely ambience. Jang Bai sensed that this was a familial gathering, indicating a close relationship between Director Yang and Director Zhou. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Encounter with Bai Yuan, leading to a confrontation. Jang Bai. Due to a last-minute issue with Director Yang, Jang Bai decided to take a brief respite in the restroom. Little did he anticipate encountering Bai Yuan there. What brings you here? Bai Yuan was equally surprised to see Jang Bai. Given Jang Bai's affluent background, it seemed improbable for him to dine in such an opulent hotel. Jang Bai replied nonchalantly, Why shouldn't I be here? A glance at the intricate purple snowflake pattern on Bai Yuan's forehead stirred a sense of astonishment in Jang Bai. He had not expected Bai Yuan's lineage to ascend to the diamond tier. Is this how you choose to spend your 500,000? Bai Yuan's gaze toward Jang Bai grew increasingly estranged. How I spend my money is of no concern to you. Step aside, Jang Bai. You ought to invest that money in enhancing your cultivation rather than squandering it in frivolous pursuits. Bai Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jang Bai's voice turned stern. Bai Yuan, The moment our contract was dissolved, our relationship has been limited to that of strangers or adversaries. What right do you have to judge me? He could not forget the incident involving Zhang Yu, who had seemingly sought to have him assassinated. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I never intended for this to happen. Bai Yuan trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. Regardless of your intentions, since you've acted this way, you must bear the consequences. Now, please move aside. I have pressing matters to attend to. I want tea. Did you come here to dine with your new contract beast girl? How can she be so inconsiderate? Especially when you're in such dire straits. Bai Yuan retorted defiantly. Within an extravagantly adorned private room, the gathering was held to celebrate Bai Yuan's ascension to the Diamond Bloodline tier. Zhang Yu had never anticipated that Bai Yuan would truly achieve such a status. The group was currently boasting, Humph, who is our brother Yu, heir to the Zhang family of Nanjing. And now he has contracted a Diamond tier beast girl. A peak achievement is within reach. Brother Yu is destined to break into the national top 100 in this upcoming competition. The group lavished praise upon him, while Zhang Yu merely smiled faintly at the spectacle before him. Brother Yu, you are remarkable. Allow me to toast to you. A strikingly handsome man raised his glass in a salute to Zhang Yu. After downing the drink, the man's face flushed a deep crimson. Zhang Yu scrutinized the man's features, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He then took a sip from his glass and leaned closer to whisper in the man's ear. Did you bring the oil today? I did, came the reply. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, Brother Yu, why has Sister Yuan been gone for so long? Is she encountering some trouble? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and instructed, Xiaohu, go and check. Sister Yuan, what has transpired? As Zhang Xiaohu stepped out of the private room and turned a corner in the corridor, he spotted Bai Yuan being obstructed by a man and hurried forward. Upon noticing Bai Yuan's reddened eyes, he asked, Has this guy been bullying you? Pointing at Jang Bai. No. Bai Yuan quickly shook her head, striving to regain her composure. She did not wish to embroil Jang Bai in further complications. Who are you? Why are you blocking Sister Yuan? Zhang Xiaohu pointed at Jang Bai, indignantly questioning him. Xiaohu, I told you it has nothing to do with him, Bai Yuan retorted sharply. Jang Bai, what is the matter? Why are you out here? Jang Bai looked at Zhou Qinya with confusion. Uncle Yang is almost here. So I came to check on you. You've been out for quite a while, Zhou Qinya replied. Jang Bai promptly explained the situation, and Zhou Qinya cast a curious glance at Bai Yuan. Since you decided to terminate the contract back then, why are you now pestering Jang Bai? What is your relationship with him? Bai Yuan coldly regarded Zhou Qinya, while a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. How could the renowned Zhou Qinya from Nanjing University be associated with Jang Bai? Zhou Qinya rolled her eyes. What my relationship with Jang Bai has to do with you? Step aside, you're blocking the way. Zhang Xiaohu felt ignored, a surge of anger rising within him. How dare anyone disregard a member of the Zhang family in Nanjing City? Was this a slap in his face? A disgrace to the Zhang family? Zhang Xiaohu began, but a sharp slap echoed through the air. Jiang Bai raised his palm, gently blowing on it, mind your words. Zhou Qinya caught a glimmer of surprise in her eyes at Jiang Bai's swift movements. Zhang Xiaohu felt a searing pain on his face, and with Bai Yuan watching, he was overwhelmed by a heated rage, fixated on one thought, to eliminate this pretty boy before him. A golden light surged from his palm, rushing towards Jiang Bai. However, Zhou Qinya moved even faster. Lifting her skirt slightly, she turned and with a swift, powerful kick, struck Zhang Xiaohu in the chest. Bang! Zhang Xiaohu's body was sent flying, crashing onto the granite floor. Struggling to rise, the fury that had once filled his gaze faded, replaced by a glimmer of caution as he regarded Zhou Qinya. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he solemnly said, Sister Yuan, let us go. Bai Yuan glanced at Jang Bai, then at Zhang Xiaohu. Before brushing past Jang Bai, I didn't expect your skills to be so agile despite your low cultivation level, Zhou Qinya remarked, astonished. Jang Bai scratched his head. It was simply that he was unprepared, and I caught him off guard. He swiftly changed the subject. Has Director Yang arrived yet? No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit entered, his resolute features framed by a crew cut and a prominent mark on his forehead. The moment he stepped in, Zhou Qinya rushed forward, linking her arm with his. Uncle Yang, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. Yang Feng playfully poked Zhou Qinya's smooth forehead, grumbling, You little brat. It's been ages since I last heard from you, my dear niece. Yang Feng gazed affectionately at Zhou Qinya, a flicker of memories coursing through his eyes. He never anticipated that the child who once clamored incessantly to venture outdoors had grown so much. In those days, Zhou Qingya's mother was perpetually occupied, prompting Zhao Zetian to bring the young Zhou Qingya to his workplace, where her exuberance turned the office upside down. Eventually, Zhao Zetian entrusted the child to Yang Feng, asking for his assistance in her care. It can be said that Zhou Qingya was largely raised by him. The thought of Zhao Zetian brought a tinge of sorrow to Yang Feng's eyes. At that moment, Jang Bai spoke up, Director Yang. He rose and nodded towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng assessed Jang Bai for a moment before saying, "You must be Jang Bai. Please, take a seat." Though his gaze was casual, Jang Bai felt as if his very being was being scrutinized. Chapter 24. Yang Feng and various forces. Zhang Yu looked at the injured Zhang Xiaohu, a dark cloud of anger shadowing his expression. Who did this? The injury to his cousin within his jurisdiction was a blatant disregard for him. Zhang Xiaohu turned his gaze towards Bai Yuan, who lowered her head in silence. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaohu spoke, "A man and a woman. I do not know them. The woman is quite young yet formidable. She dispatched me with a single strike. As for the man, he is a weakling. Merely at level 9, I believe his name is Jang Bai." Bang! Upon hearing Jang Bai's name, Zhang Yu slammed his fist onto the table, causing the marble surface to shatter into pieces. His gaze fixed intently on Bai Yuan, who continued to avert her eyes in silence. Finally, Zhang Yu spoke in a deep voice, "Shouldn't I receive an explanation?" Bai Yuan replied, "We just encountered each other outside and exchanged a few words." Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "Xiaowu, take me to find him." Bai Yuan lifted her gaze, silently observing Zhang Yu. His expression darkened further, and he coldly huffed, "I am not seeking trouble with him." This was the truth. Given Bai Yuan's demeanor towards Jang Bai, should any confrontation arise, it would certainly not be initiated by him. However, he needed to ascertain Jang Bai's associations, as this would influence his subsequent plans. Jang Bai must perish, otherwise, Bai Yuan would never return to his side. As they exited, Zhang Xiaowu informed Zhang Yu, "Brother, Jang Bai and that woman are in box 666. Zhang Yu nodded and proceeded towards the designated room. However, as he turned the corner at the end of the corridor, he spotted two figures standing rigidly outside box 666. Drawing closer, Zhang Yu discerned their faces, and his pupils constricted. He swiftly turned and entered the adjacent restroom. "Brother, you've taken a wrong turn," Zhang Xiaowu remarked, receiving a sharp glare from Zhang Yu, which promptly silenced him. Inside the restroom, Zhang Yu stared at his reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. Ever since Zhao Zetian vanished on the sacred mountain, the relationship between his father and Yang Feng had become precarious. From the implications his father had conveyed, it seemed Zhao Zetian had met his demise on the sacred mountain. Presently, the position of the director of the Nanjing Municipal Bureau remained uncertain. Yet it was highly likely that one of the two, his father or Yang Feng, would be chosen for the role. Why did Jang Bai end up with Yang Feng? Zhang Yu furrowed his brows, certain that Jang Bai lacked such social connections. How, then, had Jang Bai established a link with Yang Feng? Soon, Zhang Yu arrived at a conclusion. Jang Bai had encountered Zhao Zetian at the sacred mountain, and Zhao Zetian had tasked Jang Bai with delivering a message to Yang Feng. Although the nature of the message remained unclear, Zhang Yu felt it was significant enough to share with his father. After engaging in some casual conversation, the trio swiftly transitioned to the main topic. "Please recount your encounter with Zhao Zetian at the sacred mountain," Zhang Yu requested. Jang Bai pondered for a moment before describing the situation, omitting any mention of Aoqing, and merely informing Yang Feng about his beast-kin's healing abilities, which aligned with his academic specialization. Upon learning that the Void Association aimed at the entirety of Nanjing City, Yang Feng appeared only mildly surprised. Then turned to Jang Bai and asked, "Given that you received this news, why did you not approach me directly, but instead seek out Qingya first?" She is not one to be easily persuaded. Jang Bai offered an awkward smile and recounted the incident of being turned away when he sought Yang Feng. He then added, "Director Zhou also entrusted me with an item for senior sister Qingya." "What item?" Yang Feng inquired. Jang Bai shifted his gaze to Zhou Qingya, who hesitated for a moment before producing her jade Buddha. Yang Feng inspected it and nodded in acknowledgement. "Jang Bai, do you know why Director Zhou entered the sacred mountain?" Jang Bai tentatively suggested, "For the future of Nanjing City?" Yang Feng nodded and then asked, "Are you familiar with the concept of the heaven and earth trend?" Observing Jang Bai's bewildered expression, Yang Feng elaborated, "The heaven and earth trend is an official term Many prefer to refer to it as fortune. Fortune may seem elusive, yet it undeniably exists. Its influence can increase the number of individuals capable of cultivation within a region. For instance, in Nanjing City, fortune has been steadily diminishing over the years, leading to a decreasing number of cultivators. Fortune is a constant. It neither vanishes into thin air nor is conjured from nothing. With the national competition approaching, it presents an opportunity for every region, as it pertains to the redistribution of fortune among them. This is also why Zhao Zetian ventured into the sacred mountain. Jang Bai and Euching remained somewhat silent, processing the weighty information Yang Feng had just divulged. Casting a glance at the two, Yang Feng turned to Jang Bai and asked, "Jang Bai, you will be graduating in a year, correct?" "Yes," Jang Bai replied. "What are your plans after graduation?" Jang Bai shook his head, uncertain of his post-graduation path. For now, he simply aspired to achieve a commendable rank in the national competition. "Have you familiarized yourself with the power dynamics across the country?" Noticing Jang Bai's wide-eyed expression, Yang Feng understood that he had not. Aside from the official governmental authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are several grassroots organizations, among which two hold considerable influence. The first is the Aoqing Men, established by a group of individuals passionate about exploring relics. Their influence spans the nation, and they also recruit peripheral members to form teams for relic exploration. Jang Bai could not help but ask, "Do these individuals often carry a shovel behind their backs?" Yang Feng, with a puzzled expression, replied. Jang Bai let out an awkward chuckle and encouraged him to continue. "The Immortal Palace, a creation of a group of madmen, believes that both the Holy Mountain and the Void Realm pose equal dangers. They assert that the existence of the Holy Mountain has led to a decline in the fertility rates of humanity, choosing not to form contracts with beast maidens, but instead focusing solely on their own cultivation. Jang Bai was aware that unions between beast maidens and humans do not produce offspring. Soul contracts represent a mutual agreement. Yet many beast maidens and beast masters often fall in love after sharing numerous experiences together. Some individuals even remain devoted to a single beast maiden throughout their lives." Yang Feng took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Though these people are not inherently evil, they seem to possess some cognitive issues, laboring tirelessly without respite." He continued, "There are also several criminal factions, two of which are particularly notable. The Void Association you mentioned is one of them, with influence spreading across the globe, which you should already be aware of. Another unique group is composed of beast maidens, known as the Dark Knight Remnant. Previously, there was a notorious organization called the Dark Knight Palace, responsible for countless bloodshed. At its zenith, even the administration of Great Xia had to retreat in fear. The Knight Sovereign at that time was formidable enough to compel even the current human sovereign to tread carefully." Jang Bai could not suppress his curiosity. Was the Knight Sovereign truly that powerful, to the point of overshadowing the human sovereign, who is of royal caliber? Yang Feng glanced at him, stating, "The current human sovereign had not yet ascended to power when the previous human sovereign faced the Knight Sovereign. After their encounter, the former immediately announced his abdication. The first decree of the current human sovereign was to instruct the administration to avoid provoking the Knight Temple. Later, the Knight Sovereign clashed with the Eastern King and was ultimately slain, leading to the disintegration of the Knight Temple. Following the Knight Sovereign's fall, an organization named the Dark Knight Remnant emerged, with many speculating that its leader is the Knight Sovereign's beast maiden." Jang Bai questioned, "Is the Eastern King stronger than the previous human sovereign?" Yang Feng nodded, then shook his head. "I am uncertain. Many claim that the Knight Sovereign was already severely wounded during his battle with the former human sovereign, which allowed the Eastern King to seize an opportunity." Observing Jang Bai's somewhat dazed expression, Yang Feng straightforwardly proposed, "Young man, would you be interested in working at the administration? I have an internal referral spot that could facilitate your entry. Consider it my reward for bringing you this news." Having said all this, his true intention was to recruit Jang Bai into the administration. Jang Bai was immediately elated, for he understood that in any world, the end remains singular. "I am willing. I am willing. Come, Director Yang, I toast to you. I will drink, you may take your time." Jang Bai nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, raising his glass and downing the contents in one go. "Then make haste to report to the administration. There's no need to worry about school. I will speak on your behalf. An occasional visit will suffice." Yang Feng pondered for a moment before stating, "Understood. We will soon be individuals with formal positions." After several rounds of drinks, Jang Bai discerned that Yang Feng and Zhou Qingya had more to discuss, so he took his leave early. As Jang Bai's figure vanished at the doorway, Zhou Qingya could not help but inquire, "Uncle Yang, have you truly given the internal referral quota to Jang Bai?" Yang Feng chuckled. "Are you not aware of your father's capabilities? He has his reasons for asking Jang Bai to fetch something for you. I trust you understand." Zhou Qingya nodded, fully aware of Zhao Zetian's prowess. He could effortlessly procure the item without anyone's assistance. Yet he chose to have Jang Bai retrieve it, indicating that Jang Bai possessed certain qualities that caught Zhao Zetian's attention. Observing Zhou Qingya lost in thought, Yang Feng teased, "Your father seems to be on the lookout for a son-in-law." Zhou Qingya playfully punched Yang Feng's arm. "Uncle Yang, you're just teasing me again." Yang Feng's demeanor turned serious. "Qingya, in all honesty, what are your thoughts on Jang Bai?" Reflecting on the videos Jang Bai had posted on Douyin and recalling their encounter at the cafe that morning, she shook her head and replied, "He is audacious and somewhat shameless. I fail to see what makes him special. I have no interest in him." Yang Feng chuckled. "Ah, you mischievous girl. Don't let regret catch up with you later." Zhou Qingya made a face. Only a fool would regret. Chapter 25. Acts of Valor at the Jingxiafu residence. Just as Jang Bai was about to open the door and return home, the door opposite swung open, revealing a drenched young woman. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a white t-shirt that clung to her figure, accentuating her curves. "Hello, are you the new resident?" Jang Bai nodded in response. "Could you do me a favor? My drain is clogged, and my home is flooded. My phone fell into the water and won't turn on, so I can't contact a repairman. May I borrow your phone to make a call?" The woman trembled slightly as she spoke. "I'm afraid my phone is off. I need to charge it. Would you like to come in and wait for a moment?" Jang Bai glanced at the water that had already reached the threshold of her home. "No, that's all right. I'll just wait here." Soon, Jang Bai notified the property management, who assured him that a repairman would arrive shortly. He relayed this information to the woman, who expressed her gratitude profusely. Upon returning home, Jang Bai remembered that Aoqing and Bai Linger had yet to eat. To avoid a repeat of the morning's events, he decided to cook for himself. As he skillfully tossed the ingredients in the pan, a delightful array of dishes quickly came together. After tidying up the kitchen, he prepared to take out the trash to dispose of it in the morning. Opening the door, he noticed that the neighbor's door was ajar, and faint cries for help reached his ears. Narrowing his eyes, he knocked on the door, but received no response. The interior fell silent. He entered, confronting a closed door, and forcefully kicked it open. Bang! The lock shattered under the force. Inside, a man in work attire was desperately trying to muffle a woman's cries, her clothing in tatters, exposing her vulnerability to the air. As the man realized his predicament, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He rose abruptly, raising a hammer to strike Jang Bai's head. In an instant, Jang Bai discerned that the assailant was merely an ordinary individual with a single maneuver. The man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The woman, her gaze vacant and body trembling, curled into a ball, clutching the blanket tightly, visibly shaken. "Mommy, what's wrong?" A sweet, childish voice broke the tension. Jang Bai turned to the doorway, where a little girl, clutching a teddy bear and with disheveled hair, peered into the room with fear evident in her eyes. The child, approximately 3 or 4 years old, donned an adorable dinosaur-themed pajama set. Upon spotting her mother in bed, she mustered the courage to enter, climbing onto the bed to nestle the teddy bear into the woman's embrace. Then, she wrapped her tiny arms around the trembling figure, mimicking her mother by gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid, Ming Ming is here. Don't be scared, Mommy." It seemed the woman finally registered her daughter's presence, and she wept loudly as she held her child close. Observing this, Jang Bai exhaled in relief and dragged the unconscious man into the hall. He retrieved his phone and called the management bureau. The personnel arrived promptly, taking the man away and recording the incident. It was revealed that the woman was an ordinary individual named Bai Jia. Her husband, a beast tamer, had perished during a virtual realm upheaval. Subsequently, her mother-in-law, deeming her a harbinger of misfortune, expelled her and her daughter from their home. As for the handyman, he was Bai Jia's brother-in-law, also an ordinary man, working as a plumber. He had initially instigated his mother to evict Bai Jia, then applied for a repair position at the Jinxiu mansion, deliberately renting an apartment beneath hers. His intent was to clog the drain, prompting Bai Jia to call for assistance. Outside the door, Bai Jia grasped Mingming's tiny hand. Her voice choked with emotion as she repeatedly thanked Jang Bai. Thank you so much." Mingming, her big eyes wide with innocence, looked up at the handsome young man and extended her arms. "Thank you, big brother. Hug me, please." Jang Bai scooped her up, playfully pinching her dainty nose. Upon returning home, it was past 10 o'clock, and the meal he had prepared earlier had long since cooled. He warmed the dishes before calling for Bai Linger and Aoqing. I slept so soundly. Bai Linger yawned, her nose twitching. What smells so delicious? Upon spotting the food on the table, her fluffy ears perked up, and she dashed toward the spread, ready to grab the food with her hands. However, Aoqing's tail swiftly curled around her, pulling her aside. With a cheerful smile, Aoqing said, Linger, you need to wash up first. I'm fine, I'll wash. Bai Linger retorted, darting into the bathroom, exclaiming, those who take too long won't get anything to eat. After their meal, Bai Linger reclined on the sofa, clutching a bag of potato chips, her gaze fixated on the television, which displayed a delightfully absurd comedy. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Silver strands of hair were elegantly tied into a high ponytail, while the black and white tail playfully swayed behind her. At that moment, she donned a pair of ultra-short shorts, her fair legs resting atop Jang Bai's. Occasionally, bursts of laughter escaped her lips. Bai Linger had a remarkably low threshold for humor. Even the slightest comical scene could send her into fits of giggles, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, leaving Jang Bai to experience the sensation of being utterly outmatched. Bai Linger, ha ha Jang Bai. His Aoqing sat gracefully on Jang Bai's other side, her posture a stark contrast to Bai Linger's casual demeanor. She sat upright, her slender waist perfectly aligned, her long legs elegantly together. Cascading blue hair fell effortlessly over her shoulders, occasionally wafting a refreshing fragrance toward Jang Bai's nose. Glancing at his face, she softly inquired, Xiao Bai, what's the matter? Suppressing Bai Linger's playful antics, Jang Bai nonchalantly retrieved his phone, replying, nothing. He opened Douyin. Where yesterday's video had already amassed over 5 million views, the comments section rife with scorn. Dog thief Jang Bai, how could you endure such humiliation? Step aside and let me handle this. Li Ling Tian, brother, your beast girl has been embraced by someone. Come and see. Ha ha. To the one above? Do you want to die? Do you dare challenge me in real life? Sisters, I am from Nanjing City. I heard Jang Bai has also signed up for the national competition. We are crowdfunding 100,000 yuan. I will purchase a spirit liquid upgrade, and then see how I can defeat Jang Bai. Same here. Same here. By the way, have you noticed that Aoqing's expression seems a bit off? Bai Si Bu De Chi Jia, take care of my wife. Bai Si Bu De Chi Jia, take care of my wife. Bai Si Bu De Chi Jia, take care of my wife. Upon reading this comment, Jang Bai turned to Aoqing, noticing nothing amiss, and gently asked, Sister, are you feeling unwell? Aoqing playfully twirled a strand of hair around her pinky, revealing her smooth, rosy cheeks, and replied softly, Not at all, I am in perfect health. The following morning, Jang Bai was awakened by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Bai Jia, who wore a striking red dress, her features adorned with exquisite makeup. In one hand, she held Meng Meng, and in the other, a bag of fruit. Brother Jiang, I brought you breakfast. Meng Meng raised her tiny hand, prompting Jang Bai to notice the substantial food box she clutched. She insisted on carrying it, Bai Jia said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Jang Bai accepted the items, suggesting, Bai Jia, would you like to come in for a moment? Bai Jia shook her head, cradling Meng Meng in her arms. No, I still need to take Meng Meng to kindergarten. Goodbye, brother. Meng Meng chimed in her sweet, childish voice, bidding farewell to Jang Bai. Chapter 26. Aoqing encounters trouble. Joining the workforce, the breakfast Bai Jia brought was sumptuous, yet it proved insufficient for the three of them. Jang Bai promptly dashed to the kitchen to prepare 2 additional servings. He then knocked on Bai Linger's door, inquiring if she was up for breakfast. Are you eating? Is there food? Came a drowsy voice, sounding as though she had just awoken. Jang Bai, filled with helplessness, shook his head and knocked on Aoqing's door. Knock, knock, knock. There was not a whisper of sound from within. What could be the matter? My sister is not one to indulge in slumber. He then pushed the door open and was met with the sight of Aoqing, lying on the bed like a slumbering beauty, her complexion alarmingly pale. She had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Jang Bai hastily lifted Aoqing into his arms and hurried to the door of Bai Linger's room. Linger, hurry. Aoqing is in trouble. The door swung open instantly, revealing Bai Linger, who had not even taken the time to dress, still clad in the lingerie Jang Bai had gifted her. However, he was too anxious to appreciate the scene before him. Quickly, we must go to the hospital. Bai Linger. Upon seeing Aoqing's ashen face, uttered no further words and transformed into her beast form, attaching herself to Jang Bai. At Nanjing City's first hospital, which housed a specialized clinic for beast girls, Jang Bai paced anxiously outside the emergency room. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded across his face. Why haven't you been more attentive to Aoqing? This is a problem even netizens could detect. Jang Bai felt a wave of regret wash over him. Before long, the doors to the emergency room swung open, and a female doctor clad in a white coat emerged. A name tag on her chest read Dr. Lin Jia, and behind her followed a pale beast girl, her small face beaded with sweat, evidently having expended considerable energy. Dr. Lin's expression was grave as she reproached. How could you care for a beast girl in such a manner? She has sustained grievous injuries, and you only now bring her to the hospital? How is she? Jang Bai asked urgently. Alas, did she forcibly activate the power within her? Dr. Lin shook her head and sighed. Her words reminded Jang Bai of the time on Sacred Mountain when Aoqing had been struck by the Lord of Void Erosion, unable to maintain her battle form. And yet she had forcibly activated the rending claw. Seeing Jang Bai nod, Dr. Lin confirmed, indeed. Forcibly activating her power has caused irreversible damage to the spiritual veins within her. Given the current medical capabilities in Nanjing City, recovery is unlikely. Jang Bai, like a child who had erred, lowered his head and trembled as he asked, will there be any consequences? She may encounter difficulties in her future cultivation. As he timidly pushed open the door to the ward, he found Aoqing had regained consciousness, though her complexion remained devoid of color. Upon seeing Jang Bai, a gentle smile graced Aoqing's face as she lightly patted the small bed beside her, beckoning him to sit. Gazing at the pallor on Aoqing's face, Jang Bai was overwhelmed with pain and guilt. Observing his remorseful expression, Aoqing took his hand and softly reassured him, it's all right, this is only temporary. You know my bloodline level, there will surely be a solution. Unable to resist, Jang Bai caressed Aoqing's pale cheek and, with a serious tone, said, promise me you won't hide anything from me again, all right? Aoqing remained silent, unsure of how to respond. From the moment she entered this world, she had been fighting for survival, enduring injuries without recourse but to bear them in silence. This has always been her habit. She has never revealed her wounds. For the Sacred Mountain demands no tears, only the display of one's fangs. Observing Aoqing's demeanor, a flicker of despondency crossed Jang Bai's eyes as he apologized. Sister Aoqing, I'm truly sorry. I will find a way to heal you. Xiao Bai, let us return home. The summer breeze, akin to a free-spirited child, burst into their abode, playfully stirring Aoqing's azure tresses. Reclining on the sofa, Aoqing gazed at the tears cascading from Bai Ling like pearls strung upon a broken thread, a look of helplessness crossing her features. Ling I assure you, I am fine. Bai Ling her eyes swollen and red, trembled as she sobbed, Sister, you are injured yet conceal it from me. Upon hearing this, Jang Bai was taken aback. Goodness, you have a history of this? Throughout the day, Jang Bai remained at home, searching for methods to restore the beast daughter's spiritual veins, yet the scan information available online yielded no results. Ultimately, he resolved to seek employment at the Management Bureau the following day, hoping to uncover a solution there. The next day, at the Management Bureau, Jang Bai was directed to an office where he was greeted by a vibrant young woman. After answering several questions, he signed a contract with her. Soon, a woman approached the Human Resources Department, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor, clad in a crisp white shirt tucked into a fitted skirt. Her slender waist was accentuated, and her long legs were elegantly adorned in sheer black stockings, exuding a sense of competence and sophistication. She looked at Jang Bai with a hint of surprise. You are Jang Bai? Jang Bai nodded, equally taken aback to encounter someone from his past at the Sacred Mountain, Shintong. From now on, I shall be your captain. Follow me. Our Civil Affairs Department primarily addresses conflicts between ordinary people and beastmasters, Shintong explained as they walked. Before long, she led Jang Bai to a section labeled Civil Affairs, where a group of individuals was diligently working at their computers. These are all ordinary people, Shintong clarified. Jang Bai inquired, does the Management Bureau employ ordinary people as well? Where would we find so many beastmasters? They perform clerical tasks that do not require a beastmaster's skills. Ascending to the second floor, they entered a spacious area filled with workstations. Two individuals were engrossed in their tasks, writing fervently. Shintong ushered Jang Bai into a conference room before stepping outside. Shortly thereafter, two more individuals entered. The first was a man clad in athletic attire, sporting plastic-framed glasses that framed his drowsy eyes, dark circles evident beneath. The second was a woman in a sky-blue long dress, her cherubic face also reflecting signs of inadequate rest. Finally, Shintong re-entered. "Allow me to introduce our new colleague, Jang Bai." Shintong introduced the male named Tao Ming and the female named He Xiao, and then turned to Jang Bai, saying, "Today, only the two of them are in the office, while some colleagues are out for work. You may take a moment to get acquainted." Upon hearing that they were new colleagues, both individuals' eyes sparkled with delight. "Wonderful. Finally, we have new colleagues. It has been exceedingly busy lately." A faint smile graced He Xiao's face. Shintong then handed Jang Bai two decorative items and an identification badge, explaining that these were storage equipment and a beast girl space, along with a badge that bore his employee number. "Is this for me?" Jang Bai inquired in astonishment. Shintong shook her head. "You possess only the right to use them, not to dispose of them. They must be returned upon your departure from the organization. Furthermore, there is a dedicated training room for the beast girls during office hours. They are not permitted in the office. Of course, you may keep her in the beast girl space. The administration forbids beast girls from entering the employees' offices, as individuals may have numerous beast girls, and some may inherently clash, leading to potential incidents." Jang Bai nodded and asked, "Is there a database within the organization?" "You may access the official database for any information you require. Simply log in with your employee number, and your password is the last 6 digits of your identification number. You have yet to cultivate any secret arts, have you?" Shintong sensed Jang Bai's aura, which radiated a level 10 cultivation. She recalled that during their last encounter at Sacred Mountain, Jang Bai was still at level 9. I have not practiced any. I will send you a link on your phone shortly. You can select a cultivation method and log in with your employee number." With that, Shintong departed, her high heels clicking on the floor. He Xiao then approached, astonished. "You are only at level 10? How did you manage to enter the administration?" I encountered a benefactor," Jang Bai replied sheepishly. Tao Ming, with a serious expression, remarked, "You took the back door." Jang Bai covered his face. "Seriously, is it that straightforward?" He Xiao gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. From now on, you are my brother." Chapter 27. Secret Arts. Zhao Linglong upon exiting the office. He Xiao guided Jang Bai to the hall, saying, "This is your workstation. The computer above has not been used yet." She pointed to a desk. Jang Bai expressed his gratitude. Soon, everyone returned to their respective workstations. Jang Bai received a friend request on his phone with the note, "Shintong." He accepted. Opening the computer, he clicked on the link and logged in seamlessly. Jang Bai began to investigate the methods for restoring the beast girl's spiritual veins and quickly found the answer. It turned out that restoring the beast girl's spiritual veins was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the scarcity of a medicinal herb called Void Spirit Flower. In no time, Jang Bai discovered detailed information about the Void Spirit Flower. Void Spirit Flower typically grows at the intersection of the human world and the Void Realm. Exceedingly rare. The bulb is spherical. The flowers are purple, standing about 30 centimeters tall, with an umbrella-shaped inflorescence of 48 flowers symmetrically arranged. Main function: healing spiritual veins. Note: when obtaining, do not touch directly with your hands. Jang Bai exited the link and opened the official store, searching for Void Flower, only to find it out of stock. He conducted another search on the internet, which yielded a plethora of posts, all from individuals seeking the elusive flower. With a sigh, Jang Bai clicked on the link provided by Shintong and logged in. He opened the secret method document. The secret methods for Beastmasters primarily aim to accelerate their cultivation speed, with different methods yielding various attributes of energy. The skills of a Beastmaster require corresponding energy attributes for cultivation, which commonly include the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The energy colors associated with metal and fire attributes are gold and red, respectively, and skills cultivated with these energies are typically favored by combat-oriented Beastmasters. The energy corresponding to the wood attribute is green, often associated with supportive skills. Water and earth attributes are represented by blue and gray, indicating defensive capabilities. As Jang Bai felt the purple energy circulating within him, he found himself engulfed in contemplation. What energy attribute did he possess? Void. Yet, he had never heard of anyone cultivating void energy. That was incorrect. Members of the Void Association did. But could those individuals even be considered human? He randomly selected a metal attribute secret method and followed the instructions to the cultivation chamber. This chamber, provided by the official establishment, was inscribed with patterns capable of rapidly gathering energy from the surroundings, thus expediting cultivation. Jang Bai sat cross-legged and began his practice according to the method displayed. 2 hours passed. Lying on the ground, Jang Bai stared vacantly at the ceiling. He could not absorb a single ounce of energy. Was it true that without spiritual veins, one could not cultivate? Certainly not. He had already reached level 20. The pressing issue was how to level up. What had that woman from the Void Realm done initially? And why could the essence of the Void Sovereign allow him to upgrade? Jang Bai fell into deep thought. Did he have to resort to cultivating the energy of the Void Realm like those lunatics in the Void Association? With a sense of resignation and no clear direction, Jang Bai returned to his office, only to find a woman had appeared. She was clad in a sky-blue floral cheongsam. Her dark hair twisted into a low bun at the nape of her neck, secured with a jade hairpin. The cheongsam accentuated her voluptuous figure as she leaned slightly forward. Resting her elbow on the desk, one hand supporting her chin, her exquisite, three-dimensional features exuding a languid charm. Oh, a newcomer? Her eyes sparkled upon seeing Jang Bai enter. He nodded. Hello, my name is Jang Bai. Hello, little brother Jiang, I am Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong stood up and approached Jang Bai, extending her fair hand. Jang Bai shook her hand, intending to release it, but his body stiffened as she held on tightly, even pressing down slightly in his palm. However, her hand felt as cold as ice. Young man, how old are you? 21. Zhao Linglong's face displayed a look of astonishment. So long. Jang Bai paused momentarily, realizing he was addressing a professional racer, and then his expression turned serious. Truly gifted. Zhao Linglong burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter like the fluttering of flowers. As she withdrew her hand and said, Young man, you are quite humorous. He Xiao, with a round face, approached carrying a steaming cup of coffee. Sister Linglong, your coffee. Thank you, Xiao. Zhao Linglong playfully pinched He Xiao's cheek. Sister Linglong, is there still no clue regarding the missing children case? Zhao Linglong shook her head. None. At that moment, Shun Tong entered with her long, model-like legs. Zhao Linglong, another case has arisen in Linghua community. You need to address it immediately. After a moment's thought, she added, Jang Bai, accompany her to familiarize yourself with the work. Jang Bai responded cheerfully, understood. A flicker of melancholy crossed Zhao Linglong's eyes. Sister Shintong, can't you grant me a moment of rest? Shintong's eyes sparkled with amusement. To those capable, more labor is assigned. You have my gratitude for your hard work. Zhao Linglong's vehicle was a turquoise supercar, with Jang Bai seated in the passenger seat. Young man, could you handle this case? Zhao Linglong smiled. Jang Bai hesitated. Sister Linglong, I just started. I lack work experience. Oh, experience is something one accumulates. Everyone has their first time. Do not worry. I will support you from behind. Zhao Linglong said playfully. As they paused at a traffic light, Zhao Linglong added Jang Bai as a friend and sent the case details to his phone. This is information from an ordinary investigator in the bureau. Take a look. Jang Bai opened the document and began to read intently. Location of the incident, Building 3, Room 503, Linghua Community. Missing girl, Dodo? Note, this is the 5th case of child disappearance this month. Details, at the time of the incident, Dodo's parents were not home. She was alone, sleeping. There were no signs of forced entry, and surveillance from the community in the elevator revealed no suspicious individuals. Residual energy of a fire attribute was found in the room, preliminarily attributed to a fire attribute Beastmaster. The car swiftly entered Linghua Community, and Jang Bai marveled at the speed of the supercar. Upon entering room 503, they found 2 uniformed officers comforting a woman sobbing on the sofa. Nearby, a disheveled man smoked a cigarette, his eyes vacant. Upon seeing Jang Bai and Zhao Linglong, a middle-aged officer with a square face approached, tablet in hand. Xiao, I must trouble you again this time. Zhao Linglong smiled. I am not the person in charge of this task. She then tugged Jang Bai's arm, saying, Let me introduce you to my new colleague, Jang Bai. Turning back to Jang Bai, she added, This is Officer Xie Bing from the Civil Affairs Department. The one beside him is his assistant. They exchanged pleasantries, and then Xie Bing handed the tablet to Jang Bai. Xiao Jiang, here are the results of the energy analysis. Zhao Linglong elucidated, This is not an ordinary tablet. It is an energy tracker capable of detecting residual energy in the air. Zhang Bai nodded, accepting the tablet and glancing at it. It resembled a radar device, displaying concentric circles, with a white beam continuously rotating and scanning the surroundings. Soon, Zhang Bai noticed a cluster of red energy. Chapter 28. Inquiry. Following the results displayed by the energy tracker, Zhang Bai entered a room. Upon stepping inside, he was met with a wave of warm air. The room was modest, adorned with children's drawings on the walls. A pink bed was equipped with protective railings for a child. In the room stood a child's easel, showcasing an unfinished drawing of a family of 3. Zhang Bai picked up a paintbrush and made a mark on the easel. The window was securely locked. Xie Bing followed closely behind Zhang Bai, stating, "There are no signs of forced entry through the window. Similar to previous cases, this appears to be the work of a beast master." After inspecting the room, Zhang Bai stepped outside, where the sound of a woman weeping frayed his nerves. "Mr. Yang, Mrs. Zhang, may we ask you a few questions?" The woman halted her tears, her body trembling slightly. "What are your occupations?" The man replied, "Initially, I was in business, but after incurring some losses, I withdrew. Now, I serve as the head of security for our community, while my wife is an elementary school teacher." Zhang Bai nodded. "Mr. Yang, could you provide a detailed account of the last time you saw your daughter and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance?" The man extinguished his cigarette, pondering for a moment before responding. "Yesterday, after dinner, we sat together on the sofa watching television, then, as per our routine, went out for a walk." Zhang Bai interjected, "What time did you leave for your walk?" The television show Dodo liked had just ended, so it must have been around 8 o'clock. "Please continue." Then, Dodo mentioned she was tired and insisted on going to sleep. My wife and I waited for her to fall asleep before heading downstairs. Yesterday was my wife's birthday, and since Dodo was at home sleeping, we decided to go to a bar. Zhang Bai interrupted again. "Who suggested going to the bar?" "My wife proposed it. We met at that bar. Later, we got married and had a child, but life has been rather tight, so we haven't gone often." "Which bar?" "At the K3 bar near our community." "Please continue." After returning from the bar, both of us were quite intoxicated, and unlike usual. I didn't check on Dodo's sleeping condition. I simply went to bed. When I woke up this morning, I prepared breakfast and knocked on Dodo's door. But there was no response. Upon opening the door, I found she was gone. The woman suddenly broke into tears, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to the bar, Dodo wouldn't have disappeared." Zhang Bai furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that Dodo went missing during the time you were at the bar?" "Yes." "How are you so certain?" Ms. Zhang sobbed. "When I returned home, I felt quite warm, so I opened the window. In retrospect, Dodo had already gone missing by then. If only I had contacted the authorities sooner. Perhaps Dodo could have been found." Zhang Bai inquired further, "Ms. Zhang, could you elaborate on what transpired at the bar?" The woman hesitated, questioning the relevance of this detail. Zhang Bai insisted, "Yes. The more detailed, the better. Yesterday, my husband and I entered the bar and ordered drinks. After just a few sips, my husband mentioned feeling a bit dizzy and asked me to assist him to the restroom. Once inside, he pulled me into a stall and began to." She trailed off. Zhang Bai's expression darkened, prompting him to interject, "Stop right there. Let's skip that part and discuss what happened after you exited the restroom." Zhao Linglong suddenly interjected with curiosity, "Wait, didn't you buy any condoms?" The woman blushed and replied, "No, we were planning to have another child." The man continued, "After we came out, we resumed drinking, but then my wife complained of a stomach ache and went to the restroom. I followed suit shortly after, as I was also feeling unwell, probably from something I ate yesterday, considering I haven't cooked in a while." A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. The woman nodded, adding, "I went back a few more times, and then we just kept drinking until we returned home." Zhang Bai probed further. "Have any friends or relatives recently reported a missing child?" The man shook his head, while the woman nodded in confusion, looking at him. "Did I not mention this? A colleague from our school has a child who has also gone missing, and they have yet to be found." The man paused. "Is that so?" The woman confirmed, "Yes." Zhang Bai smiled knowingly. "I believe I have an inkling of where your child might be." The woman grasped Zhang Bai's arm anxiously. "Agent Zhang, please tell me. Where is Dodo? Where is she?" Zhang Bai cast a significant glance at the man sitting on the sofa, who was visibly agitated, and asked, "Mr. Yang, do you have anything to say?" The man, in a state of agitation, implored, "Please, agent, help me find my daughter." Unexpectedly, Zhang Bai snapped back, "Yang Meng, what are you pretending for? You are the one who has hidden your daughter. What are you up to?" Yang Meng's expression darkened, fury erupting as he shouted. "What nonsense are you spouting? Would I hide my own child?" The woman's gaze fixated on Jang Bai. "What are you saying? My husband was with me the entire time last night. If you keep this up, I will file a complaint against you." She then turned to Xie Bing, exclaiming, "Is this how you conduct investigations, bringing in such people? Just wait, I will report all of you." Xie Bing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while his assistant cowered behind him in fear. He looked to Jang Bai, awaiting his next move, as he was unfamiliar with the methods of beast tamers. Zhao Linglong sat silently on the sofa, her head lowered as she fidgeted with her fingers, appearing lost in thought. Jang Bai smiled slightly. "I presume both of you are merely ordinary individuals, unaware of the methods employed by beast masters. Do you genuinely believe that merely introducing some fire attribute energy into the room signifies the work of a beast master? Have you not considered that there would be no necessity for a beast master to intervene against a mere little girl? From the moment I entered, I sensed something was amiss, until I discovered this in Dodo's room." Jang Bai extended an index finger, upon which rested a faint trace of pale red, almost negligible, discovered on a paintbrush in the room. This was a pigment readily available on the market, or rather, one could say it was bloodstain. You first took advantage of your wife's birthday as an excuse to prepare a meal for the entire family, subsequently adding a laxative and a sedative to your wife's and child's bowls, respectively. You knew your wife would inevitably mention the trip to the bar, and even if she didn't, you would. Then, seizing the opportunity while your wife was in the restroom, you returned home and abducted Dodo. The bar is not far from here, and this could easily be accomplished within that time frame. As the head of the community's security team, you are well acquainted with the distribution of surveillance cameras. You could easily evade the cameras and manipulate the situation, fearing that the management would scrutinize the footage. You purchased a pattern imbued with fire attribute energy to utilize in the room. Zhang Bai spoke plainly. "Am I correct, Mr. Yang? Oh, by the way, allow me to add a detail. Given your family's financial struggles, why would you contemplate having a second child?" Yang Ming bellowed, "Evidence. Where's the evidence? You are spouting nonsense here. Who can comprehend this? I demand evidence." Suddenly, Zhang Bai's expression changed, and he coldly replied, "I possess no evidence. But I have a beast girl, endowed with a unique secret technique that can control a person's mind. If you are guiltless, I can have her tested. However, you must understand, this comes with repercussions. After its use, you may succumb to madness. Would you care to try?" Chapter 29. Rampant destruction. Large beads of sweat trickled down Yang Meng's forehead as his body trembled slightly. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the pressure, Yang Meng confessed. He buried his hands in his hair, succumbing to a state of emotional collapse. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't want this." "Is it truly you?" The woman gazed at her husband in disbelief. Then, she erupted, "Beast. You wretched beast. Return my daughter to me. Return her." With veins bulging on her arms, she clutched Yang Meng's collar tightly, tugging incessantly. Dodo cannot return. In the end, Yang Meng sat on the ground in a daze, murmuring softly, "I will kill you, you heartless beast." The woman, as if driven to madness, dashed into the kitchen and emerged with a kitchen knife. Seeing this, Xie Bing promptly restrained her. Jiang Bai inquired sternly, "What have you done to Dodo?" After a brief moment of confusion, Yang Meng began to narrate the events leading up to this moment. Although he lacked a spiritual vein, his parents were beast tamers, which once afforded him a life of considerable wealth, rendering him a minor scion of affluence. Tragically, Yang Meng's parents perished within an ancient relic, leaving him the sole heir to their fortune, after which he embarked on a modest entrepreneurial venture. His fate took a turn when he met his wife at a bar, and the two swiftly tied the knot. However, his business eventually faltered, prompting his wife to secure him a position as a security guard in their community. While the salary was modest, their combined earnings allowed them to maintain a semblance of stability. Last month, some of his former acquaintances sought him out, and after a few drinks, they resolved to visit a casino. Initially, Yang Meng enjoyed a stroke of luck, winning several tens of thousands. Despite his friends urging him to quit while ahead, he became blinded by his newfound wealth, fixated on the prospect of a grand reversal of fortune. Yet, fortune turned against him, leading to the loss of all his savings and the accumulation of substantial debt after borrowing from unscrupulous lenders. When he could not repay, the loan sharks threatened his family's safety. Desperate, Yang Meng approached the casino owner for a solution. The proprietor suggested a sinister bargain. He had heard of Yang Meng's daughter and offered to erase his debts in exchange for her, alongside an additional sum of 100,000 yuan. This led to the subsequent events. Jang Bai sat in the passenger seat beside Zhao Linglong, sighing deeply. Gambling truly wreaks havoc, he lamented. I, Jiang, solemnly swear to renounce gambling and drugs for life. Zhao Linglong giggled. Are we not to mention anything else? Jang Bai straightened. By heaven, I, Jiang, vow to sever all ties with gambling and drugs. Zhao Linglong was amused, her laughter infectious. Jang Bai continued. You knew all along that Yang Meng was the perpetrator. Didn't he you? Zhao Linglong replied. How so? Why else would you inquire if his wife had brought contraceptives? I was merely curious. Is that so? Indeed. Very well. I confess, I possess the ability to read minds, Zhao Linglong revealed. Jiang Bai rolled his eyes. Then do you know what I am thinking now? Zhao Linglong gazed at him thoughtfully before responding. You wish to. Jiang Bai gasped. Could she truly read minds? He leaned back, a look of horror on his face. A sleek blue sports car halted in front of a private estate, whereupon two individuals approached, cautioning, private property, no parking allowed. Jiang Bai smiled warmly. We come to pay our respects. Upon hearing this, the two men quickly used their walkie-talkies to inform those inside. Brother Dao, we have visitors. They were instructed to let them in, and soon the grand gates swung open. Before long, a slender man clad in a suit greeted them. A prominent scar tracing from his brow to his cheek. Gentlemen, how did you come to hear of this place? He inquired. A friend who frequents here, they replied. Which friend? Li Dong, came the response, a name linked to Yang Meng's circle. Brother Dao reminisced for a moment, recalling the name, and nodded. Ladies, you may indulge. But first, please reveal your stakes. Zhao Linglong, producing a black card from seemingly nowhere, inquired. Is this sufficient? Indeed, please proceed. Brother Dao responded with a smile upon recognizing the black card as a bank card issued by the Daxia Kingdom, which could only be possessed by those whose funds exceeded 10 million. As the two entered, Brother Dao seized the intercom, declaring, We've hooked a big fish. It's uncertain whether they are a novice or a veteran. Gather a few seasoned players to assist. Just as they approached the entrance, shouts and curses erupted from within. Big. Upon stepping inside, a wave of smoke assailed their senses, the red carpet marred by countless cigarette burns. How would you like to play? A stunning woman clad in a qipao approached them. Zhao Linglong, also dressed in a qipao, exuded an aura of serenity and elegance, while the alluring woman carried a hint of worldly experience. Jiang Bai shrugged and stepped back, stating, I just vowed not to gamble. Zhao Linglong placed the card in the woman's hand, requesting to exchange 10 million in chips to play Texas Hold'em. The woman's heart leapt at Zhao Linglong's words. You lot, escort our esteemed guests upstairs, she commanded, gesturing to a few attendants. Soon, Zhao Linglong found herself seated at a poker table, with Jiang Bai standing protectively behind her. The table was occupied by 5 players and a dealer, a voluptuous female dealer whose revealing attire showcased her perfect curves, adorned with a striking floral tattoo on her bosom. Jiang Bai scrutinized her with a critical gaze, mentally chastising the woman. In no time, the dealer dealt 2 cards to each player, revealing 3 community cards, a spade 6, a diamond 6, and a spade A. Jiang Bai leaned in to glimpse Zhao Linglong's whole cards, only to be met with an unfathomable abyss. Suddenly, Zhao Linglong whispered, Is it big? Jiang Bai, unsure if she referred to the cards, replied earnestly, Yes, it's big. Zhao Linglong flashed a charming smile. Big? Then I shall go all in. Jiang Bai retorted, You hold a diamond 2 and a club 3. What is big about that? The others at the table gaped in astonishment at Zhao Linglong's audacity to go all in. The seductive dealer glanced at the first and last players, prompting both to call, while the remaining players folded. The first player's hand revealed a club 6 and a spade 5, while the second held a heart 5 and a club 5. Among the 5, only Zhao Linglong was an actual player, the others mere porters. The fourth community card revealed was a heart 6, followed by a diamond 5. The community cards now displayed, spade 6, heart 6, diamond 6, spade A, and diamond 5. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linglong revealed her cards, a club 6 and a diamond A. The first porter was left dumbfounded. You have a club 6? What becomes of my club 6 then? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, affirming that indeed she possessed a club 6, while glancing at his own hand, wondering, how can I have such a significant club 6? Zhao Linglong triumphed in this gambling contest with a remarkable 4 sixes, her delicate visage illuminated by a flicker of excitement as she extended her arms, exclaiming, "You are truly impressive, little brother. Come here for a hug." Jang Bai cast a glance in her direction, retorting, "How dare you presume to embrace me?" Standing beside Zhao Linglong, he felt no shift in energy. Zhao Linglong trembled with laughter, finding the young man exceedingly amusing. The situation persisted for 3 consecutive rounds, causing the alluring dealer's expression to darken. All in, is the first sedan chair bearer truly daft? Am I seeing things today? In a room suffused with soft pink light, the stakes of the casino demanded impeccable skill, otherwise, patrons would leave utterly impoverished. Any miscalculation warranted the disapproval of the proprietor. Presently, a voluptuous and enchanting dealer had caused her boss, Wang Hu, to suffer a loss of several hundred million due to an error. Wang Hu, having navigated this industry for many years without incident, relied on his expertise to address the dealer's shortcomings. "Please, boss, I admit my mistake. Do not strike me," the beautiful dealer pleaded with a soft voice. Meanwhile, Brother Dao paced anxiously at the door, his urgent knocks echoing against the walls. The incessant rapping irritated Wang Hu, who opened the door only to be met with Brother Dao's unsightly countenance, which instantly soured his mood. "This better be a matter of life and death," he grumbled. "Boss, an old hand has entered the casino. Even the 4 sedan chair bearers cannot manage. We have already lost nearly 100 million, Brother Dao reported. Is it due to a cheating beastmaster? No, there are no detectable energy fluctuations on site. Curse it, bring me my clothes. I wish to see which nefarious doc dares to besiege my establishment." Wang Hu delivered a swift kick to Brother Dao's abdomen, prompting him to scramble away to fetch the attire, which he draped over Wang Hu's imposing frame. Upon entering, Wang Hu, a towering figure with a dark, muscular physique, immediately spotted Zhao Linglong and Jang Bai. His gaze lingered on Zhao Linglong, swallowing hard as the flames of desire reignited within him. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he regarded Jang Bai. As the boss entered, the dealer and the 4 sedan chair bearers trembled, apprehensively regarding Wang Hu. He shot them a fierce glare before striding to the alluring dealer, delivering a firm slap to her rounded derriere, commanding, "Get out." The dealer quivered and retreated. Wang Hu then took a seat, directing his attention to Zhao Linglong. "Which dock do you hail from? My humble establishment cannot accommodate 2 formidable presences. Do not concern yourself with which dock we represent. It is the proprietor who should be wary," Zhao Linglong responded, adjusting her cheongsam, crossing her legs, and reclining against the genuine leather chair with her arms crossed. Wang Hu narrowed his eyes, his keen gaze fixed upon Zhao Linglong's exquisite face, as if attempting to decipher the intentions of this Qipao beauty. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Whether this gambling den sees the light of day is not for you to decide. Come, let us engage in a few rounds." Zhao Linglong casually replied. "Very well, young man, deal the cards." Wang Hu's eyes shifted to Jang Bai, who, with an alluring charm, proceeded to deal. The table revealed 3 cards, the King of Hearts, the Queen of Hearts, and the Jack of Hearts. Wang Hu glanced at his hand, the 8 of Hearts and the 9 of Hearts. The dealer, a woman standing behind Wang Hu, distinctly observed as his fingers brushed over the card faces, and in an instant, they transformed into the Ace of Hearts and the 10 of Hearts. Without even glancing at her hand, Zhao Linglong boldly declared, "All in." Wang Hu chuckled coldly. "My dear, shall we play for higher stakes?" Zhao Linglong raised her chin and softly inquired, "What do you propose?" "If you win, this casino shall belong to you," she stated. Curiously, she asked, "And if I lose?" Wang Hu pointed at Jang Bai and said, "Then he must remain here." Jang Bai, puzzled, interjected, while Zhao Linglong clasped her chest, laughing uncontrollably, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. I agree. Ha. Noticing Jang Bai's darkened expression, she added, "Brother, do you not trust me?" Jang Bai forced a smile. "Why would I not trust you?" The dealing resumed. The 4th card, the Ace of Clubs. The 5th card, the Ace of Spades. "Let us reveal the cards," said Zhao Linglong as she turned over her hand. The Ace of Diamonds and the 10 of Hearts. Wang Hu looked utterly bewildered. "But I had the 10 of Hearts." The 4 onlookers, observing the unfolding drama, sighed in relief, recalling that their own cards often seemed to mysteriously appear in the hands of their opponents. As long as the boss was also caught in the trap, it meant they had escaped unscathed. Wang Hu's face darkened. "Do you dare to cheat in my establishment?" Zhao Linglong, resting her chin on her hand, smiled sweetly. "The owner has no evidence. Do not make unfounded accusations. Wang Hu erupted in rage. I could cheat and still lose, and you dare to claim innocence? Seize this vile woman. Instantly, the force sprang into action. The first, Tian, radiated an earthy glow as he grabbed a chair from behind and swung it toward Zhao Linglong's head. Yet, her jade-like hand glimmered with a green light. And with a flick of her fingers, a green orb shot forth. The genuine leather chair shattered into pieces, and the orb collided with Tian, sending him hurtling through the air with a thunderous crash that left several concrete walls punctured. Nearby gamblers, witnessing the chaos, fled in terror. Following closely, Di lunged forward. A gleaming dagger aimed at Zhao Linglong's smooth back. However, Jang Bai intervened, kicking the dagger from Di's grasp and delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Soon, a throng of beast women burst through the entrance, armed and with fierce glints in their eyes. Wang Hu spoke in a chilling tone. The woman shall be dismembered, and the man rendered useless but left alive. A group of beast maidens launched an assault on the two, yet their low levels allowed Jang Bai to manage, albeit without the capacity for counterattack. Suddenly, Zhao Linglong raised her hand, and with a sharp crack, a resonant snap echoed throughout the venue. Instantly, everyone fell into an eerie silence, their expressions blank and their bodies frozen in place. Jang Bai, taken aback, queried, "What has happened to them?" Zhao Linglong replied matter-of-factly, "Just a trivial little trick." "Is this truly a mere trick?" "It's an area of effect control spell, for heaven's sake." The casino owner was similarly immobilized, his gaze vacant. Zhao Linglong approached him, whispering, "Where's Yang Meng's daughter?" Wang Hu, still in a daze, replied, "She has already been taken away." "To where?" "I do not know." Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you connected to the recent child abductions?" "No." Zhao Linglong's expression darkened as she pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you know who is responsible?" "It should be my brother." Zhao Linglong's eyes brightened immediately. "Who is your brother?" "My brother is..." Suddenly, a sharp pain interrupted Wang Hu, rendering him speechless as his senses began to clear. He looked down to see a blade piercing through his heart, then turned to see the beautiful dealer behind him. Disbelief etched across his features. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth. At the instant Wang Hu was attacked, Zhao Linglong sprang into action. Her movements swift as a cheetah, her legs, clad in a chi pao, striking like whips against the dealer. Bang, bang, bang. Blood flowed from the dealer's lips. And with a mental command, she summoned two beast maidens, one with crimson hair and the other with ebony locks, from the beast realm. As they emerged, they witnessed Zhao Linglong assaulting their master and immediately charged at her. Jang Bai, not idle, recognized the crimson-haired maiden as a fox. Having cohabited with Bai Yuan for 3 years and was well acquainted with the fox maiden's vulnerabilities, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the fox maiden's back. Sensing the threat behind her, the crimson-haired maiden abandoned her attack on Zhao Linglong to confront Jang Bai. The dealer and the black-haired maiden were pushed back, and sensing the tide turning, a flicker of hesitation crossed their eyes. Ultimately, the dealer gritted her teeth, unleashing a surge of savage energy. Observing this, Zhao Linglong quickly retreated, pulling Jang Bai as they hastily leaped through a window. Boom, boom. Jang Bai stared in astonishment at the estate reduced to ruins behind him. "Sister Linglong, what shall we do now?" Zhao Linglong gazed at the desolate remnants of the estate, lost in contemplation. It was a choice to self-destruct rather than escape. What was being concealed? Ah, how intriguing. Chapter 31. Assigned to the frontier team in the inky darkness of the night, a cerulean supercar sped through the streets, finally coming to a halt at the splendid residence. Zhao Linglong observed Jang Bai, who was preparing to head home directly, and with a playful smile remarked, "Brother Jiang, want you invite your sister in for a moment?" Jang Bai cast a glance at Zhao Linglong, whose alluring figure was accentuated by her chi pao, and replied earnestly, "Sister, what is it that you desire?" Zhao Linglong giggled, "To engage in the activities you cherish." Jang Bai responded, "All right, but you are driving a supercar, and it moves quite swiftly." Watching the supercar's tail disappear down the street, he finally exhaled in relief. If Zhao Linglong were to visit his home, he truly wouldn't know how to explain the situation with Aoqing, especially since he had mentioned at work that she was at home. As he ascended the stairs and was about to enter, the door across the hall swung open. Bai Jia emerged, holding a bag of garbage, her expression momentarily revealing surprise upon seeing Jang Bai return. "Xiao Jiang, you're just getting home?" Jang Bai caught a whiff of the fragrant shower gel and nodded, "Yes." I had to work late. He scrutinized her attire. A delicate white silk nightgown, droplets of water cascading from her hair down her neck into the neckline of her garment. Her youthful face adorned with a subtle blush, clearly just having bathed. Xiaojiang, do you have time tomorrow evening? I would like to treat you to dinner, after all. You've helped me immensely, Bai Jie said softly, her gaze lowered. No need, Bai Jie. It was no great matter. Truly, there's no need for a meal. Jang Bai replied, fully aware of how arduous life could be for an ordinary person in these times, and he was reluctant to add to her burdens. That's simply one tea do. You've assisted me so greatly, Bai Jie insisted, urgency in her tone. Really, it's unnecessary. Moreover, this morning, Meng Meng already brought me breakfast as a token of gratitude. Jang Bai swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, where's Meng Meng? She is asleep, Bai Jie said, a gentle expression crossing her face at the mention of Meng Meng. Well then, Bai Jie, you should rest early. I won't disturb you further. As Jang Bai closed the door, Bai Jie's eyes flickered with disappointment, dispelling the flutter of excitement in her heart. Jang Bai, put down the potato chips. Bai Ling stood atop the sofa, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at Jang Bai, her face a portrait of indignation. Jang Bai hid behind Aoqing. Ling you can't eat anymore. You've devoured all the chips. Aoqing and I haven't even had a chance to eat. Seeing the playful banter between the two, Aoqing, seated on the sofa, wore an expression of exasperation before turning to retreat into the kitchen. Brother Jiang, please give them to me. Bai Ling suddenly adopted a pitiful demeanor, her voice tinged with a plea. Jang Bai coldly replied, no. Bai Ling's eyes instantly welled with tears, and she lowered her head, sobbing. Every day I transform into a beast to conceal your presence. It is my fault. I shouldn't have come here at all. I should have remained on the sacred mountain. Jang Bai. In the kitchen, Aoqing. Jang Bai's expression darkened. Bai Ling, you are forbidden to watch television from now on. Bai Ling jumped down and snatched the potato chips from Jang Bai's hand. Then made a silly face. I absolutely will watch TV, and I shall indulge in potato chips and cola. The two then commenced a new round of chase in the living room. Aoqing suddenly emerged from the kitchen, carrying dinner. You two, stop playing and come eat. Jang Bai and Bai Ling both froze momentarily, their gazes simultaneously directed toward the long dining table on the other side of the hall. There lay several steaming dishes, which we shall refer to as the meal. Observing the two sitting obediently on their stools, Aoqing smiled warmly. Today, I have prepared soup for you. Would you prefer to drink the soup first or eat the meal? Jang Bai, may I choose to eat only the meal? As he had cooked it himself. Let's eat. They replied in unison. Aoqing then noticed Jang Bai and Bai Ling clutching their bowls, voraciously consuming the food without touching the vegetables. She promptly served each of them a piece of meat. This time, the meat was not burnt, but bore an eerie crimson hue. Jang Bai was astonished. How was this concocted? Gazing into Aoqing's expectant eyes, a resolute glimmer flickered in Jang Bai's own, reminiscent of a scene from a poignant tale. He then bit down forcefully. Salty. The first sensation was saltiness, followed by spiciness. He felt as though his taste buds were on the brink of explosion. Most importantly, it was nearly impossible to chew. Though turmoil brewed within, Jang Bai maintained a facade of calm, channeling the purple energy within him to his teeth. He crunched a few times and then swallowed it whole. Noticing Bai Ling staring at him, he shot her a glance and said, Eat. Why aren't you eating? Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine, but mustered her courage to take a piece and pop it into her mouth. Little did she expect that, with her legendary teeth, she would encounter food that she could not bite through. Aoqing asked with a cheerful demeanor, How is it? This dish is something I just learned, enhanced with my secret techniques. Jang Bai, Bai Ling observing their silence. Aoqing furrowed her brow and promptly took a piece of meat for herself. Aoqing, the next day, Jang Bai arrived at his workplace early in the morning, while Aoqing and Bai Ling continued to bear their animalistic marks. The office was now populated by a few more individuals, though Zhao Linglong was absent. However, as soon as he entered, someone followed closely behind. Jang Bai. Jang Bai stood up. Here, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and with neatly combed hair, tossed a document onto Jang Bai's desk with a firm demeanor. You have been reassigned to the reclamation team. Complete the handover here and report in the afternoon. Having spoken, he disregarded Jang Bai's reaction and strode out. Xiao approached, glancing at the document on the desk, her eyes filled with terror. Jang Bai, have you offended someone? As Jang Bai felt the pitying gazes of those around him, he appeared somewhat bewildered. But why? Then, were you assigned to the exploration team on your very first day? He inquired. What is wrong with the exploration team? At that moment, Tao Ming approached him, earnestly explaining, the exploration team is a specialized unit within the administration, offering substantial benefits. However, the associated work is perilous, as their primary duty involves the excavation of ruins. Excavation of ruins? This was a term Jang Bai had never encountered before. Tao Ming nodded, stating, you should be somewhat familiar with ruins. Most strategic resources of various nations are derived from them, including, but not limited to, materials for extracting spiritual essence, various rare herbs, and precious metal ores. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even acquire secret techniques for beast taming and records of beast maidens. Yet, many remain oblivious to the fact that the initial stages of ruin excavation are the most hazardous. Current research indicates that during the first month after a ruin is unearthed, individuals entering must not exceed level 40. What happens if they do? Jang Bai asked, puzzled. Tao Ming glanced at him and elucidated. When a ruin first appears, the stability of the entrance is insufficient, so the beast tamers entering must not be overly powerful. Otherwise, it may lead to a collapse of the entrance, resulting in them being eternally trapped within the ruin. After taking a sip of water, Tao Ming added, the dangers within the ruin are unknown. They could be phantom beasts, infected entities, or other bizarre phenomena. Thus, as a level 10, your chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. Jang Bai blinked. Can I opt not to enter? He Xiao interjected. Initially, it would have been impossible for you to join the exploration team just after starting your job. The only explanation now is that you've made an enemy. Given that you've offended someone, do you truly believe they would assign you to the exploration team to offer a raise? Jang Bai pondered. Why not wait until the entrance stabilizes before entering? He Xiao replied. Because there is more than one entrance to the ruin, leading to a scramble for securing its ownership. Ownership? Tao Ming nodded, affirming, indeed. It pertains to ownership. Within the ruin lies an entity known as the Heart of the Ruin. The faction that obtains the heart can choose to close the other entrances, thereby monopolizing the resources contained within. This also constitutes one of the dangers, as not all individuals who enter are necessarily affiliated with the authorities. After a moment of contemplation, Jang Bai asked, is there any hope for my survival? He Xiao replied, no hope, just wait for death. Tao Ming, after a brief period of reflection, stated earnestly, yet, there may be a solution. Jang Bai's eyes brightened. What solution? Tao Ming looked at him and said, resign. Jang Bai responded, your suggestion is commendable, but I won't be needing such advice again. Setting aside the convenience of the administration in accessing information, the ease of obtaining spirit flowers alone makes resignation out of the question. Besides, at level 20, with 2 mythic-level beast maidens within me, it is not impossible to survive the ruins even in a state of ambivalence. Of course, it is also possible that Director Yang genuinely intends to offer me a raise. Soon, this notion was proven to be erroneous. In Shun Tong's office, Jang Bai found himself on the brink of tears, lamenting, Shin team. Wasn't it Director Yang who transferred me to the exploration team? Before him stood Shin Tong, adorned in professional attire, black stockings, and towering heels. Her model-like legs accentuated as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Director Yang has been absent from the bureau yesterday and today. Rumor has it that it pertains to matters concerning the Void Association. The specifics elude me, but it is certain that he harbors no intention of sending you to the exploration team. Suddenly, Shin Tong's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Jang Bai, are you certain you have not offended anyone? Jang Bai was momentarily taken aback, reflecting deeply. I truly have not offended anyone. Well, if one were to consider it as such, there are indeed 2 individuals. One is Li Ling Tian from the Li family, and the other is Zhang Yu. Previously, I made an indirect jab at Li Ling Tian in a video on Douyin. As for Zhang Yu, there were previous allegations of an assault against me, and he could very well be behind it. Jang Bai relayed his conjectures to Shin Tong, who nodded in response. It cannot possibly be Li Ling Tian. His grandfather, Li Feng Yi, and Zhao Zetian's mentor, Zhang Yong, are both esteemed members of the 10 Elders, yet they have never seen eye to eye. It is implausible for Li Ling Tian to command the South River Management Bureau from the capital. Moreover, Zhang Bai's entry into the bureau was facilitated by Yang Feng's internal recommendation, essentially a backdoor entry, albeit one to the second in command of the South River Management Bureau. At this juncture, Only a select few would dare to act against Jang Bai, notably the third-in-command, Zhang Yu's father, Zhang Tiancheng. Chapter 32. Euching Dian. Throughout the morning, Jang Bai was enveloped in an aura of anxiety. It was not until midday that Zhao Linglong sauntered into the office, her floral qipao accentuating her graceful figure. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Jang Bai slumped over his desk, exuding an air of despondency. Approaching him, Zhao Linglong sniffed the air inquisitively. Jang Bai, noticing her peculiar behavior, inquired, "What are you smelling?" With a sidelong glance, Zhao Linglong replied, "I am discerning whether you carry an unusual floral fragrance. Otherwise, how could you appear so lackluster this early in the day?" Jang Bai straightened himself, leaning back slightly. "Would you like to come closer to find out?" At that moment, Tao Ming, seated at the desk behind Jang Bai, erupted in laughter, spraying water. Zhao Linglong chuckled lightly as she took a seat opposite Jang Bai. "What transpired? You look utterly drained. Surely, you weren't playing the role of a supportive brother at home last night? I hear that your beastly companion is both delicate and enchanting." Just then, He Xiao approached, chattering away as she explained matters to Zhao Linglong. "The exploration team, you say?" Zhao Linglong pondered for a moment before continuing. "Did you not perceive the tremors that recently shook the entirety of South River City?" Jang Bai, reflecting on her words, nodded in acknowledgement. Just days prior, upon exiting the subway station, he had felt a profound tremor, albeit fleeting in duration. Indeed, the fact that you sensed it is noteworthy. That day, the tremors were indeed caused by the emergence of a relic from Tianyun Mountain. Tianyun Mountain? It is said that the entrance to the relic may stabilize by tomorrow, and the timing of your reassignment to the pioneering team likely indicates an intention for you to enter. Tomorrow? He Xiao exclaimed, then turned to Jang Bai and suggested, "Jang Bai, perhaps you should consider resigning. This is clearly aimed at you." Jang Bai fell into silence, contemplating the notion of leaving his position. Having never ventured into a relic, he was unaware of the dangers that might lurk within. Zhao Linglong observed Jang Bai's expression and suddenly spoke up. "In fact, it is highly probable that the relic at Tianyun Mountain is not emerging for the first time." Jang Bai, puzzled, fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "What do you mean? Are you familiar with Euching Hall?" Zhao Linglong asked. Jang Bai shook his head, for this was the first time he had encountered such a name. He Xiao pondered for a moment and queried, could it be the former top power in Donjiang province? At that moment, Tao Ming also turned his head, wearing an expression of keen interest, and asked Zhao Linglong, "Are you suggesting that the relic appearing at Tianyun Mountain was once the stronghold of Euching Hall?" Seeing Jang Bai's bewildered demeanor, Zhao Linglong elaborated, 60 years ago, Euching Hall was one of the foremost powers in Donjiang province, renowned for its beastmasters, who were primarily support-type practitioners, gaining significant fame throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. However, 50 years ago, all members of this faction vanished overnight. How could an entire faction simply disappear? Jang Bai questioned, perplexed, as it defied logic. Tao Ming explained, every major faction typically possesses its own exclusive relic. They regard it as their stronghold, much like how our administration's headquarters is situated within a relic of the Imperial capital. I recall that Euching Hall's relic was known as Euching Realm, but it subsequently vanished without a trace. He then turned to Zhao Linglong and asked, could it be that Tianyun Mountain was once one of the entrances to Euching Realm? Zhao Linglong nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed. Although Euching Realm has been lost for an extended period, I once encountered references to it in a book. Tao Ming's face lit up with excitement. Goodness, this is remarkable. Euching Hall was the leading faction of support beastmasters at that time, and with their disappearance, many of their support techniques were lost as well. It appears that the value of Euching Hall is immense. Zhao Linglong concurred. The value is indeed substantial, but correspondingly, the associated dangers are considerable. After all, it was once a top support faction, and the Void Association and Dark Knight Remnant would undoubtedly have an interest in their secret techniques. He Xiao interjected, Sister Linglong. For a major faction like Euching Hall, it seems implausible that no one would have noticed if problems arose within the relic. How could not a single person escape? Although she was unaware of the specifics regarding Euching Hall, she knew of other factions whose relics had encountered issues, yet everyone managed to evacuate safely. Zhao Linglong adjusted the slit of her qipao and shifted her body slightly backward, adopting a more comfortable sitting posture. It is rumored to be related to the virtual realm. Historically, there were indeed individuals who managed to escape. As far as I know, the master of Euching Hall was one of them. At that time, There was a village in Nanjing where every inhabitant inexplicably vanished. When the authorities investigated, they discovered that these individuals had been transformed into terrifying monsters by the master of Euching Hall, stripped of their consciousness and endowed with a horrifyingly resilient physique. Many level 20 beast masters found themselves at a loss against them. Ordinary people? Taoming adjusted his glasses. Zhao Linglong nodded. Yes, ordinary people. He Xiao handed a steaming cup of coffee to Zhao Linglong. Logically, even if ordinary people were infected by the energy of the virtual realm and became infected beings, their physical strength should be enhanced. A level 10 beast master should be able to handle them. How could even level 20 beast masters be powerless? Zhao Linglong cradled the cup, seemingly seeking warmth from it, and took a gentle sip. According to rumors, the master of Euching Hall was reportedly conducting experiments back then, actively engaging with the energy of the virtual realm, which led to her losing her sanity. After escaping from the Euching realm, she became quite deranged, attacking many powerful figures. And upon their return, they found themselves frozen by an eerie energy, meeting their demise in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Later, various factions sent individuals to hunt down the master of Euching Hall, who ultimately perished after mistakenly entering the virtual realm, and this matter concluded without further incident. Jang Bai suddenly spoke up. Are you suggesting that the demise of the Euching realm was likely related to the energy of the virtual realm? Zhao Linglong nodded. Many speculate that the destruction of the Euching realm was indeed due to the energy introduced by the master of Euching Hall, and it is possible that remnants of that energy still linger within. Jang Bai fell silent. If the Euching realm was indeed destroyed by the energy of the virtual realm, then it was highly likely that there were clues regarding the virtual spirit flower hidden within. Although Aoqing was physically unharmed, she faced significant difficulties in her cultivation due to issues with her spiritual veins. Observing Jang Bai's silence, he Xiao could not help but say, Jang Bai, perhaps you should consider resigning. The dangers within the Euching realm are too great. Zhao Linglong interjected. It's too late, since someone intends to target him. They will not allow a smooth resignation, at least not before he enters the ruins. Jang Bai shook his head, determination flashing across his face. I will not resign. I intend to enter the Euching realm. He then turned his gaze toward Zhao Linglong. Sister Linglong, do you know any other details about Euching Hall? Could you elaborate for me? Having invested time to read this far, might I kindly request you to add this to your bookshelf, encourage updates, or leave a comment? I sincerely ask for your support, esteemed readers. Chapter 33. Zhao Linglong's Guidance. When asking a young lady for assistance, one must surely offer something in return. Zhao Linglong placed her cooled coffee on the table, stretched languidly, her curvaceous figure on full display. Jang Bai stood up, eager to please. Sister Linglong, feel free to ask for anything you desire. As long as I possess it, I will provide. Recently, I have been engulfed in a sense of emptiness and chill, yearning for someone to warm my heart. Zhao Linglong playfully winked at Jang Bai. As expected of you, Jang Bai replied, though hesitantly added, but isn't this place rather inconvenient? Zhao Linglong chuckled, placing a hand on her shoulder and twisting her body slightly. A few billion could indeed warm my heart, but for now, you must help your elder sister with a shoulder massage. I shall impart some wisdom to you. Rising to his feet, Jang Bai positioned himself behind Zhao Linglong, gently resting his hands on her shoulders. Her shoulders felt soft yet alarmingly cold. As he pressed lightly, he inquired, Sister Linglong, why is your body so frigid? Oh, relatives visited recently, and I caught a bit of a chill, she replied. Come on, Xiao Jiang, apply a bit more pressure. I haven't eaten. Apply more force, please. Jang Bai felt his hands growing weary, yet he could not satisfy Zhao Linglong's demands. Is this all you can do, Xiao Jiang? A fleeting moment of frustration crossed Jang Bai's mind. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated, a surge of violet energy coalescing in his hands as he pressed down firmly. Sister Linglong, how is this strength? Ah, this is the sensation I seek. Hold it steady, Zhao Linglong murmured, her eyes gently closing, a look of pleasure gracing her exquisite face. You must understand that every faction possesses its own training chambers, battle arenas, laboratories, and libraries. Yes, apply more pressure. You must avoid the laboratories when entering the ruins, for the items within are often bizarre. If the Euching realm was indeed infected by the void energy, the laboratory is likely to be perilous now. Furthermore, the battle arena is where combat-oriented beastmasters train, typically fostered by auxiliary factions. The library also poses significant danger. as it houses the Euching Hall's treasures accumulated over centuries, a coveted target for various factions. Of course, the most perilous location is where the heart of the ruins resides. The heart sustains the ruins' functioning. If the void energy had truly infiltrated the Euching realm, the heart's location would be the first to bear the brunt, making the energy there particularly dense. Beyond the void energy, many factions vie for control of the heart, contributing to the inherent dangers. A thought struck Jang Bai, and with an air of nonchalance, he asked, Sister Linglong, do you mean to say that the void energy surrounding the heart of the ruins could be quite potent now? Zhao Linglong nodded, patting Jang Bai's hand to signal him to cease the massage. Indeed, if you wish to emerge safely from there, your best course of action is to find a secure spot to hide until the ownership of the heart is determined. However, should the Void Association secure the heart, it is likely that all factions that entered would be left behind. You should fervently hope that a faction like the Void Association does not acquire the heart. Thank you, Sister Linglong, for your guidance. Jang Bai withdrew his hands from her shoulders, a look of regret on his face. Zhao Linglong, are you truly unable to withstand this? Observing Jang Bai's expression, she whispered to him, you seem rather reluctant to part ways. Are you perhaps harboring intentions towards me? Speak freely, and perhaps I can indulge you. Jang Bai responded earnestly, I have no taste for bloodshed. A fit of laughter erupted from Zhao Linglong, causing her to tremble with mirth. Upon returning to his workstation to tidy his belongings, Jang Bai suddenly inquired, by the way, Linglong, has there been any resolution regarding last night's events? Zhao Linglong nodded, stating, I inquired into the matter. The owner of the casino is named Wang Hu, and he has a brother called Wang Long, who was previously rescued from the Sacred Mountain by Director Zhou. However, he is currently missing. She presented her phone to Jang Bai, revealing a photograph that made his pupils constrict. It depicted the individual who had assaulted him on the Sacred Mountain. In a hushed tone, Jang Bai declared, I recognize this person. Zhao Linglong's eyes brightened. Do share your insights. Jang Bai recounted the incident of his ambush on the Sacred Mountain. Zhao Linglong gazed at him in bewilderment. You contend that you are a match for a beastmaster of level 20? Jang Bai, startled, nearly overlooked this detail, but then casually replied, at that time. My beast companion removed his mask, and fearing pursuit by the authorities, he chose to spare me. Zhao Linglong regarded Jang Bai with curiosity, then nodded. So you suggest that Wang Long is affiliated with the Zhang family, but what purpose would the Zhang family have in capturing these children? Pondering deeply, she then addressed Jang Bai with gravity. It seems this matter runs deep. Best you refrain from involvement. I will report to Captain Shun in due course. In the afternoon, Jang Bai entered the office area of the pioneering team, burdened with a pile of belongings. A middle-aged man, who had previously directed him to report to the team, approached and pointed to a desk. This will be your station. Prepare well today, as we have an operation scheduled for tomorrow. The man then departed the office area, stopping in a corridor corner to pull out his phone and dial a number. Vice Zhang, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Rest assured, I will prioritize the ruins affair. That boy is merely a level 10 beast master. I will handle it discreetly, ensuring no one suspects a thing. You need not worry. It will not tarnish the Bureau's reputation, and it will be executed without a trace. No rush regarding the promotion. I find pleasure in assisting you. Jang Bai spent the afternoon idling in the pioneering team's office, feeling the peculiar gazes of those around him. Upon returning home, he carried an assortment of vegetables and called for Bai Ling and Aoqing. Bai Ling, appearing as a beast spirit, seemed to lack any cultivation. Always emerging with a groggy demeanor, Brother Jang Bai, what's for dinner tonight? Jang Bai cast a resigned glance at the creature who seemed solely preoccupied with slumber and sustenance, raising the plastic bag in his hand. Tonight, I shall prepare a grand feast for you both. In recent days, Aoqing has transformed into a beastly pattern, adhering to Jang Bai, her complexion appearing significantly improved. After a moment of hesitation, Aoqing tentatively suggested, perhaps, I could prepare the meal for you? I practiced diligently last night, and I believe I can manage this time. Jang Bai and Bai Linger exchanged glances. Aoqing, with a furrowed brow, wore a gentle yet somewhat aggrieved expression. Do you not trust me? Ultimately, unable to resist her earnestness, Jang Bai relented and allowed her to cook. I am truly sorry for burdening you again tonight, Jang Bai remarked, patting his stomach. Bai Linger gazed at Jang Bai with a look of discontent, as if to say, I shall have my turn eventually. She never anticipated that the fierce elder sister who once led them through the chaotic battlefields of the Sacred Mountain would become so enamored with cooking, particularly when the results were far from palatable. Chapter 34. Crafting skills for Bai Linger. The evening sky was a deep azure, and within the modest confines of the Jinxiu residence, a warm, golden light permeated every corner. Bai Linger lounged on the sofa, her back turned to Jang Bai, with her two white beast ears drooping listlessly atop her head, while her black and white tail swayed aimlessly behind her, embodying an expression of profound disinterest. Aoqing's ears flushed red as she silently observed the dishes spread across the table, wondering where she had gone awry despite following the recipe meticulously. After a prolonged moment, as the turmoil in her stomach subsided, Jang Bai finally spoke. "Tomorrow, I shall venture to the ruins." Upon hearing his words, both women fixed their gaze upon him. Jang Bai recounted the events of the morning, including the incident involving Bai Yuan. "That Bai Yuan is truly despicable, despite my brother Jiang Bai's kindness. She chose to follow another and even dared to strike against him," Bai Linger exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. Her hands clawing the air as if wishing to capture Bai Yuan and exact revenge for Jang Bai. Jang Bai shook his head, stating, "Now is not the time for such discussions. Tomorrow, as we enter the ruins, we will undoubtedly face perilous challenges. Thus we must enhance our strength." Aoqing's spiritual veins had suffered severe damage previously, and apart from his considerable speed and strength, Jang Bai had yet to master any secret arts or skills. Consequently, Bai Linger emerged as the primary combat force for their expedition into the Euching realm. Seated cross-legged, Jang Bai and Bai Linger exchanged anticipatory glances, her large, luminous eyes sparkling with expectation. Observing the tail swaying behind her, Jang Bai's mind began to churn with thoughts until a sudden realization illuminated his expression. Legend speaks of the ancient white tiger, born by the coast and roaming the forests. Upon hearing of a rampant plague devastating the populace, causing great suffering and the collapse of the state, the white tiger descended, swallowing the plague deity whole. With its mighty claws, it carved the earth, gathering small streams to form rivers, purging the pestilence from the land and safeguarding a corner of tranquility. As Jang Bai concluded his tale, Bai Linger's brow shimmered with a colorful royal emblem, and she closed her eyes, attuning herself to the changes within her bloodline heritage. Beside her, a gentle mist swirled, and a faint luminescence graced her delicate, smooth skin, enveloping her in an aura of divine tranquility. This scene inevitably plunged Jang Bai into deep contemplation. From the moment he encountered Aoqing, he had been wagering, betting that she was a being he understood. The outcome was unmistakable. He had indeed guessed correctly, successfully forging contracts with both Aoqing and Bai Linger. Both were creatures chronicled in the myths of a past life. Yet this world held no record of them. What was most astonishing was that the knowledge from his previous existence proved applicable, and it seemed that all beast maidens in this realm bore intricate connections to the earth he once inhabited. But what were these connections? "Brother Jang Bai, I have succeeded. I've learned a new skill, teehee," Bai Linger exclaimed as she leaped into Jang Bai's embrace, her excitement palpable, perhaps due to her recent good nourishment. She appeared to have grown a little. "Linger, what is your skill?" Jang Bai inquired nonchalantly, savoring the soft sensation emanating from her form. "Hee, I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out later," Bai Linger playfully teased. "Linger, let us continue." Upon hearing Jang Bai's words, a fleeting shadow of hesitation crossed Bai Linger's face, and she stammered, "Brother Jang Bai, I can't continue. I must reach level 30 to learn the next skill." After consuming the meat of the Void Devourer, she had only attained level 22. Observing Jang Bai's expression, Aoqing nodded, "Indeed. I too require level 30 to acquire my next skill, as the energy within us is insufficient to support further learning." Jang Bai sighed, disappointment flickering across his face. "Very well." Noticing his demeanor, Aoqing grasped Jang Bai's hand, offering a comforting smile. "Although we are similar to ordinary beast maidens in that we can learn a skill every 10 levels, we also have the unique ability to awaken a talent secret art with each 10-level increment." Jang Bai was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Aoqing with incredulity. Talent secret arts were innate to every beast maiden, yet the entire Blue Star was aware that a beast maiden would typically awaken only one such art. For instance, the former Bai Yuan possessed the talent secret art of charm, which could influence the minds of others upon its casting. While she could learn skills upon leveling up, Her talent's secret art remained unchanged. Now, Aoqing was revealing to him that she could gain a talent's secret art with every 10 levels, a revelation that left him astounded. Initially, he had thought that Aoqing's cultivation had no limits. It now appeared he had underestimated the power of a mythical bloodline. What are your current talent secret arts? Jang Bai inquired. Aoqing twirled a strand of her azure hair and explained, the first, as you know, is Soul Devour, which allows me to enslave others, provided their souls are weaker than mine. The second is Source of Life, which you have experienced, a healing-type secret art. By Linger, my first innate secret technique is Space, which allows me to create a personal realm within my body capable of storing various items. My second is White Tiger Golden Body, enabling a substantial enhancement of my physical strength while dulling a portion of my pain perception. Jang Bai nodded, as he was already aware of their abilities. The first skill of the Beast Girl remains unchanged, Battle Body. Upon activation, her body enlarges, consuming more energy while simultaneously augmenting her strength, speed, and physical resilience. Aoqing's second skill is Rending Claw, but Bai Linger has yet to disclose her second skill to him. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, startling everyone. Jang Bai swiftly turned his gaze to Bai Linger, who understood the cue. With a flash of white light, she vanished from sight. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. Accompanied by the voice of a child, Brother Jiang, please open the door. Upon opening the door, he beheld a cherubic figure, her small hands clutching a sizable piece of watermelon, tilting her head back and exclaiming, Brother Jiang, why did you take so long to open the door? I brought you watermelon to eat. He lifted the little one into his arms and called out to Bai Jia, who stood outside, Sister Bai, please come in and take a seat. Bai Jia, clad in a flowing white dress, her cascading waves of hair falling casually over her shoulders, wore a subtle touch of makeup on her exquisite face. Her lips resembled ripe cherries, evoking an irresistible urge to taste them, and she radiated a mature allure. Is it convenient? She inquired, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth skin. Jang Bai replied with a smile, what could possibly be inconvenient? As Bai Jia entered, she took in the tidy and immaculate room, stealing a glance at Jang Bai's back. Upon reaching the living room, she spotted Aoqing sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and was momentarily taken aback. What a stunning beast girl. A veil of subtle disappointment washed over her. Noticing the guest, Aoqing rose, her features illuminated by a bright smile. Hello. Please, have a seat. I'll fetch some fruit for you. Hello, Bai Jia said, feeling slightly anxious as she settled onto the sofa, a faint sense of guilt washing over her, as if she were a thief caught in the act with the owner present, forced to hide in helplessness. Sister, you are so beautiful. Are you a beast girl? The little one exclaimed upon seeing Aoqing, her eyes sparkling with delight. She wriggled free from Jang Bai's embrace and dashed toward Aoqing, her curious gaze fixated on the tail and horns adorning the latter's head. Aoqing gently wrapped her tail around the little girl, speaking softly, indeed. I am a beast girl. The child's eyes shimmered with wonder. Sister, can I have you as my beast girl when I grow up? Aoqing chuckled, ruffling the child's hair. That's not possible, dear. I belong to your brother Jiang. When you grow up, you will surely be able to contract a beast girl even more beautiful than I. By the time Bai Jia departed from Jang Bai's home, it was already 8 o'clock. In the warm embrace of Bai Jia, Meng softly inquired, Mom, can Brother Jiang be my father? I truly adore him. Bai Jia gently pinched Meng's tender cheek, a fleeting sense of disappointment coursing through her. Your mother is not worthy of him. Please give a nudge for updates, and add this to your bookshelf. Chapter 35. Journey to the Euching realm. The following day, as Jang Bai alighted from the ride-hailing vehicle, he spotted a tall figure. She donned a blue floral cheongsam that accentuated her exquisite form, her hair elegantly styled into a bun secured with a jade hairpin. Her refined features were adorned with subtle makeup, radiating brightness without being ostentatious. An air of dignified elegance enveloped her, and her sparkling eyes exuded calmness and confidence, drawing the attention of passers-by. However, the moment she spoke, her tranquil demeanor vanished. Oh, you look quite spirited. No wonder you're a man of great energy. Did you treat yourself last night to ease your anxieties? Jang Bai paused momentarily and replied earnestly, I couldn't stop thinking about you, Sister Linglong, throughout the night. Zhao Linglong giggled. You could have at least sent me a message. She then stepped closer to Jang Bai, linking her arm with his, and he felt a chill emanate from her touch. Little brother, I could assist you with your worries as well. Jang Bai responded with a serious tone. What kind of troubles does Sister Linglong wish to resolve for me? Zhao Linglong produced a map and tossed it to Jang Bai. This is the map of the Euching realm I found for you before it vanishes. She added. This situation in the Euching realm has stirred quite a commotion, and many forces are likely to enter, so be cautious. Jang Bai glanced at the map, which displayed mountains, rivers, and various buildings, each labeled with names. A wave of gratitude washed over him. Thank you, Sister Linglong. Zhao Linglong observed Jang Bai with a smile, saying, You can thank me once you survive your venture in the Euching realm. In an office, a young and beautiful woman turned to the middle-aged man behind her. Captain, may I be assigned to a team with Jang Bai? Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. The captain, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them sharply, scrutinizing her intently. What do you know? Feeling the weight of his gaze, she was unnerved, beads of sweat forming on her fair complexion. Unsure if it was from exhaustion or fear, Jang Bai, a level 10 Beastmaster, should theoretically not be assigned to an expedition team, given the day's mission. It suggested only one possibility. He had offended someone, and there were those aiming to make his life difficult. She did not hesitate to voice her suspicions. The captain narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to connect with higher-ups? Without hesitation, she nodded, then shook her head. Captain, I only wish to connect with you. I know I lack the qualifications to reach the higher echelons, but I can assist you with various needs. In the future, if you have any good fortune, just think of me. Puff, puff, puff. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, pondering for a moment, before emitting a muffled sound of acknowledgement. The woman, witnessing the captain's consent, felt a surge of joy and promptly requested the beast woman beside her to support her weakened form. Upon entering the office area, Jang Bai immediately sensed an atmosphere laden with a palpable tension, as if an oppressive air had enveloped the entire space. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man who had invited Jang Bai to join the expedition team entered, his keen gaze sweeping across the gathered individuals before he spoke in a grave tone. Now, we shall proceed with the grouping. The relic gate will stabilize at 12 noon today. At that time, everyone is to fulfill their respective duties. The expedition team was divided into 3 groups. The first group, the combat team, was tasked with eliminating the infected entities and other dangers within the ruins. The second group, the healing team, mostly comprised of support-type beastmasters, was responsible for the overall healing of the group, and the third group, the supply team, was in charge of providing various resources for the team. A woman clad in a white shirt approached Jang Bai, her presence adorned with a subtle fragrance of heather, her figure accentuated by the snug denim jeans she wore. She extended her hand towards Jang Bai, introducing herself. Hello, I am Zhou Meng. I've heard you are from the Auxiliary College of Nanjing University. You should join our healing team. Jang Bai nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. At Tianyan Mountain, outside the entrance of the officially controlled ruins, Jang Bai stood amidst the crowd. Before them loomed a dark orb of light, resembling a vertical eye, surrounded by swirling luminescence that continuously converged towards the center, akin to a black hole poised to devour everything. The relic gate appeared unstable, its light flickering intermittently, as if it might vanish at any moment. When the clock struck 12, the relic gate finally stabilized. Captain Wang Wei stood at the forefront, a grave expression flashing across his face as he inhaled deeply. Put on your masks. The combat team is ready to enter. Jang Bai donned a mask resembling a gas mask, a special apparatus designed to block most of the ethereal energies from the void. As members of the combat team proceeded into the gate, the numbers dwindled until it was finally the turn of Jang Bai's healing group. Upon entering the Euching realm, they were immediately met with a chorus of complaints. Damn it, why is the ethereal energy in this ruin so dense? I feel like I'm about to lose control. Who isn't? In previous ruins, there was hardly any ethereal energy, just some natives to eliminate. If I make it out alive this time, I swear I will repay the debt from the Beast Woman footbath sessions. Are you getting a bit too impulsive, brother? I must say, the skills of the No. 8 technician at the Beast Woman footbath are truly exceptional. Jang Bai refrained from joining the discourse, his ears perking up at the mention of the Beast Woman footbath. But he soon turned his attention to the surroundings. The sky of the Euching realm was an eerie shade of red, the landscape in ruins, with collapsed buildings scattered about, as if this place had once endured a cataclysmic battle that shattered its very essence. Jang Bai could see clearly that a purple haze enveloped the area, with severed limbs and remains strewn across the ground. He reminisced about the map provided by Zhao Linglong, indicating that this location was once the grand entrance to the Euching Hall. The map meticulously detailed that this area had formerly been a bustling commercial street, predominantly operated by ordinary citizens, primarily to supply the inhabitants of Euching Hall with essential provisions. At the end of the commercial street lay a vast square, from which the sounds of a fierce clash resonated, as though a battle was unfolding ahead. Zhou Ming stood at the forefront, commanding in a low voice, "Immediately proceed to assist the wounded." Soon, Jang Bai followed the crowd forward, traversing a path littered with shattered corpses. Before long, the medical team arrived at the location where the injured were gathered, consisting mostly of individuals around level 20, with only a scant few reaching level 30. In the distance, a dense throng of figures surged towards the combatants, their eyes enveloped in a sinister purple hue, their skin a ghostly blue, adorned with bizarre purple patterns. They moved without awareness, relentlessly assaulting the frontline fighters. The Beastmasters and Beast Maidens of the combat team unleashed a dazzling array of lights, targeting the infected with each strike, resulting in numerous foes collapsing to the ground. Each member of the combat team surpassed level 30, effortlessly dispatching these infected beings. Once ordinary citizens evolved into monsters. Consequently, the team steadily advanced. Despite the smooth progress of the battle, injuries were inevitable. Jang Bai witnessed a comrade caught off guard, swiftly surrounded and devoured by the infected. Zhou Ming cried out sharply, "Medical team, step forward and treat the injured comrades immediately." Upon hearing this, those nearby summoned their beast maidens from their spatial realms, most possessing two. After a moment's hesitation, Jang Bai called forth Aoqing. The moment she appeared, she drew the attention of many, who silently assessed the beast maiden that had stirred considerable commotion on Douyin, simultaneously deducing Jang Bai's identity. However, Jang Bai quickly handed a mask to Aoqing, prompting the crowd to snap back to reality and distribute their previously issued masks to their respective beast maidens. Chapter 36. Aoqing's terrifying healing arts. Injured beastmasters made their way to the rear for treatment. Jang Bai found himself in an abandoned structure, which appeared to have once been a tea house, the table dust-laden. Before him sat an injured man, whose voice hinted at considerable age. The man glanced at Jang Bai and questioned, "Level 10? Jang Bai nodded. The man's demeanor shifted to displeasure, grumbling. "When did level 10 beastmasters gain entry into the expedition teams?" At that moment, another man approached, familiar with him. "Yang Lin, what is the matter?" Yang Lin pointed at Jang Bai, lamenting, "Did you look? They sent a level 10 beastmaster from the medical team to treat me. Aren't they trying to get me killed?" The auxiliary beastmaster, whose skills progressively enhance with the passage of time, finds that a level 10 beastmaster lacks the energy to support the healing required by a level 30 beastmaster, which is a point of frustration for Yang Lin. Jang Bai remained silent, contemplating the situation. If the other party did not require his healing, he would relish the opportunity for leisure, sparing Aoqing the unnecessary exertion. The man named Dezhu, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. They had risked their lives within the ruins, only to discover such a dismal state of affairs regarding support. Team Leader Zhou, Team Leader Zhou, he shouted as he rushed to the entrance, calling out to Zhou Ming, who was directing operations in the street. Zhou Ming approached, her brow furrowed with concern. "What is it?" Dezhu pointed accusingly at Jang Bai, his voice rising in indignation. "What does your healing team mean by sending someone like this to treat us? Do you wish for us to perish even more swiftly?" Zhou Ming retorted coldly, "Currently, there is a shortage of auxiliary beastmasters. Having someone to heal is already a boon. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to wait your turn for treatment." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Jang Bai, her eyes betraying a hint of intrigue, before turning away with a sway of her hips. Dezhu's expression darkened, his anger flaring, and he was about to confront her when Yang Lin intervened, shaking his head. "That woman is Wang Wei's mistress. If you approach her, you may find yourself subjected to ridicule, and then you'll be left with no better than a level 10 healing beastmaster." With a disdainful snort, Dezhu suppressed his frustration. The management bureau has been in disorder these past years due to individuals like her. He then directed a cold glare at Jang Bai. "You, boy, hurry to the supplies team and fetch some bandages and medicine. First, tend to the wounds on his body." A level 10 healing beastmaster cannot achieve immediate wound closure without the aid of certain items. Soon, Jang Bai returned with the necessary supplies, and using the techniques he recalled, he began to bandage Yang Lin's injuries. observing the professional bandages in his hands. Yang Lin hesitated for a moment before producing a box of recovery pills from his clothing and tossing it to Jang Bai. These are recovery pills I purchased myself. Remember to take them after the treatment to replenish your energy. Recovery pills are a common commodity in the market, with prices varying. The box in Jang Bai's possession contained 2 pills, valued at approximately 5,000. Zhu cast a glance at the box in Jang Bai's hands, but chose not to comment on Yang Lin's gesture. Before long, the delicate, fair hands of Aoqing radiated a vibrant green light, as life energy continuously emanated from her being, mending the wounds within Yang Lin's body. As Yang Lin sensed the changes within himself, he turned to Aoqing, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could distinctly perceive his body rapidly healing. The healing capability of this level 10 Beast Master's Beast Girl was astonishing. He had previously ventured into ruins and received treatment from higher-level healing Beast Masters. Yet their effectiveness paled in comparison to that of Jang Bai's Beast Girl. In mere seconds, his body was nearly restored. This was nothing short of terrifying. Yang Lin gazed at Jang Bai, his words faltering as he struggled to articulate his disbelief. Zhu observed Yang Lin's demeanor and couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Brother Yang Lin, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with your health?" He then shot a fierce glare at Jang Bai, adding, "If anything happens to him, I will make you pay." Upon hearing Zhu's words, Yang Lin grew anxious. His face flushed as he sternly admonished. Zhu apologized to him. Zhu, seemingly taken aback, pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me? Apologize to him?" Yang Lin insisted with gravity. "Yes, apologize quickly." Feeling the weight of Yang Lin's seriousness, Zhu mumbled, I'm sorry." He then turned his head away, displaying his dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Yang Lin felt a headache coming on and decided to personally smooth things over, saying, "Young brother, I sincerely apologize. My friend here is just blunt and means no harm." Jang Bai waved his hand, indicating that it was no problem. Yang Lin cast a deep glance at Jang Bai before departing the tea house with Zhu. "Brother Yang Lin, why did we have to apologize to him?" Zhu fiddled with the mask on his face, which was uncomfortably small. Yang Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "That lad's Beast Girl healing technique is remarkably effective, surpassing that of some level 30 healing Beast Girls. I feel as though my body has fully recovered." Zhu expressed disbelief. "Are you trying to deceive me? Just like that, you're healed?" Yang Lin pressed his injured hand onto Zhu's shoulder, and Zhu felt an immense force radiate from Yang Lin's touch. He then exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly healed? Indeed, that is why I wanted you to apologize. I hope he isn't a petty person. On the battlefield, it is crucial to befriend a healing Beast Master," Yang Lin elaborated, explaining why he had given Jang Bai a box of restorative pills. He hadn't anticipated that his long-standing habit would lead him to discover such a remarkably gifted healer. Zhu scratched his head, mumbling, "Should I return now and offer him some medicine and sincerely apologize? I had just sent him to collect supplies." Yang Lin shook his head, contemplating for a moment. Though he is exceptionally talented, he joined the expedition team at level 10 and arrived at the ruins, suggesting he might have offended someone. "We cannot get too close to him, yet we also must not sour our relationship. Furthermore, do not speak of his healing abilities to others, lest we find ourselves unable to queue for his services later." "Understood. Shall we proceed to the front lines now?" Yang Lin replied with irritation. "I am currently an injured party and need to recover. Do you understand? Aren't you already fine? Who told you I was healed?" "You did." "Did I?" "You did." Yang Lin smacked Zhu on the head. "Can you not think? It is evident that this ruin is abnormal. If we do not conserve our strength now, when will we? Although the front line is currently dealing with ordinary individuals turned infected, there remains a certain level of danger." Moments later, Zhou Meng entered, gazing at Jang Bai with a slight furrow in her brow. She promptly instructed, "Jang Bai, you should remain here for now. The treatment team is currently understaffed, and each person must oversee a designated area. Once the combat team concludes their tasks, you may join them at the front." It seemed that injuries among the combat team were minimal. Over the past few hours, Jang Bai had treated only one individual, Yang Lin, before retreating to the tea house, his mind incessantly replaying the map Zhao Linglong had provided him. He intended to venture to the core area of Euching Hall, where the heart of the ruins might reside, significantly increasing his chances of acquiring the Phantom Flower. However, surrounded by these infected entities, Jang Bai felt uncertain about embarking on this journey alone. He resolved to wait for the combat team to clear the area of the infected before seeking an opportunity to to enter the main hall. As time passed, perhaps influenced by the ongoing battle, the scarlet mist thickened, drastically reducing visibility to the point where one could scarcely see beyond 10 meters. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. At that moment, Jang Bai sensed hurried footsteps approaching the tea house with great urgency. A gust of wind rushed past him, and he instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding a hunched figure that brushed past. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this individual as a recent arrival, their face obscured by a tattered mask. Clearly a victim of the energy from the void after entering the ruins. The person's head twisted mechanically, as if sensing something, while guttural sounds escaped their lips. Saliva dripping from the mask to the floor, revealing a pair of eyes filled with fury beneath. Witnessing this scene, Jang Bai's heart sank. It was the first time he faced an infected entity at such close quarters, the shock momentarily clouding his mind. The infected lunged at him, and he barely managed to evade the strike, thanks to Aoqing, who pulled him aside with her tail wrapped in azure scales. Yet, his mask was struck in the process. To his astonishment, he found no difference between wearing the mask and removing it. The surrounding environment felt unchanged. The infected, having missed its target, charged again. Jang Bai sidestepped its assault and swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's back. The infected coughed, turning to face him, its eyes glowing with a menacing crimson hue that sent shivers down Jang Bai's spine. Acting decisively, he summoned Bai Linger, urging, "Linger, be cautious. This is a high-level cultivator's infected form." "Understood," she replied, a flicker of indifference in her gaze, as she lunged toward the infected. Observing this, Jang Bai joined forces with Aoqing to assist Bai Linger. The infected not only exhibited astonishing speed, but also possessed remarkable strength. Fortunately, its lack of intellect allowed the three to hold their ground, albeit barely. With a fierce roar, Bai Linger transformed into her true form, utilizing her first skill, Battle Body. Instantly, golden light shimmered around the white tiger, enhancing her speed and strength to unprecedented levels. She lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the infected entity. With a resounding crash, the massive paw of the white tiger struck the chest of the infected creature. In a single blow, its chest caved in, a sight that made Jang Bai's brow furrow in alarm. Yet, the infected entity, undeterred by pain and possessing an alarming vitality, retaliated with a heavy strike aimed at Bai Linger's back. Aoqing reacted swiftly, her blue hair dancing in the wind as her tail deftly coiled around Bai Linger, pulling her away just in time. Jang Bai also sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the infected entity's arm. The ground shook as the infected entity's attack missed, its fist crashing down heavily, causing the earth to cave in beneath it. The fist was reduced to a mass of flesh, revealing shattered bones beneath. Just as Bai Linger was pulled away, she swiftly closed the distance, her claws piercing like blades into the infected entity's body. With a fierce roar, the infected entity was instantly torn apart. Breathing heavily in relief upon seeing the creature vanquished, Jang Bai turned his gaze towards Bai Linger, asking, "Linger, are you uninjured?" Having reverted to her beast girl form, Bai Linger raised her fist triumphantly and declared, "Brother Jang Bai, what do you think? Am I not strong?" Aoqing affectionately patted the girl's head and beamed, "My Linger is the strongest." Jang Bai, observing this scene with a smile, suddenly recalled something, and his expression darkened. Approaching the remnants of the infected entity, he picked up the shattered mask, scrutinizing it closely. He then removed his own mask, his face falling as he discovered a translucent white membrane within the mask of the infected entity, crafted from a special material, the core of the mask itself. To his dismay, his own mask contained nothing. Someone had tampered with my mask. No wonder it slipped off earlier without any change in my surroundings. From the moment I entered the ruins, I had been exposed to the energies of the void realm, Jang Bai concluded within himself. Suddenly, the visage of Zhou Meng appeared in his mind, and he suppressed the murderous intent rising within him. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "Sister, remove your mask and see if you notice any difference." Aoqing nodded obediently and removed her mask, revealing her enchanting and delicate features, only to shake her head in confusion. "There's no difference. This mask has no effect." Jang Bai's expression darkened further. To have been plotted against upon entering was an unforeseen twist. He had always believed the dangers within the ruins stemmed only from the ruins themselves and rival factions. But now it appeared that someone, disregarding the reputation of the Management Bureau, sought to target him directly. The authorities take the mutual slaughter among colleagues very seriously, and the repercussions for those caught are exceptionally severe, as they represent the great nation of Daxia. Jang Bai instructed Aoqing and Bai Linger to transform into beast patterns, while he retrieved a set of garments from his storage space, donned them, and masked his identity before blending into the mist. He intended to confront Zhou Meng. Upon exiting the tea house, Jang Bai discovered that the majority of the nearby medical team members had perished, seemingly victims of a sudden ambush. Without hesitation, he adjusted his mask, uncertain whether Zhou Meng had tampered with it in any way. "Linger, can you hear me? Brother Jang Bai, what is it?" Bai Linger's voice echoed in his ear. "There is no need to conceal my presence any longer." Bai Linger, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Jang Bai, why is that?" Jang Bai succinctly replied, "I am going to eliminate someone and need to obscure my identity for the moment." Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and Bai Linger appeared before him. "Brother Jang Bai, I shall accompany you." After a moment's contemplation, Jang Bai nodded. Aoqing's mask, adorned with striking aquamarine horn scales and a tail, was nearly a beacon of his identity. Conversely, Bai Linger had never been known since their contract, allowing her to effectively conceal her identity. Jang Bai picked up a mask and handed it to Bai Linger, who accepted it eagerly. Upon wearing it, her fluffy beast ears perked up, and her black and white tail swayed animatedly behind her, clearly in high spirits. She curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Wow, Brother Jang Bai, this place is quite dilapidated. What is that?" she exclaimed, pointing at a Ferris wheel. "There's a restaurant here, but it's unfortunate it closed down. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed a meal." Her youthful voice expressed disappointment. Observing Bai Linger's wide-eyed curiosity, Jang Bai felt a twinge of guilt. Ever since their contract, she had remained bound to him in beast form without a single complaint or request to venture outside. It was clear that the plan to cultivate a genius must be executed successfully when the national competition arrives. He resolved to take Bai Linger and Aoqing out for a delightful day. "Oh dear, no one is watching. Does my writing appear unsightly? I welcome any suggestions," he mused. Chapter 38. The Hunter and the Prey. The commercial street stretched long, with crimson fog obscuring Jang Bai's vision. Along the way, he encountered numerous colleagues, all gradually converging towards the square. "Damn it, my neighbor, the Beast Master, has been infected. Fortunately, there are other Beast Masters nearby. Otherwise, I would be in peril," someone complained. "Isn't that the truth? I'm just glad I ran fast." Others echoed in agreement as they grumbled. The group advancing at a sluggish pace until they finally reached the main assembly point. "Team Leader Zhou, Team Leader Wang asked me to summon you," Jang Bai called out as he approached Zhou Meng, who paused momentarily upon seeing him, then furrowed her brow and remarked, "Wasn't he just here? Why am I being called over now?" Jang Bai stated, "It is as follows. A member of the combat team has sustained grave injuries, and that individual is of paramount importance to Captain Wang. Hence I need you to make a personal visit." Zhou Meng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Jang Bai guided Zhou Meng through deserted alleyways, arriving at a tranquil clearing, an abandoned basketball court. Jang Bai halted, turning to face Zhou Meng. Noticing his pause, Zhou Meng inquired, "What is the matter? Are you not planning to maintain the pretense any longer?" Jang Bai's brow furrowed, surprised that Zhou Meng had already discerned his ruse. Zhou Meng, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "I am intrigued. How did you conceal your true capabilities? Is it that your beast companion possesses a skill for hiding one's strength?" Jang Bai replied, "I can answer the leader's questions. But might I pose a few inquiries of my own?" Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." Jang Bai pressed, "How did you see through my disguise?" This was of great significance to him. Zhou Meng chuckled, "It's quite simple. I am not a healing-type beastmaster at all. Now it's your turn." Jang Bai understood. Zhou Meng had evidently gained entry into the healing team through less than honorable means. Jang Bai nodded. "My beast companion indeed possesses a skill to conceal her true strength." Upon seeing Jang Bai's demeanor, Zhou Meng teased, "You didn't think I was a healing-type beastmaster who lured you here all on my own, did you?" Jang Bai fell silent for a moment before nodding, realizing his oversight. "Who prompted you to act against me?" Jang Bai inquired. Zhou Meng contemplated for a while before responding, "Wang Wei. But the actual instigator is someone higher up. I am not entirely sure who." Zhou Meng then posed another question. "I tampered with your mask. So why were you not affected? Logically, even at level 20, you should not be able to withstand the concentration of void energy present." Jang Bai retorted, "How would I know? I found the air inside quite refreshing." Suddenly, Zhou Ming asked, "Are you a member of the Void Association?" Jang Bai paused, shaking his head. "If you are not, then you may as well perish." Zhou Ming's expression shifted, her voice turning cold. In an instant, two beast companions appeared by her side. Bai Linger reacted promptly, activating her first skill, Battle Form, summoning a fearsome white tiger before them. Jiang Bai recognized Zhou Ming's beast companions. Both were at level 30. One a deer, the other a hyena. A thunderous roar erupted from the tiger, causing the deer and hyena to momentarily falter in their energy flow. They felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the bloodline. Dream, the adversary's beast, possessed a remarkably high bloodline rank. The deer's eyes flickered with seriousness as it spoke human words. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, her gaze towards Bai Linger filled with eagerness. "Why not join me? What right does a level 20 beast master have to a high bloodline beast companion? Stay with me, and I promise to provide you with spiritual liquid daily." Bai Linger charged towards the two beast companions. Thunder rumbled in the air. The sounds of collision echoed continuously, and in that moment, Zhou Ming's two beast maidens were surprisingly being overpowered by Bai Linger. Witnessing her level 30 beast maidens being subdued, Zhou Ming's gaze towards Bai Linger grew increasingly fervent, ultimately revealing a hint of madness. "How delightful. Once I eliminate your beast master, rest assured, I shall make you my beast maiden." With her body radiating golden light, she charged towards Jang Bai, her laughter ringing out. "Who bestowed upon you such audacity to confront me? Yet, I must thank you for delivering such formidable beast maidens to me." Jang Bai, his spirit taut to its limits, faced Zhou Ming's approach without trepidation, meeting her head-on. Bang! The two collided, each being forced back a step. Zhou Ming licked her lips, her eyes glimmering with frenzy. "You are strong, but not strong enough." Before her words faded, her golden-tinged fist was already closing in on Jiang Bai's brow. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Bai sidestepped, gathering purple energy within his clenched fist. "Ah!" he roared, delivering a powerful strike to Zhou Ming's abdomen, sending her flying. Yet, in midair, she managed to twist her body and delivered a fierce kick to Jiang Bai's head. Buzzing, Jiang Bai felt the world grow silent, the ringing in his ears piercing through his skull. Shaking his head, he forced himself to regain focus. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Ming struck him hard in the stomach. Bang! Jiang Bai was propelled backward, crashing into a basketball hoop before hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Dust from the collapsed structure filled the air, causing him to cough. In that instant, he sensed the looming threat of death. Zhou Ming was too powerful. "How audacious to attempt to hunt me alone. Should I admire your courage or mock your ignorance?" Zhou Ming approached Jiang Bai slowly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a reaper drawing near. Meanwhile, Bai Linger, witnessing Jiang Bai's injury, felt a surge of urgency, inadvertently exposing a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, the hyena unleashed its second skill, Bite. Its teeth piercing through the protective golden light surrounding the white tiger and embedding themselves within. The excruciating pain forced the white tiger to roar. It retaliated with a heavy paw strike to the hyena's head, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Bai Linger aimed to capitalize on the hyena's distress to eliminate it. But the deer reacted swiftly, its golden aura shimmering as its antlers radiated brilliant light. Golden horn breakthrough. The two glowing antlers thrust forcefully into the white tiger's abdomen. Boom! Bai Linger was forcefully hurled away, yet her claws had already sunk into the hyena's flesh, propelling both the creature and herself through the air. The hyena attempted to rise, but was met with the sight of Bai Linger's blood-red eyes. In that instant, an icy dread enveloped the hyena, chilling it to the bone. Chapter 39, Undercover? Step by step, Zhou Ming approached Jiang Bai when suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged from her side. Bang! Before she could comprehend the situation, her body was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. With a thunderous crash, she collided with the wall, which, weakened by age, crumbled upon impact, burying her beneath the rubble. "Jiang Bai, are you all right?" The white tiger inquired, articulating human speech with concern for Jiang Bai's condition. Jiang Bai rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through him as he rasped, "I'm fine." Zhou Ming emerged from the debris, glancing at her hyena beast companion, who had reverted to her original form, convulsing on the ground after the white tiger had severed her spine. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Ming's eyes as she wiped the blood from her face with her thumb, then licked it. her gaze burning with intensity as she fixed it on Bai Linger. You truly surprise me. I shall offer you another chance. How about following me? Bai Linger remained silent, her tiger eyes fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Ming. Observing her response, Zhou Ming shook her head. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, a bizarre laugh escaped Zhou Ming's lips as crimson mist interspersed with violet swirled around her, coalescing into her body. In that moment, her pupils transformed from brown to purple, intricate patterns spreading from the corners of her eyes across her face, rendering her appearance grotesque. A wave of destructive, bloodthirsty energy emanated from her, distorting the very fabric of space around her. Witnessing this transformation, Jang Bai's gaze sharpened, a wave of terror gripping his heart. Zhou Ming was indeed a member of the Void Association. The Bureau had an undercover agent among them. No wonder Zhou Ming had questioned him about his affiliation with the Void Association earlier. Zhou Ming's eerie gaze fixated on Jang Bai. I must admit, you possess remarkable talent. Even after enduring the energy erosion of the Void Realm for so long, you have not lost your sanity. I am eager to recruit you into our ranks. But at present, my only desire is to crush you. With that, Zhou Ming's form vanished, only to reappear behind Jang Bai in an instant. Bang! With a single kick, Jang Bai felt as though his very organs had been displaced. Bang! Another kick sent Bai Linger sprawling as well. The deer, witnessing this, radiated a brilliant golden light. Flying tread bang! Bang! The golden hooves of the deer struck heavily upon Bai Linger's tiger form. Pooh! Bai Linger coughed up a mouthful of crimson, only for the golden light to burst forth as her paw came crashing down upon the deer. Boom! The deer was sent flying, its entire body crashing into an abandoned building, sending a cloud of dust into the air. At this moment, Zhou Ming had approached Bai Ling, her clenched fist poised to strike the latter's head. Observing this, Jang Bai felt a surge of purple energy within him. He acted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Zhou Ming's waist, sending her flying. Linger, are you all right? Bai Linger shook her head, her silvery fur bristling as she leaned forward slightly, adopting an aggressive stance. Relieved to see Bai Linger unharmed, Jang Bai then directed his gaze towards Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, twisting her neck, rose from the ground with a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth, just a desperate struggle. At that instant, a brilliant azure light erupted behind her, revealing the magnificent silhouette of a true dragon. Zhou Ming felt an intense sense of danger emanating from behind and immediately attempted to evade. Rending claw. Despite her utmost effort to dodge, the residual force of the rending claw struck her, leaving 3 gaping, bloody wounds on her back, exposing bone. Most of the rending claw's potency impacted the ground, creating 3 deep ravines, yet no debris flew forth, as if it had vanished into thin air, an indication of spatial manipulation. Zhou Ming observed this scene with a grave expression, her gaze fixed on the newly appeared azure figure, as she felt the flesh at her side vanish. A chill coursed through her heart, and she glared at Jang Bai with cold malice, a torrent of murderous intent surging within her. Who exactly are you? Attack-oriented spatial skills are exceedingly rare. Witnessing Aoqing's forced use of the rending claw, coupled with her pale complexion, Jang Bai's fury ignited. You bastard! He bellowed, lunging toward Zhou Ming, determined to ensure she would not leave this place alive. Bai Linger followed closely behind, and together they launched a relentless assault against Zhou Ming. Severely injured, Zhou Ming found herself retreating in defeat. Bang! 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 Jang Bai's fists, imbued with purple energy, rained down upon Zhou Ming like a torrential downpour. With the injury at her waist, she struggled even more. A profound sense of despair enveloped Zhou Ming. She suddenly regretted her decision to confront Jang Bai, never anticipating that this level 10 beast master would possess such formidable strength. Smack! Bai Linger's enormous paw landed heavily upon Zhou Ming's head, propelling her like a cannonball through the air. The abandoned building crumbled into ruins. Both Jang Bai and Bai Linger stood ready, acutely aware that Zhou Ming was not yet dead. Blood continued to pour from her mouth as she gazed at Jang Bai, her eyes flashing with a frenzied bloodlust. At this moment, Zhou Ming was consumed by overwhelming hatred. In her relentless pursuit of her mission, she had clawed her way upward, exhausting every means available to her, only to find herself ensnared by Jang Bai. She felt a deep sense of injustice. Throughout her life, she had endured various humiliations and abuses, subjected to the whims of those who toyed with her body, confined within a cage, suspended by chains. Until one day, A man had slain the thugs who tormented her and introduced her to the association. She swore that she would never again allow herself to be bullied. Come, let us witness the splendor of hell together. A frenzied gleam flickered in Zhou Meng's eyes, nearly spilling over. The violet energy in the sky seemed to condense into a tangible form, swirling above her head and continuously flowing into her being. The energy of the virtual realm relentlessly washed over her body, eliciting anguished cries. Finally, she halted, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, and with a thunderous shout proclaimed, "Kill." In an instant, she transformed into a streak of electric light, appearing before Jang Bai. With a resounding thud, Zhou Meng's fist, imbued with violet luminescence, struck Jang Bai's body, launching him into the sky like a shooting star. In a flash, the purple lightning flickered once more, and her terrifying figure reappeared along Jang Bai's trajectory. Pausing momentarily, she unleashed a vicious kick towards his back, causing ripples to spread through the air. With a tremendous roar, a cloud of dust erupted into the sky. Jang Bai's body was sent crashing into a building, creating a gaping hole in the top floor, debris scattering wildly around him. He lay in the crater, spitting blood. Above, Zhou Meng twisted her neck, the purple patterns gradually spreading from her head down her body, exuding an eerie aura. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Jang Bai. Realizing the peril, Jang Bai shouted, "Her sanity is fading. Run." Aoqing stood at the edge of a derelict rooftop, her tail wrapped in azure scales coiling around Jang Bai, leaning backward and tumbling downwards. She and Bai Linger worked in perfect harmony, with Bai Linger's massive tiger form catching them both, and they sprinted away. With a thunderous crash, the building was reduced to rubble. "You cannot escape." Zhou Meng trailed behind, emitting strange sounds from her mouth. "All shall perish." Chapter 40. The Essence of the Void Lord. The ghost-faced woman on the ravaged rooftop, Bai Linger carried Aoqing and Jang Bai as they fled. She was agile, yet Zhou Meng pursued them relentlessly through the skies. Like a leech. Boom. A 20-story building crumbled under Zhou Meng's strike, blocking Bai Linger's path. There is no escape. Jang Bai inhaled deeply, preparing to confront the challenge. This time, Aoqing joined the fray, but Zhou Meng's body, increasingly infected, had lost all sense of pain. Unfazed, she moved with astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. The three took their turn, yet still could not withstand Zhou Meng's onslaught. With her incredible velocity, she landed heavy blows on Aoqing and Bai Linger. Both were sent crashing into the building simultaneously. Aoqing spat blood and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Jang Bai was consumed with rage, especially upon witnessing Aoqing's unconscious form, which ignited a ferocious desire for vengeance within him. In that instant, his craving for power reached its zenith. Suddenly, a powerful sound echoed from within him, reminiscent of a heart beating. Thud, thud. A warm sensation emanated from Jang Bai's abdomen, as purple energy flowed relentlessly toward his limbs. The essence of the Lord of Devouring within him quivered violently, continuously releasing purple energy that nourished the flesh and blood of Jang Bai's entire being. At that moment, Jang Bai felt an overwhelming emptiness in his mind, which was soon replaced by a tremor that coursed through his body. Under the concerned gaze of Bai Ling, his hair began to lengthen, eventually cascading to his shoulders in a violet hue. His thoughts were consumed by a savage fury. A pain akin to 1,000 steel needles pierced his head, threatening to shatter his sanity, while an insatiable thirst for blood filled his chest. With a pained howl, he cried out. The purple energy surged from his body, eroding the surroundings. Ultimately, Jang Bai's pupils transformed into a deep violet, madness flickering within his gaze as he fixated on Zhou Meng in the sky, exhaling a breath of murky air. "Come, kill me." Zhou Meng, appearing somewhat dazed, regarded Jang Bai with a look of confusion, as if struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. However, before she could ponder for long, Jang Bai's figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before her, a fist imbued with violet energy hurtling toward her face. Although Zhou Meng's consciousness began to fade, her instinct for combat kicked in, prompting her to retreat swiftly and block Jang Bai's punch with her own. The instant their fists collided, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, sending ripples cascading outward. In an instant, both figures found themselves on the ground, re-engaging in battle. The sounds of their fists meeting flesh reverberated continuously, their speed astonishingly swift, leaving Bai Linger in a daze, accompanied by flashes of purple lightning. Their figures darted from the ground to the sky, only to clash once more atop a building. A thunderous impact echoed as Zhou Ming delivered a fierce kick to Jang Bai's abdomen, as she observed Jang Bai's body hurtling into the dilapidated structure. A flicker of concern crossed Bai Linger's eyes while she held Aoqing tightly. Jang Bai's condition seemed perilous, and she prepared to intervene at any moment to rescue him. Emerging from the dust-laden ruins, Jang Bai's white shirt lay in tatters. He tore it off, discarding it onto the ground, revealing a robust upper body. Twisting his neck slightly, he murmured, "Not enough. Come again." The two clashed once more, their attacks stirring up clouds of dust that made it difficult for Bai Linger to open her eyes. Eventually, the cacophony of their collisions ceased. As the dust settled, Bai Linger discerned the situation. Jang Bai had Zhou Ming by the throat, lifting her into the air as her legs flailed helplessly, her hands desperately clawing at his, attempting to pry them away. Yet, Jang Bai's grip was like iron, unyielding to Zhou Ming's efforts to escape. It was over. A smirk played on Jang Bai's lips as he tightened his grasp. Zhou Ming felt her energy draining rapidly, flowing into Jang Bai's body through his arm. A pain sound escaped from Zhou Ming's throat. As the energy within her dwindled, her sanity gradually began to resurface. Upon seeing Jang Bai, a peculiar smile emerged amidst her agony. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she uttered her final words, "I will wait for you in hell." With that, her eyes rolled back, her head tilted, and she completely succumbed to death in Jang Bai's grasp. Jang Bai discarded Zhou Ming's lifeless body onto the ground, then turned his gaze towards Bai Ling. Bai Linger, anxious, watched Jang Bai, only to hear him murmur softly, "It's safe now." Shortly thereafter, he collapsed on the spot. Observing this, Bai Linger hastily carried Jang Bai away, fearing that the cacophony of their struggle might attract the attention of the Management Bureau, especially given Jang Bai's precarious condition. Just minutes after Bai Linger departed with Jang Bai, dozens of figures materialized at the scene. Wang Wei, with a somber expression, gazed at Zhou Ming's corpse lying on the ground with a broken neck, and commanded coldly, "Investigate." A subordinate approached Wang Wei and whispered, "Captain, Jang Bai is missing." Wang Wei contemplated Zhou Ming's remains, pondering two possibilities. Either Zhou Ming had killed Jang Bai and subsequently fell victim to an unknown force, or Jang Bai had slain Zhou Ming in battle and escaped. He leaned towards the former theory, as Jang Bai was only at level 10. In a damp alley, Bai Linger deftly maneuvered around various obstacles. Suddenly, she halted. Before her sat a peculiar figure at the edge of a rooftop, donned in a ghostly mask and a flowing robe that concealed her entire form. Bai Linger regarded the masked woman warily. At the moment the figure emerged, she sensed that this individual was at level 39, nearly at the threshold of entering the relics. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" she demanded. The masked figure's gaze fell upon Jang Bai, who lay on Bai Linger's back. "Which branch are you from?" she inquired, taken aback by the crisp, feminine voice. Bai Linger's mind raced, her expression shifting to one of caution. "What branch? I don't understand what you're saying." The masked woman chuckled at Bai Linger's poor pretense and pointed to the purple hair atop Jang Bai's head. "Stop pretending. The residue of divine power on your beast master is evident. Don't worry, I'm also affiliated with the association and won't harm you." Relieved, Bai Linger retorted, "Which branch are you from?" "I am from the Magic City branch," the masked woman replied. Bai Linger whispered, "I'm from East Jiang Province." The ghostly figure stroked her mask thoughtfully, pondering aloud. "So even those from East Jiang Province have made it in? What has happened to your beastmaster?" Bai Linger spoke nonchalantly. "I just encountered someone from the Management Bureau and had a skirmish with them." The masked woman raised her thumb in admiration. "He has quite the audacity to provoke the Management Bureau. We only met one person. Do not hinder me. We have matters to attend to." As Bai Linger attempted to depart, the masked woman suddenly exclaimed, Wait. I need to ask you something." Bai Linger, perplexed, inquired, "What is it? Could you lend me a map? I seem to have misplaced mine." Bai Linger felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment emanating from the masked woman. With a playful blink of her large eyes, she pointed to the location where she had previously battled Zhou Ming, stating without a trace of shame, "I lost my map during our fight. If you need it, you can search for it yourself. However, I must warn you, there may be personnel from the Management Bureau in that vicinity." The masked woman hesitated, "But the people from the Management Bureau can be quite troublesome," Bai Linger replied. "Then perhaps it is best to abandon the search. After all, we have lost our map as well." The The masked woman sighed. Alas, this is dire. I cannot find my way. Bai Linger suggested, if you are in a hurry, you might as well try. If there are fewer people, you could seize the map. With a resigned expression, the masked woman said, it seems I have no choice but to proceed in that manner. She then set off in the direction Bai Linger indicated. Just as Bai Linger exhaled in relief, the masked woman abruptly turned back, startling her. What is it? Bai Linger asked wide-eyed. The masked woman stated earnestly, you are rather kind. Find a place to wait for me. I shall return shortly. Bai Linger nodded vigorously, internally thinking, as if I would wait for you. In the next scene, the narrative shifts, revealing Jang Bai awakening to a musty odor. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes to behold a gray-white ceiling and peeling walls. Sitting up, he heard a delighted voice, Jang Bai Gij, you're awake. Turning to see Bai Linger entering with 2 skewers of charred meat, he felt a wave of warmth. Here, Jang Bai Gij, have something to eat. Bai Linger, with her tousled hair and a smudge of black on her nose and face, appeared charming with her sparkling eyes. Jang Bai accepted the skewers, sighing inwardly at how the 2 sisters seemed to attract misfortune. Taking a gentle bite, he was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Delicious, he remarked. Giving Bai Linger a thumbs up, he then devoured the food voraciously, feeling as though he hadn't eaten in days. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, where's Aoqing Jia? Bai Linger replied, while you were unconscious, my sister awakened and transformed into a beast pattern, attaching herself to you. Jang Bai glanced down and indeed saw a green dragon, head resting upon his chest. Upon witnessing Jang Bai's actions, Bai Linger partially clenched her fist, her thumb incessantly rubbing against her index finger, a sense of urgency swelling within her. Just moments ago, her sister had indeed awakened. Yet it was evident that her condition had deteriorated, and she had insisted that Bai Linger refrain from disclosing this to Jang Bai. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Linger resolved to shift the conversation. Jang Bai, your hair has turned purple and has grown quite long. I even tied it into a ponytail for you. Jang Bai was taken aback, only then realizing the extent of his hair's growth. Reflecting on prior events, he recalled his intense anger which had caused the energy from the void erosion sovereign's essence within him to surge. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him, to eliminate Zhou Meng. It seemed to be connected to the essence within him. And Jang Bai was astonished to discover that his level had ascended to 22. Could it be that I can absorb void energy to level up? A realization dawned upon him. Subsequently, Bai Linger recounted her encounter with the masked woman. Are you saying I was mistaken for a member of the Void Association? Jang Bai gasped in astonishment. Yes, Bai Linger affirmed with a firm nod. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open with a clatter. Jang Bai was met with the sight of the masked woman entering, brushing away dust with her hand while grumbling about the state of the door. Jang Bai and Bai Linger exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. What are you 2 eating? The masked woman inquired. Spotting the skewers of meat in Jang Bai's hand, she approached eagerly, her eyes widening with intrigue. Such rich energy. What level of void beast is this meat from? Where did you obtain it? Observing her swift movement, a flicker of caution flashed in Jang Bai's eyes, yet he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. I acquired it from some bureau agents we encountered. Would you care for a taste? The masked woman hesitated, eyeing the darkened roasted meat. Never mind. I fear it may induce food poisoning. Bai Linger, upon hearing this, erupted in indignation, hands on her hips, leaning forward as she exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? How could anything I prepare cause food poisoning? Jang Bai felt a pang of anxiety, worried that the masked woman might retaliate against Linger, and swiftly pulled her closer. I apologize, my beast girl has a rather volatile temperament. After all, she was a member of the Void Association, and one could never predict her mental state. Ah, so it was prepared by you, my apologies. I didn't mean to imply anything. The masked woman quickly waved her hands in apology. Bai Linger huffed, turning her head away in defiance. Did you acquire the map? The masked woman inquired. Bai Linger nodded. Yes, I did, and I owe thanks to your beast girl. She provided me with the idea. She then lamented, however, the bureau members are exceedingly stingy. I merely took a map, and they've been hounding me ever since. Jang Bai nodded non-committally before curiously asking, what is the purpose of your association's entrance? Is it also to seize the heart of the ruins? The masked woman paused momentarily before responding. Why would you reveal your mission? Such disclosures could lead to punishment. However, today you have encountered me, which is indeed fortunate for you. Jang Bai, I am not a member of the Nihil Association. On what grounds could they punish me? Of course, Jang Bai dared not voice this thought. Observing his silence, the ghost-faced woman hesitated momentarily before asking, "Why do you not inquire further?" Zhang Bai was taken aback, his eyes widening as he responded, "Inquire about what?" "About my mission." Zhang Bai's breath caught. "Are you not afraid of punishment?" "Hee, I am not afraid." Zhang Bai tentatively probed. "Then what is your mission?" The ghost-faced woman. "Do you know which faction once controlled this relic?" "Euching Palace?" Zhang Bai questioned, puzzled. "Which faction?" The ghost-faced woman then recounted the origins of the Euching realm to Zhang Bai until she mentioned something he had never heard before. It is said that the Lord of Euching Palace once obtained a tome of celestial arts. Zhang Bai interrupted, looking at her in shock. "Wait, what did you say? Celestial arts? Did you just say celestial arts?" The ghost-faced woman was pleased with Zhang Bai's reaction, nodding her head before continuing. After the Lord of Euching Palace acquired the celestial arts, he began his cultivation, but it seemed to have failed, leading to the decline of the Euching Palace. At that time, no one in the Euching realm knew what had transpired. However, after the Lord of Euching Palace escaped from the Euching realm, he created a group of ordinary people capable of cultivation. They could absorb divine energy. Yet, it appeared that something went awry, as those ordinary people ultimately transformed into mindless infected beings. The association once captured a batch of such unique infected entities and meticulously analyzed the energy within them. Ultimately, the association discovered that they all possessed a mysterious energy that had never been encountered before, protecting their heads and shielding their brains from erosion. Over the years, the association has been studying that mysterious force and ultimately concluded that it likely originates from an enigmatic secret art. However, the Lord of Euching Palace perished in the Void Realm, and the Euching realm vanished, leaving no definitive conclusions. Thus, my purpose for coming here is to acquire that celestial art. The ghost-faced woman exhaled. Having divulged a plethora of information, I obtained all this by stealthily observing my father's room, so do not share it with others. Zhang Bai regarded the ghost-faced woman with a peculiar gaze. Members of the Nihil Association were notorious for their madness across the entire Blue Star. Apart from hearing about it through the official propaganda of the Daxia Kingdom, he had encountered the Nihil Association twice. The first was an indirect encounter, learning of their intentions from Zhao Zetian in the Sacred Mountain. The second was a direct encounter with Zhou Meng. Yet, in both instances, Zhang Bai sensed the madness of the Nihil Association. The ghost-faced woman before him, however, gave the impression of a naive girl. After a moment of silence, Zhang Bai asked, "What is your purpose in telling me all this?" The ghost-faced woman looked intently at Zhang Bai and replied, "I hope you can assist me." Zhang Bai questioned with a hint of perplexity, "How did you manage to enter here alone?" The woman with the ghostly visage replied, "My father's birthday is approaching, and I intended to surprise him, so I stealthily slipped in." Zhang Bai discerned that this woman's father likely held a significant position within the Void Association. Chapter 42, Journey to the Library, the former training grounds. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Bai proposed, "I can assist you, but in return, could you lend me your aid later?" The ghost-faced woman's eyes sparkled with interest. "Absolutely. What assistance do you require?" Zhang Bai articulated, "I seek your help in locating the heart of the relic." He recognized her formidable prowess. With her assistance, the safety of their expedition to the main hall would be considerably enhanced. Agreed. Let us proceed to the library first. Indeed. Zhang Bai nodded and promptly donned his mask. Suddenly, the ghost-faced woman expressed her disdain. "Your mask is utterly hideous. Could you not choose a more aesthetically pleasing one?" Zhang Bai paused, taken aback. "Is there a particular significance to masks?" "Of course." The ghost-faced woman turned away, clasping her hands behind her back, and earnestly analyzed. "Lacking strength is transient, but charm is everlasting." She then leaned closer to Zhang Bai, gesturing to her own mask. "Do you not feel an air of an unparalleled master when wearing this?" Bai Linger, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, recalling how the ghost-faced woman's sudden appearance had startled her initially. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Bai replied, "I possess only this one mask." The ghost-faced woman waved her hand grandly, and a multitude of masks materialized before Zhang Bai's eyes. "Choose one." There were terrifying ghostly masks, peculiar clown masks, operatic masks, and even those depicting characters from popular dramas, showcasing a remarkable variety. Zhang Bai remarked, "Are you selling masks here?" He then selected a particularly frightening ghost face. Bai Linger chose a mask of her favorite character from a drama to wear. Zhang Bai, already tall and imposing, with his flowing purple hair and bare upper body, exuded an ethereal aura the moment he donned the mask. The ghost-faced woman snapped her fingers. Perfect. What is your name? Without hesitation, Jang Bai responded, Tao Ming. And you? Feng Ling now. Let us embark. As they stepped outside, Feng Ling observed Jang Bai and Bai Lingyer standing at the door, motionless, and inquired with confusion, Are we not leaving? Jang Bai, noticing her inverted map, pointed expressionlessly in the opposite direction. The library is that way. He began to comprehend why she needed assistance. She evidently had no grasp of the map and was lost. The route to the library required traversing the training ground area, once the practice domain for auxiliary beastmasters of the Euching Hall. Crimson mist enveloped the streets, obscuring visibility, which slowed their pace. Eventually, the trio arrived at the training ground area, which resembled a dilapidated villa district, with crumbling houses lined neatly along the streets, and scattered decayed wooden planks littering the thoroughfare. In certain villas, flickering lights appeared intermittently, casting a fluctuating glow. Gulu. The ghostly woman's throat emitted a sound reminiscent of swallowing, instinctively prompting her to draw closer to Jang Bai. Perhaps we should circumvent from the other side, she suggested. Jang Bai pondered over the map Zhao Linglong had provided. The main hall was located at the very heart of Yuching realm. To approach from another direction would necessitate traversing the laboratory and the combat zone, both of which Zhao Linglong had explicitly warned were perilous, particularly the laboratory. Taking the longer route could endanger your objective. You wouldn't want your father's birthday gift to be taken before you arrive, Jang Bai jested. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Ling finally replied, Well, he doesn't necessarily have to celebrate his birthday, and I could prepare other gifts. Jang Bai, Bai Linger ultimately. Feng Ling could not realize her wish to take a detour. As the group entered the training area, a chilling wind greeted them. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes transformed dramatically. They found themselves on a brightly lit street bustling with pedestrians, laughter resonating all around. The copper bells beneath the eaves sparkled under the warm yellow light, ringing melodically as a gentle breeze passed by, creating a harmonious and delightful sound. In stark contrast to the earlier eerie desolation, the surroundings now exuded a vibrant glow, epitomizing tranquility and the passage of time. Nearby, snippets of conversation drifted into Jang Bai's ears. Alas, the weather within the realm has changed again, someone sighed. Isn't it true? The sky has been thundering incessantly. One wonders what is amiss, another concurred. Have you heard? The senior sister has made it into the top 100 in the national competition. Truly remarkable, someone exclaimed. Indeed, I heard the hall master was exceptionally pleased and personally crafted an outfit for her. Wow, the hall master truly dotes on the senior sister. Of course, the senior sister is not only beautiful but also highly talented. We all admire her. Do you think she is like the junior sister? Mind your words. Don't let the senior sister overhear, or she'll surely assign you to clean the premises daily. I heard that. I'll report you unless you wash my socks for a week, and then I'll pretend I didn't hear a thing. Jang Bai and his companions exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. What was the significance of this scene? Hey, what are you all doing here? What brings you to the training area? A girl stood before Jang Bai and his friends, clad in a fitted white gown, her black hair tied into a high ponytail that swayed as she moved. Her smooth, fair oval face bore a hint of wariness. Jang Bai hesitated, wondering if she was addressing him. He subtly shifted his position with the others. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, her hands on her hips, and a frown etched on her face as she exclaimed, What are you doing? I'm talking to you. Why are you leaving? Jang Bai paused, disbelief flashing across his face as he pointed to himself. Are you speaking to us? The girl furrowed her brow. Who else could I possibly be addressing? Is there anyone else here? Jang Bai. The girl suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, her expression transforming into one of realization. Oh, I understand now. You must be from the combat zone, right? Are you here to sneak a peek at the senior sister? Jang Bai nodded earnestly. Yes. We have long admired the senior sister. Upon hearing that she made it into the top 100 of the national competition, we thought we would come to see her and offer our congratulations. The girl scoffed lightly. Don't you know that the training room is off limits to those from the combat zone? Be careful, or you might be expelled from the Euching Hall. Jang Bai nodded apologetically. I'm sorry. We just arrived at the Euching Hall and are not yet familiar with the rules here. We will leave now. Jang Bai felt a strong urge to flee. This place was exceedingly strange. The girl rolled her eyes. The senior sister will be back soon, and the training room is currently under strict surveillance. If you go out now, You will definitely be caught. Jang Bai was taken aback. Had he not just entered the training room area? He turned to look back and was astonished to see an endless street behind him, with fully armed personnel ahead checking the identities of passers-by. And they were approaching his direction. Noticing Jang Bai's expression, the girl exclaimed, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Jang Bai turned back quickly, asking, "What should we do now?" The girl sighed. "First, take off your masks. In your current appearance, it's obvious you're not good people." The group exchanged glances and reluctantly removed their masks. Due to the influence of the Void Sovereign's essence, although the power of the Void Realm had diminished, Jang Bai's pupils and long hair remained a pale violet, further accentuating his strikingly handsome features with an added touch of allure. "How beautiful!" The girl stood frozen, gazing at Jang Bai's face, momentarily at a loss for words. Fengling also removed her mask, her smooth hair tied into a high ponytail. Her delicate facial structure highlighted by her flawless jawline. Her large eyes sparkled with an innocent clarity, yet her black robe stood out starkly, contrasting sharply with her delicate features. As Jang Bai noticed the approaching inspectors, he urged, "Hey, what should we do now?" A faint blush crossed the girl's fair cheeks as she stammered, "How about you come to my house for a while? We can leave once the lockdown is lifted." "All right." Subsequently, the group followed the girl, whose name was revealed to be Zhao Linger, towards her home. Zhao Linger's villa was located deep within the training room. It was spacious, though she usually lived there alone. The decor was exquisitely beautiful, a quintessential feminine touch. Upon entering, Zhao Linger immediately said, "Please have a seat and wait for a moment. I'll go change and be right back." Upon finishing her words, Zhao Linger hurriedly dashed upstairs. As she entered her room, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, then crouched down against it, her hands covering her flushed face as she murmured to herself, "Zhao Linger, why did you allow them into your home? You could have sent them to an inn instead. This is a disaster. If my master discovers that I brought a strange man into the house, I shall be severely reprimanded." Frustrated, Zhao Linger flung herself onto the bed, rolling about in exasperation. How bothersome," she exclaimed before abruptly sitting up. No, I can still send them to the inn. That's the solution." She rose, placed her hand on the doorknob. "Then let it drop. Given the circumstances, I should change my clothes first." Jang Bai sat on the sofa in the living room, a faint fragrance wafting from his nose. He sighed, "What do you think the situation is right now?" Bai Linger shook her head, her brow furrowed tightly. Fengling sat beside her, stroking her chin in contemplation. When suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. I understand." Both Jang Bai and Bai Linger turned their gaze towards her. "We must have traveled back in time, to the Euching realm 50 years ago." Upon hearing this, Jang Bai fell deep into thought. While others might dismiss such a notion, he believed it wholeheartedly, as he himself had traversed time. "So, I have journeyed once more?" The sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs, the distinct clatter of polished shoes against wooden floors, prompting the group to conclude their discussion. Jang Bai turned to see Zhao Linger descending the staircase, clad in a white princess dress. Her delicate feet adorned with matching white shoes, the sound of her steps resonating through the villa. The young girl's face bore a rosy hue, her brow knitted with concern. How should she address them? Would it be too impolite? Zhao Linger's mind was rife with conflict. Jang Bai observed Zhao Linger, who seemed hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" he inquired, noticing her distress. Finally, Zhao Linger steeled herself. "I apologize, but may I prepare a meal for you?" She bent slightly towards the three of them. Fengling, Bai Linger, and Jang Bai exchanged glances, puzzled. Is it necessary to apologize for cooking for guests? Such a peculiar formality, they thought. In the kitchen, Zhao Linger wore a troubled expression. Why was it so difficult to voice her thoughts? With practiced ease, she set a pot on the stove, ignited the flame, and soon emerged from the kitchen with 3 bowls of steaming instant noodles, her face alight with a forced smile. However, Jang Bai could sense the underlying reluctance in her demeanor. "I'm truly sorry. This is all I can manage," she confessed. Bai Linger, captivated by the fragrant noodles, exclaimed, "Wow, it smells delightful. You are quite impressive." Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed once more, her eyes shimmering with joy, albeit tinged with uncertainty. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. A figure clad in a qipao, wearing a bronze mask, stepped into the room and immediately embraced Zhao Linger. "Linger, it has been far too long. Have you missed your elder sister?" Zhao Linger froze, her face a mask of distress. "Elder sister, what brings you here?" "Naturally. I came to see how my dear Linger has been developing lately." As she spoke, The woman reached into the neckline of Zhao Linger's garment. Ah! Zhao Linger cried out, akin to a startled rabbit, swiftly jumping back to evade her elder sister's grasp. Clutching her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, she exclaimed, "What are you doing, elder sister?" The elder sister's voice took on a melancholic tone. "Linger, have we grown so distant due to the passage of time?" She then smiled brightly. "Fear not. Tonight, I shall broaden your horizons. My participation in the national conference has imparted me with a wealth of knowledge." With a playful wink, she continued, "By the way, what is that delightful aroma?" Zhao Linger felt as though her breath was caught in her throat. Turning toward the 3 bowls of instant noodles on the table, she exclaimed, "Wow, Linger, did you prepare these especially for my arrival? But why 3 bowls? I certainly cannot finish them all. Has Linger been eating more lately due to her recent development?" Bai Linger. Feng Ling. Jang Bai. Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger, with her neck stiffened, weakly asked, "Elder sister, are you all right?" The elder sister looked at Zhao Linger with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean? I am perfectly fine." Zhao Ling then turned to Jang Bai and the others with a look of horror, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Jang Bai instinctively reached out to catch Zhao Linger, but her form passed through him effortlessly. The elder sister reacted swiftly, moving through Jang Bai's body to support Zhao Linger. Linger, what has happened to you?" The 3 of them stood in a state of shock. Feng Ling's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. "It appears we are not merely traversing dimensions." Jang Bai, equally bewildered, questioned, "What on earth is happening? Have we become ghosts? Why can Zhao Linger see us?" A myriad of inquiries flooded Jang Bai's mind, trapping him like a prisoner in a cage. He extended his hand, waving it before the elder sister's eyes. Yet she saw nothing, her expression filled with concern for Zhao Linger. "She cannot see us. We need to investigate further," Jang Bai stated solemnly. The 3 then returned to the bustling streets, where the crowd surged, yet they found themselves able to pass through the bodies of others. A heaviness settled in Jang Bai's heart. "We must find Zhao Linger. She is the only one who can see us." Chapter 44. The enraged Zhao Linger fluttered her long eyelashes like a fan, gradually opening her eyes. Confusion flickering across her gaze as memories of the previous night resurfaced. "Ah, I encountered a ghost last night, a rather handsome one." Her attention then turned to the elder sister, who was leaning against the bed. Elder sister, she called softly. The elder sister opened her eyes and was instantly invigorated by the sound of Zhao Linger's voice, which dispelled her drowsiness. She reached out to gently touch Zhao Linger's smooth forehead and inquired, "Linger, have you awakened? Is there any discomfort in your body?" "I'm fine, master sister." Zhao Linger replied, "That's good to hear. You frightened me last night. Come, let us step outside for a bite to eat." "All right." As the 2 emerged from the villa, Zhao Linger suddenly halted in her tracks. The elder sister looked at her quizzically. "What is the matter, Ling?" Zhao Linger stood rigid, for she beheld the 3 specters from the previous night, seated in the courtyard and enjoying barbecued meat. Jang Bai handed a skewer of grilled meat to Feng Ling, having learned from their prior experience on the sacred mountain to stock various seasonings in his storage space. Feng Ling took a gentle bite, her eyes immediately brightening with delight as a look of enjoyment crossed her face. She gave Jang Bai a thumbs up and then devoured the skewer in one bite. "Delicious," Feng Ling exclaimed, her words somewhat garbled due to the heat of the food. Jang Bai quickly warned Bai Linger, "Take your time eating." Bai Linger obediently nodded, Then she too hastily shoved a skewer into her mouth. Upon hearing the door open, Jang Bai shifted his gaze to the entrance, only to find Zhao Linger staring at him in a daze. After a moment's hesitation, he raised the skewer in his hand and asked, "Would you like some grilled meat?" Upon hearing that the handsome specter was offering her food, Zhao Linger promptly rolled her eyes and fainted again. The elder sister caught Zhao Linger once more. Linger. Jang Bai remarked, "Am I truly that terrifying?" Bai Linger, unfazed, continued munching on a skewer and said, "Perhaps she thinks she has seen a ghost." Feng Ling was incensed. "Bai Linger, why did you eat my grilled meat?" Bai Linger froze momentarily and then offered the wooden skewer. "How about you give it a lick?" Zhao Linger awoke once more. "Linger, what is going on with you?" The elder sister queried, perplexed. "I'm fine, master sister," Zhao Linger retorted angrily. The elder sister observed Zhao Linger with concern, wondering if the girl had lost her wits. Zhao Linger flung aside the covers and, without even putting on her shoes, stormed downstairs in a fit of rage. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Why should those 3 specters fixate solely on her? Upon reaching the staircase, she indeed spotted the 3 ghosts lounging on the sofa below, chatting and laughing. A surge of anger shot through Zhao Linger. This is outrageous. How brazen. To frighten me like this and then host a party in my own home. Do they truly think I, Zhao Linger, am so easily trifled with? In a fit of fury, Zhao Linger marched towards Jang Bai and the others, then suddenly slid to her knees before them. I apologize. I did not intend to disturb you. Please, do not take offense. I assure you, once you depart, I shall burn extra offerings for you. Kindly refrain from haunting me any longer. After speaking, she bowed a few times towards Jang Bai and the others. Bai Linger, Feng Ling, Jang Bai, the senior sister who followed them down. The senior sister forcefully pulled Zhao Linger up. Linger, what on earth is wrong with you? Zhao Linger, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Senior sister, I've been haunted by ghosts. The senior sister exclaimed, Oh no, this child hasn't let her imagination run wild from reading horror novels, has she? She recalled how Zhao Linger loved to sneak under the covers to read scary stories, often saying, Senior sister, I want to catch a beautiful ghost to be my husband. She would tease, Oh, do you also wish to become a necromancer? A gentle laugh escaped from beneath the senior sister's mask as she embraced Zhao Linger, saying, Don't be afraid, Linger, your senior sister is here. I am a beast master of over level 50. What ghost would dare be impudent before me? Zhao Linger sobbed, But they are right in front of you, and you can't see them. The senior sister replied, When the master returns, he must teach Linger a lesson. She must not read horror novels anymore. They're ruining her mind. Jang Bai interjected, Miss Linger, you misunderstand. We are not ghosts. Hearing Jang Bai's magnetic voice, Zhao Linger sniffled and pointed to the floor. Her voice trembling, You say you're not ghosts, yet you don't even have shadows. Jang Bai glanced at the ground and indeed found no shadows. I'm not concerned anymore. If you wish to follow us, so be it. Finally, Zhao Linger sniffled once more and gritted her teeth, saying, Senior sister, let us go out for something to eat. Along the way, Zhao Linger occasionally glanced at Jang Bai, only to quickly turn her head away. The senior sister, observing Zhao Linger's demeanor, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In the evening, Zhao Linger dined with the senior sister while Jang Bai and his companions watched nearby. Eventually, Zhao Linger could no longer contain herself and said to Jang Bai and the others, You all wait here for me. She then took the bewildered senior sister's hand and stepped outside. Not long after, Zhao Linger returned alone, trembling as she entered. Remembering the items she had purchased from the commercial street, her spirit lifted once more. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, she declared, shaking her hand. A clatter of items fell to the ground, a peachwood sword, vermilion talismans, and a large pile of glutinous rice, various ghost-repelling tools that made Jang Bai's eyelids twitch. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder, could he truly be a ghost? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, it was because they had entered the training room area that things had turned out this way. Miss Linger, we are truly not ghosts, Jang Bai said helplessly. Bai Linger blinked and looked at Jang Bai, as she always thought he was calling her whenever he referred to Miss Linger. Ah! Zhao Linger hurled various ghost-repelling tools, blessed by the senior sister, towards Jang Bai. A few minutes later, Zhao Linger curiously stared at Jang Bai, asking, You truly are not ghosts? Jang Bai nodded affirmatively, stating, It's truly not the case. Otherwise, how could your ghost-repelling artifacts prove ineffective? He gestured towards the chaos strewn across the floor. Zhao Linger nodded in agreement. Jang Bai covered his face in exasperation. She even doubted her own identity, refusing to believe that the so-called master who sold her the talismans was peddling counterfeit goods. After laboriously tidying up her disordered home, Zhao Linger finally settled onto the sofa, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Her large, glistening eyes gazed intently at Jang Bai. What exactly are you? She inquired. Jang Bai recounted the events, and upon hearing, Zhao Linger sat on the sofa, her face paling in disbelief as she fixated on Jang Bai. Are you saying that the Euching realm will vanish and everyone will perish? Jang Bai nodded gravely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Euching Hall is so powerful. How could it possibly face annihilation? You must be deceiving me, right? The group remained silent in response, observing their expressions. Zhao Linger sat on the sofa, her eyes vacant, murmuring, I will save the Euching Hall. I must save the Euching Hall. Chapter 45. The return of the Euching Hall master. Ultimately, Jang Bai resolved to stay by Zhao Linger's side, as they were uncertain of how to return. The following day, Zhao Linger arose and departed for the academy, which existed within the Euching realm. Jang Bai and his companions followed closely behind her. It appeared that Zhao Linger's reputation within the academy was not particularly favorable, as Jang Bai overheard numerous voices gossiping about her along the way. Look, here comes the little ostrich. Oh, isn't that the little ostrich? What brings her to the academy today? Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed crimson, and feeling unable to respond, she quickened her pace. Behind her, several individuals continued to taunt, "Don't walk away." Watching Zhao Linger's retreating figure, the leader among them spat disdainfully on the ground, exclaiming, "I can't fathom what the Hall Master sees in her. Her academic performance is abysmal, her cultivation is slow, and every time we face the infected, she hides in the back, trembling in fear, unable to unleash her skills. How could such a person still be a student of the Hall Master? Pathetic, indeed. She's tarnishing the reputation of the Euching Hall, failing every exam. If I were her, I'd be too embarrassed to remain in the Euching Hall. After so long under her master, she hasn't even received the inheritance mask. It's utterly humiliating." The group's loud remarks reached Zhao Linger's ears, causing her to lower her head, her eyes reddening. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze towards Jang Bai. "Tao Ming, these people are so unpleasant." Her voice trembled slightly. Bai Linger, hearing their words, was incensed and rushed over, delivering a sharp slap to one of them. Smack! The boy who had spoken ill of Zhao Linger lowered his head, his body quaking slightly. "Sister Qianlong." Qianlong fixed him with a frosty glare, her voice icy as she commanded, "Apologize." The boy retorted defiantly, "Why should I apologize? She's so timid. Isn't she an ostrich?" Smack! With a resounding slap, Qianlong struck the boy's face, instantly causing it to swell grotesquely. "Apologize." The boy remained silent, fists clenched tightly, head bowed, while the surrounding crowd dared not utter a sound. Smack! Apologize. Smack! Apologize. Smack! Apologize. "Senior sister, please stop hitting him," Zhao Linger sobbed as she approached Qianlong and grasped her hand. Wiping away the tears from Zhao Linger's eyes, Qianlong cast a frigid gaze upon the onlookers, declaring, "Should I ever hear you speak ill of Linger again, I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Trust me, I am capable." With that, she took Zhao Linger's hand and departed the scene. Bai Linger exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her, and she kicked at the air in frustration, missing her target entirely. Finally, she spat, "Humph. Cowards who bully young girls. Senior sister, what brings you to the academy?" Zhao Linger gently inquired, holding Qianlong's hand. Qianlong affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Isn't it because I worry about you, dear girl? You never speak up when you're bullied, forcing your senior sister to intervene personally. You are a student of the Palace Master. Can you not stand up for yourself? Can you not wield your influence?" Zhao Linger, head lowered, meekly responded, "Senior sister, it is not right to bully others." Observing Zhao Linger's demeanor, Qianlong's eyes conveyed a hint of exasperation. "Did you catch that ghost last night?" Zhao Linger discreetly glanced at Jiang Bai beside her, replying, "Yes." "Was it impressive?" Qianlong probed. After a brief hesitation, Zhao Linger admitted, "Yes, it was." Qianlong teased, "So? Are you planning to become a ghost knight then?" Zhao Linger turned crimson, exclaiming, "Senior sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Jang Bai is right here. You really ought to be more sensible." Qianlong sighed in resignation, lightly tapping Zhao Linger's forehead with her slender finger. "You silly girl, read fewer horror novels. They are warping your mind." Later that afternoon, Zhao Linger participated in another test. This one focused on the theoretical knowledge of support-type beastmasters. Jang Bai glanced at the questions and found them all manageable, yet Zhao Linger appeared utterly perplexed. Ultimately, he discreetly revealed the answers to her. Zhao Linger felt this was the most outrageous act she had ever committed, cheating. By the end of the examination, she was drenched in sweat. In the corridor, she murmured, "I told you not to give me the answers." She hadn't intended to cheat. It was just that Jiang Bai not only provided her with the answers, but also explained the reasoning behind them. After listening, she experienced a moment of clarity and quickly wrote down the responses. The results were released swiftly, and amidst the astonished gazes of the teachers and her peers, Zhao Linger blushed deeply as she received her perfect score. In the following days, Jiang Bai reveled in the experience of being a teacher. He discovered that Zhao Linger was incredibly intelligent, effortlessly grasping concepts, but her timid nature made her an easy target for bullying by her classmates, leaving her restless during lessons. Subsequently, Zhang Bai taught her how to navigate the complexities of campus violence. Zhao Ling'er found joy in recent days, having forged friendships beyond her senior sister. Under Jang Bai's guidance, her academic performance improved significantly, and her peers began to hesitate before tormenting her. The group often gathered together, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Jang Bai unearthed another facet of Zhao Ling'er's character. "Tao Ming, let me offer you some incense. See if it satisfies your appetite." Jang Bai remarked, "Ling'er, how fortuitous. My name is also Ling'er. Could it be that we are long-lost sisters?" Bai Ling'er, wagging her tail, regarded her with indifference. "Feng Ling, why do you always read the map upside down? Is it because you dislike the conventional way? Wouldn't viewing it while inverted prevent you from getting lost?" Days passed, and Qianlong returned to Zhao Ling'er's villa. "Ling'er, come quickly to meet the teacher. The master has returned to the main hall of Euching Palace." Zhao Ling'er trembled, hiding timidly behind Qianlong, for her greatest fear was the teacher, whose presence loomed heavily over her. Jang Bai and the others observed Zhao Ling'er's demeanor with a hint of helplessness, pondering her excessive timidity. Before long, the master of Euching Palace emerged. Clad in an expansive azure robe that enveloped her figure, her countenance obscured by a bronze mask, leaving the students unable to discern her expression. The master's piercing gaze swept over the students below, eventually settling on Zhao Ling'er, hidden behind Qianlong. A slight frown creased her brow beneath the mask. "Ling'er, I hear you have caused trouble at the academy again." Zhao Ling'er shivered, unable to muster even a single word of explanation. The surrounding disciples exchanged knowing glances, their own faces concealed behind bronze masks, a symbol of their eligibility to inherit from Euching Palace. Qianlong stepped forward, asserting, "It was the other students who first bullied Ling'er. She merely defended herself." The master regarded Qianlong, sensing the aura she exuded, and nodded in approval. Truly, her eldest disciple possessed extraordinary talent. Turning her attention back to Zhao Ling'er, she advised, "Ling'er, your timidity is well known. Learn from your senior sister and immerse yourself in your studies. That way, no one will dare to bully you." "Yes, I understand," Zhao Ling'er replied. The master of Euching Palace nodded before adopting a serious tone. "I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter. You must have noticed the unusual occurrences in the Euching realm lately." Qianlong nodded, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Teacher, what exactly is happening? Why has there been a continuous rumble of thunder in the Euching realm for the past few months?" The master sighed, revealing, "The issues have been brewing for several years. The heart of the ruins in the Jade-Qing realm has encountered an issue. The realm is on the brink of collapse, increasingly unstable in recent times, suggesting that its downfall is imminent within the next few years." The crowd gasped in astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions. "What? The Jade-Qing realm is actually going to collapse? What will become of our Jade-Qing Hall? Indeed, the Jade-Qing Hall has a legacy spanning centuries. How could it possibly fall? Must we depart from the Jade-Qing realm?" Qianlong furrowed her brow and inquired, "Master, have you found a solution?" The hall master nodded affirmatively. Chapter 46, The Secret Method of Nain. Time swiftly passed. With a grand gesture, the hall master of Jade-Qing Hall summoned an ancient tome radiating a gentle golden light, which floated before the assembly. This celestial technique, which I have recently acquired, is called the Secret Method of Nain. Its power transcends the heavens and the earth. Should one master it to its fullest extent, it may indeed save the Jade-Qing realm. Our Jade-Qing Hall has a legacy of several centuries. All our foundations lie within the Jade-Qing realm, and we cannot abandon this place. The lineage of the Jade-Qing Hall must not be severed. From this day forth, you shall dedicate yourselves entirely to the practice of this method, following me as we strive to rescue the Jade-Qing realm." Wow, the Jade-Qing Hall truly possesses celestial arts. Jang Bai was taken aback, glancing at Feng Ling, whose eyes shimmered with golden light. Realizing the formidable status of the latter within the Void Association, given that even celestial arts are known to her. In the ensuing days, Zhao Ling'er fell into a contemplative silence, dedicating herself to studying the secret method of Nain, yet struggling to grasp its profound meanings. Her silence deepened. Jang Bai sighed in helplessness at the sight of Zhao Ling'er slumped over her desk, devoid of hope. One day, a flash of insight struck Zhao Ling. She recalled Feng Ling mentioning that celestial arts might relate to the energy of the void realm. She reported this to her master, who nodded in agreement. As Zhao Ling'er's thoughts aligned with his own, another day passed, and Jang Bai called Zhao Ling'er aside. "Away from Feng Ling'er, summon forth your beast maidens." Blushing, Zhao Linger nodded and summoned 3 beast maidens, 2 of silver rank and 1 of golden rank. Jang Bai provided Zhao Linger with the detailed profiles of the 3 beast maidens. To her elation, all 3 of her beast maidens had advanced to the king level. Zhao Linger exclaimed in excitement, "Taoming, you must be sent by the heavens to assist me." She joyfully leaped into Jang Bai's embrace, only to pass through him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Watching Jang Bai's departing figure, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her confidence, clenched her fists, and encouraged herself. She believed she would surely save the Jade-Qing realm and would have the chance to see Jang Bai again in the future. Days later, Zhao Linger stood before Jang Bai, visibly flustered, and shyly asked, "Taoming, could you do me a favor?" Jang Bai looked at her, puzzled. "What is it?" Zhao Linger, her cheeks flushed, finally closed her eyes and said, "See if you can recognize the beast maiden of senior sister and help her advance." Jang Bai agreed. The next day, Zhao Linger coaxed and deceived Qianlong to the villa, then summoned the beast maiden in front of Jang Bai. Upon seeing the beast maiden, Jang Bai's pupils constricted. Qianlong's beast maiden was extraordinary. One was a titan python, and the other, a southern behemoth dragon. However, the last one was particularly special, a creature suspected to be the Heart Moon Fox, one of the 7 celestial lodges of the East. In ancient mythologies of the past, the 7 celestial lodges formed the essence of the East's Azure Dragon, known as Aoqing, while the Heart Moon Fox was one of its components. The Titan Python and Southern Behemoth Dragon were of golden grade, while the Heart Moon Fox was merely of the mortal grade. Jang Bai fell into a contemplative silence. Noticing his quietude, Zhao Linger quickly smiled, saying, "Taoming, it's fine if you don't recognize her." Taking a deep breath, Jang Bai replied, "I do recognize her." He felt torn. He wished to see if Zhao Linger could indeed save the Jade-Qing realm, yet the existence of a mythic-level bloodline beast maiden was his greatest secret. He feared that if Zhao Linger learned of the mythic-level beast maiden, it could bring her harm. Gazing at Qianlong, who wore a bronze mask, Jang Bai sighed softly. He didn't know much about her. Ultimately, he decided to share all the information regarding the Titan Python and Southern Behemoth Dragon with Zhao Ling, deliberately omitting details about the Heart Moon Fox. In the end, the Titan Python and Southern Behemoth Dragon successfully advanced to royal bloodlines. While the Heart Moon Fox reached Imperial level, Qianlong, feeling the transformation of her beast maiden's bloodline, looked at her junior sister in astonishment. "Junior sister, where did you learn so much?" Zhao Linger smiled playfully. "Hee, it's a secret." Qianlong, with utmost seriousness, told Zhao Linger, "Linger, this matter must remain between us. Do not speak of it, understood?" Taken aback by Qianlong's grave demeanor, Zhao Linger asked, "Not even to the teacher?" To her surprise, Qianlong nodded. Jang Bai sat on the sofa, repeatedly calling out Aoqing's name in his heart, yet received no response. Frowning slightly, he inquired with Bai Linger about the matter. Bai Linger, unsettled, replied softly, "Perhaps it is only the 3 of us who can enter here." Jang Bai then turned to Feng Ling, asking, "Feng Ling, can the beast maidens in your space be summoned?" Feng Ling, momentarily taken aback by Jang Bai's question, tried and failed to summon them. Relieved, Jang Bai thought Aoqing might have encountered some trouble. As time passed, Jang Bai noticed Zhao Linger spending less and less time outside her room, diligently practicing her celestial techniques. Senior sister Qianlong appeared less frequently, and since the master of the Jade-Qing Palace obtained the secrets of celestial cultivation, she had also vanished. During this period, Jang Bai took Bai Linger and Feng Ling on extensive explorations throughout the entire Jade-Qing realm. Returning to the villa, Feng Ling collapsed onto the sofa, weary and unsure of how long it would be until they could return. Jang Bai felt a subtle stirring in her heart. Upon careful reflection, she realized that they had been in the past realm of Euching for over half a year, with tomorrow marking the 8th month. Recently, the thunder in the skies of Euching had diminished significantly compared to when they first arrived. Surely, they would succeed. Suddenly, a vision flashed before Jang Bai's eyes. A dilapidated, eerie street briefly appeared, only to vanish in an instant. Was it an illusion? Jang Bai blinked vigorously. Then, Bai Linger spoke. "Brother, did something just flash before your eyes?" Jang Bai, wishing to keep her identity concealed, was always addressed as brother by Bai Linger. Feng Ling nodded. "Yes, it seemed like a scene from the training room area." Jang Bai paused in surprise. Could it be that they were about to return? As the frequency of the visions intensified, Jiang Bai approached the door of Zhao Linger's room and called out, "Miss Linger, are you still busy?" The door swung open, revealing Zhao Linger, who appeared momentarily stunned. Her hair was a mess. Dark circles shadowed her large eyes, and she looked utterly exhausted. "Tao Ming, what's the matter?" She had been engrossed in her studies of celestial arts for several days without rest. "Miss Linger, we might be leaving soon." At this, Zhao Linger stared blankly at Jiang Bai's handsome face. Noticing her dazed expression, Jiang Bai waved a hand in front of her. "Miss Linger?" She snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. "When are we leaving?" Jiang Bai replied, "We do not know." Observing Zhao Linger's condition, he could not help but sigh. "Miss Linger, if things become untenable, you must escape." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Bai's figure began to fade, ultimately transforming into shimmering starlight and vanishing from the villa. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Linger was utterly panicked. She hurried downstairs but found no sign of Bai Linger or Feng Ling in the hall. With vacant eyes, she crouched down and tightly embraced herself, attempting to merge into the surrounding darkness. At that moment, Qianlong happened upon the scene, her heart aching. "Linger, why are you crying?" Zhao Linger rose to her feet, trying to wipe her tears, yet they flowed incessantly like beads from a broken string. Finally, she collapsed into Qianlong's embrace. "Sister, I'm not crying. Woo-woo. I really am not crying. Woo-woo." Chapter 47. A letter from the past. The scene shifted, bustling streets of prosperity fading away, replaced by desolate and eerie thoroughfares shrouded in blood mist. Jiang Bai gazed at the familiar yet strange street before her, a tumult of emotions swirling within. So, had Zhao Linger and her companions ultimately failed? Bai Linger and Feng Ling stood frozen, equally bewildered. Why is this happening? What truly transpired in Euching all those years ago? Feng Ling murmured. Jiang Bai strolled slowly down the streets he once traversed, an air of melancholy in his gaze. He had resided here for 8 months. Bai Linger and Feng Ling followed closely behind him. This time Feng Ling was unafraid. Jiang Bai made his way deeper into the training hall, passing by a shop adorned with a shattered sign, from which a few characters could still be vaguely discerned. Taiping Taoist Grocery. A sign hung prominently, proclaiming various ghost-repelling artifacts for sale, honest dealings guaranteed, falsehoods compensated tenfold. Continuing onward, they paused at a restaurant that had once been a frequent haunt of Zhao Linger and Qianlong. Each visit, Jiang Bai would take Bai Linger and Feng Ling for a leisurely stroll outside while the two would dine. Every time Jiang Bai looked up, he could see Zhao Linger's inquisitive face glancing about. Eventually, the trio halted before a villa. The once elegant and charming abode was now in a state of disrepair. A rusted iron lock adorned the grand gate, inscribed with the words, "Guess where the key is." The handwriting bore the unmistakable mark of Zhao Linger. With practiced ease, Jiang Bai removed a loose tile from the ground, uncovering a square parcel crafted from oiled paper. Upon unwrapping the paper, he discovered a key, accompanied by 2 lines of text. "Indeed, you have been sneaking a peek at where I hide the key, but I forgive you. I have left you a gift. Do hurry inside and take a look." Jiang Bai rose, inserting the key into the lock. Before he could turn it, the iron gate collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. As he entered the courtyard, Jiang Bai's eyes were immediately drawn to a large barbecue pit. Their presence had once been extraordinary, enabling them to construct a barbecue grill from their own belongings, unseen by others. Zhao Linger could see it but could not utilize it. Subsequently, she crafted a grand grill of her own, joining Jang Bai and the others for their barbecues. Pushing open the door to the villa, a wave of decay and mildew assaulted his senses. An indescribable sorrow surged within Jiang Bai's heart. Suppressing his emotions, he made his way to Zhao Linger's former room, which lay in disarray, a stark contrast to the first time he had entered. The floor was strewn with countless yellow papers, remnants of discarded patterns. Approaching a wooden table, he found a large chest atop which rested a wooden plank, stained with blood. "Tao Ming, I knew you would return." Lifting the lid of the wooden chest, he discovered 3 thick parcels wrapped in oiled paper. "To Tao Ming, with love, to Feng Ling, with love, to Bai Linger, with love." Jiang Bai distributed the oiled paper parcels to the two, and then opened the one left for him by Zhao Linger. Inside lay a stack of letters, still faintly carrying the fragrance of the young girl. He opened the first letter. A letter unfolded by Jiang Bai revealed a series of daily musings from Zhao Linger. "Tao Ming, it has been 5 days since you left, and I find myself regretting not spending these days joyfully with you. Last night, The senior sister insisted on sharing my bed, which was quite bothersome. Her hands were rather unruly, wandering everywhere. It has been several days since the senior sister last visited, leaving me feeling rather bored. However, I have unexpectedly discovered a remarkable application of the Nain immortal technique. It can actually be utilized on patterns. I believe I can summon you back. Hee, you will surely be astonished. Alas, I failed. The yellow paper from the general store simply could not withstand the power of the pattern. I have modified the pattern. This time, I am certain of success. Yet, I have failed once again. The senior sister has not appeared in quite some time, nor has the teacher. The sky in the jade blue realm seems to have taken on a purplish hue. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Today, an infection appeared in the jade blue realm. Its origin unknown. This time, I am resolute. I am brimming with courage. My pattern has failed again. How I long for you all. The jade blue realm feels different. Several of my fellow disciples have also vanished. Today, the teacher issued a command for those outside the jade blue hall to return. I wish to see the senior sister. It has been months since we last met. However, the teacher stated she is on a mission. The next letter bore a 6-month gap. I have located the senior sister. She is imprisoned on the mountain of reflection. I yearn to seek the teacher, yet she is also nowhere to be found. The senior sister has lost her powers and lies in a deep stupor. The jade blue realm has sealed itself. No one can escape, and I am filled with dread. The senior sister has vanished. I have become the senior sister. The teacher has reappeared. Today she summoned me and urged me to cultivate diligently. When I inquired about the senior sister, the teacher appeared furious, claiming she had betrayed the jade blue hall. I refuse to believe this and shall investigate what truly transpired. The pattern has failed once more. This marks the 240th attempt. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the mountain of reflection. The teacher has gone mad. She has slain all the senior brothers and sisters. I stumbled upon their frozen corpses deep within the mountain of reflection. Fear grips me. Entities from the void realm have emerged in the jade blue realm. The teacher instructed me to lead a hunt. I sense something unsettling in her gaze. I fear she may wish to eliminate me as well. Only half of those I took with me returned. Today, I discovered that my Nain immortal technique can absorb energies from the void realm, leading me to an ominous suspicion. The teacher's gaze towards me has grown increasingly approving, and I am utterly terrified. I have resolved to forego sleep from this day forth. I recalled a phrase the senior sister once shared. If I were ever to begin absorbing energies from the void realm, I should flee the jade blue realm. Yet, the entrance to the jade blue realm is entirely sealed. I cannot escape. The deeper Jang Bai read, the more furrowed his brow became, until finally, he grasped a blood-stained letter, his heart racing in alarm. Recently, there has been a resurgence of large-scale ethereal beings within our realm. I engaged in a fierce battle alongside the warriors of the combat zone for 3 days to eradicate them completely, though I sustained injuries. The sight of countless comrades perishing before my eyes pains me far more. Today, I must seek out my master to uncover the truth of what has transpired. Allow me to share a secret. Upon our first encounter, I intended to take you to an inn, but your striking beauty compelled me to bring you home instead. My senior sister was indeed correct. I am, without a doubt, infatuated. I have grown immensely powerful. Aside from my master, I am the mightiest in the entire Euching realm. I am grateful to you for teaching me, for guiding me in dealing with those who bullied me. You are the second person, after my senior sister, who has shown me kindness, even aiding me in elevating the bloodline of the beast maiden. You are truly remarkable. I long to see you once more. By the way, there is a gift I have left for you in the box. Please keep it safe. I must go find my master now. Time flies. It has been 10 years since you all departed. Farewell, should the opportunity arise. Chapter 48. Cultivating the Nain immortal technique. Zhao Linger's gift. Jang Bai stood silently in the room, holding a jade pendant left to him by Zhao Linger, along with a letter, which would be the last he would receive from her. What transpired afterward? Bai Linger and Feng Ling had also read the letter. Their eyes reddened as they stood behind him. Brother, shall we visit the main hall? Bai Linger's voice quivered. She wished to know Zhao Linger's fate. Jang Bai turned his gaze towards Feng Ling, for they had previously acquired the immortal technique from her. This indicated that Feng Ling's mission in the Euching realm had been fulfilled. With eyes glistening, Feng Ling said, "Do not look at me that way. I am a person of loyalty. Zhao Linger is my friend, and of course, I must see her." In a room within the villa, Jang Bai sat cross-legged alone, casting aside distractions and closing his eyes to contemplate the essence and key principles of the Nain immortal technique. the netherworld as a guide, the yellow springs as a medium. Instantly, the entire room turned frigid as the ethereal energy within the training chamber began to coalesce towards the sky above the villa, forming a gargantuan vortex, eerie and perilous. Nain traverses the meridians, penetrating the profound. At the center of the violet vortex above, a brilliant purple light erupted, and the final beam cascaded down like a waterfall towards Jang Bai. The substantial ethereal energy surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Jang Bai let out a suppressed groan, as his body felt as though it were plummeting into the icy depths of the nine hells, the immense agony threatening to consume his sanity. Gritting his teeth, he allowed the ethereal energy to circulate within him. He had previously surmised that his ascension seemingly depended on absorbing ethereal energy. Thus, he could not afford to relent. The Nain immortal technique was his opportunity. Seizing the profound mysteries of the universe, refining the creation of life and death, defying the duality of yin and yang, transforming the ethereal realm to validate the great Tao, the immense energy of the void surged down once more, carrying with it an intense chill. The water vapor in the air instantaneously crystallized into fragments of ice, falling beside Jang Bai and crashing onto the floor, reverberating throughout the villa, which became ensconced in a thin layer of frost. Bai Linger, who was originally in the hall, intended to check on Jang Bai's condition, but was abruptly halted by Feng Ling. "We cannot enter now. He is at a crucial moment in his cultivation. Let us wait outside for him." A flicker of concern flashed in Bai Linger's eyes, and with no other choice, she exited alongside Feng Ling. Jang Bai trembled, ice shards forming on the bristles of his body as he forcibly channeled the energy of the void within himself. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger. He felt an unseen consciousness lurking, its mere presence nearly suffocating. In that instant, the void's power he had resisted for so long surged into his mind, incessantly eroding his will. Bloodthirst, death, annihilation. A torrent of such thoughts flooded his consciousness, infusing him with a violent aura. In desperation, Jang Bai relinquished his resistance against the encroaching cold, opting instead to suppress the void energy swirling in his mind. The surrounding ice thickened, and without any defense, he swiftly became encased in a block of ice. At that moment, the jade pendant in his pocket flew forth, hovering in midair, emanating a gentle radiance. The light enveloped Jang Bai, melting the ice that encased him. He exhaled in relief and opened his eyes, momentarily stunned by the sight of the pendant in the air. Suddenly, the pendant erupted in a brilliant explosion. A silhouette emerged. Jang Bai noticed the figure pause in surprise. "Hey, can you hear me, Tao Ming?" Zhao Linger called out from before him. Jang Bai promptly responded, "I can't hear you." Yet, he discerned a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Zhao Linger's eyes. She then murmured to herself, "I can't be certain if it's truly you, Tao Ming. I suppose the one who found this jade pendant is likely you." Jang Bai then realized that the scene before him was not in real time, but rather a form of 3D projection. "Since you can see me, it means you have cultivated the Nain immortal technique and are feeling the chill, right? Hee. I was the same way, during the later stages of my training. I could hardly sleep at night from the cold." Zhao Linger's ethereal figure sighed, continuing, "Solitary yang does not endure, solitary yin does not give rise. The deeper I delve into the Nain immortal technique, the more I perceive it as an incomplete secret art." She then turned with excitement and exclaimed, "Do you remember when I went to a sundry shop to buy a peachwood sword to deal with you? I initially thought you were a ghost. It's amusing to reflect on." After a moment, she cleared her throat, adding, "Ahem, I digress. When I want to make that purchase, the old man offered me a pure yang secret art for $9.99. I bought it without hesitation and was scolded by my senior sister for it. Hee. However, my senior sister lacked my wit. I discerned at a glance that the pure yang secret art was authentic. Subsequently, I devoted 2 years to perfecting the Nain immortal technique, ultimately acquiring the final version of the yin-yang immortal art. Back then, those in the academy claimed I was unworthy of being a teacher's disciple. How absurd. I am, indeed, a genius." Then, Zhao Linger's ethereal form dimmed. "Regrettably, I have already mastered the Nain immortal technique, and I sense my teacher may soon take action against me. I cannot undergo retraining. Thus, I leave the foundational principles of the yin-yang immortal art here. I am aware of your distrust toward Feng Ling, hence I entrust the principles to you. Whether to pass them on to her is entirely your decision." Without delay, she seated herself on the ground and recited the core tenets of the Yin-Yang immortal art. From Yin emerges the profound ice. From Yang is born the blazing fire. The 9 Yin lies like ice in the abyss. The 9 Yang burns like fire in the heavens. Yin and Yang converge, revealing the true chaos. Master the cycle as charcoal, forge the transformative furnace. As her words faded, her light and shadow gradually dissipated. In truth, I am uncertain whether you are Tao Ming. If not, please convey this technique to him for me. Thank you. With her final words, the light and shadow vanished completely, transforming into a streak of luminescence that merged into Jang Bai's brow. In an instant, Jang Bai's mind was enriched with several verses pertaining to the Yin-Yang immortal art. He felt a sudden pang in his heart, bowed his head, and murmured, "I apologize, my name is Jang Bai." After a lengthy pause, Jang Bai exhaled deeply, then gathered his focus. With his left hand, he formed the Ziwu Yin seal, and with his right, he executed the Maoyu Yang seal. With the left eye, I draw in the cold souls of the 9 Yin. With the right eye, I meld the true essence of the 9 Yang. This marked the first layer of the Yin-Yang immortal art, the harmony of sun and moon. As Jang Bai practiced, the scene outside the villa transformed. What had once been a singular purple vortex now manifested another, this one radiant red. The intertwining brilliance of red and purple cascaded towards the villa, flowing into Jang Bai's being. Instantly, his originally light purple hair shifted in hue, half black and half white. His once pale purple pupils mirrored this change. The left eye, embodying Yin, turned black, while the right eye, representing Yang, became red. Gradually, the colors faded, returning to their original state. Thus, Jang Bai had acquired his first skill, the Yin-Yang dual pupils. Chapter 49, Convergence in a Secluded Alley. Wang Wei's face reflected sheer terror as he gasped for breath. Behind him trailed a trusted aide, equally disheveled and bearing numerous minor wounds. "Captain, what shall we do now?" The aide inquired, visibly shaken. Just a day prior, they had cleared all infected entities from the commercial street and proceeded to the laboratory area, only to discover it teeming with horrifying infected beings. This led to heavy casualties among the combat team of the pioneering group, and Wang Wei found himself pursued by a formidable infected creature, ultimately leading him to this location. Gazing at the surroundings, Wang Wei took out the map and scrutinized it carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "We have reached the periphery of the main hall area of the Euching Palace. Let us first seek the heart of the ruins and ascertain if we can secure the claim. Once the ruins gate stabilizes, we can summon a high-level beastmaster from the pioneering team to carry out the cleansing." The library within the Euching Palace was already in a state of decay, and after enduring a fierce battle, it had been reduced to mere ruins. At that moment, amidst the desolation, a woman clad in a tight-fitting outfit fixed her gaze intently ahead, where a voluptuous figure captured her attention. Although the woman wore a specially crafted fox mask, the first glance from any man would find him ensnared by the infinite abyss that lay before her bosom. The onlookers, though masked themselves, recognized the identities of the two women, observing the spectacle with bemusement. One hailed from the esteemed Li family of the Imperial capital, while the other belonged to the illustrious Long family of the magical metropolis. Both families were among the most eminent in the Great Xia Kingdom, with elders among the 10 ancients, and the two women were renowned in their own right. One, as cold as autumn frost, with skin as delicate as jade, akin to a proud Tianshan snow lotus. The other, exuding a myriad of charms, possessed a fiery spirit reminiscent of a blooming red rose. The conflict arose when the two families encountered one another in the library. Due to their long-standing enmity, the recent scandal involving Li Lingfeng, Li Lingshue's brother, had stirred considerable online uproar. Long Qiuyue seized the opportunity to mock Li Lingxue, launching into a tirade of biting sarcasm. Li Lingxue, however, was no pushover, and soon engaged Long Qiuyue in a fierce altercation, which ultimately led to the library's collapse. Fortunately, the treasures within had already been claimed by the crowd. Li Lingxue glared coldly at Long Qiuyue and spoke in a low voice. "Long Qiuyue, do you truly think I fear you?" Long Qiuyue, her laughter ringing like chimes, covered her mouth and giggled. You're flustered. She then turned to the crowd, saying, "Tell me, am I not right? Is there not someone coveting another's beast woman?" Shamelessly declaring her as his online. Li Lingshue's expression darkened. "My brother has never claimed that Aoqing is his beast woman." Since the incident involving Aoqing had gained traction online, She had often been subjected to veiled jabs and open mockery from the offspring of prominent factions in the Imperial capital, which had brought her much distress. Her dissatisfaction also extended to her elder brother, but most infuriating was that Jang Bai. He had entered a contract yet continued to post videos online, subtly deriding Li Lingfeng. Was that not a slap in the face to the Li family? Long Qiuyue shrugged, but he has never offered an explanation. Does he not wish to leverage the prestige of the Li family to have others deliver the beast woman to him? Does he truly believe others are as naive as 3-year-olds, oblivious to his little tricks? If I had a brother like him, I would rather perish against a wall. It is utterly disgraceful. Seeking death, Li Lingxue shouted fiercely, charging at Long Qiuyue, who remained unperturbed and ready to counter. As the two clashed, the scene grew increasingly animated. Moments later, both women were breathless, perspiring profusely. Yet neither could gain the upper hand, as both were at level 39, with minimal disparity between them. At that moment, a young man emerged, exuding an air of elegance and confidence, his gaze calm and assured, radiating an unmistakable aura of wealth and nobility. His name was Qian Duoduo, the young master of the esteemed Yunlai Chamber of Commerce, a premier force in the Daxia Kingdom. His self-assurance stemmed not only from the power that lay behind him, but also from his own formidable abilities. He was at level 39, accompanied by 2 beast maidens, both of golden rank. Esteemed guests, allow me to offer a word of counsel. Our paramount task should be to secure the ownership of the heart of the ruins at the main hall, he urged. There are countless members of the Void Society and the Dark Knight withered flowers lurking within the Euching territory. If they acquire the heart, our escape will be impossible. Upon hearing this, a wave of discontent flashed through the crowd. Why should it be you, Qian Duoduo, who speaks? They thought. With so many people in Euching, the chances of them obtaining the heart would only increase if more perished. Despite their dissatisfaction, none dared to interrupt Qian Duoduo, for his standing was undeniably impressive. Li Lingshuang scoffed, turning away, while Long Qiuyue smiled sweetly, her silence indicating her agreement with Qian Duoduo's words. Suddenly, the ruins trembled, drawing everyone's attention. With a resounding crash, a hand emerged from the debris, followed by a figure crawling out. Why demolish the building while you brawl? You lunatics! Are you unaware that others remain trapped beneath? The man, clad in tattered garments, spat as he climbed out, cursing vehemently. As he stepped forward, it became evident that he was shackled, a thick iron chain clanking with every move. An inhabitant of the Celestial Palace? Qian Duoduo discerned the man's identity immediately. Only those from the Celestial Palace would adorn themselves with such bizarre encumbrances, eschewing contracts with beast maidens to hone their own bodies through peculiar methods. I am Qi Tian, and from this moment forth, I am your leader. Your task is to assist me in locating the heart of the ruins, Qi Tian proclaimed casually, his confidence bordering on arrogance. Observing his demeanor, many remained silent. They were no children and would not easily provoke an enigmatic figure. Yet among them were a few hotheads. What gives you the right to command us? One voiced his displeasure. In response, a smile curled at the corners of Qi Tian's mouth, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving only the sound of clanking chains behind. The very individual who had spoken out was suddenly hurled backwards, collapsing and coughing blood. How swift! The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes now tinged with wariness as they regarded Qi Tian. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze piercing. Now, who is in favor and who stands opposed? The eyes of the crowd shifted towards Li Lingshuang and her companions, their high status and fearsome backgrounds lending weight to their silence, prompting the others to lower their heads. With a chuckle, Qi Tian declared, "Now, let us proceed to the main hall." Bai Linger gazed at the villa with deep concern. They had arrived outside the villa long ago, when various anomalies began to manifest in the sky, and now, 2 full days had passed. Feng Ling, do you think the sky changing colors like this means something has happened to my brother? Feng Ling reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, it should be fine. The energy fluctuations are about to conclude, and Tao Ming should be emerging soon." Suddenly, the door of the villa creaked open, and Jang Bai stepped out. Bai Linger and Feng Ling quickly rushed to greet him. "Brother, are you all right?" Jang Bai shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Feng Ling circled around Jang Bai, examining him curiously. "I feel as though your body has undergone some changes." At her words, Jang Bai was taken aback. What was Feng Ling's situation? Was it intuition? Or could she truly sense something? Ever since he had begun practicing the first level of the Yin-Yang immortal technique, Jang Bai's body had experienced profound transformations. Although he still lacked a spiritual vein, he could now continuously draw energy from the world to enhance himself. His level had now reached 24. Feigning nonchalance, Jang Bai replied, "Perhaps it is just my hair color that has changed." Fengling nodded, believing his words. Chapter 50. At the very heart of the Qi Tian realm stood a steep peak known as Euching Feng, soaring into the sky, with the main hall situated atop it. At this moment, the three of them stood at the foot of the mountain, staring in astonishment at Euching Feng. In the past, they had accompanied Zhao Linger to the main hall and had seen Euching Feng, which had once stood as a solitary peak. Its sheer cliffs and precipices adorned in verdant hues, resembling a celestial paradise. However, now, Euching Feng appeared as a crumbling stone pillar, riddled with countless fissures. Its depths unfathomable, flickering with purple light, as if it might shatter and collapse at any moment. Previously, the trio had ascended by elevator with Zhao Linger, but now, all electrical facilities in the Euching realm had been obliterated. They could only ascend the mountain path on foot. Gazing at the terrifying Euching Feng before them, Jang Bai suddenly recalled something. Before entering, Zhao Linglong had mentioned that after the disappearance of the Euching Hall, the Hall Master had appeared and led an ordinary village into the realm of cultivation, only to be besieged by various powers, ultimately perishing in the virtual realm. Reflecting on this, he wondered if Zhao Linger had encountered misfortune when seeking the Hall Master. Jang Bai felt a heaviness in his heart. During his time in this world, he had spent the longest duration in the past Euching realm. Though reality flickered like a fleeting moment, their consciousness had resided there for 8 months. The journey was fraught with difficulties, with ravines obstructing their path. The further they ascended, the more formidable the energy of the virtual realm became. Yet for Jang Bai, this posed little challenge, and he even felt that his cultivation speed had accelerated. Bai Linger seemed unaffected, possibly due to her mythical bloodline, while Feng Ling, who had the highest cultivation level, remained unusually silent, evidently suppressing the encroachment of the virtual realm's energy. As the final step brought him to the summit, Jang Bai was suddenly greeted by a sardonic voice beside his ear. "Ah, I didn't expect that even at level 24, you could withstand the encroachment of the void energy to reach the peak. Quite impressive, far superior to those worthless individuals behind me." Clad in a ghostly mask, Jang Bai had not allowed Aoqing to simulate his cultivation level, so others perceived him as merely a level 23. He beheld the figure before him, bare-chested, adorned with shackles around his ankles, and a chain as thick as an arm dangling over the precipice, where others were clawing their way up. After speaking, Qi Tian gripped the chain, the veins on his arms bulging as he exerted force, and a group of people was instantly hurled upwards. Witnessing this spectacle, Jang Bai's heart sank with gravity. How formidable! He had not anticipated that the opponent not only bore a group of hangers-on, but could also draw them up with such ease. Feng Ling, noticing the chains on the figure, paused momentarily, perplexed, and inquired, "Are you the grandson of the 7 masters of the Immortal Palace?" Upon hearing the mention of the 7 masters, Qi Tian was somewhat taken aback. He had been discreetly groomed as the heir of his lineage, hidden away by his grandfather since childhood, and was astonished to discover that someone outside was aware of his identity. He stifled his condescension and asked solemnly, "Who are you?" Feng Ling replied with gravity, "I am Feng Ling." Jiang Bai interjected, "Not a sister, but you answer when asked. If I demand something of you, will you truly comply?" Qi Tian pondered for a moment. "Never heard of it." Feng Ling responded, "Oh, why do you sound so disappointed? Aren't you from the Void Association? A terrorist? Is it that you relish being in the limelight?" Subsequently, Qi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless of who you are, you now belong to me. Later, you shall assist me in locating the heart of the relic." Jiang Bai frowned slightly, but refrained from responding. For his objective was the spirit flower, and he held little concern for the ownership of the heart of the relic. Feng Ling quickly replied, "All right." Jiang Bai thought Feng Ling's intellect was likely lacking. Before long, another group of individuals climbed up. At this moment, the square was filled with people and beast maidens, some of whom were without their beast masters. Jiang Bai surmised that they might be beast maidens from the Knight's remnant flowers. To his astonishment, he also spotted many from the pioneering teams. The masks worn by others were exquisitely crafted, evidently custom-made, whereas those of the pioneering team were grotesquely unattractive, clearly mass-produced. Among the ranks of the pioneering team, Jiang Bai recognized a familiar figure, Wang Wei. Although masked, Jiang Bai immediately identified him, as he stood before the team, gesturing with authority. Before long, An air of silence enveloped the square, for outside the main hall, the terrifying energy of the void had nearly solidified, leaving no one daring to venture forth recklessly. Are there any brave souls willing to step forward and investigate? Qi Tian's gaze swept over the crowd behind him. A hush fell around them. Jang Bai wished to enter early, yet he was reluctant to be the first to take the plunge. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Tian expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "What is going on? Have you all turned mute? Can't you muster some spirit? Stand tall." Hearing his words, some in the crowd voiced their discontent. "Why don't you enter yourself?" With so many having summoned the beast maid, they doubted Qi Tian would dare to act here. Qi Tian shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "I fear for my life." Suddenly, someone interjected, continuing, "Like this is not a solution. Shall we vote on who should enter?" "Agreed. Agreed." The crowd echoed in unison. The proposer continued, pointing at Jang Bai. "Look, this lad has reached level 24 to be here," indicating he possesses formidable means to resist the encroachment of the void energy. Why not let him lead the way? Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gaze towards Jang Bai, their eyes reflecting a mixture of sympathy and agreement. Agreed. Jang Bai felt a surge of joy in his heart. They were the ones urging him to enter. It was settled. However, before he could respond, two voices immediately objected. One belonged to Feng Ling, and the other, surprisingly, was Qi Tian. Bai Ling Air remained silent, already aware of Jang Bai's unique nature. Qi Tian cast a cold glance at the proposer, stating, "I propose that you enter first." He then directed his imposing gaze at the crowd, declaring, "Now, who is in favor, and who opposes?" "Agreed." The crowd responded once more. As long as it wasn't them going in, they were amenable to anyone else. The proposer glared at Qi Tian, his eyes filled with hostility. "Qi Tian, you are being excessively domineering. Are you not afraid of provoking everyone against you?" Qi Tian raised his chin slightly, his tone dripping with disdain. "And what of it? I offer you an opportunity. Summon your companions and see who can leave here alive." An air of arrogance emanated from him, as if dismissing everyone around. Those standing beside the proposer frowned at Qi Tian's words and took a step back. They recognized the formidable power he had previously exhibited and wished to avoid confrontation. Preserving their strength to claim the heart of the relic was of utmost importance. The proposer's masked face darkened slightly. Noticing this, Qi Tian let out a derisive laugh. "It seems no one is willing to face me alongside you. Now, you have two choices. First, you can enter on your own. Second, I shall throw you in." Ultimately, the individual bowed his head, conceding, "I will go in myself." As he turned away, Qi Tian spat on the ground, muttering, "Bah, I cannot stand such people." He then turned to Jang Bai with a grin. "Bro, do you see how impressive I am?" Jang Bai replied earnestly, "Indeed, we shall see." Qi Tian. The crowd. Bai Ling Air blinked at Jang Bai, asking, "Brother, what are we watching? I want to see too." Feng Ling nodded seriously. Together, Jang Bai, Qi Tian, the crowd, urging for updates, bookshelves, generating power for love, adoptive fathers. Chapter 51. The main hall atop the summit of Euching Peak. An eerie silence enveloped the plaza. In the clearing team's vicinity, Wang Wei suddenly twitched his ears, then glanced down the mountain, his pupils narrowing in alarm. A dark figure was hurtling towards the peak with astonishing speed, far surpassing his own ascent. He recognized it as the creature that had escaped during the clearing of the laboratory area. In a hushed tone, Wang Wei instructed his confidant, "Notify all members of the clearing team. We shall proceed to the main hall first." He then exclaimed, "Everyone, the clearing team will take the lead." With that, he led his party towards the main hall, prompting Jang Bai to hastily follow behind. Qi Tian observed the figure of Feng Ling trailing Jang Bai, furrowing his brow. One of the reasons he had initially assisted Jang Bai was Feng Ling's recognition of him, indicating her significant identity. He also acknowledged Jang Bai's prowess in reaching this point at level 24, which left him with a favorable impression. Nevertheless, he opted not to join the clearing team, believing it prudent to send someone ahead to test the waters. The clearing team consisted of 10 members, and alongside the Beast Girls, there were a total of 30. Jang Bai, accompanied by Bai Ling and Feng Ling, lingered behind them. As they approached the main hall, the temperature dropped noticeably, causing many to shiver. By the time they reached the entrance, a thin layer of frost was visible on the ground. Upon pushing the door open, they beheld the individual who had previously suggested Jang Bai enter the main hall first, standing at the center of the grand chamber, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. The air was thick with a dense purple mist, obscuring their vision. The group cautiously surveyed their surroundings, trepidation mounting in their throats. "Hey, are you all right?" Someone called out to the figure, but received no response. Suddenly, a cacophony of joint crackling echoed through the silent hall. The first person to enter twisted grotesquely, then turned to face them. Jang Bai beheld a pair of bloodthirsty, savage eyes, shrouded in the purple haze. He has been infected. Everyone be cautious and prepare to handle the infected entity. The distorted man lunged at the crowd, resembling a zombie from a post-apocalyptic world, his body contorting oddly. A sinister smile gracing his lips. With a thunderous roar, the group engaged him in combat. Despite the infected entity's formidable physique, it could not withstand the relentless assault of dozens, collapsing to the ground after only a few exchanges. Wang Wei, observing the creature's state, questioned, why did he remove his mask? At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps reverberated around them, swift and urgent. Jang Bai felt a gust of wind rush down from above and instinctively looked up, only to see another infected entity leaping towards him from above. He moved with remarkable speed, yet Jang Bai managed to evade the attack by sidestepping. The infected entity's punch missed its mark, crashing violently into the ground and instantly fracturing the surface. At that moment, Jang Bai caught sight of his opponent's face, and a jolt of shock coursed through him. He recognized this individual. He had encountered him before in the Grand Hall alongside Zhao Linger. He was one of Zhao Linger's senior brothers. What was happening? Why was he here? Jang Bai vividly recalled Zhao Linger mentioning that all her senior brothers and sisters had been slain by the master of the Yuling Hall. Their bodies left on the Sigua Mountain. Sigua Mountain and Euching Peak were not the same mountain. Had someone moved the bodies here? Turning to survey his surroundings, Jang Bai's brow furrowed into a deep crease. All the individuals present were once Zhao Linger's senior brothers and sisters. A wave of unease washed over him. For these individuals had been far beyond level 40 at the time, and now, having been corrupted by the energies of the Void Realm, how powerful had they become? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of tearing sounds echoed through the air, and Jang Bai witnessed several members of the expedition team being brutally torn asunder. The crimson blood instantly staining the hall. Linger, Fengling, be cautious. This infected entity is formidable, Jang Bai warned the two. I understand, brother. You must also take care. Bai Linger nodded, a flash of white light transforming her into a majestic white tiger, exuding an aura of might and ferocity. Her body radiated golden light, her legs coiling in readiness to pounce. Fengling summoned her beast companion, which took form and stood protectively beside her. The infected entities surged toward them with incredible speed, and Jang Bai's pupils emitted a faint black and red glow. The yin-yang celestial technique coursed through his body, the purple energy within him boiling like scalding water, flowing throughout his being. Fengling and her beast companion, being of higher level, were the primary force against the infected entity. She moved swiftly, her body gliding like a dragon, powerful legs striking ferociously at the infected entity. Bang, bang, bang. As the infected entity hesitated momentarily, Jang Bai transformed into a bolt of lightning, his purple-tinged fist descending upon the entity's head. Boom. The infected entity was sent flying, yet almost instantaneously it rose from the ground, launching itself toward Jang Bai once more. Jang Bai grimaced in pain, shaking his hand. So tough. That punch, he had felt confident would annihilate a standard level 30 Beastmaster, yet against this infected entity, it felt akin to merely scratching an itch. As the rapidly approaching infected entity bore down on him, Jang Bai felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly backward as he assessed the situation in his mind. He could not afford to clash directly, yet the speed of the infected entity was astonishing. Reaching Jang Bai's back in the blink of an eye, he turned, and his pupils shifted dramatically. The original brown hue transformed into a haunting black and white, an aura of destruction swirling within his gaze. In an instant, two colossal black and white vortices emerged behind the infected entity, causing the very fabric of space to warp. The vortices began to whirl at an alarming velocity in opposing directions, seemingly intent on tearing the infected being asunder. Crack! The infected entity was forcibly immobilized, as the energy vortices of yin and yang spiraled around him, relentlessly eroding his corporeal form. Hiss! The infected creature emitted sounds of anguish, its body disintegrating as though caught in a meat grinder, fragments continuously cascading from its corporeal shell. However, Zhang Bai remained too low in rank to completely annihilate the infected entity. Boom. A resounding noise echoed. It was Bai Ling. Her enormous paw came crashing down upon the infected entity's head, causing it to disintegrate into a streak of light, embedding deeply into the wall. Crack. Within the wall, the remnants of the infected entity began to creak ominously, attempting to extricate itself once more. Zhang Bai furrowed his brow, observing the grand hall where various lights flickered as others, in groups, relentlessly assaulted an infected entity, only to be gradually repelled. Linger, Feng Ling, we must exit at once, Zhang Bai decisively proclaimed. The infected entity inside was of a notably high rank in life, and their ability to engage it was solely due to its lack of sentience. He dared not venture recklessly into the depths of the grand hall. As Zhang Bai's words fell, Bai Linger and Feng Ling promptly turned and fled. Chapter 52. The true purpose. Before Zhang Bai could reach the exit, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a panicked voice erupted. Damn it. You members of the excavation team are truly ruthless. There's such a formidable infected entity outside, and you remain oblivious. Before he could finish, he beheld a throng of infected entities surrounding the excavation team, and he muttered, "Forget I said anything." His gaze then shifted toward the entrance leading deeper into the grand hall, and he dashed inside, the sound of iron chains clanking behind him. The others quickly followed suit. The inner sanctum was not expansive. Only the core members of the Jade Green Hall were permitted to enter and partake in the discussions. It was here that Zhang Bai had once accompanied Zhao Linger to meet the hall's master. The moment Qi Tian entered, he sensed an additional voice resonating within his mind, incessantly urging him to remove his mask. He furrowed his brow, then employed a secret method to forcibly suppress the unsettling urge, shifting his gaze toward those behind him. Indeed, some had already begun to remove their masks. The individuals who discarded their masks emitted mournful wails of agony. Witnessing this, Qi Tian moved swiftly, and before those unmasked individuals could be completely consumed by the encroaching madness, he swiftly snapped their necks. If you wish to survive, suppress it. Qi Tian coldly instructed the assembled crowd, then turned his attention to Zhang Bai, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated such strength from this individual. He believed that at level 24, he would not withstand this concentration of void energy. Within the inner sanctum, frost had crystallized, and the icicles overhead shimmered with an eerie violet glow. Deep within the chamber, an ancient tome floated in the air, adorned with mysterious runes that flowed like liquid, emanating an ethereal aura of profound mystery. All eyes turned in unison towards the location of the tome. Zhang Bai recognized it immediately. It was the Nain immortal technique once presented by the master of the Euching Hall. The first to act was a woman clad in a form-fitting outfit, her face concealed behind a teal mask, her hair dancing wildly. Her shapely figure tensed, and her long legs sprang into action like two coiled springs. With a powerful thrust, she launched herself towards the tome like a cannonball. Long Qiuyue, witnessing this, chuckled lightly. I didn't realize the Li family had a knack for thievery as well. Her bosom heaved slightly, and despite her voluptuous form, she moved with remarkable agility, closely trailing behind Li Lingshuang. In her hand, golden light swirled, and she conjured a sphere of explosive energy in her fair palm, swiftly hurling it towards Li Lingshuang's back. Sensing imminent danger from behind, Li Lingshuang adeptly twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the projectile. She halted, refraining from advancing further, her gaze fixated on Long Qiuyue, radiating a chilling intent. You shall perish. With a fierce cry, Li Lingshuang pivoted and charged at Long Qiuyue. Her long legs, accentuated by the tight-fitting pants, resembled whips slicing through the air with a whoosh as she aimed to strike at Long Qiuyue's shoulder. Long Qiuyue raised her hand, grasping Li Lingshuang's leg, her slender fingers gliding along the surface, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Not at all, not at all. Such treasures deserve to be shared. How could I allow you to enjoy them all alone? Feeling an electric jolt from the contact, Li Lingshuang's expression darkened. She turned, executing a swift 180-degree spin, her other foot sweeping towards Long Qiuyue's head. Long Qiuyue released Li Lingshuang's leg, slightly tilting her head to evade the attack, then promptly raised her leg, causing her flowing gown to cascade down, revealing her smooth, straight limbs. With considerable force, she brought her leg down towards Li Lingshuang, who reacted with lightning speed, crossing her arms defensively to block the strike. She staggered back a couple of steps, her eyes beneath the mask filled with caution as they locked onto Long Qiuyue. At this moment, Qi Tian gazed at the floating 9-yin immortal technique and inquired with curiosity, "What on earth is that?" No one responded. Frustrated, Qi Tian exclaimed, "Can someone at least tell me? Am I to perish in ignorance? A bunch of miserly fools." Suddenly, Li Lingshuang spoke. "Qi Tian, if you help me obtain that secret technique, I shall assist you in acquiring the heart of the ruins." She had brought a considerable number of capable individuals, their strength not to be underestimated. Qi Tian scoffed, pointing at himself and then at the suspended tome. "Do you take me for a fool? It is evident that you are all here for this very object. Do you honestly believe I would be so naive as to assist you? Can I not seize it for myself?" At this moment, Qian Duoduo unleashed his financial prowess. Addressing those behind him who were clearly not part of any formidable faction, "Ladies and gentlemen, consider your own capabilities. Do you believe you can acquire the treasures within the ruins? Here's the deal. Assist me in obtaining that secret technique. And not only will I share the technique with you, but I shall also provide each of you with an additional 500,000 upon our exit, along with an invitation to join our Yunlai Chamber of Commerce." Many individuals, upon hearing this, had their eyes lit up. Most of them were peripheral members of the Mo-Jin men, whose strength and resources paled in comparison to those of the larger factions. Unlike other organizations, the Mo-Jin men operated more like a spontaneously organized civic group, primarily aimed at exploring various ruins. Almost every beastmaster could join, as they did not scrutinize one's identity. The terms proposed by Qian Duoduo were exceedingly generous. The mere offer of joining the Yunlai Chamber of Commerce was enough to entice many. At that moment, Jang Bai suddenly pointed at the ancient tome and exclaimed, "Do you know what that is?" The uninformed looked over curiously, and upon hearing Jang Bai's words, Qi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Buddy, tell me, what is that thing?" Jang Bai replied with a smile, "That is a celestial technique, a genuine celestial technique." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qi Tian's figure flickered and dashed towards the ancient tome with astonishing speed, leaving the crowd stunned and unable to react. Fortunately, not far off, Long Qiuyu and Li Lingshuang were quick to respond. Both shouted in unison, "You're seeking death." Undeterred by the 2-against-1, Qi Tian engaged in a fierce exchange with them, all the while taunting, "I said, you two little ladies are just sitting idle. Turns out you were waiting here." The Long family of Magic City and the Li family of the Imperial capital were among the top families of the Great Xia Kingdom, and thus, they were unafraid of his identity as a member of the Celestial Palace. It was no wonder these individuals had never mentioned the heart of the ruins. Their true aim was the legendary celestial technique. At this moment, Qi Tian felt like a mere jester throughout their journey. Upon hearing the term celestial technique, the others could no longer remain still, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they shifted their attention to the ancient tome hovering in the air. A celestial technique could indeed forge a superpower, far surpassing the significance of the heart of the ruins. It was rumored that only a handful of great powers possessed celestial techniques, and the allure of such power was irresistible. After all, the concept of celestial has always been imbued with an air of mystery. As the clamor for updates grew, with pleas for love-driven encouragement, the reviews were predominantly negative, leaving the author disheartened. Sincere thanks were extended to all the supportive figures. Life had been hectic, but a commitment was made to post thrice daily next month. Chapter 53, Phantom Flower, acquired, familiar faces? Those within the inner chamber surged forward, beast masters and beast ladies alike employing their most potent techniques, transforming the dimly lit inner sanctum into a vibrant spectacle. Various energies collided in a dazzling display, and as someone reached for the ancient tome, they were suddenly pierced through the heart by a blade, dying on the spot. Qi Tian was particularly fearsome, drenched in blood as he wielded a chain. With a single sweeping strike, a multitude fell, coughing up blood. Madness. Pure, unbridled madness. The entire inner hall was in disarray, and Jang Bai observed everything with a cold gaze. Little did anyone know that he had long since acquired celestial arts, and even an advanced version at that. Sensing the opportune moment, Jang Bai, accompanied by Bai Linger and Feng Ling, began to move slowly along the periphery of the inner hall, with the goal of reaching the sleeping quarters of the master of Euching Hall. Suddenly, a frenzied assailant charged at Jang Bai, blinded by rage. Yet, before he could close the distance, Feng Ling seized him by the throat and mercilessly extinguished his life, discarding the body carelessly onto the ground. A shiver coursed through Jang Bai's body. This woman was ruthless. He had previously thought her to be a naive and innocent girl. Hearing the sounds of crashing behind them, Jang Bai led the two women into a dimly lit corridor. He could sense that with each step deeper into the hall, the temperature around them dropped significantly. By the time they reached the sleeping quarters, they could see layers of thick ice forming on the door, gathering the energy within his body into his fist. Jang Bai struck the door with a resounding blow. The entrance collapsed, a gust of tangible, ethereal energy whipping through his hair. As he stepped inside, it felt as though he had entered a sea of violet flowers. The entire sleeping quarters was adorned with flowers of an exquisite purple hue. In the very center of the chamber stood a stone platform, meticulously crafted from slabs of stone, upon which rested a crystal coffin that glimmered with an eerie light under the violet glow. Mysterious patterns were etched onto the coffin, and upon closer inspection, the lines appeared to writhe as if they were alive. A few candles flickered at the base of the coffin, casting a faint illumination that added to the unsettling atmosphere. The scene filled the three with discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Jang Bai suppressed his unease and began his search for the mature Zuling flower. The flower had 48 petals, divided into 3 stages, 4, 6, and 8. With every 2 additional petals, the efficacy of the Zuling flower would increase substantially. However, most of the blooms at the entrance were yet to blossom. Only near the coffin could they find the 4-petal variety. After searching the room thoroughly, they failed to locate any 8-petal Zuling flowers, and even the 6-petal ones were scarce. After securing the 6-petal Zuling flowers, Jang Bai turned his attention to the coffin. He approached and gently pushed it open. Instantly, the visage of an extraordinarily beautiful woman came into view. Her face resembled that of a blooming peach blossom. Her skin smooth and fair, and her lips radiated a cherry-like luster, embodying the essence of classical beauty. A tear mole graced the corner of her eye, and she seemed merely to be in slumber, as if she could awaken at any moment. Yet, Jang Bai had no time to admire this spectacle. A chill crept down his spine, a cold sensation coursing from his feet up through his spine to the crown of his head. A profound dread enveloped him, rendering him motionless. He recognized this woman. She was the same one he had seen 3 years ago in the marketplace, the one who had emerged from the ethereal realm. As if sensing something amiss with Jang Bai, Bai Linger stood beside him, grasping his hand, only to feel the sweat pooling in his palm. She gently inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" Jang Bai's breath quickened as he stifled the fear rising within him, directing his gaze towards the woman's hand. There, resting against her abdomen, was an 8-petaled illusory spirit flower, emanating a radiant glow. "Linger, I am fine," Jang Bai replied, inhaling deeply and tenderly squeezing Bai Linger's delicate hand. He then cautiously extended his hand into the coffin, moving with utmost care, and finally placed it gently upon the flower's stem. Sweat began to bead on Jang Bai's forehead as he applied gradual force, delicately extracting the illusory spirit flower from the woman's grasp. His movements were gentle, but as the flower slowly came free, his heart raced to his throat. Suddenly, the flower ceased its movement. Startled, Jang Bai quickly turned to examine the woman's face. Upon seeing no signs of disturbance, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the petals of the illusory spirit flower were rigid, ensnared by the woman's ample bosom, causing her clothing to rise significantly. Jang Bai contemplated reinserting the flower's stem into the woman's hand, but while removal was effortless, reinsertion proved challenging. Reluctantly, he decided to personally extricate the petals. With utmost caution, he lifted the fabric, ensuring silence throughout the entire endeavor, not daring to admire the glimpse of spring that peeked through. Suddenly, he felt a soft sensation against his hand. Jang Bai's heart raced with alarm. Why is it soft? Is this reasonable? Suppressing his astonishment, he forced himself to regain composure, ultimately extracting the illusory spirit flower from the woman's grasp. With the flower finally in his possession, Jang Bai exhaled deeply. However, just as he prepared to withdraw his hand from the coffin, he suddenly felt as if a vice had clamped down on it, rendering him immobile. Panic surged within him as he turned to face the woman in the coffin, noticing her crescent-shaped lashes quivering slightly, as if she were on the verge of awakening. Jang Bai sensed a powerful pull emanating from her hand. The energy within him surged and coursed through his arm into her body. In the astonished gazes of Bai Linger and Feng Ling, Jang Bai was abruptly drawn closer to the coffin, the lid sealing shut behind him. Bai Linger and Feng Ling attempted to pry it open, but the lid remained immovable. In the darkness of the coffin, Jang Bai felt himself pressed against a soft surface, the confined space restricting his movements. The energy within him dwindled at an alarming rate, and he clenched his teeth, acutely aware that the source of her power derived from the realm of illusions. If that is the case, he thought, let us see who can absorb more. In the depths of his heart, Jang Bai let out a tremendous roar, biting down upon the woman's luscious lips. As the yin-yang celestial technique coursed wildly within him, in the darkness, beyond Jang Bai's sight, the woman slightly furrowed her brows. Unperturbed, Jang Bai surrendered to the surging energy that flowed from her lips into his very being. Although both the Nine Yin and yin-yang celestial techniques were forms of mystical arts, the latter was an advanced version, refined upon the foundation of the former, making its absorption rate utterly unmatched. As the energy within Jang Bai continued to swell, his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, indicative of his physical enhancement. Suddenly, he felt the shackles within him shatter. Levels 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, he ascended a full 6 levels before the coffin lid was forcefully breached, casting Jang Bai out into the world. Furious, he declared, Enchantress, dare you continue our battle for 300 rounds? The exhilaration was overwhelming. He had never felt such a thrill from leveling up, particularly the electrifying sensation that accompanied the breaking of his level restraints, which filled him with immense comfort. Rising to his feet, Jang Bai sought to re-enter the coffin, only for the lid to slam shut immediately. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded frantically on the coffin lid, imploring, let me back in, do not be so stingy. Suddenly, the coffin began to tremble violently, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed down upon Jang Bai, making it difficult for him to breathe. Alarmed, he took a step back, realizing he had intruded. Damn it, I got carried away just now. It was simply too exhilarating. He then turned to Bai Linger and Feng Ling, urging, let us go. No, we must run. At the very moment he stepped through the door, a whisper seemed to echo in his ear, urging for more updates and inviting reviews. Both praise and criticism were welcome, for love's sake. Chapter 54. The gathering inside the inner hall. Qi Tian, drenched in blood, had torn the iron chains binding his feet and gripped them tightly in his hands, casting a dark glare at Qian Duo and his companions. He cracked his neck and asked, do you truly wish for death? The group regarded Qi Tian warily. His strength was formidable. Just then, Qian Duo, whose expensive clothing lay in tatters, proposed, why must we engage in a life-and-death struggle? Can we not all observe together? Moreover, have you not sensed that the concentration of the ethereal energy in the air has significantly increased just moments ago? If this continues, we shall all be trapped here. The group fell into contemplative silence at his words. Suddenly, Long Qiuyue let out a laugh, her gaze shifting to Li Lingshuang. I am fine with it. But I fear some sisters may disagree. In response to Long Qiuyue's sarcastic tone, Li Lingshuang huffed, turning her head away. I am fine with it. Qi Tian proposed. Let us proceed, but I believe we can adjust the rules. How about the 4 of us join forces to eliminate the lesser beings present, and then observe the celestial arts together? The crowd fixed their intense gaze upon Qi Tian. Unfazed, he casually shook the iron chains in his hands and remarked, if you're dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me again. A surge of anger coursed through the group, and someone stepped forward, coldly stating, Qi Tian, are you not afraid that we may all perish here together? Qi Tian shrugged indifferently, responding, whether I live or die is uncertain, but you will certainly meet your end. The man's face flushed with rage, rendering him speechless. At that moment, Jang Bai emerged from the inner hall, accompanied by Feng Ling and Bai Ling, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Jang Bai felt a wave of unease wash over him under their scrutiny, and said, you may continue. We shall not partake. Qi Tian was momentarily taken aback to see Jang Bai still alive, as he had initially presumed Jang Bai had perished in the previous tumult. However, since the latter and the woman beside him chose not to engage, it was ultimately a relief, and he dismissed it from his mind. Suddenly, someone questioned, you disappeared for half a day and now refuse to employ celestial techniques. Have you perhaps discovered something valuable within? Jang Bai recognized the speaker as Wang Wei, the captain of the pioneering team. The crowd's attention shifted toward Jang Bai, who felt fortunate that he had concealed his cultivation aura at the 24th level before exiting. Otherwise, he would find himself in a troublesome predicament. Typically, a beastmaster would require years to ascend from the 24th to the 30th level. Yet he had achieved a staggering 6-level increase in merely half a day, an extraordinary feat sure to pique curiosity regarding his secret. Zhang Bai replied, "The finest treasures within this relic, aside from the celestial arts before us, are the heart of the relic. Have you sensed it being controlled by someone?" He then pointed toward the sleeping palace. "Moreover, there are indeed valuable items inside, but do you dare to retrieve them?" Qi Tian frowned, inquiring, "What lies within?" Zhang Bai chuckled, "A coffin. Old ghost, I found you something to do. Do not disturb me unless necessary." Upon hearing Zhang Bai's words, a group that had initially intended to relinquish their pursuit of the celestial arts immediately surged toward the inner palace. Another faction, unwilling to concede, seethed with anger but found themselves powerless to resist, reluctantly following suit. Noticing that only a few remained, Zhang Bai urged, "Please, continue your discussion." At this juncture, Long Qiyu spoke up, "Young man, are you interested in developing in Magic City? Our Long family has many delightful younger sisters." In her eyes, Zhang Bai's ability to withstand the encroachment of the Void Realm's energy indicated a solid foundation, suggesting a promising future ahead. Qi Tian, overhearing Long Qiyue's words, added, "My friend, our celestial palace is also quite exceptional. Would you consider joining us? Should you dissolve your Beast Maiden contract, I can secure the finest resources for you." Upon hearing Qi Tian's words, Bai Linger was instantly agitated, her almond-shaped eyes widening, exuding an aura of ferocity as she cast a disdainful glance at Qi Tian. "Do you have some sort of problem? If you can't articulate properly, perhaps you should remain silent. Be careful, or I might just strike you." Qi Tian glanced at Bai Linger with indifference and remarked, "Many individuals today are so enraptured by the forms of beast women that they cannot extricate themselves. You are aware of the alarming decline in the birth rate in the Great Xia Kingdom, and if this continues, it will not only affect the Great Xia, but the entirety of humanity on Blue Star will face dire consequences." Zhang Bai shrugged nonchalantly, pulling Bai Linger behind him. "What does that have to do with me? I have no interest in your celestial palace. Furthermore, what is wrong with my fondness for beast women? They are simply adorable with their fluffiness." Upon hearing Zhang Bai's words, Bai Linger's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly linked her arm with his. "I like you too, brother." Hee. Qi Tian shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Different paths lead to divergent fates. Then, with a voice laced with allure, Long Qiyue chimed in. "Our Long family is not as peculiar as the Celestial Palace. Moreover, I can provide you with the finest benefits. If you ever have troubles, feel free to confide in me. I can alleviate any concern you may have." Following her statement, she accentuated her voluptuous figure, causing the onlookers to gawk in astonishment. At this sight, Zhang Bai could not help but exclaim, "How scandalous!" Just then, Li Lingshuang let out a cold snort and spoke. "The Li family of the Imperial capital also welcomes you." Zhang Bai raised an eyebrow at her words. "The Li family of the Imperial capital?" Li Lingshuang proudly lifted her chin. "Indeed, the very Li family of the Imperial capital." Zhang Bai inquired, "What relation do you have with Li Lingtian?" "He is my elder brother." Zhang Bai replied earnestly, "Then I shall not be attending. I have heard that Li Lingtian has a penchant for coveting others' beast women. I fear that he may try to take mine." Long Qiyue giggled, her laughter causing her to tremble charmingly. "You are quite right, brother. If I had such a brother, I would rather throw myself against a wall to end it all." Li Lingshuang's expression darkened beneath her mask. "You should not be so ungrateful." Zhang Bai, with a smile, countered, "Am I not speaking the truth? Your brother's legion of devoted fans threatens others daily on their Douyin accounts. Can you honestly assert he has not incited such behavior?" Li Lingshuang glared at Zhang Bai with a frigid tone. "That is their personal conduct, unrelated to my brother. Now, you must apologize to him." While Li Lingshuang despised her brother's fans as well, it did not mean she would tolerate disparaging remarks about him. Zhang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. "What will you do if I refuse to apologize? Will you tear my mouth apart?" Suddenly, Li Lingshuang lunged at Zhang Bai in a fit of rage. Bang! However, she was intercepted by Long Qiyue. "Sister, what he said is the truth. Your Li family members are indeed overbearing." Those standing behind Li Lingshuang also charged toward Zhang Bai. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhang Bai's eyes as he prepared to retaliate with a powerful punch against the approaching beast Tamer. With a thunderous crash, the beast master was hurled backward, colliding with the wall and instantly losing consciousness. Those who beheld Zhang Bai were rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. Could it be that a level 24 beastmaster possesses such formidable strength? What am I witnessing? A level 39 Beastmaster struck down in an instant by a mere punch from a level 24? Is this even plausible? Zhang Bai casually lifted his head and remarked, "Those unafraid of death may continue to advance." Li Lingshuang stood silently, taken aback by Zhang Bai's immense power, particularly as it was evident that he harbored animosity towards the Li family. She longed to command an immediate assault on Zhang Bai. Yet the pursuit of celestial arts rendered such actions ill-timed. She could only suppress her rising fury. As silence enveloped the scene, Zhang Bai addressed Feng Ling and Bai Linger, "Let us depart." Li Lingshuang clenched her fists, watching Zhang Bai's retreating figure, her body trembling slightly in frustration. Encased as it was in a form-fitting attire. Chapter 55. Return. As Zhang Bai exited the Grand Hall, he swiftly urged the two, "Run, run." Just moments ago, he had sensed a sudden spike in the concentration of virtual energy within the hall. Something was amiss in the sleeping quarters, and dire consequences loomed. At the foot of Euching Mountain, Zhang Bai turned to Feng Ling and said, "You should leave now. We have acquired what we sought." Feng Ling paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Having secured the Nain celestial art within the illusion, it was time for her to return. As she departed, Zhang Bai turned to Bai Linger and suggested, "Linger, we should also make our exit." Bai Linger obediently nodded, as they had just covered some distance. They heard someone calling from behind. Zhang Bai glanced at Feng Ling, who was still wearing her ghostly mask, and sighed. "What now?" After a moment of hesitation, Feng Ling finally confessed, "I've lost my way back." Zhang Bai covered his face in exasperation. "Then how did you find me?" Feng Ling replied earnestly, "I feared getting lost. So I applied the sap of the Qingye flower on you. My beast maiden is quite sensitive to its scent. This way, I could track you down." Zhang Bai remarked, "I must admit, you are quite ingenious." At the entrance of the relic, a group of pioneers had gathered, their numbers now reduced by half compared to when they had entered. Zhang Bai gestured towards the patrolling squad and informed Feng Ling, "That is the entrance to the relic through which we arrived. You should exit from there." Feng Ling's eyes widened in confusion. "Aren't you coming with me? I am an official after all." "No, I have matters to attend to," he replied. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Ling asked, "Well then, if you have the time, could you come visit me in the Magic City?" "Yes, you should return now," he responded. Feng Ling nodded and tossed a jade token to Zhang Bai. "This is proof of a senior member of the association. Bring it with you to the Magic City and present it to any member of the association, and they will escort you to me." Zhang Bai nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems unlikely that I would visit you." The manner in which this fellow departed was rather peculiar, exuding an overwhelming presence that left the expedition team thoroughly intimidated before he released them. "Linger, transform into your beast form first," Zhang Bai instructed as he removed the ghostly mask from his face. "All right." A flash of golden light enveloped Bai Linger, and she vanished from sight, her aura shifting until it stabilized at level 15. Suddenly, Aoqing appeared, clad in a snug azure battle armor that accentuated her curvaceous form. Upon noticing Zhang Bai, a radiant smile graced her exquisitely featured face. "Xiao Bai." Observing Aoqing's pallid complexion, Zhang Bai felt a pang of sympathy. "Sister Aoqing, I have located the Void Spirit Flower. I shall administer treatment to your spiritual veins upon our return." Aoqing grasped Zhang Bai's hand, her expression earnest and gentle. "Thank you, Xiao Bai." Her slender, pale hand felt somewhat cold, yet remarkably soft. "Sister Aoqing, you must express your injuries in the future. Do not bear them alone. Regardless of what you endured on the Holy Mountain, you are not alone now. You have me. I promise you." Zhang Bai was taken aback to discover that the sole individual he had encountered in the Euching realm was still alive and had seemingly become the leader here. Yang Lin. Hearing his name, Yang Lin turned and was greeted by the sight of two approaching figures. His curiosity piqued upon noticing the azure-scaled horns adorning Aoqing's head. "What brings you here?" Yang Lin's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that they had survived. He had assumed they had offended the higher-ups of the expedition team and would meet their demise in the ruins. "Haha, just lucky to have survived," Zhang Bai chuckled. Noticing Zhang Bai had reached level 15, Yang Lin was taken aback. Such rapid cultivation speed. After a moment's contemplation, he led Zhang Bai to a secluded spot and whispered, "You should place your beast companion into the beast space tonight. I will guard the entrance to the ruins and facilitate your early departure." Zhang Bai nodded earnestly. "Thank you." As night fell, Zhang Bai emerged from the entrance of the ruins, inhaling the fresh air deeply. The moment he stepped out, he keenly sensed the near absence of void energy surrounding him, and the operation of his yin-yang celestial technique had somewhat stagnated. On his journey home, Jang Bai pondered extensively. Zhao Linglong had once mentioned that the master of the Euching Hall had perished within the void. Yet the woman he encountered within the Euching realm's coffin bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who had emerged from the rift in the shopping mall 3 years prior. 3 years ago, after that woman's appearance, he had attained his cultivation. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how an ordinary villager had been transformed into a cultivator by the master of the Euching Hall, leading Jang Bai to surmise that the woman in the coffin was most likely the former master of the Euching Hall. Furthermore, mastering the Nain celestial technique would allow one to absorb void energy. Thus, the woman who had emerged from the rift in the shopping mall was likely the master of the Euching Hall. Soon after, Jang Bai cast aside these thoughts and retrieved his phone. At first glance, Jang Bai noticed his close friend Wei Xiaohu had sent him a flurry of messages. "Are you there? Where have you disappeared to? You haven't replied to me. The selection competition is starting in a few days. Where have you been? Have you gone missing? Did you move? I saw Bai Yuan at your door today and scolded her quite a bit. Haha. Hello?" Jang Bai chuckled softly and replied, "I went to experience the Great Way a few days ago. My phone had no signal. I just returned today." Wei Xiaohu responded instantly. "Great Way? What Great Way? Foot massage? Why didn't you invite me? Next time for sure." Wei Xiaohu, don't go missing again. The selection competition starts in just 2 days. Wei Xiaohu, what is the situation between you and Bai Yuan? I saw her downstairs at your building. Jang Bai, what situation? We've terminated our contract. Why would I bother with her? Just treat her as a stranger if you see her. Wei Xiaohu, but it seems she doesn't want to end things with you. Jang Bai, enough about her. I need to rest well. I've been exhausted these past few days. Wei Xiaohu, did you really go for a massage? You look so worn out. Jang Bai, don't worry. If I go for a massage, I'll let you know. I want to keep it to myself. At this moment, in front of Unit 404 of Longhua Community, Jang Bai's former residence, a beast girl in a flowing white dress with an alluring figure, squatted at the door. She hugged her arms tightly, her delicate chin resting on her knees, her flowing silver hair concealing her sorrowful expression. She held herself tightly, as if wishing to merge into the enveloping darkness. Bai Yuan had been deeply troubled lately. First, she had terminated her contract with Jang Bai, and then his sudden change in attitude was something she could not accept. She had spent time reflecting on her own issues and felt the need to explain to Jang Bai that the termination was due to her sister. Perhaps, if she clarified this, he would not regard her with such coldness. However, during these past few days, returning to her former dwelling had only revealed Jang Bai's absence. She could not find him at school either. Whenever she had free time, she would come to Longhua Community, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jang Bai's return, waiting for him until the late hours of the night. In a room illuminated by soft pink lights, Zhang Yu was with an exceptionally handsome man. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yu patted his pert posterior. "Come, apply some oil for me." Suddenly, the phone rang. Picking it up, Zhang Yu frowned and turned to say, "You continue." After pressing the answer button, he said, "Speak." "Young master, Bai Yuan has gone to Longhua Community again." Zhang Yu's previously flushed face turned dark in an instant. "I understand," he replied tersely. He tossed the phone aside and coldly commanded, "Get down. I'm feeling quite irritable right now." Chapter 56. Healing Aoqing upon returning to the Jingxiafu. Jang Bai summoned Aoqing. Upon encountering the familiar house, a glimmer of light flickered in Aoqing's gentle eyes. She settled beside Jang Bai, pressing closely against him, her swaying tail betraying her cheerful mood. Feeling the warmth emanating from Aoqing, Jang Bai felt a slight flush creep to his ears. "Aoqing Jia," he stammered. Aoqing's delicate face was adorned with a warmth that seemed almost tangible as she smiled sweetly at him. "Little Bai, you appear rather warm." Although he had recently engaged in spirited driving practice with the seasoned Zhao Linglong, he had never had a girlfriend. Thus, the proximity to Aoqing made Jang Bai feel somewhat uneasy. "No, not at all," he forced a smile. "You must rise to the occasion. You are destined to become the king of drivers." Jang Bai's inner thoughts echoed in his mind like a frantic groundhog. "Really?" Aoqing tilted her exquisitely sculpted chin, her gentle breath brushing against Jang Bai's face, sending his heart racing. "Indeed." Jang Bai nodded earnestly, his expression serious. "Aoqing Jia, allow me to provide you with treatment." Aoqing tilted her head, her large, tender eyes shimmering with curiosity. Does that mean I need to undress? Jang Bai replied earnestly. No, that's not necessary. In the living room, the two sat cross-legged opposite each other. Jang Bai retrieved the ethereal flower from his storage space, which floated gracefully between them. He focused intently, recalling the method of using the ethereal flower to heal the spirit veins of beast girls. The yin-yang mystical arts within him began to circulate, energy flowing ceaselessly until it transformed into a radiant beam of light that illuminated the ethereal flower. Suddenly, the flower emitted a dazzling purple glow, soaring towards the crown of Aoqing's head under Jang Bai's guidance. The ethereal flower was extraordinary, growing at the intersection of the virtual realm and the human world. Its petals were hard, shimmering with a soft purple light, while a refreshing medicinal aroma enveloped the entire room, invigorating Jang Bai and accelerating the flow of the yin-yang mystical arts within him. Huh! Jang Bai exclaimed, fingers forming intricate seals, as powerful energy overflowed from his hands into the heart of the ethereal flower. The flower's radiance intensified, filling every corner of the room. As the formidable medicinal potency flowed like a purple waterfall into Aoqing's Bai Wei acupoint. With her eyes tightly closed, Aoqing let out a soft moan, her blue hair dancing in the air, her brows slightly furrowed. She could feel a tremendous force of medicinal energy coursing from her Bai Wei acupoint throughout her limbs, nourishing her spirit veins. As time ticked away, the purple energy in Jang Bai's hands grew darker, beads of sweat appearing on his brow. It was evident that healing Aoqing was no easy task. Nevertheless, he persevered, the energy continuously pouring into the ethereal flower. Aoqing, with her eyes closed, channeled the medicinal energy from the ethereal flower, revitalizing her spirit veins. Gradually, the cracks in her spirit veins began to diminish until they were completely healed. Just as Aoqing was about to open her eyes, Jang Bai suddenly interjected, "Hold on. Focus entirely on absorbing the energy from the ethereal flower." The ethereal flower was unique. It was prone to wilting in the absence of energy from the virtual realm, which was one of the reasons Jang Bai needed to hasten his departure from the Jade Qing realm. Aoqing heeded Jang Bai's words, allowing the majestic energy of the void spirit flower to surge into her body. The white dragon pattern on her forehead flickered continuously, ultimately transforming into a dazzling array of colors. A formidable aura emanated from Aoqing, marking her ascension, level 21, followed by 22, 23, 24, and finally ceasing at level 28. Previously, her spiritual meridians had been injured, hindering her ability to absorb energy. However, after consuming a substantial amount of Void Devourer Lord's flesh, the energy within her had accumulated to a significant extent. Coupled with the medicinal potency of the Void Spirit Flower, Aoqing surged up by 8 levels in an instant. It is noteworthy that the current Bailinger was only at level 24, placing Aoqing a full 4 levels ahead of her. Feeling the transformation within her, Aoqing opened her eyes to see Jang Bai, drenched in sweat, gazing at her with a flicker of concern. She stared blankly at him, and a tremendous thrill coursed through her veins, rushing towards the crown of her head, where a fervent intensity lay hidden in the depths of her gaze. Jang Bai, somewhat unnerved, asked, "Sister Aoqing, what are you planning to do?" Suddenly, Jang Bai witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. The typically gentle Aoqing wore an inexplicable smile upon her exquisite face, and her cherry-hued lips parted to utter a word that took Jang Bai completely by surprise. "What?" Jang Bai was left speechless. "Sister Aoqing, you..." But before he could finish, his mouth was abruptly covered. Having only recently moved into the splendid residence, Jang Bai was not well acquainted with many people. If he were to descend the stairs, he would be astonished to discover that his downstairs neighbor was none other than Zhao Zetian's daughter, Zhou Qingya. Unbeknownst to her, the son-in-law favored by Zhao Zetian resided directly above her. At that moment, she was clad in a nightgown, seated at her desk, engrossed in writing, while her 3 beast girls lounged on the sofa, wide-eyed and munching on snacks, captivated by the trending drama, turning the tide. The 3 beast girls were utterly absorbed, reaching the climactic battle of the series. The male and female protagonists engaged in fierce combat, punctuated by their occasional cries. "Ah!" A lament echoed from the television. Zhou Qingya furrowed her brow and called out to the hall, "Could you keep it down?" The 3 beast girls exchanged glances, perplexed. Were they making too much noise? They promptly lowered their volume and continued watching. Moments later, Zhou Qingya felt as though her head might explode from the din. She ran her slender fingers through her hair in frustration and exclaimed, "Can you please turn down the television?" The three beast girls in the living room paused, their expressions turning pitiful as they glanced towards the bedroom. "We didn't turn up the volume." Zhou Qingya was taken aback, then listened intently, realizing the noise originated from above. Since they were in the same building, the room layouts were nearly identical. The sounds traveled from the hall to the kitchen, the bathroom, and the bedroom. That night, Zhou Qingya could not find rest, her eyes remaining wide open until morning. Zhou Qingya lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes vacant as she gazed at the ceiling. Having endured a restless night, her head throbbed with a dull ache. Anger surged within her, and she seized a pillow, hurling it at the ceiling, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You truly deserve this." Chapter 57. Another marvelous use of yin-yang sorcery in a room suffused with a warm yellow glow. Aoqing gazed seductively at the perspiring Jang Bai. At that moment, Jang Bai resembled a saint, radiating an aura of purity. Illuminated by the gentle light, Aoqing's fair and smooth skin shimmered alluringly, her slender waist devoid of any excess flesh. Yet, Jang Bai's mind was elsewhere. Staring out the window at the azure sky, he thought to himself, "My second brother is invincible." Observing Aoqing's exquisitely defined features, Jang Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Aoqing, you are truly formidable." A rare blush crept onto Aoqing's cheeks. She suspected that Jang Bai must have practiced some enchanting sorcery. Otherwise, how could she have lost control last night and forcibly pin him down? However, the moment of awkwardness quickly faded, and she casually asked, "Did you give me some strange medicine?" Jang Bai replied, "By heaven's virtue, I am the victim here." With a face full of dejection, he lamented, "Sister Aoqing, how can such chilling words come from your lips at a temperature of 37 degrees? Seeing Jang Bai's expression, Aoqing chuckled and, glancing outside, suggested, "It's still early. Shall we have another round?" At her words, Jang Bai licked his dry lips and leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. Upon hearing him, Aoqing's face immediately flushed crimson, her large, glistening eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Jang Bai. "How did I never notice your audacity before?" She then playfully bid him. As always, joyful moments seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and soon daylight filled the room, permeated by the fragrance of stone heather. Jang Bai, having fought vigorously through the night, was surprised to find himself devoid of fatigue, feeling exceptionally invigorated. He had discovered that during his sparring with Aoqing, he had activated the yin-yang sorcery within him. To his astonishment, both of them had made remarkable progress. After just one night, Jang Bai sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. What was peculiar about this yin-yang sorcery? It resembled the dual cultivation methods described in fantastical novels. Could it be that he might upgrade while reclining? Originally, Aoqing intended to prepare breakfast for Jang Bai to fortify him, but unexpectedly, he sprang up from the bed. "Sister, sister, sister," after a long night. "I shall prepare breakfast for you." What a jest! Letting Aoqing cook? Aoqing sat stunned on the bed as Jang Bai moved swiftly, slicing the meat of the void-devouring monarch into thin pieces, lightly frying them in butter, the pan sizzling with delight. He then plated the golden brown meat, followed by boiling 2 servings of noodles and a few void chicken's eggs. Aoqing gazed at Jang Bai with an expression of exasperation. At that moment, Jang Bai was energetically darting about, serving her dishes, peeling eggs, and feeding her. A soft expression flickered across her delicate features. "Xiao Bai, you need not regard me as a helpless being. I am capable of these tasks myself." Moreover, having absorbed so much essence the previous night, she was on the verge of reaching level 29. Jang Bai replied earnestly, "Sister Aoqing, from now on, these chores will be my responsibility. You need only focus on your cultivation." Hearing his words, Aoqing momentarily appeared taken aback, blinking in surprise before looking at him seriously and saying, "But I wish to learn how to cook." After they had breakfast, they settled on the sofa, with Jang Bai resting his head on Aoqing's lap as they continued to chat. Suddenly, Jang Bai furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had forgotten something. No, Bailing had yet to have her breakfast. Aoqing's face also showed a hint of embarrassment, and she quickly suggested, "Why not prepare something for her as well?" That seemed agreeable. Before long, Jang Bai prepared a bowl of noodles and fried several pieces of meat. The meat from the ethereal beasts was indispensable, as it contained a wealth of energy, crucial for enhancing the beast girl's cultivation speed. Upon her arrival, Bai caught a whiff of an unusual scent and looked at Jang Bai in confusion. What is that smell? It's so strange. Jang Bai silently pushed the noodles and meat towards her, saying, You must be mistaken. There is no odd smell, just the scent of breakfast. Bai, adorably scrunching her nose, sniffed the air a few times. That's not right. There is definitely something peculiar. She then leaned closer to Aoqing and took a deep breath, causing Aoqing to shift uncomfortably. It's coming from you. Then, Bai noticed that Aoqing's cultivation had already reached level 28, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she grasped Aoqing's hand, exclaiming, Sister, you have recovered. Aoqing nodded. Yes, I am fully healed. Bai leapt into Aoqing's ample embrace, her voice quivering with emotion. That's wonderful. You are well again. During Aoqing's days of injury, Bai had bottled up all her emotions, which now erupted in this moment. Back when they were on Sacred Mountain, she had just come into existence as a powerless cub, and it was Aoqing and her second sister who had braved immense survival pressures to raise her. Her feelings for Aoqing ran deep, transcending even her own life. Aoqing gently stroked Bailinger's head. I'm sorry to have worried you. Bailinger turned her head, her eyes red, looking at Jang Bai. Brother Jang Bai, thank you. Seeing Bailinger's expression, Jang Bai couldn't help but pat her head. Silly girl, there's no need for thanks. After a restful morning, Jang Bai resolved to visit the school in the afternoon. Since his arrival in this world, he had been to the school twice, but this time he needed to confirm his identity for the selection competition. In the end, Bai transformed into a beastly emblem affixed to Jang Bai. For his astonishing cultivation was too extraordinary, potentially inciting unnecessary troubles. Aoqing donned a specially designed floral white dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her flowing blue hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Following last night's battle, her demeanor had undergone a notable transformation. The aloofness in her brows was replaced by a hint of allure. Quietly, she trailed behind Jang Bai, captivating the attention of countless passers-by. Wow, Aoqing is truly beautiful. Someone exclaimed. Those legs, that figure, utterly perfect. It's as if the creator's finest design has come to life. While my beastly companion seems hastily sketched, it's utterly heart-wrenching. If only I could possess such an exquisite beastly companion. Time to head home and sleep. Dreams can offer everything. Each time Jang Bai arrived at Nanjing University, he was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia. Once, he had deemed skipping compulsory classes a norm and elective classes a mere option. Now, however, the situation had escalated. He was simultaneously attending classes and embarking on a career, no longer needing to attend school at all. Jang Bai, as he stepped onto campus, a melodious voice called out to him. Turning his head, he beheld Bai Yuan standing under a nearby tree's shade. Her face, previously radiant, now bore signs of fatigue, clearly indicative of her recent struggles. Bai Yuan approached, and upon noticing Aoqing behind Jang Bai, a flicker of envy crossed her eyes. However, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Jang Bai, she felt a pang of regret. Suppressing her discomfort, she took a deep breath. Jang Bai, may we converse? Chapter 58. Bai Yuan, Li Ling Tian's ardent admirer? By this time, it was nearing afternoon class hours at Nanjing University, and the pathways were bustling with students. They cast curious glances at Jang Bai and Bai Yuan beneath the tree's shade. Jang Bai's recent online video, subtly critiquing Li Ling Tian from the capital, had stirred a considerable uproar, rendering him a local celebrity in Nanjing City. Many had privately sought to uncover Jang Bai's past and the entangled history between the two, leaving a crowd of onlookers at a distance, eager for the unfolding drama. Under the shade, Bai Yuan gazed at Jang Bai's familiar visage, momentarily lost in reverie. Memories flooding back. Once, she was a frail, beastly maiden, often bullied within her clan, until the day Jang Bai arrived. She still vividly recalled his initial appearance, excitement, fear, and anticipation swirling in the depths of his clear eyes. He smiled at her, a hint of nervousness evident. Would you be willing to become my beastly companion? Bai Yuan was elated. She had believed she would remain in the sacred mountain for eternity, destined never to step into the human realm. For humans often preferred the more voluptuous beastly maidens. Many beast masters who entered her clan had never cast a glance her way, until Jang Bai came along. Upon seeing the figure of the white kite, Jang Bai furrowed his brow and calmly inquired, "What is it that you truly seek from me? We have already dissolved our agreement. There is no need for such actions. Can we not simply live our lives in peace?" Upon hearing the distance in Jang Bai's tone, Bai Yuan felt a pang in her heart and choked out. Bai, my decision to terminate our agreement was not without reason. Jang Bai fell silent for a moment, gazing at Bai Yuan, and said, then please, share your reasons. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yuan replied, my sister is on the verge of losing her opportunity for a contract. Your cultivation was once stagnant at level 9, and thus I sought to dissolve our agreement in hopes that Zhang Yu could assist in securing a contract for my sister. Jang Bai, taken aback by Bai Yuan's words, soon erupted in laughter. Bai Yuan, could you not find a better excuse? Where, pray tell, did you acquire a sister? Furthermore, the great Xia kingdom is well informed about your clan. Do you think I entered into a contract with you without knowledge? I procured official documentation. Jang Bai was certain that Bai Yuan had no such sister when he initially sought to contract her. He had investigated her background within her clan and discovered that she had lived alone since childhood. Observing Bai Yuan's pale countenance, Jang Bai remarked, do not disturb me again. I am currently quite content. As he turned to leave, Bai Yuan's dazed eyes began to shift, her profound sorrow seemingly ready to escape her being as she murmured, how is this possible? How could I not have a sister? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The registration office for the national competition at Nanjing University was situated within the Combat Academy, and a considerable queue had formed for the final identity verification. While waiting in line, Jang Bai sensed several malicious gazes directed at him, a feeling that was soon validated. As a provocatively dressed woman passed by him, she appeared to trip over something, losing her balance and falling towards the ground. Instinctively, Jang Bai reached out to catch her. Are you all right? He asked. The woman looked at him in terror, stepped back a few paces, and clasped her arms across her chest, exclaiming, someone has assaulted me. Jang Bai responded, goodness, are you not even going to pretend? This was the essence of the situation. The woman, upon witnessing Jang Bai's expression, felt a flicker of delight within her. You dared to oppose my brother. I shall ensure your disgrace today. With her loud outcry, a throng of students and teachers quickly gathered around. A female teacher scrutinized Jang Bai, her brow furrowing in concern. What transpired here? The scheming woman pointed an accusatory finger at Jang Bai, declaring, teacher, he touched my chest. Jang Bai shrugged. Teacher, do you believe her when she claims I wronged her? The teacher's expression hardened as she glared at Jang Bai. If she is not wronging you, why would she lie? What have you done? Apologize at once, or I shall contact the authorities immediately. Jang Bai was on the verge of laughter, pointing at the scheming woman's face and retorting, with your appearance. Do you truly think I would assault you? You are truly insulting me. Do you not realize that? I could spend 200 yuan in the red light district and find someone far more attractive than you. Do I need to harass you? Just look at your face. I hesitate to take your photo with my phone, fearing that a mere slip might result in a QR code payment, granting you an unexpected fortune. The scheming girl, upon hearing Jang Bai's words, was seething with rage internally, yet she feigned a delicate demeanor, retreating behind the female teacher and declaring, teacher, he continues to insult me. The teacher's lips twitched. She recognized that the girl was fabricating accusations, yet she also harbored a dislike for Jang Bai, as she too was a fan of Li Lingtian. Apologized to her. Before the teacher could finish her sentence, Aoqing struck her across the face. Coldly regarding the two women before her, Aoqing remarked, if your mouths are only capable of spreading rumors, I would be more than willing to tear them apart. The teacher covered her face, furious, never having anticipated that this beastly girl would dare to strike her in public. Overwhelmed by the peculiar stares from those around her, she felt utterly humiliated. Just as she was preparing to teach Jang Bai a lesson, Zhou Qingyao approached. What is going on? The teacher glared at Jang Bai, saying, not only did he harass a girl, but he also struck a teacher in public. This is utterly outrageous. I will immediately call the management to deal with this. Zhou Qingyao glanced at Aoqing, her eyes momentarily filled with admiration, then shifted to the scheming girl positioned behind the teacher. Seriously, if you're going to cause trouble, at least choose a better excuse. This is just plain disgusting. The personnel from the management bureau arrived swiftly. Jang Bai was taken aback to find a familiar face among them, Xie Bing, who had previously investigated a missing child case in Linghua community. Xie Bing paused upon spotting Jang Bai, then nodded in acknowledgement before proceeding to inquire about the situation from the teacher. After gathering the details, Xie Bing stood beside the scheming girl and stated, you are now suspected of falsely accusing a public official of the Daxia kingdom. Please accompany me. The scheming girl, the teacher, the onlookers, Inadvertently, Jang Bai dropped his work ID. Oh dear, my ID fell. He bent down to pick it up, wiping it repeatedly with his hand, as if to rid it of any dust. The crowd murmured, when it comes to showing off. No one can compete with you. Suddenly, Jang Bai clutched his head. Oh dear, I feel so dizzy. Aoqing, come help me. Upon hearing this, Aoqing rushed forward, embracing Jang Bai gently and pressing her fingers against his temples. Are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? The onlookers internally exclaimed, what a brute. Such fine cabbage has been gored by a pig. Chapter 59. Meeting after the brief interlude, the crowd resumed their queue, and soon it was Jang Bai's turn. Seated before Jang Bai was Zhou Qingya, clad in form-fitting yoga pants that accentuated her elongated legs and voluptuous curves, complemented by a white tank top that revealed a small, damp patch at her bosom, concealed beneath a shirt. Observing the fatigue in Zhou Qingya's eyes, Jang Bai could not help but inquire, Senior Qingya, did you not sleep last night? Startled by his question, Zhou Qingya reflected on her recent lack of rest. Burdened by the investigation into her mother's affairs and disturbed by the raucous noise from upstairs neighbors the previous night. I've been a bit busy lately and haven't had much rest, she replied, before turning to Jang Bai with surprise. You participated in the national competition? Then, sensing the aura emanating from Jang Bai, whose cultivation had reached the 15th level, her pupils widened in astonishment. Such rapid progress. You've reached the 15th level? Jang Bai cleared his throat, adjusting his collar with a solemn demeanor. I didn't expect my concealment to be so easily pierced by you, Senior. I'm quite embarrassed. It has taken me 3 years to achieve the 15th level. Zhou Qingya rolled her eyes at his display. What a show-off. How did you advance so quickly? You've gained 6 levels in just a few days. Your speed is quite extraordinary. A somber expression crossed Jang Bai's face. Ever since my previous beast girl ran off with someone, I've had a moment of clarity and devoted myself to earnest cultivation. Women indeed tend to hinder my progress. Zhou Qingya instinctively glanced at Jang Bai's exquisite countenance, and he added, Aoqing only assists me in my cultivation. In a brightly decorated conference hall, Shentong donned a crisp white shirt, neatly tucked into her pencil skirt, accentuating her slender waist. Her long legs, reminiscent of a supermodel, were clad in black stockings, exuding a professional aura as she clicked her high heels while pushing open the conference room door, holding a document in her hand. Standing before a large screen, Shentong surveyed the room. At the far end of a sizable round table sat Yang Feng, who had been absent for several days, his eyes half closed and his pallor evident. Beside him was Zhang Tiancheng, clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a meticulously groomed appearance. Zhang Tiancheng was once the third in command of Nanjing City, second only to Zhao Zetian and Yang Feng, with Zhao Zetian missing in the Sacred Mountain. He currently held the position of the second in command until a new director was appointed. Seated nearby were the leaders of various teams, with Zhao Linglong positioned closest to Shentong. Dressed in a blue floral qipao, her head bowed as she absent-mindedly toyed with her long, fair fingers. Shentong cleared her throat, her exquisite visage taking on a serious expression. The primary focus of this meeting is to discuss how to eliminate the presence of the Void Society within Nanjing City. Recently, the actions of the Void Society have been quite troublesome in the city, particularly following the disturbances at the Sacred Mountain, which have caused significant issues. Director Yang Feng recently conducted a discreet investigation and has now acquired partial intelligence. Shentong opened a PowerPoint presentation, revealing an image of a young man clad in casual attire, possessing an unremarkable appearance. However, upon closer inspection, a hint of malice glimmered in his eyes. This individual serves as the vice president of the Void Association in Dongjiang Province and has previously made an appearance in Nanjing City, marking him as a perilous figure. Director Yang had previously crossed paths with him, but his current whereabouts remain uncertain. Nonetheless, it is assured that he is still in Nanjing City. The Void Association harbors intentions of conducting a blood ritual on the entire city, though the reasons for this remain unclear, as do their methods. This uncertainty is the principal reason for convening the meeting, aimed at elucidating the objectives of the Void Association and thwarting their plans. Furthermore, the national competition selection is imminent, necessitating thorough screenings to prevent foreign adversarial forces from infiltrating. In the office of the Affairs Department, Shentong observed Zhao Linglong's languorous demeanor, a flicker of exasperation crossing her features. Is there still no progress on the missing child case? Zhao Linglong stretched, her alluring curves accentuated in the process. There are some leads. It appears members of the Nine Chrysanthemum faction are involved, though their motives remain unclear. Hearing this, Shentong furrowed her brow. The Nine Chrysanthemum faction? What mischief is the Sakura nation up to now? The Nine Chrysanthemum faction, a state religion of the Sakura nation, frequently covertly targets the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhao Linglong shook her head and speculated. Could it be related to the giant spirit island in the East Sea? The giant spirit island is a newly emerged colossal relic situated between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Sakura nation, with both sides currently vying for ownership. The Great Xia Kingdom is represented by Prince Xindong, whose household registration is in Nanjing City, hence Zhao Linglong's conjecture. Shentong massaged her temples, fatigue evident on her fair visage. Please continue your investigation into this matter. Zhao Linglong nodded, then blinked and inquired, since Director Yang has returned, should we suggest bringing back that young fellow Jang Bai? Shentong glanced at Zhao Linglong. You seem quite concerned about him. Alas, under your wise leadership, our department has become incredibly rigid. Just when we finally had a charming young individual, he was reassigned. Shentong retorted, so you appreciate him for his driving skills, do you? Zhao Linglong pretended not to hear and continued, by the way, who did Jang Bai offend to warrant such a dire predicament? Shentong pondered for a moment. Recalling her previous examination of Jang Bai's identity information, an orphan with a troubled past, it was improbable for him to have connections with Director Yang. Thus, it must have been when Jang Bai encountered Zhao Zetian on Sacred Mountain, who imparted certain information to him and instructed him to relay it to Yang Feng, consequently granting Jang Bai a recommendation opportunity. Certainly, these are merely Shentong's speculations. Upon first encountering that young man on the Sacred Mountain, it was evident that he was not speaking the truth. It must be related to the position of the director, perhaps Zhang Tianqing? It could be so, or perhaps not. These leaders need not dirty their hands. A mere whisper of information suffices to incite a multitude to act. Zhao Linglong sighed, a tinge of anxiety gnawing at her heart. I wonder if that young man can return safely. Exiting the office, Zhao Linglong plopped down onto a chair and retrieved her phone. Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brightness, and a radiant smile illuminated her delicate face. That young man has actually returned. Chapter 60, The Ambush. At this moment, Jang Bai was guiding Aoqing through a tour of South River University when suddenly his phone rang. He pulled it out and pressed the answer button. Hello, Sister Linglong? What's the matter? You didn't even bother to inform me of your return. If it weren't for Xie Bing mentioning he saw you at school, I would still be in the dark. Jang Bai replied nonchalantly, I just returned yesterday, utterly exhausted, so I took a nap. I intended to contact you today to confirm the competition details, and then you called. Standing beside Jang Bai, Aoqing's ears perked up at the sound of a woman's voice on the line. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. Zhao Linglong chuckled delightfully. It seems we share a telepathic connection. By the way, there is some progress regarding the incident at the casino. Remember to come to the office tomorrow for a discussion. That familiar tone prompted Jang Bai to sit up straight, stating earnestly, indeed, a thorough yet accessible discussion is in order. He vividly recalled Wang Long's earlier attack on him at the Sacred Mountain and was keen to learn of his whereabouts. As evening descended, streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm, golden hue. Under the illumination, the silhouettes of Jang Bai and Aoqing were elongated. The pair strolled leisurely along the street, their striking appearances drawing the attention of many passers-by. Jang Bai held a plastic bag filled with fresh vegetables, a result of their earlier excursion to the market together. A taxi soon arrived, stopping promptly before them, and both squeezed into the back seat. Jang Bai mused that it was indeed time to purchase a vehicle. The taxi driver, an ordinary man in his 40s, bore a few wrinkles on his face and remained silent from the moment Jang Bai entered until they set off. Unlike the dilapidated buildings of the main urban area, the Jinxiu Mansion was a high-end residential complex in Nanjing City, situated in a somewhat remote location due to its expansive construction. With a creak, the car's brakes engaged, causing both to lean slightly forward due to inertia. At that moment, the driver was sweating profusely, his face pale, trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. Jang Bai sensed the palpable fear radiating from him. What is going on? Jang Bai narrowed his eyes, asking in a low voice. I am sorry, I can't take you there. If I do, they will kill my family, the driver stammered, his teeth chattering as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Jang Bai forcefully kicked open the car door and stepped out alongside Aoqing. At this moment, A considerable number of individuals had gathered around them, their faces obscured in the moonlight. Without uttering a word, they summoned their beast maidens and charged towards Jang Bai. Most of these beast masters and their maidens were around level 30, exhibiting a remarkable synergy that indicated they were not mere amateurs. As Jang Bai evaded the attack of a beast maiden, his body levitated in the air, his eyes radiating a brilliant light. The yin-yang twin eyes unleashed a swirling vortex of white energy that spun rapidly in the darkness, accompanied by an imperceptible black vortex of equal intensity. In an instant, 10 individuals were mercilessly torn apart, leaving the remaining onlookers aghast, retreating in haste to escape. Wasn't it said that only a level 10 support-type beastmaster would confront them? Aoqing's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, the fleeing beast masters and maidens fell to the ground like raindrops, forming a heap of bodies. Jang Bai regarded them with a cold expression, crouching down and fixing his black and white gaze upon them. "Speak. Who sent you to kill me?" Suddenly, Jang Bai furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the presence of void realm energy within their bodies. Members of the Void Society? His brow knitted into a frown. As far as he could recall, he had never had a direct conflict with the Void Society. Why would they send someone to kill him? Hearing Jang Bai's inquiry, the leader of the group coughed twice, spitting blood, yet a cold smile crept upon his lips. "Jang Bai, I must say, you have hidden yourself well. However, rest assured, you will surely perish. This time, we merely underestimated you. Next time, someone far stronger will come for you." Jang Bai regarded the man. Then a flash of light sparkled in his hand as a jade token appeared before him. He raised an eyebrow. "Now can we speak?" Lu Dali's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the jade token, an expression of disbelief flickering in his pupils. This token represented the upper echelons of the society. How could Jang Bai possess it? Was he perhaps the offspring of a prominent figure within the society? Realizing this, Lu Dali trembled, for the society's punishment was far more terrifying than death itself. "My lord, I, Lu Dali stammered, paralyzed by fear and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Jang Bai smiled gently at him. "Do not rush, speak slowly. Who sent you to kill me?" Lu Dali, drenched in cold sweat, immediately knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head. "My lord, it was the Archbishop. The Archbishop commanded me to kill you. It has nothing to do with me. I am merely following orders." Jang Bai inquired the reason. Lu Dali buried his head deeply into the ground, taking a deep breath. "I am not certain. I beg for your mercy." He knew all too well the society's methods. If this young lord were to deliver judgment, it would be far better to perish at this moment than to face the wrath of the society. Jang Bai pondered for a moment before saying, "Rest assured, I shall not take your life." Upon hearing Jang Bai's assurance, Lu Dali's face turned pale with fear, and he fervently bowed his head, exclaiming, "My lord, please, just end my life." Jang Bai replied, "What are you saying, my friend? Have you grown weary of living?" He then added, "I spare your life to serve the association. Furthermore, my true identity is known to very few. Upon your return, you may choose how to present yourself. I wish for no further disturbances." Lastly, Jang Bai instructed, "By the way, do provide me with your contact information, as I may have tasks for you in the future." Lu Dali stood frozen, contemplating Jang Bai's words. Was he truly spared? Quickly regaining his composure, he fished out his phone and added Jang Bai's contact. "Am I truly free, my lord?" Lu Dali ventured cautiously. Jang Bai cast him a sidelong glance. "What more do you desire?" Lu Dali immediately struck himself several fierce blows. I apologize. It is I who have disturbed you, my lord." "Begone," Jang Bai said, observing Lu Dali scramble away, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. Ever since he opted to relay a message to Zhao Zetian, he seemed ensnared in a vortex of complications, with troubles cascading upon him. First, there were those in the upper echelons of the Management Bureau who viewed him unfavorably, and now even members of the Void Association had come knocking, thwarting his desire for a quiet existence. Sensing Jang Bai's agitation, Aoqing grasped his hand and gently brushed her lips against his cheek, soothingly saying, "Xiao Bai, do not fret, you still have us." The tender warmth against his face brought Jang Bai back to reality, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Aoqing's waist, passionately kissing her alluring lips. Aoqing encircled his neck, her azure-scaled tail instinctively coiling around him. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Gazing into Aoqing's affectionate eyes, Jang Bai's mind conjured the imagery of autumn's crystalline beauty. Unable to resist the temptation of Aoqing's youthful visage, he playfully pinched her cheek. "Little vixen. I shall deal with you later." Aoqing leaned back slightly, her body softening, and chided playfully, "Zhao Bai, you mustn't speak such peculiar words to your elder sister." Jang Bai, momentarily dazed, perceived her reaction as an endearing display of affection. "Thank you to the esteemed, spicy cat for the divine endorsement," he exclaimed. "Dear fathers, do take a moment to view the video. Let love inspire us." He added, "Each of you shall receive a beast girl in return." Chapter 61. Brother, there's a ghostly girl causing a ruckus at my house. As Jang Bai approached his front door, it swung open, revealing Meng Meng, who leapt out joyfully. "Brother Jiang, you're back," she chirped. Looking at the adorable child, Jang Bai scooped her up into his arms. "Meng Meng, where is your mother?" Meng Meng giggled. "Mama is taking a bath." "Brother Jiang, would you like to come see with me?" Jang Bai chuckled. "You truly are a dutiful daughter." Jang Bai, filled with curiosity, inquired, "There's no need to look. How did you know your brother has returned?" Meng Meng tilted her head and replied, "It was mother who told me. Then today, when I knocked on the door and found you absent, I stood by the window and watched. When I saw you come back, I rushed to find you." Jang Bai affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. Noticing Aoqing beside her, Meng Meng extended her arms, exclaiming, "Sister, a hug." Aoqing, smiling gently, embraced Meng Meng, asking, "Have you been eating well lately, Meng Meng?" Meng Meng nodded and then, with a hint of mystery, whispered, "Sister Aoqing, I have a secret to share." Aoqing, intrigued, inquired, "What secret does Meng Meng wish to tell me?" With utmost seriousness, Meng Meng declared, "My home is haunted." Jang Bai was taken aback. "What? Really? I'm not lying. At midnight when I sleep, I always hear a female ghost making strange noises," Meng Meng said, her small face brimming with solemnity, as if she were not jesting. "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" At that moment, Bai Jia emerged from the bathroom and overheard her daughter's conversation with Jang Bai, instantly feeling alarmed. When Meng Meng turned to her mother, she insisted, "Mom, it's true. I really heard it." Bai Jia, clad in a white nightgown with her damp hair elegantly pinned up, had droplets of water glimmering under the light. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her toes, hidden within her white slippers, gripped the soles tightly. At that moment, she wished she could vanish to another place. Witnessing the scene, Jang Bai couldn't help but understand the situation, offering an awkward smile. This mischievous girl truly did not regard herself as an outsider. After a brief exchange, they watched in despair as the miner, cradling Meng Meng, closed the door, allowing Jang Bai to finally return home. In the kitchen, Jang Bai diligently chopped vegetables, opting for a free-range chicken instead of the usual meat from the elusive lord. The vendor had claimed that this chicken, raised for 2.5 years, would dance to music, possessing a certain charm. Intrigued, Jang Bai decided to purchase it to see for himself. However, to his disappointment, the chicken refused to dance. "Cursed swindler," Jang Bai muttered, before stewing the chicken. Aoqing and Bai Linger sat in the living room. Bai Linger was intently watching television, while Aoqing occasionally glanced between the screen and the kitchen. Eventually, she rose and made her way toward the kitchen. Observing Jang Bai's busy demeanor, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her body closely against his. Feeling her embrace, Jang Bai turned his head to find Aoqing's shy and bashful eyes. He promptly straightened her up and kissed her. Taken aback by Jang Bai's sudden advance, Aoqing hastily pushed him away, whispering, "Linger is still outside." Jang Bai smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. That girl is too engrossed in the television to notice." With that, he leaned in again, and Aoqing began to reciprocate. Bai Linger was intently watching television when she suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Turning her head, she discovered that her elder sister was no longer present. She then proceeded to the kitchen, where she found Jang Bai diligently preparing a meal, with her sister attentively observing, seemingly learning the art of cooking. Curiously, Bai Linger inquired, "Did you hear that strange sound just now?" Jang Bai, with a puzzled expression, responded, "What sound? Is there a sound?" Noticing Jang Bai's demeanor, Bai Linger scratched her head and replied, "Oh, perhaps I misheard." Once Bai Linger departed, Aoqing gently poked Jang Bai's forehead with her slender, fair fingers, admonishing, "Next time, do not act recklessly." The following day, Jang Bai arrived early at the Nanjing City Management Bureau. Upon entering the glass building, he was greeted by the sound of a pen swiftly gliding across paper. As he reached his desk, Zhao Linglong, her figure beautifully accentuated by a floral qipao, turned towards him. The high-slit chi-pao revealed glimpses of her flawless legs, and she wore a pair of embroidered shoes that made little noise as she walked. Zhao Linglong smiled. "Oh, you seem quite spirited today. It appears nothing untoward happened in the Euching realm." Her features were striking, and her radiant countenance was perpetually adorned with a smile, embodying the quintessential Eastern beauty. Jang Bai stood up and pulled out a chair for Zhao Linglong, expressing gratitude for the map she had provided, which enabled him to safely navigate out of the Euching realm. Zhao Linglong settled into the chair, causing the leather seat to sink slightly. "Make me a cup of hot coffee," she commanded. Soon, Jang Bai returned with a steaming cup of coffee. Noticing Zhao Linglong's eager anticipation, he could not help but ask, "Sister Linglong, are you feeling cold?" It was May, and although it was not the hottest time in Nanjing, the women on the streets were already dressed quite lightly. Zhao Linglong took a delicate sip of her coffee and sighed. "Perhaps it's merely the emptiness and loneliness that make me feel cold." Straightening himself, Jang Bai offered, "If you have any needs this evening, you can call me anytime. I am always at your service." Zhao Linglong burst into laughter, and after a moment, as the tremors of her laughter subsided, she said earnestly, "Now, tell me what transpired in the Euching realm." After a brief pause, Jang Bai recounted the events that had unfolded in the Euching realm, omitting many critical details but sharing the information regarding the celestial techniques, as they appeared to be quite remarkable based on the reactions of Qi Tian and his companions. Upon hearing his account, Zhao Linglong immediately rose, declaring, "Let us go. I shall introduce you to Director Yang." Before long, Jang Bai followed Zhao Linglong to the office of Yang Feng. Knocking on the door, he heard a male voice from within, "Come in." Upon entering, Jang Bai beheld Yang Feng standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, and as he turned, Jang Bai noticed the pallor of Yang Feng's face. With a light cough, Yang Feng smiled at Jang Bai and jested, "I recently heard that you've been assigned to the reclamation team and ventured into the ruins. You've returned so swiftly. Surely you Haven T fled from your duties?" Upon noticing Jang Bai's cultivation level, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your progress is astonishing. You've already reached level 15? Jang Bai scratched his head and replied, "My cultivation was too low, and I sustained some injuries, so I returned with a few wounded colleagues. As for my level, it's merely due to a stroke of luck in the ruins that I managed to advance so quickly." He then shifted the topic, asking, "Director Yang, what brings you here?" Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I recently had a scuffle, but I'll recover soon. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Chapter 62, Secrets of Celestial Arts. Zhao Linglong elucidated the situation. Upon hearing her words, Yang Feng immediately rose and made his way to the lounge to make a phone call. Shortly after, he returned, a hint of fatigue etched on his face. He personally brewed a cup of hot coffee for the two, leaving Jang Bai pleasantly surprised, while Zhao Linglong accepted it with an air of entitlement. After a moment's hesitation, Jang Bai inquired, "Director Yang, what is truly happening?" Yang Feng paused for a moment before responding. "I previously mentioned the forces of heaven and earth, didn't I?" Jang Bai nodded, recalling their earlier conversation about fate. Indeed, over the years, the fortune of Nanjing City has been declining, but in truth, the overall fortune of the entire Great Xia Nation has also diminished. Yang Feng sighed. "The Great Xia Nation? I thought fortune remained constant?" Jang Bai questioned in confusion. Zhao Linglong affirmed, "That is indeed the case, but it is relative to the entire Blue Star." Jang Bai grasped the implication. As the fortune of the Great Xia Nation waned, the fortunes of other nations must rise, correct? Precisely, Yang Feng nodded and continued. "In the past, the Great Xia Nation was the most powerful on Blue Star, nearly suffocating other nations under its might. However, 60 years ago, certain events transpired that caused the fortune of the Great Xia Nation to plummet to its lowest point in history." "What do you know about the origins of the Beast Girls and the Sacred Mountain?" Yang Feng suddenly asked after a brief silence. Jang Bai shook his head, indicating his limited knowledge on the matter. Yang Feng explained, "In reality, there was once no concept of Beast Masters or Beast Girls. Practitioners were known as Qi cultivators. However, 2,000 years ago, the Void Realm descended, and at that time, the Great Xia Nation was known as the Qin Empire. It is said that the founder of the Celestial Palace was a formidable Qi cultivator. After the descent of the Void Realm, the Emperor of Qin led all Qi cultivators into battle against the beings of the Void Realm. Yet, these beings were overwhelmingly powerful. Not only did their physical strength surpass that of humans, but their emanating energy also eroded human minds. The entire Qin Empire was on the brink of collapse. It was then that the Sacred Mountain appeared, and the Emperor of Qin personally journeyed there to negotiate with the entities within. From that moment forth, Beast Girls became the primary force for humanity in the struggle against the beings of the Void Realm. However, at this moment, the Great Qin was beyond salvation, succumbing to ruin, and ultimately, after enduring various tribulations, the Great Xia was established. Jang Bai's pupils constricted in a frenzied manner. The name of the Great Qin Empire. How familiar it sounded. Was it merely a coincidence? Suppressing the turmoil within, Jang Bai inquired, "What does this have to do with the decline of the Great Xia's fortunes?" Zhao Linglong suddenly interjected, "The tragedy of Mount Li." Yang Feng glanced at Zhao Linglong and nodded. "Indeed. It pertains to the events that transpired 60 years ago at Mount Li." Observing Jang Bai's expression of confusion, Zhao Linglong elaborated, 60 years ago, a relic was discovered at Mount Li, and subsequent investigations almost conclusively identified it as the tomb of the Qin Emperor. In pursuit of the esoteric techniques left by the Qi refiners from 2 millennia ago, countless top talents from the Great Xia ventured into the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. However, most of these individuals never returned, leading to a near-complete generational gap among the youth of the Great Xia. Consequently, the fortunes of the Great Xia plummeted dramatically, and even after 60 years of recuperation, they have yet to recover. Jiang Bai swallowed hard. The news he received today left him astounded and speechless. The terms Great Qin and Mount Li were not unfamiliar to him. Indeed, they resonated vividly from his past life. But why did they also exist in this world? Yang Feng sipped his coffee and continued. Those who emerged from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum spoke of the presence of immortal techniques. The news of these techniques spread across the Blue Star, drawing countless individuals to the Great Xia in search of them. Many who returned faced assassination, resulting in numerous fatalities. Among them, the most renowned individual, I believe I previously mentioned. Jiang Bai was taken aback. He did not recall such a detail. Yang Feng chuckled. I mentioned it casually during a meal with Qingya. Do you remember the Dark Knight Palace? Jiang Bai nodded, aware of the topic. Are you saying that individuals from the Dark Knight Palace once entered the Qin Emperor's mausoleum? Yang Feng shook his head. In truth, the Dark Knight Palace had a brief existence. 60 years ago, this force did not exist. The Night Monarch was merely an ordinary beastmaster at that time. However, he entered the Qin Emperor's mausoleum and emerged alive. Many sought to eliminate him, yet not only did they fail, but he also founded the Dark Knight Palace. Thus, the Night Monarch may indeed be one of those who acquired the immortal techniques. The emergence of immortal techniques within the Euching realm is both significant and troubling. One can only imagine that the Euching realm is about to become perilous. Therefore, I will order our people to retreat immediately. Jiang Bai fell into silence. The immortal techniques within the Euching realm were not the true peril. What was genuinely frightening was the suspicion that the previous master of the Euching Palace might still be alive and present within the Euching realm. Noticing Jiang Bai's bewildered expression, Yang Feng smiled and remarked, "Well, I've shared quite a bit, considering you one of our own. Previously, I was unaware of your transfer to the pioneering team. This afternoon, you returned to the affairs office. As I stepped into the office, He Xiao, sporting 2 adorable buns, immediately brightened up, her round face displaying a look of surprise. Jiang Bai, you're back? You're still alive?" Jiang Bai retorted, "So I'm supposed to be dead, am I?" Realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, He Xiao's cherubic face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that I'm very glad you're alive." Jiang Bai rolled his eyes and gave her a light tap on the head. He Xiao covered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and plaintively remarked, "Why are you hitting me?" "I apologized, didn't I?" The workstation remained the same as before. As Jiang Bai approached, he noticed Tao Ming intently focused on his computer screen. Feeling a twinge of guilt, as he had used someone else's name in the Euching realm, Jiang Bai inquired, "What are you up to, Tao Ming?" Upon hearing his name, Tao Ming turned around, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Jiang Bai, then pointed at his screen, saying, "ISNT, the selection competition about to start? Someone has opened a betting line online, and I've been busy analyzing the participants' information." Upon hearing about the betting line, Jiang Bai blinked and suddenly conceived an idea. Previously, some had mentioned that the worldview was not clearly defined. Truth be told, I was inclined to gradually establish it. But it seemed the audience was not particularly fond of that approach. Chapter 63, Selling Information by Linger Goes Astray. A lengthy chapter of 4,000 words. Combined. Seated in the office chair, Jang Bai opened the competition schedule and entered his name and number. Soon, a message popped up. Jang Bai competition schedule, first match opponent, Wang Zhulan. Participant information, level 18. The schedule indicated that one must win the first match to continue matching opponents. Jang Bai turned to Tao Ming and asked, "Could you send me the link? I'd like to take a look." Tao Ming nodded and forwarded the link to Jang Bai. Upon clicking, a loud voice erupted from the computer, startling Jang Bai. "Sensual beast girl dealer dealing live." The voice instantly captured the attention of everyone in the office. Feeling the astonished gazes upon him, Jang Bai maintained his composure and swiftly muted the computer. He then turned to Tao Ming with an expressionless face. "Did you misunderstand something? I meant the betting link." Tao Ming awkwardly scratched his head and sent Jang Bai another link. Upon clicking the new link, this time no bizarre advertisements appeared, but rather a list of addresses. Jang Bai located Dongjiang Province, Nanjing City. A plethora of names appeared, and upon entering his own, the competition information swiftly emerged. Jang Bai versus Wang Zhulan odds. 2. 1. Participant information, Jang Bai, level 15. Wang Zhulan, level 18. Jang Bai contemplated and decided to wait until the very last moment before the betting channel closed to place his wager. He aimed to enhance the prowess of Aoqing and Bai Linger. Although there remained a considerable amount of flesh from the Void Devourer, rich in energy, a dilemma arose. The high concentration of energy within the flesh caused Bai Linger and Aoqing to absorb it at a rate insufficient to keep pace with its dissipation. Thus, Jang Bai required funds to procure spiritual liquid to assist the beast maidens in their cultivation. The spiritual liquid, a strategic resource derived from ruins, accelerates the energy absorption of beast maidens. The price of ordinary spiritual liquid hovers around 10,000, while inferior quality spirals to a staggering 100,000, rivaling the cost of a common bloodline beast maiden's dossier, a truly alarming figure. The prices for higher-grade spiritual liquids are even more outrageous, often unattainable. Jang Bai harbored intentions to sell beast maiden dossiers for profit. However, he feared attracting unwanted attention, so he opted to sell a portion first, reserving the bulk for later when his level had risen. Before the workday concluded, Zhao Linglong approached Jang Bai with a graceful sway of her slender waist, tossing a dossier into his hands. The document detailed the affairs of the Wang brothers, Wang Long and Wang Hu, who had grown up in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Long, possessing a talent for cultivation and a contract beast maiden, caught the eye of the Zhang family, while Wang Hu leveraged his brother's influence to establish a casino, amassing a considerable following, until Zhao Linglong and Jiang Bai dismantled his operations. Perusing the dossier, Jiang Bai inquired with puzzlement, "Are you suggesting that Wang Long is from Sakura country?" Zhao Linglong nodded softly. "Indeed, our investigation reveals that although he was raised in the Great Xia Kingdom, he has maintained clandestine ties with the 9 Chrysanthemums faction of Sakura country." Jiang Bai probed further, "What about the Zhang family?" Zhao Linglong shook her head. "Currently, no connection is evident. However, I have unearthed some issues regarding the Zhang family." Jiang Bai's curiosity piqued. "What issues?" Zhao Linglong regarded him with a glimmer of inscrutable meaning in her eyes. "As you know, Zhang Yu has been appropriating others' beast maidens." Jiang Bai immediately grasped her implication, realizing she referred to Bai Yuan. "I have severed ties with Bai Yuan. Feel free to speak candidly." Zhao Linglong nodded in acknowledgement. "My investigation indicates that the beast maidens Zhang Yu has extracted from others have never reappeared, leading me to suspect he is conducting experiments concerning beast maiden bloodlines. Such experiments typically entail extracting blood from living beast maidens, an exceedingly cruel endeavor, which the Great Xia Kingdom has explicitly forbidden." Upon hearing Zhao Linglong's words, Jiang Bai felt a prickling unease. He cautiously asked, "Why confide all this in me?" His sole desire was to eliminate Wang Long and avenge the massacre at the Holy Mountain, not to become embroiled in further crises. Yet Zhao Linglong responded with a playful smile, "Director Yang has assigned you to my team, so you must assist me wholeheartedly in this investigation." Jiang Bai sighed, "Sister Linglong, I have the selection competition coming up. I lack the time to assist you." Zhao Linglong dismissed his concerns. "No worries, competitions pass swiftly. You will have ample time in the evenings. That evening, I still need to return home to feed the beast girl. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall not delay you." Suddenly, Zhao Linglong spoke with great seriousness. "I have been pondering a question for quite some time. Could you assist me in unraveling it? Zhang Bai blinked, gazing at her with curiosity. What question? Zhao Linglong responded solemnly. Construct a sentence using the terms eldest, second, third, fourth, and fifth. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bai replied. The fifth told the fourth that the third second had become the eldest. At that moment, Tao Ming, who was sipping water, unexpectedly spewed it out, hurriedly scrambling to wipe the moisture from his keyboard. Zhao Linglong erupted into laughter, her figure encased in a cheongsam quivering in amusement, causing Zhang Bai to stare in awe. She teased, "Little brother, you truly possess extraordinary talent." Zhang Bai, maintaining his composure, responded, "Flattery is unwarranted." After work, Zhang Bai entered the commercial association directly under the auspices of the Great Xia Kingdom. He selected 5 ordinary beast girl profiles from his memory, preparing them for sale. Approaching him was a cat-eared beast girl clad in formal attire, her tall stature accentuated by the click of her high heels on the marble floor. "Sir, how may I assist you? I have some beast girl profiles to sell." Upon hearing this, the cat-eared beast girl's eyes sparkled with interest, and she respectfully replied, "Please wait a moment, sir. I will fetch our manager." The cat-eared girl led Zhang Bai to a reception area, poured him a cup of tea, and then hurriedly departed. Before long, a woman entered, dressed in a tailored black suit, her shirt tucked neatly into her trousers. Her short black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance and efficiency. "Hello, my name is Qianyu." She extended her hand in introduction. Observing Zhang Bai's youthful visage, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She assumed that such a young individual would likely lack rare beast girl profiles. However, she masked this sentiment, as it was a fundamental quality expected of someone from a business-savvy family. "Zhang Bai," he said, shaking her hand briefly before letting go. Qianyu took a seat across from him and inquired, "I hear you have beast girl profiles for sale?" Zhang Bai nodded and retrieved 5 profiles from his storage space. These had been meticulously prepared in advance. He had watched some live streams online, documenting previously undiscovered beast girls. As Qianyu perused the documents, her astonishment grew with each detail she absorbed. If the information was accurate, it could potentially lead to the complete development of an entire breed of beast girls, representing a significant advancement for humanity. She set aside her prior assumptions and earnestly addressed Zhang Bai. "Mr. Jiang, the authenticity of these profiles cannot yet be confirmed. We will require time to validate them before providing you with an answer." Zhang Bai furrowed his brow, taken aback by the complexities involved in selling beast girl profiles. He had initially hoped to secure a sum of money to invest further on the trading platform. Noticing the displeasure on Zhang Bai's face, Qianyu earnestly explained, "Mr. Jiang, please accept my apologies. Previously, someone attempted to sell us beast girl information, and we expended considerable effort verifying its authenticity, only to discover it was fabricated. By the time we realized, that individual had already fled the Great Xia Kingdom. Thus, we instituted a rule that every piece of information must be validated before any payment is made to the seller." Zhang Bai nodded in understanding and inquired, "By the way, how is the price of the information determined?" "The pricing of beast girl information is based on their rank. For a common rank, it is 50,000, for silver rank 300,000, for gold rank 800,000. As for beast girls of higher ranks, due to their rarity, we must auction them off, and you will receive 40% of the auction price." Zhang Bai nodded in agreement, finding no objection to the pricing. After all, once his cultivation improved, he would be able to sell a greater quantity of information, ensuring he would never be short of funds. After watching Zhang Bai depart, Qianyu picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Please assist me in locating an individual. I will send you the photograph." Upon returning home, Zhang Bai summoned Aoqing and Bai Linger. "Brother Zhang Bai," Bai Linger exclaimed as she rushed into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Zhang Bai gently patted her head, asking, "What is the matter, Ling? Did you miss me?" Bai Linger pouted, "Of course." Aoqing, with a hint of annoyance, pulled her away from Zhang Bai, saying, "Why do you cling to him all the time, you little girl?" Bai Linger retorted, "Sister gets to go out with brother Zhang Bai every day. I can only transform into a beast pattern and attach myself to him. It's not easy to see him, and you still scold me. I just want to hold brother Zhang Bai." With that, she darted behind Zhang Bai and made a face at Aoqing. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Bai's mind. Bai Linger was right. After their prolonged contract, aside from being outside of the Euching realm, she had predominantly existed as a beast pattern, only appearing when they returned home. Jiang Bai took Bai Linger's hand, comforting her. Linger, in a while, I will adjust my aura to level 20. And then you can come out to play. Yay. After finally persuading Aoqing, Jiang Bai headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon, he emerged with several plates of visually appealing and aromatic dishes. Upon setting the table, he noticed Aoqing was intently watching a video on her phone while seated on the sofa. Curious, he approached and discovered the video was about chemistry. Indeed, this world possessed knowledge of chemistry. What are you watching? Zhang Bai asked, puzzled. Aoqing looked up, her bright eyes meeting his, and replied matter-of-factly, I'm learning to cook. Zhang Bai was taken aback. Sensing his confusion, Aoqing explained, the cooking tutorials online are ineffective. I followed the instructions precisely. Yet I cannot seem to get it right. The taste is always off. So, I did some research and found that the essence of flavor lies in chemical molecules. I thought to myself, if I master chemistry, perhaps I could create delicious dishes. Upon hearing Aoqing's words, Zhang Bai felt a surge of astonishment, swallowing hard in disbelief. Goodness, are you planning to delve into technology? In order not to dampen Aoqing's enthusiasm, Zhang Bai could only encourage her. All right, keep it up. He then proceeded to knock on Bai Linger's door, puzzled by her behavior today. Usually, she would be lounging on the sofa, indulging in snacks while watching television. Linger, it's time for dinner, Zhang Bai called out, but received no response from within the room. Bang, bang, bang. Dinner is ready. He knocked repeatedly. Coming. But don't come in, came the anxious voice of the girl from inside. What on earth is she up to? With a click, the door swung open, and Bai Linger emerged, her breath slightly hurried, her cheeks flushed, and her black and white tail erect like an antenna behind her. Noticing her peculiar appearance, Zhang Bai regarded her with suspicion. Linger, what were you doing in there? Startled from her reverie, Bai Linger jolted, her silver-furred ears perking up. What do you mean? I wasn't doing anything. Damn, how could there be such embarrassing videos on my phone? This is mortifying. How could you watch that kind of video? During dinner, Bai Linger appeared dazed, merely shoveling food into her mouth absent-mindedly. Linger, what's wrong? Aoqing asked, furrowing her brow in concern. Bai Linger had been acting strangely since she came out of her room, always seeming preoccupied. She shook her head, as if trying to dislodge the strange images from her mind. Sister, I'm fine. Yes, this dish is simply delicious. Did you make it? Aoqing looked at her quizzically. But you haven't even touched your food. Huh. Bai Linger's tail shot up again, her face turning crimson. She quickly grabbed some vegetables and stuffed them into her mouth. Cheeks puffed out as she exclaimed, it tastes amazing. Aoqing and Zhang Bai exchanged bewildered glances. Slow down. Linger. Zhang Bai offered a cup of juice to Bai Linger, who instinctively took it, but then flinched when their hands brushed. Zhang Bai raised an eyebrow. Seeing his expression, Bai Linger silently berated herself for being so flustered. She took the cup again, and in one gulp, drained the juice entirely. Sister, Zhang Bai, I really am fine. Hiccup. Soon, dinner concluded. Sister, Zhang Bai, I'm heading back to my room. Bang. The sound of the door slamming echoed, followed by the unmistakable sound of it locking. Observing Bai Linger's hurried demeanor, Aoqing's delicate features creased with confusion. What is wrong with this girl? Why is she in such a rush? Zhang Bai also shook his head in bewilderment, equally perplexed. Then, gazing at Aoqing's voluptuous and mature physique, her exquisite and three-dimensional features, he extended an invitation to form a team. Sister Aoqing, shall we cultivate together this evening? I will come to find you once Linger falls asleep. Chapter 64. Bai Linger's worries in the dead of night. Zhang Bai lay alone in bed. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow within the room. He could vaguely see Aoqing, clad in a silk nightgown, stealthily entering. Before Zhang Bai could utter a word, a tail ensnared him, drawing him close to Aoqing, and he felt a sensation akin to jelly against his lips. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Zhang Bai began to channel the yin-yang celestial arts within him, and the surrounding energy swiftly converged into their bodies. The energy flowed through Aoqing, elevating her very soul, prompting an involuntary soft moan to escape her lips. In contrast, Bai Linger's room was shrouded in darkness, with curtains drawn tightly, rendering the space pitch black. A faint glow emanated from beside her pillow, revealing her entire form cocooned beneath the covers. At that moment, a faint blush graced her fair complexion, the contents of her phone causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Suddenly, her silver-white ears twitched, and a soft sound reached her ears. Bai Linger gasped in alarm, hastily shutting off her phone. Oh no! How did the sound escape? Her heart raced, eyelids fluttering as she pretended to be asleep. Her palms slick with sweat. Abruptly, another soft sound reached her ears, and with her eyes closed, her heart leapt to her throat. Wasn't it turned off already? After a moment, the sounds grew more urgent, and Bai Linger realized they did not originate from her phone. With a mix of confusion and trepidation, she cautiously opened the door to her room, following the source of the sound to Jang Bai's door. With great care, she cracked it open, and the sight within left her mind blank. She could not recall how she returned to her room, collapsing onto her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her beastly ears drooping helplessly. A profound sense of desolation enveloped her. She could not articulate what it was, but her heart ached. She could not comprehend why her sister engaged in such activities with brother Jang Bai behind her back. In that moment, she felt like a forsaken beast maiden. In recent days, Bai Linger had been engulfed in anxiety, which disrupted her rest at night, leaving her listless and devoid of her former vivacity. Observing her disheartened demeanor, Jang Bai furrowed his brow in concern and gently inquired, "Linger, what troubles you? You seem so unwell these past few days." Bai Linger cast a glance at Jang Bai, hesitating to speak, ultimately remaining silent. Jang Bai, mistaking her demeanor for unhappiness from being cooped up at home, offered comforting words. "Linger, just a little longer, and you will be able to go out. The selection competition is tomorrow, and after that, I will reach level 20. At that point, you can emerge openly. Currently, Jang Bai's public display of cultivation stands at level 17. However, after several days of seclusion and training alongside Aoqing, his true cultivation has reached level 32. In a fortnight, he intends to reveal his power at level 20, at which point he plans a visit to the sacred mountain. Upon his return, Bai Linger will be able to appear before the world without hesitation, and he will safeguard the secret of his ability to cultivate despite lacking a spiritual vein. Bai Linger gazed at Jang Bai's handsome visage and reflected on the events of the past few nights. Her throat tightened slightly as she nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the detention center, a woman named Lu Mei rolled down her car window in front of a woman emerging from the facility. Wang Zhuolan felt a surge of emotion upon seeing her ride. She had never anticipated that a mere act of defamation would have led Jang Bai to orchestrate her detention, leaving her utterly humiliated. Wang Zhuolan entered the passenger seat. "Mei Jia," she greeted. Lu Mei, a member of Li Ling Tian's support group, had been the mastermind behind the scheme to tarnish Jang Bai's reputation. Their initial goal had been to ruin his name and subtly persuade Aoqing that there was no future with him, thus steering her towards Li Ling Tian. Little did they know, Jang Bai was an official member, thwarting their plans from the outset. "Xiaolan, I've arranged for you to face Jang Bai in the first round of the selection tournament. Just do as you see fit," Lu Mei declared, pressing down on the accelerator. Wang Zhuolan's eyes lit up at this revelation, her confidence surging as she responded, "Mei Jia, rest assured, I will undoubtedly eliminate Jang Bai during the tournament." Lu Mei opened her mouth, realizing they did not intend to kill Jang Bai, but merely to incapacitate him. However, Wang Zhuolan's intense animosity seemed to go beyond mere rivalry. Lu Mei cautioned, "There will be judges present. Your chance to resort to lethal force will be minimal, as they will intervene promptly." Wang Zhuolan fell silent for a moment before asserting, "I understand, but I will exert every effort to defeat him." There have been instances in past competitions where judges failed to intervene in time. Seeing her warnings were futile, Lu Mei added, "Very well. Tonight, we shall head to Qiushui Villa, where the sisters have prepared spiritual liquid for you. Perhaps you can achieve another breakthrough." Wang Zhuolan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her gratitude. "Rest assured, Mei Jia, Jang Bai has reached level 15, and I must admit his cultivation speed is impressive. However, I am confident I can ascend to level 19 tonight, at which point defeating him will be effortless." Upon arriving at Qiushui Villa, Lu Mei had barely opened the door when a throng of women surrounded Wang Zhuolan, showering her with concern. "Xiaolan, are you all right? Did the officials give you any trouble? If so, let me know, and I'll have my father rectify this." "Humph, Jang Bai has gone too far. How could he exploit his official status to have you detained over a few words? Indeed, such pettiness. I can't fathom how Aoqing could form a contract with such a small-minded man. I wouldn't even spare him a glance under normal circumstances. Sister Lan, we have gathered funds to purchase a potion for you. Tomorrow, during the competition, you must teach Jang Bai a lesson, making him aware of the consequences of snatching our brother's beast girl. Sister Lan, you must incapacitate Jang Bai, bringing despair to Aoqing, so that she will dissolve her contract with him. Indeed, I wonder why our brother has not come to Nanjing City. He initially planned to visit. But I heard from the sisters in the capital that he has been confined by his grandfather. Humph, that old relic. How dare he restrict our brother's freedom, preventing us from seeing him? Why doesn't he just pass away already? At his age, he still meddles in our brother's affairs. Yes, yes. Sister Lan, do your best. We have all placed our bets on your victory. Someone spoke up. Ah, why didn't you inform us? Sisters, hurry and bet on Sister Lan's win. Quickly, I want to place all my money on it. Chapter 65. The first round of the selection tournament in the splendid mansion, Jang Bai sat before his computer, the ethereal blue light illuminating his face. He opened the betting link, and the information displayed caused him to pause in surprise. Jang Bai versus Wang Zhulan odds, 15. 1 competitor information, Jang Bai, level 15, unbet, Wang Zhulan, level 18, bet, 560,000, seeing that his opponent had wagered 560,000 on himself. Jang Bai chuckled and staked his own 450,000. The odds immediately shifted to 2-1. The following day, the arena sprawled across a large area on the outskirts of Nanjing City, now teeming with people. Various beast girls filled the plaza as Jang Bai and Aoqing arrived by taxi. Jang Bai, over here. Upon exiting the vehicle, they spotted Wei Xiaohu waving at them with Bao Bao and Mi at the entrance. It appeared the relationship between Bao Bao and Mi had improved significantly. The two beast girls stood arm in arm, although Wei Xiaohu seemed to be suffering from darker circles under his eyes. Looks like you've been living quite well, Jang Bai remarked with a smile as he approached them with Aoqing. Wei Xiaohu clearly bore the signs of indulgence. Hearing Jang Bai's teasing, Wei Xiaohu's expression darkened, and he grimaced, feeling a dull ache in his waist. No need to be so smug. He then looked at Jang Bai in astonishment. I heard you joined the management bureau? Yeah. Wow. Dude, how did you manage that? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get into the management bureau? While we're still worrying about our future in school, you've already secured a stable job. Cough, cough. Keep it low-key, Jang Bai replied, adjusting his collar with a grin. Just show off. Wei Xiaohu rolled his eyes. Just then, a voice called out beside Jang Bai. He turned to see Zhao Linglong approaching with Tao Ming and He Xiao. As always, she wore a delicate blue floral qipao, her voluptuous curves perfectly accentuated. Zhao Linglong glanced at Aoqing's Azure Dragon horns and said to Jang Bai, Is this your beast girl? She's beautiful. You certainly lead a blissful life. Jang Bai nodded. Her name is Aoqing. Upon hearing Zhao Linglong's voice, Aoqing recognized her as the individual who had spoken to Jang Bai on the phone that day. Aware of the close rapport between them, she offered Zhao Linglong a gentle nod. He Xiao, gazing upon Aoqing's fair and youthful visage, expressed her envy, exclaiming, Wow, Aoqing, your skin is simply exquisite. Aoqing smiled and replied, Thank you. Jang Bai, intrigued, inquired, Have you both also entered the selection competition? Tao Ming and He Xiao nodded in affirmation, while Zhao Linglong, with a radiant smile, declared, I am here to cheer you on. He Xiao, pouting her round face in dissatisfaction, retorted, Linglong, why do you only cheer for Jang Bai? Clearly, Tao Ming and I were the first to know you. Zhao Linglong, still smiling, responded, because Jang Bai is the youngest. He Xiao paused momentarily. Then her face lit up with realization. Is it because you consider him a younger brother? A mysterious glimmer passed over Zhao Linglong's face as she replied, I am not referring to age. He Xiao, filled with confusion, asked, Then what do you mean? Zhao Linglong chuckled but did not answer. Instead, turning to Jang Bai and suggesting, Shall we go in together? As they all entered, He Xiao persistently sought an explanation from Zhao Linglong, who remained silent. Consequently, she turned to Tao Ming for answers. Tao Ming, having often eavesdropped on the conversations between Jang Bai and Zhao Linglong, understood her intent and simply remarked, You are still young. You will understand in due time. With a dismissive scoff, He Xiao declared, If you won't say it, then don't. Wei Xiaohu discreetly tugged at Jang Bai's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone. Lao Bai, who is this enchanting lady in the qipao? A colleague, Jang Bai replied. Is she single? After a moment's reflection, Jang Bai responded, I suppose so. Could you introduce me? Jang Bai glanced at the boisterous Bao Bao and Mi beside Aoqing, questioning, Are you certain? Wei Xiaohu grimaced, lamenting, My father insists that I marry and continue the family line. Before he could finish, Zhao Linglong suddenly linked her arm with Jang Bai's, saying, "Darling, what are you two discussing?" He Xiao observed the scene with a hint of inexplicable discomfort in her gaze as Zhao Linglong took Jang Bai's arm, but she quickly suppressed her feelings. She understood the significance of procreation for humanity, acknowledging that a beast woman and a human could not bear children. Hence, she would not hinder Jang Bai in his quest for a wife. If necessary, she could even assist him, albeit with a twinge of emotional struggle. Attention all Beastmasters participating in the selection competition, please listen carefully. Those whose names are called should proceed to the battle area immediately. Lateness will be considered a forfeit. A clear female voice announced over the loudspeaker. Soon, Jang Bai heard his name called. Turning to Zhao Linglong, he said, "Linglong, I must go now." Zhao Linglong encouraged him. "Give it your all." Jang Bai found himself in Area 28, where the competition stage was astonishingly enchanting. Upon entering, it felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm, illuminated in radiant blue, stretching endlessly before him. He noticed a middle-aged woman standing at the center and approached her. Before long, a somewhat familiar figure entered the space, yet he could not recall who it was. "As everyone has gathered, I shall now elucidate the sole rule. One must not resort to lethal force. Naturally, I encourage you to exert yourselves to the utmost. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you." "Jang Bai, we meet again." Wang Zhulan's icy gaze fixated on Jang Bai, her eyes widening in astonishment as she sensed his aura had ascended to level 17. How could this happen so swiftly? Just a few days ago, he was merely at level 15. Now he has reached level 17? What extraordinary cultivation speed is this? How has he achieved it? Jang Bai, taken aback by Wang Zhulan's words, responded, "Do we know each other?" Wang Zhulan felt a surge of indignation. How could he pretend not to recognize her after sending her to the detention center? What had she done to deserve such treatment? Was it merely for speaking a few words too many? Her eyes locked onto Jang Bai, awaiting the referee's signal to commence the match. Although Jang Bai had attained level 17, after consuming the elixir provided by Mei Jie last night, she still felt confident in her ability to defeat him, though the likelihood of annihilating him had diminished. Wang Zhulan's beast form was that of a large green toad, which, upon transforming into its combat shape, appeared imposing, covered in warts and exuding a viscous liquid that emitted black steam. Aoqing also manifested her battle form, a magnificent Azure Dragon coiling majestically behind Jang Bai. Witnessing Aoqing's formidable transformation, Wang Zhulan's eyes flickered with intense jealousy, tinged with a hint of envy. Why did Jang Bai's beast form possess such beauty while hers was so repulsive? In that moment, she harbored the desire to destroy not only Jang Bai, but also Aoqing, employing her beast form's venom. The match commenced. The referee cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Let the contest begin." In facing Wang Zhulan, Jang Bai had no intention of exerting his full strength, as this pertained to the odds of his subsequent battles. Thus, he aimed not only to win, but to do so in a thrilling manner, for the footage of the first match would be recorded for viewing. Wang Zhulan, seizing the initiative, launched herself at Jang Bai with remarkable speed, golden light cascading around her as she sought to swiftly conclude the confrontation with overwhelming force. As Wang Zhulan advanced, Aoqing instinctively felt the urge to rend her asunder, causing Jang Bai to feel a chill run down his spine as he urgently exclaimed, "Sister Aoqing." Aoqing paused for a moment, then comprehended Jang Bai's intent. She elegantly intercepted Wang Zhulan's punch, gracefully retreating before regaining her stance. Jang Bai remarked, "Sister, your performance leaves much to be desired." Wang Zhulan, not surprised that Aoqing had withstood her attack, understood that a beast's physical strength surpassed that of its master. Her focus remained on Jang Bai as she glanced at her beast form. The large toad comprehended Wang Zhulan's command and propelled itself toward Aoqing with a powerful leap. Jang Bai feigned concern, calling out, "Sister Aoqing, be careful." He then braced himself to confront Wang Zhulan's incoming assault, cautiously absorbing her strikes, fearful that a single misplaced blow might end her life. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the two collided, and Jang Bai feigned defeat, biting into the tomato pouch he had preemptively placed in his mouth. Instantly, a scarlet streak appeared at the corner of his lips. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zhulan's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Jang Bai, I am perplexed as to how someone of your caliber managed to join the official ranks. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may learn to show respect." Jang Bai was taken aback, his gaze fixating on the somewhat familiar face before him, and he suddenly recalled where he had encountered Wang Zhulan. He burst into laughter, mocking. I thought who it was. Turns out it's the Great Frog. With that layer of powder on your face, I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Zhulan, seething with rage, bore the scars of her secret technique, which had left her visage marred with numerous bumps, a source of deep-seated pain for her. Previously, Jang Bai had subjected her to ridicule in public, causing her to lose face and endure several days of confinement. The disparity in levels among Beastmasters was immense. Each ascent represented not only an increase in physical energy concentration, but also a significant enhancement of one's physical prowess. Beast girls, however, were governed by their bloodlines in addition to levels. A higher-tier bloodline could exert pressure on lower-tier bloodlines, hindering their true potential, akin to imposing a debuff on the opponent. Once again, Jang Bai and Wang Zhulan were entangled in combat, with Jang Bai narrowly evading her critical strikes each time. Are you even capable? I bet a mere virtual beast would outperform you. Why not concede? I could just scan the QR code on your face with my phone and give you a V20. How does that sound? Jang Bai continued to evade while his tongue remained relentless. Upon hearing his words, the referee couldn't help but wince. Jang Bai's tongue was like a poisoned blade, mercilessly mocking her appearance. Indeed, Wang Zhulan felt her fury reaching a boiling point. Yet she struggled to land a significant blow on Jang Bai. Though she managed to graze him occasionally, it failed to inflict any real damage. He remained as sprightly as ever. You are courting death, Wang Zhulan scoffed, and a dark hue began to swirl around her, mingling with the golden light enveloping her. This was her secret technique, the heavenly toad poison. A mere touch would incapacitate anyone of lesser cultivation, swiftly robbing them of their mobility. Oh, you're getting anxious, Jang Bai taunted, leaping and dodging Wang Zhulan's assaults. Meanwhile, Aoqing was also maneuvering deftly, nearly succumbing to her murderous intent several times upon witnessing Jang Bai take hits. Nevertheless, she forcibly suppressed her murderous thoughts. What choice did she have? Since Jang Bai wished to play, she would have to indulge him. After all, Jang Bai was striving to earn a living. The frog beast girl felt her heart racing like a roller coaster. At times, she perceived her opponent as overwhelmingly powerful, his aura capable of obliterating her, yet at other moments, he appeared feeble and fragile. What on earth was the state of this beast girl? How could her combat prowess fluctuate so wildly? Suppressing her questions, the frog beast girl opened her mouth wide, releasing a cloud of black mist that surged outward. This was her innate skill, Poison Cloud. Jang Bai leaped beside Aoqing, letting out a thunderous cry. Ah, I've been hit. I'm doomed. Aoqing, be cautious. Aoqing felt the tension rise in the referee's throat as the toxic mist obscured his vision. He could only sense the silhouettes of two figures colliding within the haze. Boom, bang. The sounds of impact echoed continuously. Suddenly, noticing Aoqing frozen in place, Wang Zhulan's heart surged with excitement. An opportunity had arisen. She swiftly connected with her beast companion, intending to strike Aoqing first before turning her attention to Jang Bai. With a resounding thud, a punch landed on Aoqing's body. Aoqing stared momentarily at the opponent's seemingly harmless fist before propelling himself outward. Sister Aoqing, Jang Bai cried out dramatically, his expression radiating intense fury, causing the referee to flinch. Sensing Jang Bai's wrath, Wang Zhulan smirked coldly. Don't rush. It's your turn now. As the toxic mist dissipated, Wang Zhulan closed in rapidly, channeling all her strength into a powerful blow aimed at Jang Bai's head. The referee's brow furrowed, poised to intervene at any moment. Witnessing this scene, Jang Bai's gaze turned icy. Wang Zhulan was truly intent on taking his life. He resolved not to show mercy. He tilted his head just in time, evading Wang Zhulan's strike. Senior, why not concede? I refuse to harm a woman, even in the face of death. She dared to be defiant. Jang Bai let out a cold laugh, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Wang Zhulan. However, Aoqing was swifter, appearing almost instantaneously behind Wang Zhulan. With a swift thrust, Wang Zhulan gazed in shock and disbelief at the claws piercing her chest. How could this be? Wasn't Aoqing severely injured by my earlier strike? Aoqing's eyes were as frigid as ice, her voice resonating with a tone from the depths of hell. Who gave you the audacity to attempt to kill him? Unyielding despair, regret, and fear enveloped Wang Zhulan. In her final moments of consciousness, she pondered how Aoqing had materialized behind her. Upon witnessing this, the frog beast companion was struck with terror, a chill racing from her feet to the crown of her head. "Save me!" she screamed desperately. The referee stood dumbfounded, bewildered by Aoqing's astonishing speed. He had been entirely focused on Jang Bai, oblivious to Aoqing's movements. It was astonishing. Was this the prowess of a mere mortal-level beast? What race was Aoqing, whose mortal bloodline possessed such extraordinary strength? Aoqing cast her icy gaze upon the frog beast, causing her to shudder and hastily retreat behind the referee. It was only then that the referee regained his composure, urgently declaring, "The match is over. Jang Bai is the victor." A bitter taste lingered in his mouth. Indeed, someone had perished before his eyes, and he would surely face repercussions for it. Chapter 67. Majestic Zhao Linglong. Aoqing, are you unhurt? Jang Bai approached Aoqing, inquiring with concern, as energy surged through him, cleansing her wounds. Soon, a flash of azure light appeared, and Aoqing transformed back into the gentle and intelligent older sister figure. She grasped Jang Bai's hand and shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed. The referee, overhearing their conversation, winced slightly. There lay another individual on the ground, yet the two of them were already exchanging flirtatious banter. Is this appropriate? Just as Jang Bai stepped off the competition stage, he was surrounded by a throng of irate young women. Their faces were contorted with fury, their glares hostile, each one seemingly eager to tear Jang Bai apart. How could you resort to such brutality? Have you no humanity left? A person like you is unworthy of being a beast master, attacking your own kind. Are you even a man? Lu Mei stood at the center of the crowd, her expression ominously dark. We will report this incident to the authorities. How can an official stoop to such savagery against civilians? Such a person is unfit to represent the great Xia kingdom. Someone shouted vehemently. Aoqing's face darkened, radiating a chilling aura of menace. Yet, the crowd remained undeterred, continuing to provoke. What? Do you intend to strike here? Go ahead, give it a try. Watch as I teach you a lesson. Jang Bai pulled Aoqing behind him and remarked, I was wondering why I keep encountering beautiful women lately. It appears the ugly ones have gathered here. Lu Mei approached with a stern expression. Jang Bai, you must provide us with an explanation for your actions. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Bring your mother here. I shall explain myself to her. What nonsense is this? Jang Bai retorted, a bunch of underdeveloped brains and fully stunted cerebellums. If you have the guts, kill me in the competition. Upon hearing Jang Bai's insults, the women erupted into shouts, some even preparing to resort to violence. What are you doing? At that moment, the referee stepped forward. He was already troubled by the incident involving Wang Zhulan, and now witnessing Jang Bai besieged only added to his distress. Referee, why is he not being held accountable for his malicious actions? Why is he being allowed to leave? The referee's expression darkened. This was an unfortunate incident during the match. Who committed malicious acts? If Jang Bai were truly guilty of intentional harm, how could he continue as a competitor, even if he were at fault? Wang Zhulan's case remains an accident. Did you not witness the match outside? Jang Bai was relentlessly attacked. It was Wang Zhulan's own loss of composure that led to this tragedy. It was merely an accident. We will not accept this. Wang Zhulan is dead. He must bear the responsibility. And you, referee, how can you stand by and watch her be killed? We will report you as well, and you shall not leave. The referee's face turned grim. Do as you please. File your complaints if you wish. Now, please step aside and allow the competitors to exit without disturbing others. What does it matter? No one is leaving today until this matter is thoroughly investigated. At that moment, Zhao Linglong approached. What is happening here? The referee explained the situation to Zhao Linglong, who narrowed her eyes at the crowd. What are your intentions? He has committed murder. We must await the official investigation. And none of you are permitted to leave. Someone shouted vehemently at Jang Bai. With narrowed eyes, Jang Bai discerned that all accusations were directed at him. While no one mentioned Aoqing, the one who had acted, in an instant, he comprehended the identities of these individuals. They were fervent supporters of Li Lingtian, and even previously, they had conspired with Wang Zhulan to slander him at school. Zhao Linglong produced her identification and declared, I am an official, now. What do you wish to accuse? Upon seeing Zhao Linglong's credentials, the crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. They recognized Jang Bai's official status, but were astonished to discover that this woman in a qipao was also of official standing, and her rank was not insignificant. What is the meaning of this? Who dares to accuse this official? Lu Mei seethed. You are exceedingly arrogant. truly believing you can dominate Jiangnan City? The official authority is not solely yours. A glint of intrigue flickered across Zhao Linglong's exquisitely chiseled features as she swayed toward Lu Mei, raising her hand. Slap. Her long, fair fingers converged, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Mei's face. She then flicked her hand, smiling as she remarked, I now accuse you of assaulting me. Do you believe it will be you who is detained? The searing pain on her face nearly drove Lu Mei to madness. She glared at Zhao Linglong, yet ultimately remained silent, for she was not an official. We shall take our leave, she finally gritted out. Wait. Zhao Linglong called out as they attempted to depart. Lu Mei turned to glare at Zhao Linglong. With a gentle lift of her chin, Zhao Linglong provocatively gazed back, coolly uttering 2 words, apologize. Impossible. Slap. Apologize. Slap. Apologize. Slap. Apologize. With several strikes, Lu Mei's head buzzed, her face swelling grotesquely. You seek death. Lu Mei's eyes blazed with fury, poised to retaliate when suddenly a terrible wave of pressure pinned her in place, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing her. It restored her rationality. She stared in shock at the strikingly youthful classical beauty before her. Apologize. Sorry. Lu Mei trembled as the words escaped her lips. Zhao Linglong nodded in satisfaction. Just as Lu Mei intended to leave, Zhao Linglong interjected, Say thank you. Lu Mei and the crowd were taken aback, suppressing her inner humiliation. Lu Mei turned to Jang Bai and said, Thank you. Jang Bai was left in disbelief. Is the veteran so domineering? Zhao Linglong shook her head. Smiling at Jang Bai, it is not directed at him. It is for me. Thank you. Once the group had departed, Jang Bai approached Zhao Linglong and gave her a thumbs up. Sister Linglong, you are truly impressive. Zhao Linglong shook her head, smiling brightly at Jang Bai. It is not about being impressive. Jang Bai replied, Fine, your speed is remarkable. Zhao Linglong sighed, a group of foolish women devoid of intellect. They remain oblivious to the day their recklessness will lead to their demise. With that, she cast a lingering glance at Jang Bai. Jang Bai nodded in agreement, indeed. Subsequently, he participated in 2 more matches, facing opponents of merely a dozen levels higher, yet each victory was hard-won. However, his earnings remained unchanged, as the settlement time was outpaced by the matches. By the end of the day, he had accumulated a mere 900,000 from his first victory. And after the platform's deductions, only 1.2 million remained. Could those who appreciate this book kindly pen a review or recommend it to those seeking new reads? Thank you all, and remember to support with love, much appreciated. Chapter 68, Yang Qianlong, Administration Bureau. Zhao Linglong languidly sat in Yang Feng's office, idly toying with her slender fingers, while Yang Feng paced the room in a fit of frustration. Observing Zhao Linglong's nonchalant demeanor, he erupted. Are you aware of the grave implications of your actions today? As a member of the administration, how could you openly assault a mere beastmaster? You struck another and expect gratitude in return? What an audacious display of authority. Now, a complaint has reached my desk. What do you propose we do? What am I to do now? Yang Feng's hand crashed heavily onto the desk, producing a resounding clatter. Zhao Linglong frowned, lifting her gaze to coldly fixate on Yang Feng's face. Are you addressing me? Confronted by her frigid stare, Yang Feng's breath hitched, and he felt deflated, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, at over 80 years of age. Before he could finish, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, and a sudden pain shot through his back, leaving him sprawled on the floor, with Zhao Linglong's foot pressing down on his head, forcing his face against the ground. Cough. Cough. Sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Who could have anticipated that the current head of Nanjing City would find himself subdued in his own office? Knock, knock, knock. A cheerful voice resonated from outside. Director, I am looking for Sister Linglong. It was only then that Zhao Linglong allowed Yang Feng to rise. He stood, dusting himself off and clearing his throat before announcing, Come in. He Xiao slowly pushed the door open, fully aware that the director was likely in a foul mood, particularly after Linglong's rather extreme actions that morning. In her opinion, a private reprimand would suffice, allowing for a more forceful approach while mitigating complications. Upon entering, he Xiao beheld Zhao Linglong, adorned in a green floral qipao, standing obediently, seemingly having received a stern lecture from the director. Sister Linglong, there have been reports in the southern district of missing children. Zhao Linglong nodded. You may proceed. I will join you shortly. Watching he Xiao exit, Yang Feng abruptly sprang from his seat, approaching Zhao Linglong from behind. He placed his hands on her shoulders, massaging gently, feeling the chill emanating from her skin. A flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Sister, I truly regret my actions. Upon seeing Zhao Linglong in silence, Yang Feng hesitated, stammering, Sister, you seem to be exceedingly kind to that Jang Bai fellow. Could it be he is the one you have been searching for? At these words, Zhao Linglong was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought as she replied, I cannot say for certain. At that time, Linger mentioned she encountered 3 individuals, one named Tao Ming, another Feng Ling, and the last by Linger. Yet, despite my years of searching, I have not found them. I have observed Tao Ming for many years, and he does not resemble the person Linger described. Yang Feng could not suppress his thoughts. Might it be that Sister Linger was mistaken? Perhaps these individuals do not exist at all. He paused, hesitating to voice his thoughts, suspecting that Zhao Linglong's sister might have been delusional in conjuring up these 3 figures. However, he refrained from speaking this aloud, considering that his own sister had even changed her name for Linger. Zhao Linglong cast him a fleeting glance and declared, That is impossible. I know Linger very well. She would never have known the details about my beast daughter. She summoned me to the villa, and I did not notice at the time, but in retrospect, there must have been others present in the villa, existing in a manner I was unaware of. Yang Feng could not help but interject, but that seems illogical. A being from the future returning to the past to enable Sister Linger and your beast daughter to advance. Does that not strike you as odd? You mentioned that Sister Linger proposed utilizing virtual realm energy to cultivate the Nain immortal technique, a method suggested by Tao Ming. Yet, if Tao Ming hails from the future, how could he possibly know that the Nain immortal technique requires virtual realm energy for cultivation? In response to Yang Feng's doubts, Zhao Linglong remained silent, acutely aware of the paradox that lay within the situation, one that could never be resolved. However, she recalled Linger's final words, urging her to locate a future being named Tao Ming to address the deficiencies in her immortal techniques. In a dimly lit rented room, Wang Long huddled in the corner, his body trembling uncontrollably, a pained expression occasionally crossing his face. In the flickering light, he could see the purple markings on his body had spread to his chest. When, precisely, did I become infected with virtual realm energy? Was it during my encounter with the Lord of Virtual Erosion on the Sacred Mountain? Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Struggling to rise, his body felt like a malfunctioning machine, shaking beyond his control. Who is it? He attempted to keep his voice steady. It's the delivery person. I did not order any delivery. Brother Long, it's me, Xiao Zhang. You saved me once. Do you remember? What Brother Long? I do not know you. Please leave. Bang. The rickety door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a man in a suit, followed by a woman clad in a low-cut dress, with a striking flower blooming in the northern hemisphere of her ample bosom. The man surveyed the room with a pained expression, lamenting, Brother Long, it seems you have not been faring well lately. Uncertain of why he was approached, Wang Long's expression darkened as he remarked, Zhang Yuan, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhang Yuan replied with a cold chuckle, Brother Long, ever since you emerged from the Sacred Mountain, you have been evading us. I wish to know the reason behind it. He continued, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. If you are facing difficulties, you need only express them. There is no need to remain in such a dismal place, is there? Wang Long quietly responded, I do not require assistance. However, it was clear that they needed Brother Long's help. What assistance? He inquired. We need you to ensure you never speak again. As soon as the words left his lips, a woman standing behind Zhang Yuan sprang into action, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Wang Long's vital points. Wang Long hastily invoked his inner secrets to counter the attack. Yet the woman's movements were exceedingly elusive. She vanished from sight, and he felt a chill against his neck. In the next instant, the dagger was perilously close to his throat. With a fierce roar, Wang Long evaded her strike, his hands glowing with golden energy as he swung a punch toward her chest. The woman, realizing the danger, promptly retreated. Zhang Yuan remained stationary, drawing a handgun and firing several rounds at Wang Long. As he watched all the bullets being deflected, he discarded the firearm, muttering, what a worthless piece of junk. He then clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow towards Wang Long's heart. With an uncanny twist, Wang Long evaded the fatal strike, the punch landing squarely on his chest. Utilizing the momentum, he broke through a window and fled into the empty street, running at full speed, with Zhang Yuan hot on his heels. Brother Long, why not accept your fate? Why struggle in vain? Wang Long sneered, why not join me? Zhang Yuan chuckled. As long as Brother Long possesses the capability, I would gladly accompany you on your journey. However, I have heard that your beast companions perished on the sacred mountain. It seems you lack the strength now. As his words faded, Zhang Yuan's two beast companions materialized before Wang Long, blocking his path. Stopping abruptly, Wang Long inquired, "Did a superior send you to kill me?" Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, "Why ask so many questions? Knowing will only bring you more trouble." Wang Long lowered his head, obscuring his expression, and challenged, "Are you so confident that you can devour me? Feel free to unleash any hidden tricks you have, and we shall see if you can escape alive." Wang Long closed his eyes, relinquishing control over the energy of the void within him, allowing it to consume his body. To Zhang Yuan's astonishment, Wang Long's form began to tremble uncontrollably, emitting strange hissing sounds. Alarmed, Zhang Yuan urged, "Quickly, kill him." He had never anticipated that Wang Long harbored the energy of the void within. In an instant, Zhang Yuan and his beast companions surged forward. Chapter 69. Disappearance. Jang Bai and Aoqing strolled hand in hand down the street, Aoqing's tail swaying behind her, radiating a cheerful demeanor. Gazing at Aoqing's exquisite visage, Jang Bai remarked, "Sister Aoqing, your acting skills require enhancement. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from studying chemistry for the time being, and instead devote your time to observing the self-cultivation of actors at home." Aoqing, obedient and gentle, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I will make time to do so." Observing Aoqing's demeanor, Jang Bai could not resist ruffling her hair, instantly transforming her azure locks into a disheveled mess. Noticing the hint of resentment in her bright eyes, Jang Bai chuckled, "Do not be upset. I shall help you fix your hair when we return. Yes, let us head home. There is a competition tomorrow." As they made their way back, a bloodied figure rushed past them with alarming speed. With just a glance, Jang Bai recognized the individual as Wang Long, the assailant from the sacred mountain. In an instant, Jang Bai propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to Wang Long's back. With a resounding thud, Wang Long was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing Jang Bai, Wang Long's pupils constricted in disbelief. He was perplexed as to how he encountered Jang Bai here and astonished by Jang Bai's formidable strength. How much time had passed? Jang Bai wore a cold smile as he greeted, "Long time no see, Wang Long. Have you forgotten me?" Wang Long stammered, "How could you be so strong? That is of no concern to you. Sister Aoqing possesses your innate skill, Soul Devour. I wish to ascertain where you have taken those children." Aoqing nodded, stepping forward to extend her fair hand, which emanated a soft azure glow that surged into Wang Long's mind. This time, there would be no beast maiden to rescue him. As time elapsed, Wang Long's already fragmented consciousness began to dissipate. He emitted bizarre sounds akin to those produced by infected entities, his head moving in a mechanical manner. "Enough," Zhang Bai observed with a slight smile, placing his hand upon Wang Long's head. "May your journey be smooth." Suddenly, the yin-yang immortal technique within Zhang Bai surged, exuding a tremendous suction that drew the power from Wang Long's body into his own. Wang Long struggled desperately, instinctively attempting to free himself from Zhang Bai's grip. Yet, Zhang Bai's hand clutched his head with the strength of an iron vice. Gradually, Wang Long's body began to convulse before becoming motionless, devoid of life, ultimately transforming into a lifeless husk. Zhang Bai discarded the corpse onto the ground, dusted off his hands, and exhaled deeply. What relief! At this moment, his cultivation had once again achieved a breakthrough, reaching level 33. Aoqing, observing Zhang Bai's demeanor, could not help but voice her concern. "Will there be any aftereffects from this?" Zhang Bai shook his head, replying, "No. I discovered the remarkable properties of the yin-yang immortal technique during my time in the Jade Palace. It can absorb energy from the void. I simply had not the opportunity to experiment until today, and as I suspected, it has proven beneficial." Aoqing nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. As long as Zhang Bai felt assured, that was enough. He then spoke. "Indeed, the child that went missing was taken by him. His first beast girl possesses a unique talent that allows her to traverse distances. He employed this secret technique to abscond with the child unnoticed." Zhang Bai inquired, "Do you know where he has taken the child?" "They have all been sent to a villa known as Feng Ting Shi," Aoqing replied. "Moreover, his attack on you was solely motivated by his desire for Zhang Yu's reward. Zhang Yu did not initiate the mission." Zhang Bai nodded, then asked, "Is there any connection between the child's disappearance and the Zhang family?" Aoqing shook his head, stating, there was no evidence found. Their speech seemed rather peculiar, as if they were not from the Great Xia Kingdom. Let us leave it be for now and return, he suggested. Jang Bai relayed the information he had gathered to Zhao Linglong before he and Aoqing made their way home. As they ascended the stairs, they noticed that the door across the hall was ajar, with the sound of Bai Jia's sobbing emanating from within. Frowning, Jang Bai stepped inside and found Bai Jia in a white nightgown, sitting despondently on the sofa, her hair still damp with droplets. He Xiao and Tao Ming stood before her, their faces etched with concern. Upon seeing Jang Bai, both He Xiao and Tao Ming expressed surprise. Jang Bai, what are you doing here? Jang Bai gestured towards the opposite house. I reside here. Observing Bai Jia's distraught state, he could not help but ask, Sister Bai Jia, what has happened? Bai Jia seemed to find solace in his presence and immediately threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, Xiao Bai, Ming Ming is missing. Ming Ming is gone. Feeling her trembling form, Jang Bai gently patted her back, saying, Sister Bai Jia, please calm down and tell me what happened. I had just gone to take a shower, and Ming Ming was watching television alone. When I came out, she had vanished, Bai Jia recounted. A heavy weight settled in Jang Bai's heart as he turned to Tao Ming, asking, have you checked the community surveillance? Could she have gone out to play? Tao Ming shook his head, replying, Xie Bing has just gone to the monitoring room and has not returned yet. Soon after, Xie Bing entered, his expression fraught with anxiety. There is no sign of the child leaving on the surveillance footage. It is likely the work of a beast master. Remembering the previously missing children, Jang Bai's spirits plummeted. He made a swift decision. Xie Bing, you and your assistant stay here with Sister Bai Jia. Xiao, Tao Ming, you will accompany me to rescue her. He Xiao's vehicle was a black SUV, a stark contrast to her petite, round-faced appearance. Once inside the car, she eagerly asked, Jang Bai, where are we going to rescue her? Jang Bai gritted his teeth, Feng Ting Shi. His fists were clenched tightly. Although he had known Ming Ming for a brief time, he had genuinely grown fond of the spirited little girl. He dared not entertain thoughts of any ill fate befalling her. Just then, the phone rang, and Jang Bai answered it, hearing Zhao Linglong's alluring voice on the other end. Hello, little brother Xiao Bai. Have you missed your sister since coming home? Linglong did not heed Zhao Linglong's invitation to drive. Instead, Jang Bai recounted the matter concerning Ming Ming to Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong replied, I will head over immediately. Having reached this point, a request for a book review and a plea for support was made, thanking everyone for their consideration. Chapter 70. The 9 chrysanthemum sect. The sound of the black off-road vehicle's brakes echoed like a beast's roar, as he Xiao skillfully brought the vehicle to a halt at the entrance of Confronting Pavilion. This establishment was situated in the remote outskirts of Nanjing City, encompassing an extensive area. The interior was ablaze with light, and at the entrance stood 2 grand sculptures of serpents intertwined around stone columns, each adorned with the engraving of colossal chrysanthemums. Upon noticing the black SUV parked outside, 2 men clad in formal attire emerged beside the gate. They were of diminutive stature, and their repugnant faces were accentuated by their malicious eyes. Who are you? No parking allowed here. Hurry up and leave. The leading man spoke in broken Mandarin. He Xiao turned to Jang Bai and explained, this is the residence of the wealthy magnate Okamoto Nichikawa from Sakura country. Without the organization's authorization, we cannot proceed with the search. Otherwise, we would face punitive measures from the organization. Jang Bai nodded and promptly exited the vehicle. The man pointed disdainfully at Jang Bai's face, reiterating, did you not hear me? No parking allowed here. You low-class people, just like your entire nation. With a grim expression, Jang Bai delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach and shouting, kill him, kill him. As another man rushed towards Jang Bai, the rest of the group exited their vehicles. Tao Ming hurried over to intervene, saying, wait, don't engage. Humph. Do you Dachao people dare to act here? Are you not afraid of repercussions from your own country? Kneel and apologize immediately, and I might consider sparing you. The Sakura national shouted. Tao Ming took a deep breath and pulled Jang Bai aside, whispering, this isn't feasible. We can't enter. Forget the number of people on the other side. If they make a call, it will be us who suffer. Let us contact Captain Shintong to get the authorization first, then we can proceed. Jang Bai's expression darkened, for by the time the authorization was obtained, those individuals would have already relocated their targets, making it impossible to find them. Tao Ming understood Jang Bai's concerns and explained. The The situation for Daxia on the battlefield is precarious, and we still need to cooperate with Sakura country. This is a diplomatic issue beyond our jurisdiction. Did you not hear me? Kneel. The Sakura national shouted again. At that moment, Zhao Linglong's Azure sports car arrived, and as the door swung open, she stepped out in a qipao. Sister Linglong, he Xiao called out. Ah, what a beautiful flower maiden. I have changed my mind. If this woman spends the night with us, I shall forgive your rudeness tonight, the man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong remained silent, casting a glance at Jang Bai. In the next moment, Jang Bai vanished from his original position, only to reappear with a grip around his opponent's neck, discarding him onto the ground like a lifeless dog. The individuals from Sakura country, now sprawled on the floor, were utterly dumbfounded as they caught Jang Bai's gaze. Their lips trembled in terror. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. I demand to see your officials, you uncouth bastards. Bang! Jang Bai delivered another kick, this time targeting the heart. Witnessing the cessation of life in his adversary, Tao Ming grimaced and remarked, Sister Linglong, we've really done it this time. Zhao Linglong, unfazed, replied, It's fine. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. She then turned to Jang Bai and asked, Are you certain this is the right place? Jang Bai nodded, confirming that this was the location found by Aoqing based on Wang Long's memories. The group then proceeded into the Confronting villa. Upon entering the mansion, they were greeted by an opulently adorned hall, yet it was devoid of any occupants. These scoundrels seemed to be living quite well, he Xiao scoffed. Much like in his previous life, the relationship between Sakura country and Daxia country was marred by deep-seated enmity, often igniting conflicts over relics in the sea. Zhao Linglong, with her slender waist swaying, led the way, explaining to the others. It is rumored that the ancestors of Sakura country were qi refiners dispatched overseas by the Qin Emperor before the arrival of the virtual realm in the Holy Mountain. They failed to complete the Emperor's task and thus settled there, too fearful to return. Jang Bai listened quietly to these familiar tales from his past life. As he surveyed the villa's lavish decor, he noticed the walls adorned with myriad chrysanthemum motifs. Zhao Linglong pointed to the chrysanthemum designs, stating, This is the emblem of the 9 chrysanthemum sect, the state religion of Sakura country. They are eager to plaster their insignia in every corner of Daxia country. The recent case of missing children had led us to them, yet we never anticipated you would uncover their lair. Turning to Jang Bai with a playful smile, Zhao Linglong inquired, By the way, how did you find this place? Jang Bai hesitated for a moment before replying earnestly, It is quite a coincidence. On my way home, I encountered the severely injured Wang Long, and I had Aoqing use her innate abilities to locate this place. Zhao Linglong glanced at Aoqing beside Jang Bai and nodded in acknowledgement. The group began to disperse within the villa grounds to search. Suddenly, Tao Ming shouted, I've made a discovery. Jang Bai hurried over upon hearing the commotion, entering a room filled with an assortment of children's toys and daily necessities, clearly indicating that a multitude of children once resided there. Zhao Linglong remarked, It seems they have already relocated. Sister Linglong, I found this, he Xiao approached, holding a stack of blueprints adorned with various lines that formed a peculiar pattern. What is this? Tao Ming asked curiously. Zhao Linglong pondered for a moment and replied, It appears to be some sort of formation, but I need to investigate further to determine its function. He Xiao inquired, What is a formation? Formations are constructs developed by ancient qi refiners, possessing various effects. Isn't this just a pattern? He Xiao remarked. Zhao Linglong shook her head and remarked, There is a distinct difference between patterns and formations. One could assert that patterns are a refined evolution of formations, having discarded various intricate processes. Patterns are undoubtedly more concise and convenient to carry. Jang Bai stared at the design on the white paper, his brow knitted into a furrow. Noticing Jang Bai's expression, Zhao Linglong inquired, Do you recognize it, Jang Bai? He shook his head. This object evoked a sense of familiarity within him. He had seen it before, yet the specific details eluded him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Linglong instructed, Let us return for now. Xiao, arrange for someone to keep watch here. Apprehend anyone who enters immediately without the need for a report. Tao Ming, upon your return, take the blueprint to the research department and investigate the function of this formation. Understood, they replied. As the two departed, Jang Bai asked, What about me? Zhao Linglong glanced at him and said, Your current task is to prepare for the competition. We will follow up on this case. Thinking of Meng Ming's adorable face, Jang Bai fell into silence. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Linglong said earnestly, Jang Bai, remember, the national competition is far more significant than you might imagine. You must achieve excellent results. Jang Bai nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Linglong turned to him and suddenly asked, Jang Bai, how old do you think I am? Momentarily taken aback, he looked at Zhao Linglong's exquisite and beautiful face, then at the perfect curves accentuated by her chi-pao, and earnestly replied, at least D. Upon hearing his answer, Zhao Linglong burst into laughter, her joy radiating, and playfully covered her mouth, saying, I meant my age. 18, he responded. Zhao Linglong gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his discernment. It seemed she would need to have a word with her inept younger brother, who had the audacity to claim she was 80. How absurd. Chapter 71. The strange Bai Linger. Watching Zhao Linglong's sports car disappear from view, Jang Bai returned home with Aoqing standing at the door. He hesitated for a moment before knocking on Bai Jia's door. Click. Bai Jia opened the door, her hair in disarray, eyes red and devoid of their usual luster, the kind of brilliance only found in those who cherish life. Seeing her state, Jang Bai understood she had already learned the news of Mengming's disappearance. Sister Bai, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to bring Mengming back. You must take care of yourself. We cannot have you falling ill when she returns, he reassured her. Yes, I understand, Bai Jia replied weakly. Sister Bai. You, Bai Jia interrupted him, saying, Xiao Bai, please go back for now. I need some quiet. Once back in his room, Jiang Bai summoned Bai Ling, then collapsed onto the sofa. He continuously replayed the image of the blueprint in his mind, yet he could not grasp it. This sensation was distressing. The answer lay tantalizingly close, yet remained elusive. Suddenly, he heard Aoqing's voice. How about I cook tonight? What would you like to eat? Upon noticing, Jang Bai was taken aback to see Aoqing donning an apron and wielding a spatula, her long blue hair tied up in a high ponytail that swayed with her every movement. Both Jang Bai and Bai Linger simultaneously thought, oh no. They exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, noodles. Aoqing, with her elegantly arched eyebrows furrowing slightly, felt a pang of disappointment. Despite her diligent studies in culinary arts, she had yet to find an opportunity to practice. Now that the chance had finally presented itself, Linger and Xiao Bai only wished for noodles. This simply would not do. She had even taken up chemistry to master the art of cooking. I've already prepared a meal. We can have noodles tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll have it ready in no time, she declared, not waiting for their response before diving into the kitchen. The sounds of chopping soon echoed from within, clearly indicating her fervent activity. Jang Bai, observing Aoqing's spirited demeanor, felt a flicker of helplessness. He could not fathom why she was so fixated on culinary prowess. Was his cooking truly that unpalatable? Yet, he felt quite confident in his culinary skills. He turned to Bai Linger, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Linger, you've been acting strangely lately. Is something the matter? For the past few days, she had evaded him like a mouse avoiding a cat, retreating to her room upon returning home, only to emerge briefly for meals before hastily returning. Was she contemplating a life of seclusion? Bai Linger stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze wandering aimlessly across the ceiling while her tail remained motionless. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong. Why do you ask? Jang Bai, exasperated, replied, if you're capable, then look me in the eyes while you speak. And your tail is practically pinned down. How can you claim everything is all right? With a frown, Jang Bai rose from his seat and retrieved a bouquet he had purchased the previous afternoon, initially intended for Bai Linger to place in her room. He approached her, only for her to leap back in alarm like a startled rabbit, crossing her arms defensively. Her silver ears perked up in fear, her delicate features betraying her anxiety. Jang Bai was momentarily stunned. Are you serious about that retreat? Linger, what is truly troubling you? Please, share it with me, he implored, inching closer. I genuinely have no issues, Bai Linger protested, slowly backing away. Is that really the case? Indeed. Absolutely true. Please don't come any closer. Eventually, Bai Linger found herself cornered against the wall, with no retreat left. Gathering her resolve, she thought, bring it on, I'm not afraid. But then panic seized her. Oh no, is Brother Jang Bai going to harm me? What should I do? Should I refuse him? As her mind raced and her face flushed, Jang Bai, noticing her blushing countenance, paused. He reached out to gently touch her forehead, murmuring softly, not warm at all. However, it felt as if someone had flipped a switch on a large trumpet. Ah! Upon hearing Bai Linger's exclamation, Aoqing peeked out from the kitchen, inquiring, "What happened?" "It's nothing. I merely wanted Linger to place the flowers in her room," Jang Bai replied, raising the bouquet in his hand. "Place them inside." Bai Linger's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jang Bai, shaking her head vigorously, her hands gesturing in refusal. "No, don't put them in. They're too large. The space is so small that they will get damaged." Jang Bai paused, glancing at the flowers in his grasp. They didn't seem oversized. Surely, the vase in Linger's room could accommodate them. "Linger, this should fit, right?" No, it will break." Could it be that the vase in her room was truly minuscule? Had he perhaps purchased too many flowers? But surely, her resistance was excessive. "It's fine. I'll just put in a little less." Bai Linger looked taken aback. "You can put in less?" Jang Bai's eyes widened in surprise. "How peculiar. If the vase can't hold them all, can't I just insert half?" Bai Linger blushed, lowering her head, murmuring, "Then let us try it tonight?" "Why tonight? Can't we do it now?" "Huh." A few minutes later, Bai Linger was perched on the sofa, her head buried firmly beneath a pillow, resembling an ostrich. At that moment, Bai Linger wished to cry. If only she could return to the sacred mountain immediately. "Oh, why did I say such things? It's all Jang Bai Gij's fault. Always discussing those strange matters with my sister, making me feel odd too." Jang Bai sat at the dining table, sensing an impending crisis as he stared at the two dishes Aoqing had brought out. "Linger, it's time to eat," Aoqing said gently to Bai Linger. "I want to eat, I refuse." Aoqing approached and removed the pillow. Bai Linger dove into Aoqing's embrace, sobbing, "Elder sister, Jang Bai Gij is bullying me." Jang Bai, seated at the table, looked bewildered. "What did I do?" he asked, utterly perplexed. At the dining table, Bai Linger, her eyes red, picked up some food with her chopsticks and placed it into Jang Bai's bowl, sniffling. "Jang Bai Gij, eat more, and please don't bully Linger anymore." A shadow crossed Jang Bai's face. "Goodness, were you waiting for me?" Just as Jang Bai intended to serve Bai Linger some food, he was met with her tear-filled gaze. "Jang Bai Gij, why aren't you eating?" Returning to his room, Jang Bai opened his computer and logged onto the trading website. Accessing his battle information, Jang Bai vs. Sun Meng odds. 3-1, player information, updated in real time. Jang Bai, level 17, unbet, Sun Meng, level 20, bet, 2 million. Upon seeing this, Jang Bai immediately wagered all of his 1.2 million on himself. "From tomorrow onward, I'll cease updates. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I'm too anxious. Oh, I forgot, I'm not a high school student. Continue to improve. I wish all the students taking the college entrance examination success in their endeavors and flawless results. Everyone should take a moment to view the free videos and offer their support out of love." Chapter 72. Turmoil resurfaces on Douyin, emerging from a dream. Jang Bai retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lu Dali. Is that you, master?" "Dali, why have you stopped?" "Please, continue," came Lu Dali's puzzled voice, soon followed by a woman's delicate tone urging him on. A sound of a slap reverberated, indicating someone had been reprimanded. "Silence. I have pressing matters to discuss." After hearing a rustling noise as someone hastily dressed, Jang Bai, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "Are you finished?" "Master, I am ready. Please feel free to command me." Lu Dali responded, his tone ingratiating. "Assist me in investigating the members of the Jiuju sect in Nanjing City. Ideally, I need you to locate one for me. I have significant use for them." Jang Bai intended to capture a member of the Jiuju sect directly and have Aoqing utilize the soul-devouring secret method to uncover Mingming's whereabouts. "Understood, master. I will expedite your request," Lu Dali assured before the call ended. Jang Bai's mind wandered back to the pattern on the white paper. Where had he seen it before? Unable to recall, he opened Douyin and discovered a video trending at the top of the search results. Nanjing University Auxiliary College Beast Master Jang Bai commits premeditated murder. Officially covered up. Upon clicking the video, he saw a woman with a swollen face tearfully recounting her plight. This was the same woman who had been assaulted by Zhao Linglong earlier that day. "Wang Zhulan is my close friend. She is a kind and diligent girl. Her life should not end so carelessly. We must ensure that the wicked receive their due punishment and that the authorities thoroughly investigate those who shield these wrongdoers." As far as I know, Jang Bai is merely an ordinary beast master from the auxiliary college. How could someone who is yet to graduate join the official ranks? We demand an explanation, a truth. Justice must be served. The comments below were filled with vitriol, revealing a clear bias. "Dear friends, I've shared Jang Bai's Douyin account. Let us bring him down together." This is utterly dark. How can such a person be part of the official ranks? I am bewildered by the state of the world. This nation is under the control of such individuals. It seems utterly hopeless. Why didn't Jang Bai perish on the sacred mountain? Truly, good people live short lives while calamity endures for eons. Hell is empty, and demons walk the earth. Yet, there were those who defended Jang Bai. Have you not noticed? Wang Zhulan was attacking with lethal intent. It seems she aimed to kill Jang Bai, only to be oblivious to Aoqing's presence behind her, resulting in her demise. Indeed, how could Aoqing, a mere level 0 beast girl, possibly kill a level 19 beast master in one blow? That defies belief. The upper limit for a level 0 beast girl is level 20. And the battle video clearly showcased the gray mark on Aoqing's forehead as she entered the fray. Some have countered. Is it possible that the referee is in cahoots with Jang Bai? Has he secretly manipulated Wang Zhulan, causing her to be at a loss? What's wrong? Did you leave your brain behind when reading the Imperial Edict? This is a national competition. What are you questioning? I don't care. Whoever can defeat Jang Bai in the competition, I will spend a night with him and the beast girl. This is a promise, accompanied by an alluring image. Sun Meng, if you can defeat Jang Bai tomorrow, I'll give you 1 million. Jang Bai casually skimmed through a few comments, dismissing them as the musings of thoughtless individuals. Yet a few remarks piqued his interest. Have you all not noticed a peculiar issue? When Jang Bai formed a contract with Aoqing, he was only at level 9. Now, it has barely been a while, and he is already at level 17? Holy cow, I noticed that too. His cultivation speed is astonishingly unnatural. Why was he so slow before? Could it be that he invested all his money and effort into Bai Yuan, thus neglecting his training? He is simply a genius. Jang Bai nodded in satisfaction, planning to present himself as a prodigy, and indeed, some had already noticed his rapid advancement. Subsequently, he posted a simple message. Is cultivation merely a matter of having hands? Surely, there can't be someone who truly cultivates slowly. After shutting off his phone, he lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. In the midst of his deep sleep, Jang Bai was suddenly stirred by a gentle, affectionate voice by his ear. Xiao Bai, it's time to get up. You'll be late for kindergarten. Jang Bai groped around, gradually dressing himself before stepping out of his room. In the hall, an elderly gentleman sat upright in an armchair, holding a book. Grandpa, I'm so sleepy. I don't want to go to school, little Jang Bai exclaimed as he leaped into the old man's embrace. A tender smile graced the weathered face of the elder, who placed the book on the table, lifted little Jang Bai onto his lap, and affectionately ruffled his hair with his gnarled hands. Good grandson. Curiously, little Jang Bai flipped through the book. Grandpa, what is this? The old man chuckled, taking the book and turning the pages. This is called The Secret Art of Fortune. It is a legacy of the great Xia kingdom spanning thousands of years, capable of revealing the geomancy of a place and discovering the strongest sources of fortune. Little Jang Bai's eyes widened in amazement as he gazed at the strange illustrations in the book. What is geomancy? The old man pinched little Jang Bai's cheek. You'll understand when you grow up. Now hurry and wash up. I'll take you to kindergarten soon. Little Jang Bai lowered his head and murmured, Grandpa, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Why don't you want to go? Has something happened? They all say I'm a child without parents and refuse to play with me. The old man smiled gently, saying, Xiao Bai, you silly child. How could you be here without parents? Little Jang Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Then where are my parents? A fleeting reminiscence flickered across the elderly man's face. They are waiting for us in a distant place. Xiao Jang Bai nodded earnestly, declaring, I will seek them out when I grow up. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Xiao Jang Bai's head, as if an iron rod had been thrust into it, twisting and writhing within. His complexion drained of color, the agony rendered him voiceless, and he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Just then, a warm hand rested upon his head, and he felt a refreshing coolness penetrating his mind, restoring him to awareness. Meeting his grandfather's concerned gaze, Xiao Zhangbai softly inquired, Grandfather, when will my illness be cured? The old man sighed, Soon, very soon. After breakfast, Xiao Zhangbai donned his backpack and said, Grandfather, let us go to school. Very well. Observing Xiao Zhangbai's demeanor, the old man suddenly spoke, Xiao Bai, if one day I am no longer here, would you be willing to live with your aunt? Xiao Zhangbai was momentarily taken aback, his large eyes brimming with tears as he responded, Grandfather, do you not want me anymore? Dear grandson, do not cry. How could your grandfather ever forsake you? The sky was a deep azure as Zhangbai awoke, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Indeed, he had seen that image before. Chapter 73. The Emergence of Fame in His Memories. His grandfather was a short old man, always smiling as he sat on a bench beside the senior fitness area in their community, observing those who came to exercise. He would often comment on attractive women, saying things like, "This one is good, she has childbearing hips." Or no, her chest is too small. She won't be able to nurse. Each of his remarks would elicit a chorus of eye rolls and scorn, yet he relished the attention. Sometimes, when Jang Bai awoke in the middle of the night, he would find his grandfather missing, only to detect the lingering scent of women on him the following day. "Grandfather, where did you go last night?" he would ask. I took care of some important matters," the old man would respond with a mischievous grin. In the living room, Jang Bai stood bare-chested, his shoulder adorned with the fearsome white tiger tattoo painted by Bai Linger, the fierce design sending shivers down one's spine. Aoqing was clad in a suit of azure armor, her dual horns glimmering under the light, while her long blue hair was tied into a sleek high ponytail, exuding an air of gallantry. However, Jang Bai felt something was amiss. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing Aoqing, when a flash of inspiration struck him. Gentle, yes. Aoqing is too gentle. She is nothing like the aloof figure she presents outside, especially during yesterday's confrontation with Wang Zhulan. Her demeanor was strikingly captivating. With a chuckle, Jang Bai suggested, "Sister Aoqing, could you adopt a fiercer expression?" Aoqing was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting her confusion. "Just like you did on the arena yesterday," he clarified. After a moment of contemplation, Aoqing, having recently learned much online, quickly grasped the essence of Jang Bai's request. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing, exuding an air of aloofness and deadly resolve as she boldly commanded, "Brother, assist your sister in removing her battle armor." Jang Bai nearly lost his breath, instinctively pulling Aoqing into his embrace and kissing her. After they parted, Aoqing gazed at him impassively and coldly remarked, "Who permitted you to kiss me?" Jang Bai was taken aback. He bent down, suppressing his emotions, internally exclaiming, "Enchantress, if it weren't for pressing matters today, I would surely subdue you, this siren." Observing Jang Bai's flustered demeanor, Aoqing giggled, leaning closer to whisper enticingly in his ear, "There is still ample time." Jang Bai scratched his head, pondering, "Wouldn't this be too troublesome?" Aoqing smiled mysteriously. Her tail, cloaked in azure scales, swayed gently as she murmured, "My tail is not merely for scratching." At the entrance of the arena, as Jang Bai disembarked from his vehicle, he spotted Zhao Linglong leaning against her turquoise sports car. Arms crossed. True to form, she donned a delicate, floral cheapao, its hem split to reveal her long, shapely thighs, affording her ease of movement. Jang Bai recalled her spinning kick from their previous encounter at the casino, wondering if she might inadvertently reveal more than intended, though he assumed she was wearing safety shorts. "Arriving so early, sister? What is the occasion?" Jang Bai shot her a glance, unfazed by the potential of being caught in the act of staring. Zhao Linglong tossed a folder into his arms, stating, "This contains information about your opponent for today. You should review it promptly." Receiving the folder, a chill emanated from it as he lowered his gaze to peruse its contents. While he felt no particular need for information about his adversary, he didn't wish to disregard Zhao Linglong's thoughtful gesture. Name, Sun Meng. Gender, female. Age, 25. Level, 20. Measurements, 75, 60, 70. Such detailed information? He mused. Noting her figure seemed somewhat unremarkable, silently critiquing, she wouldn't be able to support an airport. He continued to read. Having never attended university, she joined the Tomb Raiding Guild directly after contracting a beast maiden at 18, having explored 5 secret realms thus far. Jang Bai was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering a guild member in the competition, especially one who had explored 5 realms at such a low level. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by these realms, and surviving such encounters spoke volumes of her capability, certainly far beyond those sheltered beast masters from yesterday. "Your opponent is formidable. She commands 2 beast maidens. Are you up to the challenge?" Zhao Linglong inquired, winking. "I must be," Jang Bai asserted confidently. "I believe in you. Good luck." Zhao Linglong regarded him earnestly. Upon entering the arena, Jang Bai quickly realized he had attracted numerous gazes, accompanied by the hushed whispers of the surrounding crowd. "Look over there, that is Jang Bai, and beside him is the beast maiden Aoqing clad in azure battle armor." I've heard that the top genius of the Imperial capital, Li Lingtian, wishes to form a contract with her. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. And the beast maiden is exquisite as well. But so what? Can she possibly compare to brother Li Lingtian? In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, is there anything Jang Bai possesses that surpasses him? If I were Aoqing, I would have fled long ago. Jang Bai's talent must not be lacking, right? It hasn't been long since he progressed from level 9 to level 17. However, he is already 21 years old, while brother Li Lingtian had already been to the battlefield at that age. What race is Aoqing anyway? Her combat physique looks extraordinarily impressive. I don't know, but it feels intimidating. I can sense my body trembling at the thought of a beast maiden speaking. Isn't that the woman in a qipao behind Jang Bai? The one who fought yesterday? I've heard she is affiliated with the authorities and is utterly arrogant. Others have also noticed Zhao Linglong next to Jang Bai. I've heard that Jang Bai's opponent today is Sun Ming, who is already at level 20 and is a die-hard fan of Li Lingtian. I suspect Jang Bai will receive a lesson today. Indeed, look at the previous matches. Jang Bai's victories were incredibly hard-fought. Today, he will likely be in for a beating. Hee, I've wagered all my wealth on Sun Ming today. I'm ready to enjoy the spoils afterward. You scoundrel, why didn't you tell me? Zhao Linglong. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, teased, you are quite the celebrity now. Jang Bai chuckled, merely a false reputation. Before long, Jang Bai arrived at his competition venue. Perhaps due to yesterday's events, the number of spectators around his arena was particularly high. Many had come to witness Jang Bai's downfall, while only a few focused their attention on Aoqing. Sensing their gazes, Aoqing subtly furrowed her brow. Noticing Aoqing's discomfort, Jang Bai gently grasped her hand, applying a slight pressure with his broad palm. The onlookers were taken aback by Jang Bai's gesture. Soon, it was time for Jang Bai to enter the arena. Upon stepping onto the competition stage, he spotted a woman of unremarkable appearance dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, standing quietly within the arena. Behind her were two beast maidens, one adorned with a white mark on her forehead, the other gray. Upon seeing Jang Bai enter, the referee's expression darkened. He never anticipated having to officiate another match for Jang Bai after receiving a scathing reprimand yesterday, resulting in a half-month salary deduction. Had it not been for the current shortage of staff, he would have likely packed his bags and gone home. Observing the referee, Jang Bai exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence, it's you again. The referee replied, it doesn't need to be that coincidental. Chapter 74, 1 against 2, shocking the entire arena. Sun Ming's gaze remained fixed on Jang Bai. Although she was a devoted fan of Li Lingtian, she did not find fault in Jang Bai's contract with Aoqing. On the contrary, she admired Jang Bai's character. Yesterday, she watched the video of Jang Bai and Wang Zhulan's battle. With her seasoned combat experience, she quickly discerned that Wang Zhulan harbored murderous intent from the outset. Thus, she saw nothing amiss in Wang Zhulan's demise. Sun Ming nodded toward Jang Bai and introduced herself. Jang Bai was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that Sun Ming, being a fan of Li Lingtian, would harbor ill feelings toward him. Jang Bai responded, now, let the competition commence. With a grand gesture, the referee retreated to the edge of the arena. Jang Bai, although your level is inferior to mine, I shall still exert my utmost effort, Sun Ming cautioned. As a beast master who had explored ruins 5 times, she understood that every battle demanded complete seriousness, regardless of her opponent's strength. Thank you for the reminder, Jang Bai replied with a smile. At that moment, the arena was illuminated with brilliant light as the 3 beast girls revealed their true forms. A tempest of energy ravaged the stage, causing Jang Bai's hair to dance wildly. Outside the arena, several women were captivated by Jang Bai's handsome visage. Wow, Jang Bai is incredibly handsome, paired with Aoqing's formidable battle form. He is truly a paragon of masculinity. Indeed, I declare myself Jang Bai's #1 fan today. Nonsense I am. They began to bicker, their quarrel escalating as if they were on the verge of confrontation. At the front of the stands, Zhao Linglong sat with her voluptuous figure poised on the bench. Her long, fair legs crossed elegantly, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jang Bai. In the arena, Jang Bai identified the 2 beast girls, a green serpent and a tabby cat. The serpent's battle form was substantial, yet still dwarfed by the Azure Dragon. How long do you think Jang Bai can last? 10 minutes. Huh, you overestimate him. The disparity between silver tier and ordinary tier beast girls is astronomical. Moreover, Sun Ming is no weakling herself, especially with an ordinary tier beast girl by her side. 10 minutes? I doubt he'll last a minute. Some analyzed seriously, showing little faith in Jang Bai. The silver-blooded green serpent suddenly coiled tightly, its body tensed, and with a swift motion, it transformed into a green arrow, hurtling toward the Azure Dragon. Almost simultaneously, Sun Ming charged at Jang Bai, her intentions clear, to confront Jang Bai first, then Aoqing. She moved with remarkable speed, radiating a blue glow. Jang Bai was slightly taken aback. Those he had encountered previously had predominantly harnessed potent golden energy, while blue energy, which could only be cultivated through water-based secret arts, signified defense. In Jang Bai's eyes, this was akin to the tank class in his previous Life S games. However, one must question the purpose of a tank moving so swiftly. Sun Ming's fist, imbued with the force of her momentum, grazed past Jang Bai's face, allowing him to observe the definition of her muscular arm. When Sun Ming noticed Jang Bai evade her strike, she felt a flicker of surprise. Was it mere luck? With a swift turn, he raised his leg and executed a spinning kick aimed at Jang Bai's head. Jang Bai deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a punch directed at Sun Ming's chest. The impact resonated sharply, yet he meticulously controlled his strength, ensuring Sun Ming was not incapacitated. Though the force of the blow left him momentarily uncertain whether he struck her chest or her back. Goodness, Jang Bai is extraordinarily fast, someone exclaimed from the sidelines. Sun Ming rubbed her chest, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her expression growing increasingly serious. Jang Bai's speed is remarkable. Meanwhile, Aoqing and the green serpent were entangled in a fierce struggle, with the tabby cat lurking nearby, ready to disrupt Aoqing at any moment. Upon encountering Aoqing, the green serpent immediately sensed the subtle yet potent pressure emanating from him. As they closed in, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to choke her from within, compelling her to consider fleeing. Suppressing her fear, the green serpent unleashed her skill. Fangs of the giant serpent. Opening her massive jaws, her dark maw revealed two venomous fangs glinting ominously as they lunged towards Aoqing's form. Simultaneously, the tabby cat darted forward with astonishing speed, its claws swiping at Aoqing's head. With a swift turn, Aoqing's massive dragon head fixated on the approaching tabby cat, its serene eyes meeting the feline's gaze, prompting the cat to abandon its attack. However, Aoqing's tail instinctively lashed out, only realizing at the last moment to temper its force. A resounding thud echoed as the tabby cat was sent flying. Yet, in her haste, she neglected the looming threat of the green serpent. The serpent's teeth sank heavily into Aoqing's scales. A sharp crack echoed throughout the arena as the green serpent's fangs shattered upon impact. Oh no, I've revealed part of my strength, Aoqing thought, glancing instinctively at Jang Bai, who was engrossed in his performance, oblivious to the unfolding events. We cannot afford to lose income, she realized. I must rectify this. With a decisive motion, Aoqing's formidable form crashed onto the ground, reverting to her beast woman state. At that moment, both the tabby cat and the green serpent returned to their beast woman forms. The tabby cat cowered behind the green serpent, trembling with fear, having felt a brush with death just moments prior. The green serpent fared worse, bloodied and missing two shattered teeth. So resilient. Aoqing's body is impenetrable, she lamented. Who truly belongs to the mortal realm, and who to the silver tier? With a woeful expression, the green serpent gazed at Aoqing, only to witness the latter clutching her chest, fixated on herself. The green serpent discerned a mix of fear, anger, and pain in Aoqing's eyes. A silent plea for help as if to say, I am injured. Come and assist me. Is she genuinely hurt? The green serpent pondered just as the arena erupted into chaos at the moment her fangs were shattered. Goodness, goodness, what manner of race is Aoqing? A chorus of astonished gasps filled the air as onlookers fixated on her in sheer disbelief. How terrifying. She managed to withstand the skill of a silver-tier beast maiden merely with her physical prowess, even inflicting injury upon the Qing snake. It is worth noting that Aoqing is merely of the mortal tier. One can hardly fathom her strength upon advancement. Bystanders, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. They had believed themselves invincible, only to discover someone even more valiant. Whose beast maiden is this? The crowd, upon hearing the disdainful remarks of Bai Yuan, cast scornful glances her way, then turned their envious eyes towards Jang Bai, who was reveling in the arena's excitement. Did this cunning fellow save the world in his past life? Dear friends, please leave a review and encourage updates. Those with means, support financially. Those without, contribute with your passion. I cherish you all. Chapter 75. The Lin family of the imperial capital Sun Ming was struck with terror upon witnessing her Qing snake beast maiden's shattered teeth, staring at Aoqing in shock. In response to her and Jang Bai's gaze, Aoqing lowered her head, her ears slightly flushed. Sun Ming quickly made a judgment. The next moment, a brilliant blue light emanated from her palm, tinting even her hair with a faint azure hue. Shield of clear water was her first secret technique. The blue energy spilled forth from her hand, enveloping her and her beast maiden, significantly enhancing their physical defense. Both beast maidens exhaled in relief, suppressing their fear as they launched another assault on Aoqing. Sun Ming regarded Jang Bai with a serious expression, solemnly declaring, "You are quite formidable." "Thank you for the compliment," Jang Bai replied, scratching his head sheepishly, as it was he who had been toying with others. Yet, he felt no remorse, after all. It was for profit, which was hardly shameful. For Beastmasters, the difference between levels 17 and 20 is relatively minor. The true disparity lies in the number of beast maidens and the secret techniques cultivated by the Beastmaster. Thus, Sun Ming was not overly surprised that Jang Bai could withstand her attack, as long as her beast maiden subdued Aoqing. She could then turn her attention to Jang Bai. Who would have thought Aoqing could hold her own against two opponents? Sun Ming questioned the validity of the battle videos she had watched of Aoqing. Swiftly, she altered her strategy, deciding to focus all her efforts on defeating Jang Bai first, then coordinating her beast maidens to overwhelm Aoqing and secure victory. On the elevated platform outside the arena stood a young man and woman. The young man, clad in a simple white shirt, exuded an air of nobility with his tousled hair and graceful demeanor. The young woman, dressed in a white princess gown cinched at the waist with a delicate ribbon, accentuated her slender figure. Her fair hand rested on the railing, while her pink curls were styled in twin ponytails, swaying gently in the breeze. "Lin Yueyao, what is there to admire about Jang Bai, a mere level 17 beastmaster?" the young man lamented, glancing at his sister. "Lin Feng, speak plainly, no need for circumlocution. Is it not simply to accompany me to watch the match? Why do you appear so unwilling?" Lin Yueyao turned her head, a look of discontent gracing her exquisite features. "Dear sister, I am, after all, your brother. Would you kindly refrain from calling me by my name? How absurd. Just because I am but an hour older. Does that not count as being older? An hour is still significant." "Humph." Lin Yueyao turned her head, secretly resenting her lack of fortitude while in the womb. "What exactly are you doing here? Do you not recognize her?" Lin Yueyao gestured towards Aoqing. "Aoqing." Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the Azure Dragon within the arena, and his brow furrowed as he suddenly comprehended his sister's intentions. The Lin family, too, was a prominent force within the imperial capital, where competition ran rampant, and the intertwining of powers was exceedingly intricate. Two factions may very well be allies today, only to find themselves adversaries by tomorrow. Yet, all factions in the capital reached a consensus on one matter: the establishment of the elite academy. This institution was jointly funded by various noble families, and all underage children from the major powers were sent there to cultivate their abilities and connections in advance. Years ago, Li Lingtian and his siblings were part of the same cohort. Initially, Lin Yueyao bore no animosity towards Li Lingtian until he entered into an alliance with the eldest daughter of the Fu family, Fu Xin, which incited her displeasure, as she harbored feelings for Fu Xin herself. Thus, Lin Yueyao was determined to attend the national selection tournament in Nanjing, intending to contract Aoqing and subsequently vex Li Lingtian. Lin Feng, in exasperation, covered his face and lamented, "You do not intend to contract Aoqing as well, do you?" "Indeed," Lin Yueyao replied with a slight lift of her chin, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Aoqing. "Just look at her chest, her waist, her figure, and her demeanor. Initially, I felt indifferent when I saw her on video, but witnessing her in person made me understand why Li Lingtian is so keen on having Aoqing as his beast maiden. If she were to become mine." "Ha ha ha." Lin Feng smacked Lin Yueyao on the head, exasperated. "Lin Yueyao, could you not be more serious? With so many remarkable men available, why must you pursue women?" Rubbing her head, Lin Yueyao retaliated by kicking Lin Feng's calf, causing him to grimace in pain. "What do you know? Do you not realize that same-sex love is true love? I suggest you divorce your wife. I think Jang Bai would be a fine match. Lin Feng scowled. Silence. I am not some pervert like you. Humph. You simply lack appreciation, Lin Yueyao huffed, then suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Jang Bai. Doesn't Jang Bai seem a bit off? In the arena, Jang Bai was entangled in a fierce duel with Sun Ming. Although Jang Bai appeared to be at a disadvantage, his movements were light, allowing him to evade Sun Ming's critical strikes. In contrast, Sun Ming was panting heavily, her complexion flushed, sweat beads cascading down her face, clearly exhausted. Oh, this fellow is rather intriguing, Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. Aoqing has just demonstrated extraordinary defensive capabilities. And while Jang Bai and Aoqing seem to be in a precarious situation, they are, in fact, managing quite well. This lad is concealing his true strength. Sun Ming is bound to lose, Lin Yueyao remarked matter-of-factly. Lin Yueyao's gaze was piercing. As her words fell, she witnessed Sun Ming collapse to the ground due to exhaustion, while Jang Bai, panting heavily, gazed at his opponent as if he had just emerged from a grueling battle. This lad is quite cunning, Lin Feng remarked. In the arena, the referee's eyes widened as he watched Jang Bai rush to support Aoqing. Is this chap truly so resilient? Has he managed to deplete Sun Ming's stamina entirely? Soon. With Jang Bai's assistance, Sun Ming's two beast girls were swiftly defeated. The referee stared at Jang Bai in astonishment. Referee? Jang Bai inquired. Jang Bai wins. Only then did the referee snap back to reality. As the referee announced the result loudly, an uproar erupted from the crowd. What? How did Jang Bai win? I didn't understand. Level 17 against level 20, one beast girl against two? How can he possibly win? Is this a performance? It must be a fixed match. Is this what we deserve? Refund. Someone, clearly agitated, shouted loudly, having staked their fortune. Bang. In an instant, they were kicked to the ground by another, exclaiming, You scoundrel. You made me place that bet, causing me to lose so much. As Jang Bai stepped off the competition platform, Zhao Linglong stood up from her seat, swaying her curvaceous hips toward him, her exquisite face radiating a bright smile as she clapped her hands and approached. Little brother, impressive. Quite formidable indeed. Jang Bai nodded earnestly. Indeed, quite formidable. I was referring to your prowess, Zhao Linglong clarified. Engaging in conversation with her required merely a gentle push to her enthusiasm, which delighted her immensely. Zhao Linglong giggled. Would you like to accompany your sister to the office today? Jang Bai shook his head. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. After this match, he would have to wait several days for the next competition, and he planned to return home briefly to investigate the pattern he had seen in the Confronting dormitory. The scores were released, 53 points. Disheartening. Chapter 76, Grandfather Aunt. The role of the formation Zhao Linglong departed, seemingly having come to the arena solely to watch Jang Bai's match. Just as he exited the arena's gates, his phone rang. Upon opening a message, he read, Daxiao Bank, your account ending in 666 has received a Union Pay deposit of 480,000,000. Balance, 849,527 yuan. What? Jang Bai was taken aback. 8 million? He recalled only betting 2 million. After checking his phone, he was stunned to discover that the number of bets placed on Sun Ming's victory had exceeded 10 million that morning, directly elevating the odds to 5-1. Jang Bai felt a surge of gratitude. There were still many good people in this world, though he could hardly suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Longhua Community. This is an old-fashioned community, where the houses stand in perfect alignment like well-trained soldiers. The greenery is sparse, with much of the area allocated to roadways, which themselves are not particularly spacious, as they also serve as parking for vehicles. Jang Bai strides into the neighborhood, where the soft rustle of people moving about can be heard. The majority of the residents are ordinary folk, passing by a fitness area. The antiquated exercise equipment creaks under the playful antics of children, while a group of elderly individuals sit on a rusted bench nearby, engaged in cheerful conversation. In his memories, his grandfather, Jiang Yi, would often sit there with his pipe, watching Jang Bai. Occasionally, upon spotting a voluptuous young woman, his grandfather's eyes would widen in delight, and he would call Jang Bai over. Good grandson, have you seen any beautiful ladies? Go and ask one for a hug. As a child, Jang Bai was adorable and charming, likely a reflection of his time spent with the elderly Jiang Yi. He had a knack for conversation, consistently eliciting laughter from the women, who would then embrace him warmly. Upon Jang Bai's return, the old man would mischievously ask, Good grandson, what was it like? Beneath the building, a fragrant camphor tree flourishes year-round. In winter, thick layers of snow blanket its leaves. The old man would often summon Jang Bai beneath the tree. Today, grandfather will teach you a lesson, he would say mysteriously. Then, under Jang Bai's bewildered gaze, he would lift his foot and kick the trunk, as sprightly as a monkey. The old man would dash away before the snow fell, leaving Jang Bai buried beneath it, as he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The essence of this lesson is the treachery of human hearts." Witnessing the old man's cunning, Jang Bai would shout and charge at him, only to be playfully restrained by a firm hand on his head, unable to advance an inch. Apartment 404 in Block B was once Jang Bai's home. Just before his 5th birthday, the old man brought back a remarkably beautiful woman, whom he claimed was Jang Bai's aunt. With the household consisting of only 2 bedrooms and a living room, Zhang Yi arranged for her to stay in Jang Bai's room. After her arrival, she followed Jang Bai closely, exuding an odd aura. She seldom spoke and preferred to sit silently on the living room sofa, lost in thought. Each time Jang Bai conversed with her, she would listen quietly, eventually responding with a soft, It seemed she harbored many secrets within her, which rendered her incapable of smiling. Despite Jang Bai's best efforts, he never witnessed a smile grace her lips. The 3 of them lived together for several months until the day the old man passed away. Jang Bai wept inconsolably in the living room, crying until exhaustion overtook him, only to awaken and continue his lament. His aunt did not attempt to console him. Instead, she approached his side and, with an impassive expression, announced, "I am leaving." Jang Bai gazed silently at her, refraining from uttering words of plea, watching her depart, oblivious to her name until the moment she left. Arriving at the door of 404, he found the rusted blue iron gate splattered with red paint, emblazoned with the character for death. The text above contains a variety of harsh remarks. "Why don't you go die? You worthless being should not waste air. Hand over Chingy." Jang Bai's expression turned slightly grim. These individuals were truly excessive. Fortunately, he had chosen to move away at that time. Otherwise, he would have likely encountered considerable trouble. After all, one cannot expect intelligence from diehard fans. Aoqing reached out and gently grasped Jang Bai's hand. "Sister Aoqing, I am fine," Jang Bai reassured her softly, patting her hand. Inserting the key into the lock, Jang Bai pushed the door open, greeted by the familiar surroundings. He navigated the space towards the bedroom with ease and then leaned against the bed, which had accumulated a thick layer of dust beneath it due to neglect. He retrieved a large leather suitcase from under the bed, an heirloom from his grandfather, within which lay a book from his childhood memories. Opening the suitcase revealed a collection of books. Soon, Jang Bai discovered an ancient text entitled Secrets of Feng Shui. As he turned the yellowed pages, the musty scent of aged paper wafted to his nostrils. Guided by memory, he quickly located the diagram he had seen at the Confronting Lodge. The devouring formation, Jang Bai's scalp tingled as he continued reading. Using national borders as the formation diagram, one must continuously lay the formation's foundation for 49 days with 81 pairs of young boys and girls born on Ein days during Ein months of Ein years, in order to seize the fortune of a location. Once the formation is complete, the seized area will lose its fortune, transforming into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Cultivators will be left with nothing, their spiritual veins dissipated, and their cultivation lost. Note: the young boys and girls must be from the area from which fortune is to be seized. This method is detrimental to the heavens and should be used sparingly. Following this were various precautions and methods for setting up the formation. This is terrible. The Jiuju sect from the Sakura nation is attempting to usurp the fortune of the Great Xia Kingdom. Jang Bai felt a surge of alarm. Without hesitation, he extracted his phone and dialed Zhao Linglong. Soon, Zhao Linglong answered the call, and Jang Bai explained the purpose of the formation diagram he had obtained at the Confronting Lodge the previous day. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong immediately hung up. Jang Bai, putting down his phone, fell into deep contemplation. Not long ago, Zhao Zetian had mentioned in the Sacred Mountain that the Void Society's goal was to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire Nanjing city. And now they were entangled with the Jiuju sect from Sakura Nation, which left him feeling quite troubled. It seemed imperative to enhance his strength swiftly. A sense of urgency welled up within Jang Bai as he pondered methods to elevate his power. He identified 3 potential avenues for rapid enhancement. One involved forcibly absorbing the energy of the void realm residing within him using yin-yang immortal techniques. The second was to absorb the energy from individuals who had cultivated the Nain immortal techniques. The final option was to cultivate alongside Aoqing. The first two methods offered the quickest results with more pronounced effects, yet they posed a risk of mental corruption. The last method, despite being slower in progress, boasted numerous advantages. Observing Aoqing in the hall, her long legs perfectly aligned, a thought sparked within Jang Bai's mind. The cultivation is urgent and demands immediate action. At Jang Bai's invitation, the duo began their training. The delicate, fair skin of Jang Bai immersed him in a soothing warmth, while Aoqing's exquisitely structured face bore an expression of rapture, relishing the joys of cultivation. As the yin-yang celestial arts flowed, their energies harmonized, purifying their souls with the escalating power within. Brothers, I kindly request a book review. My grades are truly disheartening. Please encourage me to update. A little support for love would be appreciated. Chapter 77. The Enchanting Dance of the Archbishop. The Purpose of the Void Association. For 1,000 words, 2 in 1. After 2 hours of cultivation, a subtle fragrance of stone heather wafted through the hall, and Aoqing's gentle visage was slightly flushed. Noticing Jang Bai's smug expression, Aoqing could not help but cast him a disapproving glance with her glistening eyes, exclaiming, "You, always causing a ruckus." Jang Bai immediately protested. How can cultivation be deemed a ruckus? Did you not level up? Indeed, following this session, Aoqing had reached level 29. Upon exiting the community gate, the phone rang again. Initially assuming it was Zhao Linglong, she was surprised to find it was Lu Dali calling. So efficient, Jang Bai answered. And Lu Dali's voice came through. "My lord, we have located the individual. When shall I take you to see them?" "Now." "Soon." Lu Dali arrived at the community entrance in his car. "The person we are seeking is named Euching, a beast master nurtured by the 9th Chrysanthemum faction from a young age. He was sent to Nanjing at the age of 9 and is currently teaching at a middle school," Lu Dali explained as he drove. Sitting in the back seat, Jang Bai sensed a faint aura of the void emanating from Lu Dali. With a mere thought and the operation of the yin-yang celestial arts, he could easily drain Lu Dali of his energy. "What has the association in Nanjing been busy with lately?" Jang Bai inquired suddenly. Lu Dali paused, harboring his own doubts. After returning from his last visit, he had investigated Jang Bai's identity, only to find it impeccably clean, as if Jang Bai were a local of Nanjing. "My lord, my position is too lowly. I merely follow the Archbishop's orders. I am not privy to the specifics," Lu Dali confessed, then inquired. "The last contract conference was our undertaking. Are you aware of it?" Jang Bai nodded. A spark of excitement lit Lu Dali's eyes as he continued. "My lord, our association's president performed a prayer to the void, intending to disrupt the contract conference. To our astonishment, he managed to invite a void devourer, which has greatly elevated our association's standing." His words flowed with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Is it difficult to invite a void devourer?" Jang Bai asked. Lu Dali hesitated, glancing at Jang Bai through the rearview mirror. "Difficult? It has always been so. Previous prayers have never drawn a void devourer." Jang Bai gazed out the window, keenly aware of Lu Dali's scrutiny. He sensed that his words had aroused the other's suspicion. Suddenly, Lu Dali spoke. "By the way, my lord, I have yet to inquire which branch you belong to." "Magic City." The mere utterance of these two words caused a slight shift in Lu Dali's expression, which Jang Bai caught in the rearview mirror. The two remained silent for the remainder of the journey until Lu Dali halted the vehicle. "Have we arrived?" Jang Bai inquired. "Not yet. Someone wishes to meet you," Lu Dali replied. Jang Bai frowned slightly. "Did I not instruct you to keep my identity confidential?" With a pained expression, Lu Dali responded, "My lord, I had no choice. The news of your survival reached the bishop, who demanded an explanation from me. I was compelled to speak of your affairs. After all, you were not present at the time, and remaining silent would have led to my punishment." Lu Dali had conducted a brief probe in the car, only to discover that Jang Bai appeared completely ignorant of prayers. This led him to conclude that Jang Bai was likely not a member of the Nihility Association. The recent prayers in Nanjing marked the first occasion the association had summoned the Lord of Void, a fact no member could possibly overlook. This suspicion cast a shadow over Jang Bai's mood. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he found himself encircled by a throng of individuals, all emanating waves of energy from the Void Realm, unmistakably members of the Nihility Association. From the crowd emerged a woman of striking figure, clad in daringly scant attire that left little to the imagination. Her long, fair legs were barely concealed, evoking memories of a character from a game he once played, known as my Shiranui. The woman exuded an alluring charm that even someone in Jang Bai's enlightened state could not entirely resist. Swaying her slender waist and undulating hips, she approached Jang Bai, her fiery red lips parting slightly. I have heard of your arrival in Nanjing, and I have failed to extend a proper welcome. I humbly beseech your punishment. Though her words suggested contrition, her demeanor hinted at something amiss. Was she aware of her own fraudulent nature, or merely harboring doubts? Jang Bai's countenance darkened as he feigned displeasure, coldly declaring, I do not wish for such ostentatious displays in our meetings henceforth. Internally, however, Jang Bai was in turmoil, for he could not discern the woman's cultivation level. There was only one explanation for this. She possessed at least one beastly transformation, indicating she was a minimum of level 40. Crucially, several others nearby also eluded his perception of strength, heightening the risk that he might meet his end that day. His mind raced with possibilities. I acknowledge my transgressions, but I am uncertain which prohibition my lord intends to impose as punishment, she stated, ostensibly seeking forgiveness while subtly probing him. Jang Bai, quick to react, made a decisive judgment. With a sharp crack, he struck the woman across her beautiful visage. His voice icy, note this down, we shall address you later. The woman pressed a hand to her cheek, her expression darkening to the point of resembling a rain cloud, while her other hand clenched tightly in response. However, she dared not speak, for she had yet to ascertain Jang Bai's true identity. Just as she contemplated probing further, Jang Bai interjected, as for you, revealing my whereabouts, you shall pay dearly. He cast a frigid gaze towards Lu Dali. At that moment, Jang Bai's hair transformed from black to a deep violet, and his eyes sparkled with an eerie purple light. His entire demeanor underwent a radical metamorphosis. If previously he appeared as an innocuous university student, now he resembled a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of uncontrollable ferocity. The sight sent shivers down Lu Dali's spine, compelling him to turn and flee, wishing he could sprout additional legs in his haste. Jang Bai raised his right hand towards the direction of Lu Dali's escape, palm outward and fingers splayed. A torrent of purple energy coalesced into a tangible force, sweeping towards Lu Dali, the ensuing gust of sand and wind obscuring the vision of those nearby, while also lifting the scant fabric that shielded Mei Wu's long legs. Lu Dali felt his speed diminishing, the scenery on either side blurring past him. In the astonished gaze of Mei Wu, Lu Dali found himself propelled through the air, landing back beside Jang Bai, who had him firmly by the throat. He then witnessed Lu Dali's body deflate like a punctured balloon, gradually becoming emaciated before Jang Bai carelessly discarded him to the ground. Remember to handle this, Jang Bai remarked nonchalantly, the purple energy dissipating as he reverted to the guise of the harmless university student. The reason behind Lu Dali's demise lay in Jang Bai's desire to set an example, simultaneously showcasing his mastery of the Void's energy. Linger had once informed him that Feng Ling had mistaken him for a member of the Void Association due to his violet hair and the residual effects of using divine power. In a certain sense, wielding divine powers served as a more compelling testament to his affiliation with the Void Association than the jade token bestowed by Feng Ling. Yes, my lord, Mei Wu replied, feeling the weight of Jang Bai's gaze. Her scalp prickling as beads of sweat coalesced on her back, slowly trickling down her smooth skin. The adeptness with which Jang Bai wielded divine power suggested that only high-ranking figures within the Void Association could achieve such proficiency. The thought of his youth made her shudder at the terrifying truth of his identity. At that moment, she deeply regretted seeking him out. What is your name? He inquired. Mei Wu, she replied, her complexion draining of color. I have heard that a Lord's Jade token has gone missing in Dongjiang City. So you suspect I have found the token and disguised myself as a member of the association? Jang Bai raised his head, casting a languid glance at Mei Wu before tossing the jade token given by Feng Ling into her hands. As she beheld the token, her pupils constricted, her hand quivering slightly. Members of the Void Association are scattered across the globe, each bearing distinct credentials. Ordinary members possess a single mark, while higher ranks boast multiple marks, culminating in a maximum of 9. She held merely a 3-pattern jade token, while Jang Bai casually tossed her a 7-pattern one, a significant elevation in rank. According to Mei Wu's conjecture, the highest-ranking members in the entire Dongjiang province would not exceed 7 patterns, and even the president of Nanjing City only possessed 5 patterns. Thud. Mei Wu knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, pleading, "Please, sir, bestow your judgment upon me." "Stand and speak first," he replied. "Yes, my lord." Observing her timid demeanor, Jang Bai frowned, remarking, "I preferred your earlier defiant attitude. Do regain that spirit." "My lord, you jest," Mei Wu awkwardly responded, unsure of the intentions of this young nobleman. "Pray, enlighten me regarding the recent escalations from your Nanjing city branch. What are your plans?" Mei Wu glanced over her shoulder at her companions. "You all wait over there." Jang Bai gestured toward them. The group dispersed immediately, some even stumbling, requiring assistance from their peers to depart. It was hardly surprising. After all, having been part of the Void Association for so many years, they had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle. A living being had been gruesomely drained to a mere husk. Who wouldn't he be terrified? Feeling Jang Bai's scrutinizing gaze, Mei Wu steeled herself and stated, "We have received directives from Dongjiang City, aimed at locating the legacy of the Night Emperor. Dongjiang City serves as the capital of the entire Dongjiang province, and it is also the headquarters of the Void Association." "Are you referring to the Night Emperor of the former Dark Night Hall?" Jang Bai maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was taken aback. The Night Emperor had once ventured into the Qin Emperor's tomb and was suspected of acquiring celestial techniques, which subsequently led to the establishment of the Dark Night Hall, rapidly surpassing the prowess of the previous Daxia Empire's emperor, resulting in the latter's swift abdication. No wonder the Void Association was undertaking such grandiose endeavors. Jang Bai was acutely aware of the terror inherent in celestial techniques. Indeed, the Night Emperor perished within the borders of Nanjing City, and his legacy was lost. The headquarters in Dongjiang City has been diligently investigating this matter for many years. Jang Bai nodded, then inquired, "What connection does this have with your summoning of the Void Devourer to the Holy Mountain?" Mei Wu lowered her gaze, replying, "I am uncertain. The president has not disclosed this to me. However, I speculate it is to draw Zhao Zetian into the Holy Mountain. Leave your contact information. I shall reach out when necessary." Jang Bai retrieved his phone and generated a QR code, waiting for her to scan it before adding, "By the way, why did you send someone to kill me?" I am also in the dark about that. It was the president's command." Upon observing Jang Bai's unamused expression, Mei Wu quickly added, "I possess a skill that allows me to control men's minds, inciting them to become enamored with my form. I shall explain to the president the value of controlling you." Jang Bai nodded, satisfied. Previously, he had instructed Lu Dali to devise a reason, only for the latter to sell him out. Suddenly, Jang Bai declared, "I only wish for you to be aware of my true identity." Hearing this, Mei Wu swiftly nodded and summoned her subordinates. The gathering quickly amassed a dozen individuals, standing in neat rows before Jang Bai, their gazes filled with a blend of terror and reverence. The fear stemmed from their apprehension of Jang Bai's methods, while the admiration arose from his adept utilization of divine power. The belief of the Nihility Association revolved around the Void Realm, and fully harnessing the energy of this realm was the lifelong aspiration of all its members. Jang Bai, standing at the forefront, surveyed the assembly and softly inquired, "Is everyone present?" Reporting, "We are all here," one individual answered loudly. "Proceed, but leave some alive," Jang Bai commanded, turning his attention to Mei Wu. Understanding his intent, a terrifying pressure emanated from her being, and Jang Bai instantly assessed that engaging with Mei Wu would yield no chance of victory. In an instant, every member of the Nihility Association found themselves paralyzed, their eyes wide with fear as they looked at Mei Wu. "Bishop, what is happening? Bishop, spare us. Sir, please, save me." At the sight of someone pleading for Jang Bai's assistance, Mei Wu merely curled her lip in disdain. "I shall rescue you momentarily." An hour later, the scene was marred by the presence of several lifeless corpses. Gulp. Mei Wu swallowed hard, her brow furrowing at the sight, recognizing the magnitude of the individual before her. The cultivation methods displayed by such a person shattered her previous notions of the Nihility Association as a formidable force. "Indeed, my level remains too low. I remain unaware of the terror that lies within the higher echelons," Mei Wu mused, bowing her head to reveal a profound chasm of respect. "Sir, should you require anything in the future, feel free to approach Mei Wu. I shall never refuse." In the span of that brief hour, the young master had scrutinized his own legs 46 times, his chest 33 times, and his posterior 40 times, clearly exhibiting a character of a similar disposition. Mei Wu had never hesitated to utilize her own body to exchange for benefits. If denial occurred, it would surely be due to the inadequacy of the offered rewards. Clearly, a young, handsome, and vibrant individual with limitless potential was worthy of her most precious offerings. Very well, you may return now, Jang Bai gestured dismissively. Understood. As she disappeared from sight, a pained expression finally crossed Jang Bai's face. Weakly leaning against the front of the vehicle, Aoqing rushed to support him, only to discover that Jang Bai's back was already drenched. Xiao Bai, are you all right? I was careless, overly careless. Quickly, let us head home, Jang Bai murmured, clutching his head. Dear ones, could you refrain from neglecting to leave a review? The ratings are too low, and without attention, the quality suffers. If the quality suffers, I lose the motivation to write. QAQ, by the way, please urge for updates. Your support fuels my passion. Love you all. Chapter 78. Bai Linger's second skill of bloodthirsty and violent emotion surged through every inch of Jang Bai's skin, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. A tremendous energy roiled within him, striving to tear apart every fiber of his being. In his mind, a cacophony of bizarre voices raged uncontrollably, their discordant mockery driving Jang Bai to the brink of insanity. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks like pearls. Damn it! The energy absorbed was overwhelming, leaving Jang Bai in a state of shock. He had not anticipated that utilizing the yin-yang immortal technique to absorb such a vast amount of energy in one go would have adverse effects. This revelation nearly drove him to the brink of insanity. Sister Aoqing, let us return home, Jang Bai gritted his teeth, simultaneously channeling the yin-yang immortal technique within him to frantically assimilate the excess violent energy. Upon arriving home, Jang Bai summoned Bai Linger and then retreated alone into his room. Brother Jang Bai, what is wrong? Bai Linger inquired, her eyes wide with concern as she sensed something amiss with him. He had absorbed an excessive amount of energy from the virtual realm, and now he was suffering a backlash. A flicker of worry crossed Aoqing's eyes. How could this happen? As Aoqing explained the sequence of events, the two could do nothing but wait anxiously outside, their hearts laden with unease. In the dimly lit room, Jang Bai sat cross-legged on the floor, his upper body bare, surrounded by swirling black mist. Within the fog, numerous shadowy figures crawled, appearing to either claw their way out or attempt to draw Jang Bai into the depths of darkness. A cacophony of eerie sounds echoed in his ears, disrupting the flow of the yin-yang immortal technique. In the hall, Bai Linger blinked, suddenly sensing a malevolent force emanating from Jang Bai's room, causing her ears to perk up. She turned to Aoqing. Sister, may I enter for a moment? Aoqing furrowed her brow. It was a critical moment for Jang Bai, and it would be best not to disturb him. However, knowing that Linger was not frivolous, she inquired, do you have a plan? I believe I can assist Brother Jang Bai, Linger replied with confidence. Aoqing nodded, acknowledging Linger's determination. Bai Linger pushed the door open and was immediately met with a chilling sensation. Her gaze fell upon Jang Bai's robust upper body. Gulping silently, she instinctively licked her dry lips with her delicate tongue, steadied her nerves, and softly called out, Brother Jang Bai, Brother Jang Bai. Hearing her voice, Jang Bai slightly opened his eyes and rasped, Linger, what brings you here? His consciousness was becoming increasingly hazy, and the image of Bai Linger wavered before him, appearing as if there were three of her. I am here to help you. How will you help me? Jang Bai asked in surprise. With a playful smile, Bai Linger sat down opposite him and closed her eyes. Radiant golden light, symbolizing the aura of slaughter, flowed around her, and in an instant, several arcs of golden lightning flickered into existence. At that moment, the Wang symbol on her forehead radiated a dazzling brilliance. Bai Linger's demeanor transformed dramatically. Where she once embodied a delicate and sprightly maiden, she now exuded the aura of an untouchable divine being. Slowly, she opened her eyes, golden irises shimmering with arcs of electricity. Her expression was solemn as she enunciated, subdue evil and eradicate malice. The phrase subdue evil and eradicate malice was a second skill Jang Bai had devised for her, initially intended to surprise him in the Euching realm. Little did she know it would become crucial at this moment, leaving her in a state of mild turmoil. Dear family, who can truly comprehend the feeling of returning home in glory? The ability to assist Jang Bai brought a flicker of joy to Bai Linger's heart. The figures shrouded in black mist were the eerie souls of the Void Association, infused with an overwhelming resentment and intermingled with the energies of the Void. They were relentlessly struck by the golden lightning emanating from Bai Linger, emitting piercing shrieks of agony. The black mist overflowing from Jang Bai's body grew increasingly dense, and the room reverberated with the sound of thunder. Having consumed the flesh of the Void Devourer, Bai Linger had ascended to level 25. Yet she still felt a sense of inadequacy. Gritting her silver teeth, beads of perspiration formed on her smooth forehead as she persevered against the spectral entities within the black mist. Observing Jang Bai's complexion becoming ever more pallid and his consciousness increasingly muddled, Bai Linger realized that this could not continue. With a determined bite of her teeth, a fleeting conflict flashed in her eyes, and in an instant, their garments were torn asunder, revealing their true selves. Seeing the terrifying and grotesque entities, a flicker of fear crossed Bai Linger's gaze. Yet, she understood that this was the only way for her brother Jang Bai to fully absorb the energy. Resolving her inner turmoil, Bai Linger steeled herself. Moments later, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom why this process was so agonizing. Her elder sister had not appeared to suffer in such a manner. In that moment, it felt as though her body were being rent asunder. And Bai Linger executed the skill, exorcise evil and vanquish malice, to its utmost potential. This skill released a purifying aura, continuously flowing into Jang Bai's being, suppressing the strange energies enveloping him. Once immersed in the depths of a frigid abyss, Jang Bai was now enveloped by a wave of warmth. He felt akin to a person caught in a winter downpour who had stumbled upon a sheltered alley and could not resist rushing inside. However, this space felt rather constricted. As he instinctively moved his body, he continued to channel the yin-yang immortal technique within him. Accompanied by Bai Linger's clumsy movements, the chill in the room gradually dissipated, and the temperature began to rise. Perhaps due to the warmth, Bai Linger's once pale visage now bore a hint of rosy glow. The excess energy within Jang Bai seemed to have found an outlet, continuously surging into Bai Linger, causing her aura to rise steadily. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and finally halting at level 31. The energy within Jang Bai reinforced his physical form, his aura similarly swelling until it stabilized at level 40. At this point, Jang Bai regained his clarity, fully grasping the unfolding events. He tightly embraced Bai Linger's delicate figure, gazing at the crimson stain on the ground with flashes of self-reproach and guilt in his eyes. "Linger, I'm sorry." Upon hearing Jang Bai's words, Bai Linger transformed into a startled little cat, her tail and ears standing erect. "Why you reawake?" She broke free from Jang Bai's embrace, leaning back with a look of panic in her eyes. Bai Linger instinctively stood up, preparing to flee, but was abruptly grasped by Jang Bai. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Do not rush. We are amidst the cultivation conference." No, I cannot." Bai Linger hastily waved her hands, her expression one of terror. "My sister is still outside. Do not worry. Aoqing is just like you." "I know, but oh? You are aware?" A look of surprise flickered across Jang Bai's face. Bai Linger lowered her head, blushing, and softly responded with a murmur. "When did you find out?" "I overheard it last night." Jang Bai suddenly understood. No wonder Bai Linger had been acting strangely lately. This was the reason. 2 hours later, Jang Bai emerged from his room, feeling invigorated. He spotted Aoqing alone on the sofa, intently watching television. Upon hearing his movements, Aoqing turned her gaze toward him, sensing his aura. "Have you resolved it?" "Yes, I have." Aoqing nodded, choosing not to speak further. Jang Bai awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to find the right words. However, Aoqing interrupted, "I am tired. Let us discuss this another time." In a flash of azure light, she transformed, her beastly pattern alighting upon Jang Bai. "Brother Jang Bai, have you spoken with my sister?" Bai Linger's anxious voice echoed beside him. "Not yet." "Oh no, this is disastrous. She must be furious." "Linger, it's all right. I will explain everything to Aoqing. You must be quick. Until my sister forgives me, I will not come out. Rest assured, I will convey it well to Aoqing. By the way, Ling, may I ask you something else?" "What is it, Brother Jang Bai? If such a situation arises again, will you be able to handle it?" The magnitude of this enhancement left Jang Bai intrigued, craving more. "That's impossible. It can only happen once." "Why?" Jang Bai inquired curiously. "If I say it cannot be done, then it cannot. Why must there be so many questions?" Bai Linger's voice held a hint of exasperation. Jang Bai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, understood her point. Having participated in the selection competition that morning and engaged in 2 battles that afternoon, The sky had darkened by now. It seemed he would be spending the night alone. After sitting on the sofa for a while, acclimating to his newfound strength, he was about to return to his room for rest when his phone rang. Noticing the caller was Zhao Linglong, Jang Bai promptly pressed the answer button. A cacophony of noise greeted him, followed by Zhao Linglong's urgent voice. Jang Bai, come to the unit. Driving Lu Dali's car, Jang Bai hurriedly arrived at the unit. As he pushed open the office door, he found Zhao Linglong, clad in a qipao, hastily leading him towards the attendance area. Sister Linglong, what is the matter? The gate to the Euching realm's ruins may collapse. The organization is arranging for personnel to conduct a rescue. Xiao Xiao has also uncovered the current hiding place of the 9th Chrysanthemum sect. The bureau is severely understaffed, which is why you were called in. Lianglong, are we heading to the Euching realm? Jang Bai suddenly halted his steps and inquired. Yes, what is the matter? May I join Tao Ming and the others in their mission? Zhao Lianglong frowned at Jang Bai and replied, Tao Ming's undertaking is exceedingly perilous. Damn it. The Euching realm is far more dangerous. He absorbed that woman's cultivation there. If he emerges, he be pursued relentlessly? I detest the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Their operations cannot proceed without me. That's not possible. If you accompany me to the Euching realm, I can look after you, Zhao Lianglong asserted. After a moment of hesitation, Jang Bai said, Sister Lianglong, there is something I've kept from you. Zhao Lianglong paused, asking, what is it? There is a coffin in the Euching realm, containing a very terrifying woman, which makes the Euching realm exceedingly dangerous. Zhao Lianglong blinked, gazing intently at Jang Bai for a while before asking, are you certain? Yes, Jang Bai nodded gravely, adding, so, given the current danger in the Euching realm, perhaps we should refrain from taking risks? Suddenly, Zhao Lianglong smiled and asked, what does that woman look like? Is she beautiful? Though puzzled by her question, Jang Bai replied, she is very beautiful. Is there anything that left a deep impression on you? What Jang Bai found most striking was her softness and smoothness. Yet he refrained from voicing this, not out of embarrassment, but to keep Zhao Lianglong unaware of his yin-yang abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, she has a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Upon hearing Jang Bai's words, Zhao Lianglong's eyes narrowed, and she concurred. You should go follow He Xiao and the others. Are you still planning to visit the ruins gate in the Euching realm? Jang Bai stared wide-eyed at Zhao Lianglong. Yes, and I might meet an acquaintance there. But Sister Lianglong, there could truly be danger. Perhaps I should inform Director Yang, he suggested. No need. I will speak with him now. As Zhao Lianglong sashayed into Yang Feng's office, Jang Bai turned to seek out He Xiao. Yang Feng was overwhelmed in his office. Juggling the chaos caused by the Void Association in Nanjing City, the 9 Chrysanthemum sect's devouring cloud array, and now troubles in the Euching realm. Most critically, the city was devoid of personnel. Recently, the Eastern King had slain 2 Beastmasters from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom on Giant Spirit Island, prompting the kingdom to seek assistance from the beautiful nation. This had turned the tide of the struggle for Giant Spirit Island disadvantageously. And with Dongjiang province adjacent to the East Sea and closest to the island, the headquarters had nearly dispatched all senior members of the Nanjing City expedition team for support. Yang Feng was nearly desperate to split himself in two to manage the situation. When the office door swung open, and Yang Feng saw his sister enter with a grim expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he cautiously asked, I haven't said anything wrong lately, have I? That woman is still alive, Zhao Lianglong replied, ignoring him as she walked directly to the sofa and sat down. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Lianglong. Are you referring to Yin? Seeing Zhao Lianglong's silence, Yang Feng exclaimed, how is that possible? Years ago, I witnessed her plunge into the void realm. Zhao Linglong shook her head and replied, nothing is impossible. She extended her right hand, where purple energy began to coalesce. Although I lack the innate talent of my junior sister, over the years, I have gleaned some secrets of the 9-yin immortal technique. It is not inconceivable to survive in the void realm. Observing Zhao Linglong's demeanor, Yang Feng spoke solemnly. Should I report this? Zhao Linglong shook her head, her voice laced with killing intent as she declared, no need. I lacked the ability to eliminate her back then, but now that the opportunity presents itself, I must seize it. Yang Feng suddenly inquired, how did you come by this information? Zhao Linglong glanced at him, but remained silent. Jang Bai? Yang Feng ventured. Noticing Zhao Linglong's silence, he quickly comprehended that Jang Bai had concealed certain matters upon emerging from the Euching realm, his expression darkening. That scoundrel, cunning as a fox. Full of malice. Zhao Linglong cast him a cool glance, admonishing, "Mind your words. He is your future brother-in-law." Yang Feng, incredulous, stared at Zhao Linglong. "Are you suggesting a May-December romance?" Slap. Zhao Linglong's foot landed on his face, and he stammered, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Once released, he stood up, brushing off his clothes, and muttered softly, "Do I have no pride? Why must you humiliate me?" Noticing the dangerous glint in Zhao Linglong's eyes, he refrained from further commentary and continued, "Are you certain Jang Bai is indeed that person? His beast companion is named Aoqing, not Bai Linger." Zhao Linglong replied softly, "It's likely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden the news and dared not report it. He probably acquired something left by Linger during his last visit to the Euching realm." "And what of Bai Linger?" Yang Feng questioned. "That fellow has many secrets. How naive Linger used to be. After just a few months with him, she sold out her senior sister. If that little one weren't somewhat to my liking, I would have dug up her ashes just to scatter them. Sister, I cannot bear to lose you." Yang Feng gazed at his youthful, radiant sister, sighing with a sense of reluctance before launching into a torrent of questions. "When do you plan to marry?" "If you ask me, the sooner, the better. Look at it this way. A man should marry, and a woman should wed." Feeling the weight of Zhao Linglong's gaze, he hastily amended, "A girl should marry. Especially since you are so beautiful, it is time for you to settle down. Ideally, you should have a child as well." Zhao Linglong shot him a look. "Enough of this. Go summon those heading to the Euching realm." "Understood." Yang Feng promptly made the call. "Special thanks to the gift from Kuan, the king of gifts, who made me weep with gratitude. Everyone, please leave a review. The ratings are too low for anyone to notice. Those with wealth can support financially, while those without can contribute through love." Chapter 80. The skill of weaponization. Jang Bai arrived at the affairs office, observing He Xiaoxiao, who was pouting like a dumpling, hunched over, rubbing her arms with both hands while complaining, "Why is it so cold?" "Cold, is it?" Jang Bai approached He Xiaoxiao and inquired, "Isn't it cold? Look over there." He Xiaoxiao gestured subtly towards Tao Ming's direction. Jang Bai glanced over and noticed that Tao Ming and some colleagues were mimicking He Xiaoxiao's movements. "Is it really that superficial?" Jang Bai asked. "Miss Xiaoxiao, when shall we head to the hiding place of the 9th Chrysanthemum faction? Aren't you going with Sister Linglong to Tianyan Mountain?" He Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Bai in confusion. Jiang Bai shook his head. "For this operation, I will accompany you." "Then let's wait a moment. Captain Shun has some matters to attend to and will be departing shortly." Soon, Shun Tong entered with a commanding stride, her long legs clad in sheer black stockings, exuding an aura akin to a supermodel. She wore a white shirt tucked into a pencil skirt, accentuating her slender waist, presenting an image of refinement and competence. However, upon noticing the high heels she wore, Jiang Bai couldn't help but think, "Can you truly fight in those?" Shintong cast a glance at Jiang Bai, but said nothing. "Let's set off." Her voice resonated with calm assurance, embodying the reliability and presence of an elder sister. Before long, a group gathered in the duty area, and Jiang Bai recognized members of the pioneering team among them. The vehicles swiftly departed the area. At a riverside villa, a gentle breeze swept through the window, lifting the curtains that hung down, swirling into the dimly lit room and dancing by the bedside. The person lying in slumber suddenly awoke. There's no need to be alarmed. A figure appeared at the window, clad in an expansive black cloak, their face obscured by a mask. The dazzling streetlights cast their glow into the bedroom, illuminating the diminutive man on the bed, whose lecherous demeanor and hawk-like gaze scrutinized the cloaked figure. He spoke in broken Daxia. "You have finally arrived. Where is your president?" "I do not know. Has the objective been achieved?" "Not quite. But here is a semi-finished product for your immediate use." The cloaked figure tossed a beast girl space from their pocket. The man frowned. "What use is a semi-finished product?" "It is uncontrollable and poses a risk to our own." "Take it. It will prove useful eventually." With that, the cloaked figure vanished from the window. The damp breeze from the river continually flowed through the car window, striking Jiang Bai's face, keeping him alert. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and a stream of people disembarked. Shintong, with her long legs, led the way, and Jiang Bai noticed she had changed her shoes. The zipper of her skirt slightly loosened to allow greater agility in battle. Summon the beast girls. Almost immediately, one by one, the beast girls appeared silently around them. To Jiang Bai's astonishment, Shintong had 3 beast girls. Aoqing's emergence drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes were discreetly assessing this coveted beast girl sought after by the talented Li family of the capital. Jang Bai awkwardly scratched his head and softly called out, "Sister Aoqing." Aoqing nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. At that moment, a simple and honest member of the pioneering team approached Jang Bai, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "You've reached level 17? Jang Bai, taken aback by the imposing figure of the burly man, inquired with curiosity, "And you are?" "My name is Yang Lin. You treated me in the Euching realm," Yang Lin replied, scratching his head and chuckling. He recognized Jang Bai through the beast maiden, as he had previously been masked during their encounter in the ruins. "You've returned?" Jang Bai recalled treating someone in the Euching realm, a memory etched in his mind, especially since the individual had gifted him a vial of restorative pills. "Yes. After you left that day, the concentration of virtual energy in the Euching realm increased. We consulted higher authorities and decided to withdraw," Yang Lin explained. "What a coincidence. We ended up moving together," Jang Bai remarked. "Indeed, I'll stay close behind you for your protection," Yang Lin assured him. "Sounds good. Ahem." Shin Tong cleared her throat, prompting Jang Bai and Yang Lin to cease their conversation immediately. "I've sent the layout of the villa to your phones. Familiarize yourselves quickly." Once the group had acclimated to the terrain, Shin Tong began to methodically assign roles. Defensive beastmasters would lead, combat beastmasters would surround the enemy, and supportive beastmasters should be ready for rescue, ensuring that not a single foe escaped. The distribution of roles was balanced, aiming for no weaknesses, with a standard team configuration consisting of 3 members: defense, combat, and support. Given the scarcity of supportive beastmasters, some teams were composed of 2 combatants and 1 defender. To Jang Bai's surprise, He Xiaohu, as a defensive beastmaster, was assigned to his group. Observing the petite figure of He Xiaohu, with her adorable round face, Jang Bai could not help but express, "I didn't expect you to be a defensive beastmaster." Rolling her eyes, He Xiaohu replied, "Is that so surprising? Not really. But it is odd. Typically, defensive beastmasters grow significantly larger due to secret techniques. I can't help but wonder if your slender frame can withstand fierce impacts." At that moment, a beast maiden emerged from behind Shin Tong, transforming into a combat form. Jang Bai recognized her as a green bull. She radiated a shimmering green light, a gentle glow emanating from her being and spreading through the villa. Under the illumination, Jang Bai could distinctly see the greenery within the villa thriving as the green light passed over it, with the weeds beneath his feet bursting forth with vitality, nourishing his body. "Remarkable, a group healing skill," he mused. Action. Upon hearing Shin Tong's command, He Xiaohu's beast maiden form glimmered with earthy hues, transforming into a round shield gripped in her hand, while Yang Lin's beast maiden morphed into a fearsome long blade. Typically, a beast maiden's third skill is to adopt a weapon form, allowing the beastmaster to wield her. However, Jang Bai couldn't help but think that oversized syringe is rather intimidating. Who would dare let you administer treatment? That needle seems like it would enter from one end and exit from the other. He glanced at the enormous syringe cradled in the arms of a supportive beastmaster nearby, suppressing a chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Dozens of beastmasters traversed the desolate streets, swiftly and silently converging upon the villa. As they approached, several beastmasters, emanating a faint golden glow, stealthily leaped over the walls. Soon, a sharp click echoed as the iron gate swung open, and a throng of individuals swiftly entered the spacious courtyard of the villa. Along the way, Jang Bai noticed several beastmasters lying peacefully on the ground, their necks twisted as if they had succumbed to a tranquil slumber. This villa, towering 5 stories high, sprawled across an extensive area, far exceeding that of a typical residence. It was more akin to a grand estate. The regulatory beastmasters formed a tight perimeter around the villa, gradually closing in. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the premises and through the windows. One could observe numerous figures darting frantically within. Some had been spotted and were charging forth. Yang Lin, decisively, surged ahead into the depths of the villa. With a resounding crash, the main door was kicked open, sending 2 massive door panels flying. Jang Bai deftly sidestepped, only to find a beastmaster wielding a katana lunging at him from behind the door. "You damned people of the Great Xia, perish." Chapter 81. You claim to be a support-type beastmaster? Just as Jang Bai instinctively prepared to retaliate, he witnessed He Xiaohu raising her heavy shield to intercept the attack. A clang resounded as metal clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Despite his imposing size, Yang Lin displayed remarkable agility. He crouched low, muscles coiling, and propelled himself forward with astonishing strength, appearing instantaneously behind the enemy. Golden light flickered from his robust hands as he gripped his long knife and delivered a downward strike. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the enemy's head, splitting him in two, a scene both brutal and bloody. "You great bear, could you not be a tad gentler?" He Xiao exclaimed, her form splattered with blood, unable to contain her indignation. Yang Lin scratched his head, gazing at Xiao's disheveled appearance, preparing to offer an apology, when he noticed her slightly crouching, twisting her waist, and positioning the shield behind her. This movement reminded Jang Bai of a superhero he had once seen wielding a shield. With a powerful thrust of her waist, her slender arms propelled the shield forward, soaring towards an adversary poised to ambush Yang Lin. With a resounding thud, the shield struck the assailant's head, sending a spray of crimson forth as the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, its legs twitching slightly. "Yang Lin," Jang Bai hissed. Jang Bai leaned back, astonished as he gazed at Xiao. "Not so gentle, my friend, as promised?" Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She stamped her foot, defensively retorting, "I didn't anticipate he would be so fragile." Continuing deeper into the villa, they entered a grand hall with soaring ceilings. The interior layout was composed of several interlocking circular areas, and from the second-floor railing, one could gaze down upon the expansive living room below. In the living room, a dazzling array of skills was unleashed, their radiant light flickering incessantly, transforming the space into a scene reminiscent of a nightclub. The air was filled with a thunderous roar, and occasionally, individuals were sent flying past Jang Bai. To his left, a staircase led to the second floor, where more combatants rushed down to join the fray. Perhaps due to their reckless speed, the adversaries surrounding Jang Bai numbered a daunting 12, each led by a beast master accompanied by 2 beast maidens, all above level 30. "Oomph. A bunch of rabble," Yang Lin scoffed, undeterred. He had heard of the heinous deeds committed by these brutes in Nanjing City, and a simmering anger had long taken root within him. With a cold snort, he brandished his great sword and charged forth. The blade in his hand radiated a blinding golden light as it swung through the air, forcing the members of the Joju sect to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, a figure shrouded in black suddenly vanished from sight. Yang Lin remained focused on his immediate foes, while Xiao's attention was solely on Jang Bai. Unbeknownst to them, a katana hidden in the air was aimed at Yang Lin's unprotected back. The blade surged towards him with alarming speed, and the wielder's eyes glimmered with triumph as success seemed imminent. "Humph! How dare a despicable race draw a blade against the noble warriors of Sakura Nation?" thought the assailant, a level 34 battle-type Beastmaster, accompanied by a level 30 defensive Beastmaster and a level 17 support Beastmaster, as they brazenly provoked the defenders. Just as the blade was about to strike, the assailant suddenly felt an overwhelming force immobilize him. Astonished, he turned to see the very level 17 Beastmaster he had scorned, smiling as he placed a hand on the assailant's shoulder. "Hello, can you see me?" he incredulously asked. "Is it difficult?" Seeking death, the Beastmaster retorted, drawing a dagger from his waist and thrusting it towards Jang Bai's lower body. Jang Bai effortlessly evaded, his fist glowing with a faint purple light. In that moment, upon observing the assailant's diminutive frame and malicious, shifty eyes, a deep-seated hatred awakened within Jang Bai, one etched into his very being since the moment of his birth on that crimson land. It was a national grievance. He could not forget, nor would he allow himself to forget. In his previous life, he had been powerless. Thus, in this life, he would be the harbinger of doom for this equally grotesque and repulsive nation. Jang Bai's fist descended with tremendous force. Boom. The assailant's chest caved in instantly, and he was sent hurtling away, his flight accompanied by Jang Bai's wrath that shattered the walls of the villa. As a dagger fell from the air, Jang Bai leaped into a spinning kick, striking the hilt. Whoosh! The dagger shot forth with a piercing sound. Just as Yang Lin was relishing his battle, he suddenly heard a swift sound followed by a series of thuds. Before he could comprehend what had flown past, he witnessed the foes he had been engaged with each sustain a massive gaping hole in their chests. They lowered their heads in disbelief, gazing at their chests, before collectively collapsing onto the ground, their eyes filled with confusion. Xiao stared wide-eyed at Jang Bai, shock evident on her face. Her mouth agape as if one could fit a whole egg inside. She stammered, "Why you I?" Jang Bai raised an eyebrow. "What about me?" You're amazing, He Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes brimming with unfamiliarity as she looked at Jang Bai. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? She asked incredulously. Why you are Jang Bai? The recent events played vividly in her mind, leaving her in disbelief. Jang Bai shrugged nonchalantly, stating, absolutely. He Xiaoxiao scrutinized Jang Bai and then glanced at Aoqing, seemingly confirming his identity. How can you be so powerful? As long as you have hands, it suffices. You are an auxiliary beastmaster? I even have a student ID from the Nanjing Auxiliary Academy. You dare claim to be an auxiliary beastmaster? He Xiaoxiao pointed at the corpses on the ground. Jang Bai replied earnestly, you should be asking whether I assisted you. He Xiaoxiao recalled how they seemed to have vanquished their enemies and felt momentarily speechless. That's true. Her mind was overwhelmed by the image of Jang Bai instantaneously defeating 5 beast masters, nearly causing her thoughts to spiral. Yang Lin also came to his senses, his eyes wide as saucers, staring at Jang Bai in disbelief. Level 17 instantly takes down 5 beast masters over level 30? Is that even reasonable? Am I dreaming? The remaining members of the Jiuju faction, witnessing the scene, were paralyzed by fear, hastily turning to flee. Jang Bai tilted his head and licked his lips. I never said you could leave. A faint purple lightning enveloped him, his body erupting with terrifying speed, rendering him almost invisible. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the Cherry Blossom Nationals met their demise as Jang Bai snapped their necks and discarded their bodies in the living room. Only when the area was clear did he clap his hands, seemingly brushing off the filth, a look of excitement etched on his face, his bloodthirsty gaze directed upstairs. Continue. Yang Lin swallowed hard, observing Jang Bai's demeanor, and hurriedly followed, fearing that in a moment of fervor, he might become a casualty himself. Noticing He Xiaoxiao still rooted in place, Yang Lin quickly tugged at her clothing as he passed, urging, let us go. He Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. Oh, okay. Chapter 82. The third floor. Upon seeing Jang Bai ascend, the individuals above were instantly filled with dread, scattering in all directions. The beast masters and beast maidens in the living room stood dumbfounded, questioning amongst themselves, is this real? Are level 17 beast masters this formidable now? As Jang Bai reached the second floor, he spotted figures fleeing towards the end of the corridor. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and a tremendous force emanated from it. The man whose neck was gripped by Jang Bai trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering in fear as he pleaded, spare me. Jang Bai softly reassured him, take a deep breath, relax, it won't hurt, it will be over soon. With that, he exerted a slight pressure, and a cracking sound resonated, instantly extinguishing the man's breath. He then discarded the lifeless body down the stairs, where the living room below resembled a colossal heap of refuse, littered with bodies. Observing the desolate corridor, Jang Bai couldn't help but remark, really, why the rush? It truly doesn't hurt. At that moment, He Xiaoxiao, Yang Lin, and a group of beastmasters and beast maidens ascended the stairs. Miss, we need to check if Meng Meng is here, they said. Noticing He Xiaoxiao's dazed expression, Jang Bai couldn't resist prompting her. Soon, the group had scoured every room in the area, yet no trace of the child could be found. With a stern expression, Jang Bai declared, let us move on, continue searching. As they proceeded down the corridor, an unusual noise emanated from the corner at the end. A figure emerged, leaning against the wall. Recognizing him as one of their own, Jang Bai sighed in relief. He Xiaoxiao pondered silently. You seem rather disappointed? Old Yang, you all made it back so quickly? Run. Yang Lin rushed towards the figure, supporting him. Old Lu, what happened? You look severely injured. Breathing heavily, Old Lu replied. I just encountered a large group from the Jujuan faction. You needn't worry too much. After all, we have a killing star with us. Just as Yang Lin was about to speak, Old Lu interjected, pointing at Jang Bai. Hey, are you a support-type beastmaster? Do you possess any healing skills? Yang Lin's heart raced, but he remained silent, only to hear Old Lu continue. I have a single recovery pill. You should take it. Old Lu rummaged through his spatial storage and produced a small vial. Seeing this, Yang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jang Bai accepted the vial and summoned Aoqing to provide treatment. In no time, under Aoqing's care, Old Lu was restored to health. Staring at Aoqing in disbelief, is this a healing skill? Ignoring him, Aoqing quietly returned to Jang Bai's side. Incredible. The efficacy is astonishing, Old Lu exclaimed. Turning to Jang Bai, young brother, stay close to me. I will protect you. Yang Lin and He Xiaoxiao observed the exchange, and old Lu, noticing Yang Lin's expression, remarked with dissatisfaction, "Old Yang, what with that look? You doubt my capability to safeguard him?" Yang Lin shook his head, choosing silence. He recalled his earlier vow to protect Jang Bai, and his face flushed with warmth. At this juncture, Jang Bai spoke up, "Let us proceed." "No. There are too many people over there. Going would be tantamount to suicide." Jang Bai disregarded the warning and continued forward with Aoqing. As they traversed, they encountered only familiar faces. Old Lu scratched his head in confusion. How peculiar. There were clearly so many rushing in just now, yet now they have all vanished. He Xiaoxiao instinctively cast a glance at Jang Bai, pondering whether those individuals might have just fled. Soon, she had nearly searched through all the rooms along the corridor until she encountered Shentong and her companions. At that moment, Shentong's exquisite face was clouded with foreboding. Upon seeing Jang Bai and his group, she inquired, "Have you found the missing children?" Receiving no satisfactory answer, Shentong coldly commanded, "Let us head upstairs." As the group ascended to the third floor, they were met with a heavy scent of blood permeating the dimly lit space. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and the entire third floor was illuminated, revealing a scene that left everyone present utterly astonished. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. The third floor resembled a vast open space with a singular circular layout, and now it seemed to be drenched in blood, with dismembered limbs scattered across the floor. Fresh blood, steaming, gradually pooled into small rivulets, flowing slowly, leaving all unsure whether it belonged to the Zhujiao faction, but it was evident that these were not officials. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of applause shattered the silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have long awaited your arrival." From the railing of the fourth floor appeared a diminutive man, his gaze sharp as a hawk, radiating malice. This individual, from the Zhujiao faction, leaned over the railing, surveying the crowd below. "You truly regard me, Meichuan Naiku, with high esteem, gathering your elite for just a handful of us." Shentong stepped forward, icy resolve in her voice. "Hand over the children you've captured." "Ha ha ha. Captain Shen, at this juncture, you must realize what our intentions are, do you not? Do you truly believe I would relinquish them?" Meichuan Naiku mocked with a smirk. "Then we shall fight until you speak." Shentong coldly retorted, preparing to issue her command, but was interrupted by Meichuan Naiku, who waved his hand dismissively. "Hold on, Captain Shun, before we engage, allow me to pose a question. My less than courageous subordinates informed me that your side possesses a level 17 Beastmaster who has slain many of our men. May I inquire as to who it is? I would like to make their acquaintance." Meichuan Naiku first gestured toward the corpses on the ground, then fixed his gaze upon Jang Bai, for he was the only level 17 present. Those who had not witnessed Jang Bai's prowess before exchanged puzzled glances, questioning how a mere level 17 support Beastmaster could have inflicted such casualties. Moreover, he appeared to be someone who had merely gained entry into the management bureau through connections. Shentong furrowed her brow, sensing that this man exuded an air of unwarranted confidence, despite her side holding the considerable advantage. Upon hearing Meichuan Naiku's words, Jang Bai stepped forward and retorted, "Why call for your father?" Instead of getting angry, Meichuan Naiku replied, "I cannot discern whether my subordinates are merely cowards or if you truly possess the strength to fight beyond your level. However, I must admit, you have piqued my interest. Pray tell, what is your name, young one?" Jang Bai instinctively responded, "I remain unchanging in name and unaltered in surname. I am Tao Ming." At this moment, Tao Ming, standing in the corner, swiftly glanced at Jang Bai, his expression vacant. "Wait, you are Tao Ming, then who am I?" "Very well, Tao Ming. Your courage to step forward qualifies you to become a puppet of our Sakura nation. Now, let me witness your strength. Strive to survive, you filthy races." With that, Meichuan Naiku retrieved a ring-shaped beast girl space from his pocket and hurled it directly towards the third floor. As the ring landed on the ground, the blood pooling beneath began to converge towards it. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the ring exploded. Chapter 83. The strange experimental creature in an instant. A nauseating stench pervaded the entire building, and an extraordinarily bizarre and massive beast girl materialized before the onlookers. She possessed 3 heads. The central head bore 2 horns, with black hair cascading down, stained with thick blood. Her eyes glimmered like black jewels, instilling an inescapable dread in those who gazed upon her. Surrounded by a faint golden light, to her right, the head was devoid of hair, entirely enveloped in scales, intermittently emitting hissing sounds. Her vertical pupils shone with a cold, predatory gaze, scrutinizing the crowd like a hunter sizing up its prey, leaving them feeling a chill run down their spines. On the left, long white fur covered her head, and her eyes were suffused with blood. Her nose twitched, as if catching the scent of her prey. Below, her naked body was adorned with two enormous fatty masses on her chest, while below the navel lay a colossal mound of flesh, sprouting long, meaty spikes. Beneath this mass were numerous legs, constantly scuttling in a frenzied manner across the ground. Her arms were elongated, resembling several arms fused together, with 5 segments capable of moving in every direction, each ending in claws that glinted menacingly. The sight of this grotesque creature left the crowd astounded. A chilling sensation surged from their feet to their brains. What on earth is this? Heh, enjoy the gift I have prepared for you, Meichuan Naiku said, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed their expressions from the 4th floor railing. However, before his words had fully settled, the head on the creature's right abruptly twisted a full 180 degrees, its vertical pupils fixated on Meichuan Naiku above, devoid of emotion. The intensity of its gaze caused a shiver to run down Meichuan Naiku's spine, compelling him to instinctively take several steps back. A shrill, piercing sound erupted from the scaled head, resounding throughout the villa. Bang, bang, bang. The light bulbs hanging on the walls shattered instantaneously, plunging the entire villa into darkness. In the pitch-black environment, where one could not see their own hand, Meichuan Naiku instinctively fled upstairs. He was all too familiar with the terror of such unfinished experimental beings. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a tail lined with meaty spikes ensnared him tightly, and he felt his body being pulled back at a rapid pace. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not break free. As he gazed into the eyes of the experimental subject before him, filled with ferocity and bloodlust, Meichuan Naiku trembled, his lips quivering as he stammered, "I am your master. You cannot." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted from his mouth, and waves of excruciating pain surged through his body, momentarily overwhelming him. Then, amidst the oppressive silence of the darkness, a cacophony of crunching sounds echoed. The screams and chewing noises sent chills down the spines of the onlookers from the bureau, sowing seeds of retreat in their hearts. At that moment, Shuntong calmly declared, "Beastmasters who practice fire attribute secret arts, illuminate the hall. Defensive Beastmasters, take your positions. Combat Beastmasters, engage with full force. Supportive Beastmasters, secure cover." Her voice carried an undeniable authority, momentarily assuaging the fears of those present. Upon hearing Shintong's command, the professionally trained Beastmasters sprang into action with remarkable efficiency. The fire attribute practitioners unleashed brilliant red light, illuminating the entire hall anew. In the glow of the fiery radiance, everyone beheld the horrifying spectacle of Meichuan Naiku being devoured alive, sending a shiver through their hearts. "Stay calm." Shintong stepped forward, her voice resonating with command. She radiated a verdant light, and from the load-bearing walls of the villa, a surge of greenery emerged. In that instant, all felt a wave of healing energy coursing through their bodies, bringing a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, as if sensing a threat, the horned beast woman let out a chilling cry. Enveloped in a cloak of earthy yellow light, her body, once fearsome with spines, seemed to soften and elongate, thrashing in the air towards the bureau personnel. In response to the oncoming tendril-like spikes, the defensive Beastmasters were the first to charge forward, raising shields transformed from the beast woman. The air was filled with thunderous crashes as the horrifying collisions resounded. In the densely packed area of the spikes, several defensive Beastmasters could not withstand the assault and were hurled against the walls, crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Suddenly, the surrounding greenery intensified as Aoqing intervened, a torrent of life energy flooding into their bodies, rapidly mending their wounds. The injured rose from the ground, astonished by Aoqing's formidable healing prowess. Shintong gazed at Aoqing, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Impressive. Witnessing this spectacle, the others found their fears dissipating, channeling their energies into combating the monstrous entity before them. The healed defensive Beastmasters re-engaged, staunchly facing the onslaught of the spikes. Seizing the opportunity, the combat Beastmasters sprang into action, armed with an array of weapons, launching their assault under the protective cover of the defensive Beastmasters. With swift strikes, The spikes fell to the ground, releasing a foul, acrid blood that sizzled upon contact with the floor. The discovery that the creature's blood possessed a potent corrosive quality shocked the onlookers. "Do not come into contact with the blood," someone shouted urgently. Shen Tong furrowed her brows. Sensing that the creature's level was 60, merely 6 levels higher than her own, yet its energy density was extraordinarily high. "Stand aside." Suddenly, a voice roared from the front. A man wielding a spear, with golden light flickering at its tip, lunged towards the creature's rightmost head. This was Luo Yi, a squad leader of the exploration team. A dashing man in his 40s, one of the few experts within the group, having contracted 3 beast maidens and possessing a cultivation level of 50. Clang! Luo Yi's spear collided violently with the creature's head, sparks flying in all directions. The force of the impact reverberated along the spear, traveling into his hand and causing his entire arm to tingle. The creature's formidable arm reached for him, and he spun in midair, narrowly avoiding its lethal claws that tore through his combat suit. Without hesitation, Luo Yi swept his spear, its golden light flashing, creating a series of whistling sounds in the air. Whoosh! The spear, imbued with golden light, struck heavily against the creature's right head. Ding! The creature's head was incredibly hard, and the sound echoed through the villa like a bell tolling. The tremendous recoil caused Luo Yi to lose his grip on the spear, which flew from his hand and transformed into a beautiful beast maiden, her fate unknown. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated through the air, sending rippling waves towards the crowd. With Luo Yi at the forefront, the sound wave struck him like a massive hammer, causing blood to seep from his orifices. Amid the horrified gazes of his companions, the creature raised its terrifying arm again, swiftly reaching for Luo Yi, intent on tearing him asunder. The dread of death enveloped him, rendering him powerless. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. He felt an overwhelming calm as memories flashed before him like a cinematic reel. He had excelled academically since childhood, living up to his parents' high expectations. Upon reaching adulthood, he entered the realm of cultivation, successfully contracting a beast maiden and becoming a beast master. After graduating from university with outstanding grades, he joined the management bureau, progressing smoothly to level 50 and becoming a squad leader of the exploration team. Throughout his life, he had committed no wrongs, save for one regret that haunted him even in death. That regret was his brotherhood with Zhao Qingshi, a childhood companion raised alongside his mother. They were university classmates, and Luo Yi often visited their home for meals. After graduation, they fought side by side against the creatures of the Void Realm, sharing tears and laughter, forging an unbreakable bond. He opened his eyes, a radiant determination igniting within him. Channeling all his strength, the golden light in his hand flared, momentarily halting the creature's arm. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted, "Zhao Qingshi, take care of your mother for me. Tell her it was my fault. If there is a next life, I will certainly marry her first."